Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 450, Birth. Nonetheless, it was a good journey. Got fresh new air. Barry said, trying to defuse the little weird situation at the hall. Yeah, we had a run with our Pokemon. We hardly get time to exercise our Pokemon. I think we should give more time to our companions. Hal said. Then we can go and be Pokemon trainers and challenge gyms. I am sure by now there are multiple gyms and we can challenge the trainers of these gyms. Clint said as he too got excited by all of this conversation. John, who was in a little off mood, also smiled seeing the enthusiasm of the members. The Nova Empire will be here in a few months. Earth should get ready to welcome. John reminded Wayne. Yes. A space harbor will be set up on Mars. From Mars we will establish trade relations, and later, if everything goes well, Earth will be ready to set its foot in the galaxy with this. Wayne said as S.H.I.E.L.D. was handling the whole situation with the Nova Empire. Later they all discussed what kind of trade would be beneficial for Earth and their society. After an hour of discussion, John left for his home while all the other Avengers too went to rest. As John was walking to his home, he suddenly froze on his spot. He then looked at his Omnitrix. Why am I being the part of this cycle? John said with a sigh. He suddenly had a small headache provided by his Omnitrix and he needed to solve the situation fast. GAIA, send tons of metal to my home. John said on his focus. Metal. Any special kind of metal? Do you want to make a suit? GAIA asked. No. I need to eat the metal. It's a little weird. Just send them. John as he gave a cryptic answer to GAIA. She didn't ask more questions but just directed to send tons of metal to John's place. The next day tons of metal was sent to John's home. The spirit was confused about why such huge amounts of metal was sent to the home, and John even made space for them beforehand. The whole family room was cleared of all the furniture and metal was placed on the room. John, why are you doing this? The spirit couldn't help but ask. Because I am going to give birth. John said in an all-serious tone. Huh, the spirit and Adino, who heard this, stiffened on their spot. Then they both burst out laughing. They both laughed so hard that they rolled on the floor. Finally calming themselves down, the spirit asked John. That was the best joke you could ever make, John. No, seriously, I buy your whole serious look. Now tell me, what is the real reason behind this? The spirit asked. John was not at all amused by their laugh as he looked dead serious. It was not a joke because... John said he used the Omnitrix to transform himself into an alien which he had never used before. Big chill. A Necrophrygian. I am really going to give birth. John completed that sentence, but this time in a ghostly tone. He had turned into a skeleton-looking face with his wings wrapped around him like a cloak. His wings look dark blue in color with black border. Necrophrygians are a species which does asexual reproduction by giving birth to new cubs in an egg state. And John's Omnitrix reminded him that his Big Chill form was ready to give birth. Necrophrygians needed tons of metal for energy and even needed to make a nest made of metal for giving birth. The spirit finally became serious when John said that after transforming. She got the hint that it was not John who was going to give birth but the alien in his Omnitrix. And then suddenly her eyes shined as she realized the main point. Are you really going to give birth? We are going to have babies in the house, the spirit asked as she had done her research on all the aliens of the Omnitrix. Yes. Normally the newborns are left to fend for themselves, but I can't do this here as the universe isn't so peaceful as I want it to be. My children will stay with me. John said in a slow and chilly tone. His icy breath dropped the temperature of the room by a few degrees. Now, if you excuse me, I have food to eat. Big Chill said as he proceeded to eat the metal rods laid on the room. Even though it didn't look like it, John was able to chew off the metal quite easily and even digest them without any problem. His hunger overwhelmed him and he loved the taste of the metal. Since his cycle was approaching, he needed to fill his energy reserves fast so that when the babies are born they should be healthy. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 451, Grandpa. Ben Tennyson had babies once when Big Chill forced him to transform Ben to the alien many times to conceive the babies. And this time too it was the same case with John. The only difference was that because he had master control he could control his Big Chill. The Necrophrygian birth cycle is of 80 years and this was one of those cycles. John went on eating the metal sheets, rods, and blocks that were sent to his home one by one, and he continued eating for 1 hour. His stomach looked bloated after all that eating. GAIA send for more metal like this tomorrow. John said. Acknowledged. GAIA sounded. While John was eating, the spirit of the house and Adina was making space for new babies to live in their home. Since there would be many babies, the house needed a lot of space and everything required for a baby to grow. They were excited because they would be John's babies and their homes will be filled with new people. John went to sleep in the alien mode as he needed rest and time to digest the energy. The next day when John woke up it was already late. He could feel that his body had already started developing babies inside. This was a very weird feeling for him. Being a man, he never thought that one day he would have to deliver babies. But here he was, caring for his future babies and making sure that his babies would be born healthy with no complications. He came down to the living room only to see new metal parts, more in quantities in his place. Due to his presence the temperature of the whole room has gone down, but John felt none of it. Without saying a word he went to eat his food as he felt hungry and even prepared a nest made of metal right there in the living room. And for 2 days, this cycle of bringing metal to his place, eat, sleep and make a nest repeated. But on the 3rd day there was a guest. J. Jonah Jameson. As soon as he entered the home he was stupefied. And this was for various reasons. Firstly, the temperature inside the home was much lower than outside. And secondly, there was a freaking spherical-shaped dome in the living room with only a single big hole in it. John. John. Jameson shouted. He freaked out a bit by seeing such a weird makeover in the family room. Dad, came a chilly voice from inside the dome. John came out of the hole with 2 metal rods in his hands. Dad. Me. I don't remember having a Pokemon that can speak. Jameson said, looking at Big Chill. Jameson thought it was a Pokemon as he looked very weird. Dad, it's me. John. I am Big Chill. From the Omnitrix. John said. Omnitrix? You mean Ben 10? You have an Omnitrix? Jameson was surprised to know that his son had an Omnitrix. This was a new revelation for him. Damn. My son isn't a human being anymore. Jameson said in mock sadness. Dad. I am just using the Omnitrix. I am still human. John protested. Oh yes. Then what are you doing building a nest in the family room that I loved? You even took out my favorite sofas from here. Alien, get out of my son's body. Jameson said. It's because I built it for a special purpose. John hesitated a bit, thinking if he should tell his father. Tell me what that special purpose is. I also want to know. Jameson asked. Though he was having fun poking into his son, but seeing the hesitation from his son he knew something was serious. In all these years, he had accepted many things from his son. His son turned from a young kid to becoming a phoenix. His son's story was literally like the one of a phoenix. Rebirth from ashes. From a nobody to becoming a savior of the world. And after the emergence of those huge giants, he felt a bit scared. But his son at the end still made him proud and was able to defend their home. I am about to give birth. John said in a chilly tone. Jameson, hearing this, looked at John for a second and then burst out laughing. And he gave his iconic loud laugh, only this time the laugh was a long and genuine one. This went on for a few seconds. Good one, son. Didn't know you have humor. Jameson finally was able to stop his laugh. But then he saw the serious face of his son. Tell me this is a joke. Jameson said after looking at his son's serious face. Nope, Dad. You are going to be a grandpa soon. Probably in a day or 2. John said with full conviction and seriousness. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 452, Babies. What? Jameson blurted out loud when John said the words grandpa. Yes. Let me explain to you. John said as he proceeded to explain the whole idea of his alien species and their birth cycle. Jameson was dumbfounded. Though John's works were famous, it wasn't possible for anyone to go through all his works. A series like Ben 10 catered more to the children audience, so most of the people in the world knew very less about the Omnitrix and its stories. When John went through the stories of Ben 10, he felt the series ripped off many of the storyline of Marvel and DC Comics. Time travel, building a new universe, etc. All these stories were taken from Marvel and DC. But it was portrayed in a very weird way, and this led to people's disinterest in the series. For these reasons the older audience never had any fascination with the lores and stories of Ben 10. When Jameson understood the whole fact he froze on his spot. Then he started walking back and forth with heavy steps in total silence with hands behind his back. It went on for a minute and then he stopped and looked at John with sparkling eyes. I am really going to become a grandpa? Jameson asked with agitation. Yes. Then there were tears of joy in his eyes. John was surprised to see such a reaction from his father. He expected that his father would be happy but didn't expect to have such strong emotions for a species that isn't even human. Jameson could see that the alien John was more of a ghostly type and was nothing humane of this alien species, but it never mattered to him. Jameson went and hugged John for a second, but he had to back off because the body of John was cold beyond imagination. Thanks, Dad," John said as he felt the joy of his father. He was relieved seeing his enthusiasm. "Now I have both a son and a daughter at the same time. That will be one hell of an article if I write it. Now get back to making babies. I will be calling Val for this. The two people in the home aren't equipped enough for this," Jameson said. Jameson took out his mobile to call Val. John was happy to see this and went back to his nest to eat and rest. He had stopped going to his room and liked being at this nest. In an hour or so Val too showed up at his home to handle the newborn babies that would be born soon. Even though John's babies wouldn't need care, Jameson didn't want to take any chances and even watched the episode of Ben 10 to see what his grandchildren will look like. He was over the moon when he saw his grandchildren would be able to fly from get-go. And finally, after 2 days and much of the anticipation of Val and others at home, John gave birth to 18 eggs. In these 2 days Jameson did everything possible to welcome the babies and even decorated the house to welcome the babies. And Emma too showed up when she came to know that John would be having babies. Yes, dear readers, I am finding it weird writing this. When finally gave birth to the last egg, he was exhausted. Both his father and Emma were concerned seeing the exhausted face of John, so they brought more metal parts for him to regain his energy. John was thankful by seeing all the help, as he felt that the Ben 10 show didn't do any justice when Ben gave birth. He was tired beyond belief after a long struggle. Fortunately, Jameson didn't have to wait for much longer to see his grandchildren. After 24 hours, the first egg hatched, and following this all the eggs started hatching. Soon all the eggs hatched and the babies used their wings to fly up. John, who was now back in full energy, saw his children for the first time. After their birth, John was surprised to see that the system had no control of them. He felt glad seeing this. He didn't want an immoral way to control the free will of his children. Jameson, Emma, and others were excited to see all the 18 babies. "I know that you tend to go away from your mother after you are born, but I will advise you not to go on a free roam and stay with us. You will get all the protection and food required in this place," John said, but before he could finish his sentence, he was hit on his head by both Jameson and Emma. "You idiot, these are your babies. Not robots. Come, my child, give a hug to your mother." Emma reprimanded John in an angry voice, but her voice became warm and sweet when she addressed the young Necrophrygians. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 453, Babies, 2. The babies instantly flocked around Emma. The babies loved the warm smile of hers, and she even conjured up toys with her ring for them to play. Jameson and others too joined the fun. Emma made protective armor for them so that nobody was hurt when they were playing. The bodies of the babies could go through a person and freeze the said person, so they needed to be careful in this regard. "Sorry. The characteristics of Necrophrygians took over me," John said as he conjured small orange lights in his hand that levitated up. The babies, who were busy playing with the spirit of the house and others, left them instantly and went to John to eat the food that John just provided. John, seeing this, gave a victory sign to his others who had been actively stealing babies from him. The balls of light were essentially plasma, and since they were the food for the babies, they surrounded John and started eating them. "This is unfair," Emma said. "There are so many babies. And they will be here forever. You can spend time with them as much as you like," John said as she conjured more balls of light for his babies. And this time he transformed himself back to his human form. And fortunately, the babies still considered John as their mother. Necrophrygians were normally very intelligent, and thus none had a problem in handling them. John yawned a bit and said, "I am off to sleep. Tired mentally and physically. You can go and have fun with them. GAIA and Guilty Spark, you are responsible for seeing that they don't fly off the ring, but let them grow up in freedom. This whole ring is their playground. Since they are my children, let them get the utmost privilege." He went to his room to sleep while the others just took the babies out of the house for them to play. Emma took them out and let them fly around while she introduced the different places. She found that, like their mother, the babies too loved metal, so she got tons of metal with herself and provided them so that they wouldn't be distracted. GAIA meanwhile sent the information to all the Avengers that John just gave birth to babies. The members listening to this news fell on their floors. They never expected that John would be among the ones to have babies, and that too 18 of them. Soon the whole plot unraveled for the Avengers. They were excited when they came to know of this, so they all found Emma to see the new babies of John. Some of them had watched the Ben 10 series, so they already expected what the babies would look like. "I need to have my own baby," Tony said as he flew with the babies of John. Who is stopping you? Clark said. The babies meanwhile were excited beyond imagination after seeing so much food from these new people. Emma spoke of their food diet, so all brought metal parts with them to keep the babies happy. And they were more happy seeing that these new people happily played with them. The Avengers really loved them, and some even decided to be the godfather of so many babies. Jameson, who saw that his grandchildren were getting such attention from the famous Avengers, he couldn't be more proud. After playing for an hour, the babies returned back to home as Jameson insisted on this. He felt the babies had played enough and now they needed rest. The babies obediently returned back to home with no complaints. He was happy that the babies listened to him. The babies were given many rooms for them to live and stay, which they had made space for. The House of Mysteries was very large, so they didn't have a problem with a smaller or lower number of rooms. After putting them to sleep, Jameson and others went to take rest. These 2 days had been stressful for all of them. Emma went and joined John, who had been in deep sleep. It's been a long time since they had slept together. And all the constant work and roaming the galaxies made her a little lonely. And now that they had babies of their own, she could always come and play with them. Emma was even thinking of taking the babies to show to her parents. Her parents, like others, were all given a place to live on the ring, as that would be safer. The next day, when John woke up, he saw that Emma was sleeping beside him. He smiled seeing her and kissed her on her cheek before getting up. Now he was 100% energized. When John went to the living room, he saw that his babies were having fun and some were even teasing the spirit, and Adino deliberately made a mess around. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 454, Uninvited Guest. As soon as John entered, all the babies stopped having fun and surrounded John. All of them turned their puppy eyes mode on and looked at him. John knew why they flocked him, so he made more plasma balls and fed them to them. The babies needed more plasma from the sun for proper growth, and John had unlimited supply of it. And the babies could feel the energy in John's body, and for this reason they loved their mother more. You should all grow up fast and be strong, John said. Adino and the spirit of the house felt relieved that John was able to calm the babies down. John waved his hands as brought the living room to its original face. There was a mess all around and he needed to keep everything in its place. After a few minutes, Emma too came down to join John at his breakfast. Did you sleep well? John asked. Yes. It's been a long time since I slept without any care for my safety, Emma said. You could always leave being a Green Lantern and come to live here. Nobody will stop you, John said. I know, Han, but I like what I am doing. Saving people. Hala has changed a lot in recent years. They have become more accommodating of the non-pure blood, Emma said. John raised his eyebrows when Emma said that. Though he didn't care about the Kree, news such as this did pique the interest of John a tiny bit. Really? Seems like they have changed their policies a lot, John replied. Yeah. Seems to be for the good of Kree. I hope so, John said as he served more food for his babies. Emma too joined him and started feeding them as John gave her the power to control some of the plasma balls. The babies were happy to get so much care and attention. Have you thought of naming them? Emma asked. Yes. But I doubt you will recognize one from another, John joked. Emma too had thought all the babies looked exactly the same as the other. Can you differentiate? Emma asked in a sad tone as she really wanted to differentiate but she couldn't. Of course I can. I gave birth to them, John lied. He could differentiate not because he gave birth to them but because of his omnipotence. He didn't feel any remorse in telling her the half-truth. The babies, who saw that Emma became sad, surrounded her trying to reassure her that everything was fine. See, you don't have to care much. They love you. You will soon be able to differentiate once they grow up. Now think of names. Because I can't think of 18 good names, John said. Emma smiled at seeing the babies and nodded at John. She needed to find good names and would take the babies to see their grandparents. After breakfast with Emma, Jameson too came down and talked with all. Val had decided to stay over for some days and so did Jameson. After talking with the family, Emma took the babies and flew off. Son, when will you marry her? Jameson asked. Soon, Dad, John replied. Is there a problem between you and her? Jameson asked with skepticism. No. No. It's just she has been far away for such a long time. Didn't get the time to think about it, John replied. She is here now. You can propose to her now if there is a problem, Jameson replied. I will. Let me think of a good date. Then I will. As they were making such small talks, there was a knock at the door. John turned his head to open the door only to see 3 people standing at the balcony. "Come in. I think the House of Mysteries doesn't stop you from coming right in," John said as he knew the 3 people who came in. They were John, Constantine, Stephen, and Mordo. "It's not my home anymore," Constantine replied. This was true as John had taken the House of Mysteries from him in exchange for Shazam's powers. Constantine normally never joined the Avengers on their missions and hardly showed up at Kamartaj. John had let him be on his own. But since they were all here, there must be some serious reason for this. "I heard you had children. Thor must be angry because you didn't invite him to the ceremony and introduction," Strange said as they all sat down. Jameson, who sat opposite, could recognize all of them and was surprised how John conversed so casually with them. "I will take the children to Asgard later. You 3 are here together. There must be a reason, as Constantine never shows up until absolutely required," John asked with curiosity, coming to the main topic. "We are here because we feel Earth is threatened by someone," Mordo said as he saw Jameson sitting beside. He wasn't sure if he should open the secrets in front of him. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 455, Hell. "You can speak in front of my father. I am sure he won't leak secrets," John said. Jameson, who heard this, felt grateful that his son trusted him, but he got up. "You guys can discuss yourselves. As an investigative reporter, it would go against my ethics if I hide something from my readers. If I don't know something, then I won't have to report," Jameson replied. John was surprised by this behavior of his father. He had curiosity for everything, but for the first time he deliberately avoided secret knowledge. Jameson bade goodbye to them and got out. John didn't stop him as he understood the dilemma of his father. "So tell me why you feel the Earth being threatened," John asked as he sipped his tea. "One name. Mephisto," Strange said. "I'm listening," John said as he put the teacup on the table. "Few days ago, we had some demons from his dimension cross to ours. This event by itself wasn't something we needed to bother about. But one of the demons approached me, saying that he wants to make a deal with me," Constantine replied. "You have always been the target of demons. How come it's always you, Constantine?" John asked Constantine. "What can I say, my handsome features attract girls from all dimensions," Constantine said with his classic smile. "Yeah, and a magnet of problems," Mordo grumbled. "Did Mephisto come to make the deal or one of his demons?" John asked. "One of his demons. He asked me to bring a person on Earth to him," Constantine said. "Oh. Who is this person?" John got curious and asked. "I don't know. The demon didn't reveal who he was searching for. In exchange, Mephisto will allow me to be his right hand," Constantine said. Listening to this, John burst out laughing. He never expected that Mephisto would approach Constantine, a summon of his, to make a deal. That was the stupidest decision Mephisto could ever take in his life. The other 3 were nor surprised to see John. John was on a very high level, so a beings like Mephisto didn't matter to him. But Mephisto was very powerful in his own dimension, which he called Hell. Though, Mephisto's hell wasn't actually a hell. The dead had always been the Department of Death. Mephisto had some dead souls in astral form inserted into some bodies and later proclaimed his territory as Hell. Even though he belonged to the first iteration of the universe, and had a very long history of being a demon, he wasn't really that powerful outside his dimension, and he had an eye for Earth always, as this would feed his ego and power and prove himself as the most powerful one among the last remaining demons. Now, he had his eyes on this Earth. Probably because he sensed many delicious souls here with all the new Pokemons and the new powerful Avengers. Like Black Winter, their Earth too must have sparked the interest of his. And since Constantine's magic was on the dark side, his smell must have attracted the demon, and he tried negotiating with him. "That's enough to say you didn't accept the offer?" John asked. "I didn't. But I have a feeling he will come for me," Constantine said. "All right. Accept his offer then. This will be a good way to get our hands into a different dimension," John said. The emergence of Mephisto gave him a brand new plan, and he had already decided which world he would need to bring next. And he couldn't wait to let the chips fall in the right places. "You want me to accept his proposal?" Constantine asked, surprised. "I told you that John would suggest the same thing," Stephen said as he too felt this was the best chance that they could destroy Mephisto once and for all. "You guys are idiots. It's the damned self-proclaimed Lord of Hell. You want me to strike a deal with him?" Constantine shouted. "We are not saying to strike a pure deal. Just write the deal as you would be the right-hand man of Lord of Hell. So after we kill him you can continue to be the right-hand man of whoever sits on the throne," Stephen said. "Oh. This all hangs in the balance if you kill him," Constantine argued. No. This hangs on the balance that he can get the person who he wants to search for. John replied this time as he would not let Mephisto get his hands on any person that he had eyes for. Are you sure you can stop Mephisto? Constantine asked. We will never know if we don't try. He had been evading our search for a long time. It is time to send the old man to his grave. John said. He has been a problem for us for such a long time. It's high time we put an end to it. Mordo said as he too was excited of taking down a dimensional being. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 456, Marriage. So it's decided. Constantine will be the bait. John said. Constantine's mood sulked a lot when this was decided at the end. He didn't like being in the crosshairs of a super-dimensional being. But since all have decided on this, he couldn't go against. Especially against the decision of John. All they needed now was to wait for Mephisto to send his minions or just be there to meet Constantine. Everybody was banking on the fact that he would try to lure Constantine. John even checked Earth if there was Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider. Though there was Robbie Reyes, the Ghost Rider in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., due to John's interference, he never became a Ghost Rider. There was no spirit of vengeance on their Earth. John had always kept an eye on it as Ghost Rider was a major character in the Marvel Multiverse. Later Steven, Mordo, and John decided to chalk out a rough plan of how to handle the whole problem of him and take over his dimension. John didn't give anyone any idea of the new world he was going to summon. That would be his trump card when the fight breaks out in the future. After an hour of discussion, the three of them left. Constantine refused to go away if he wasn't provided some compensation, so John offered him a free supply of alcohol and cigarettes for a year. After a lot of contemplation, he accepted that and left. Both Jameson and Emma returned with their children. John gave away food to his babies to make them happy. What did your parents say? John asked. At first they felt weird but they understood it later. They were happy and proud to have so many grandchildren. Emma said. We need to marry first to make your parents the official grandparents. John said in an all-serious tone. Emma shuddered when John said that. Until this day, they never spoke of marriage. Though essentially they were close to immortals, her notion towards culture didn't change because of this. Emma became silent as she didn't know how to reply. John looked at her and held her hand tightly. Jameson, who went inside, came back after being freshened up. John didn't continue on the marriage topic and diverted speaking more on it. He needed to propose to Emma in order to marry her, and this wasn't the right time to speak on this. So some kids saw your babies and started using the Pokédex on them. They thought your children were Pokemon. Emma said to diffuse the awkward situation that suddenly popped up when Jameson arrived and they halting the topic of marriage. Really? Ha 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 ha. John said as he found it amusing. By now Umbrella had rolled out all the possible electronics that are required for Pokemon. Pokédex, mining tools to get new stones from underground, the technology to teleport Pokemon over distant places and such other things. Now on every kid's hands there would at least be a Pokédex, if not a mobile. So what did you hear the answer from the Pokédex? John asked as he was curious of what the Pokédex would reply to his babies. It was the voice of Fury saying that's no Motherf *** King Pokemon, that's an alien. So better start running Motherf *** Ka. Emma replied, trying to copy Fury. John hearing this burst out laughing. He never expected that Fury would install such a setting on the Pokédex. Umbrella and S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been in a cooperative relationship. John having babies of his own was never a secret, but he didn't expect Fury to pull off such a prank, and that too on the Pokédex on kids. He wondered how S.H.I.E.L.D. allowed Fury to even add that part, but nonetheless it was hilarious. John was literally rolling on the floor thinking about how Fury managed to scar the children for life. When Jameson heard this from Emma, he too had a good laugh. He had only seen Fury once or twice, but he could understand what kind of person he was. They all had a good laugh. The rest of the day went as usual with Emma and John trying to come up with good names for the babies while playing with them. Jameson too joined in the naming part. They all had a good time. But all good things have a time limit. Emma had to leave after a day as her ring called up for a situation. Jameson too went back to his home, leaving Val for the care of John's children while he too went to Disney to see how the next movie was coming up. The next movie would probably be the last DC movie to come out. So he wanted to pay extra attention to it. John was pretty sure that Mephisto would take time to approach Constantine, so he had enough time to do all his works in peace while also looking after his children. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 457, Trade Relations. The days went by usual with John juggling between taking care of his children who were growing fast and looking over his last movie project for Disney. In a month or so, it was time for the Nova Empire to step its foot on Earth. Rather Mars. S.H.I.E.L.D. has managed to make a huge harbor on Mars using the technology, Pokemon, and everything they knew till now. The greatest architects of the current generation came together to make an outstanding harbor. It was made according to the norms provided by Lex, and S.H.I.E.L.D. made sure no mistakes were made in its construction. Being a huge project, many countries pitched in. And this time Wakanda showed its hands to the world, as it finally opened its borders partially, and they helped in making the harbor using vibranium. John didn't object to their addition to the project. He didn't really care about Wakanda, and since it's a free country, they are eligible to do whatever they want. John and some of the Avengers went to Mars to receive the guests. He was there to receive Lex. Since this planet was important, Nova Prime sent someone who was close to the planet. And who could be a better candidate than Lex himself, who was a member of the council and he came from the planet himself. The Nova Prime was very serious about starting trade relations with Earth to cement LexCorp's position and status within the Empire. LexCorp now has become the most influential corporation in the whole of the universe. Their technology, weapons, suits, and even their knowledge in the medical field was something this universe had ever seen before. Now, no empire had the guts to even touch Nova Empire, just because LexCorp backed them. John was happy to see such a huge influence on a company who he made on a whim. On a hot morning of August, a huge spaceship landed on the space harbor of Mars. John, Tony, Banner, Ryan, and Wayne came to receive the guests. John didn't call Clark because he might flip out a bit. He didn't want any embarrassment, and Wayne being the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. was enough. The hangar opened and finally Lex walked out. His bald head reflected the sunlight from all angles. John was surprised to see such a shiny bald head. Long journey? John asked. No. The Phantom Drive makes everything fast. Luther replied. Let's go to a place and talk. John said as he saw another council member. He expected that as this trade relation was important for both of the parties. They all went in. The council member was surprised to see such a beautiful and mind-blowing planet. The planet had greenery everywhere, but the animals were what attracted his eyes. All of the animals were robots, and it seemed that each and every one of them had their own autonomy. I am sorry, but can I ask why there are robots on this planet instead of animals? The councilman asked. Mars is essentially like a satellite planet to us, and we found it real difficult to transport animals and rather thought of using robots to maintain the ecology of the planet. There are different kinds of robots here who are responsible for maintaining the balance. For this reason there are fewer live animals. Wayne replied. Is it? This is fascinating. So you are essentially using robots instead of animals? The councilman asked. Yes. The robots do multiple work of many animals at a time, and thus we don't need a variety of animals to maintain the perfect balance. I understand. Thank you. The councilman replied, already being impressed by what he had seen, and he couldn't wait to establish trade. This trade would take their Nova Empire into new heights. Finally, after coming inside the huge hall, all sat down to talk about what kind of trade would be done and properly discuss various matters. Later even the governments would be allowed to join in. Of course Wayne would supervise the meeting, as he didn't want any secrets of Earth to leak. No country would be given unfair advantage in this trade, and thus S.H.I.E.L.D. would supervise this. John only attended the first meeting and then left for his home. He never understood business very well, so he didn't care much about it. Tony and Pepper would handle the trade from Umbrella's point of view. He had already had a huge empire of his own. This trade deal would be like a deal between his own companies, so all in all this was a useless one for John. All he wanted to see was the launch of humanity in space, and the first step was taken today. The people of Earth were updated too of this deal, and they rejoiced. Because they could soon travel in space and expand their own influence. Though common people wouldn't get immediate access to space travel, that date wouldn't be far behind. The whole demographic of Earth was going to change soon. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 458, Person of Interest. John returned to his home only to see that Constantine was waiting for him at the door. What work does the right hand of the master of fake hell needs from me? John joked when he saw Constantine. Ha ha ha. Not funny at all. This time it wasn't a casual demon who approached me, but Mephisto in the flesh. Constantine replied while burning away his cigarette. John was not at all surprised by this and said, Tell me more. As he opened the door and they both stepped in. You were right. He did approach me and talked about the same deal. He even said that will grant me some of his powers. In exchange I bring him his person of interest. Constantine said. And I guess you would have to accept the deal in lieu of the name. John asked. Yes. And I accepted. Constantine replied. Oh. Did you go through the deal? John asked, as that was his main concern. If the deal was with the name of Mephisto, then they would have a problem. I did go through the deal as minutely as possible. I have managed to remove his name from the deal and only mentioned the throne and controller of his dimension. Constantine replied with confidence. Oh. How did you manage to do that? John asked. Because I said I will challenge him in a fight after all this is over. The deal will be invalid if I manage to defeat him. Constantine replied. You have got quite the guts to challenge him. John said as he was amused that Constantine was able to insert such a clause because he challenged a demon who was millions of years old. So the deal is done, I presume? John asked, to which Constantine nodded his head. So who is this person of interest? John now asked as he was curious of who Mephisto was looking for in this universe. He was sure Mephisto might have felt the presence of Phoenix Force in this universe, but he still had the audacity to target his Earth. You will be surprised to know. At first I thought it would be Wanda. But no, he has interest in Siri. Constantine replied. Siri. John too was surprised hearing that name, as he never expected that Mephisto would be interested in her. But it all made sense to him when he got to know the name. She was a person who could cross dimensions as she wished for. Open portals on whims and have immense power. This was the reason why the Wild Hunt in the games was so crazy for her, that they went to war against the Witchers and Kaer Mohan. How did he even know about her? John asked, as he had always been little protective of her. John never allowed her to show full power and kept her hidden. Probably when you and your team went to Earth 616. This must have triggered some of his alarms. Constantine replied. But I made sure no energy ripples were created when we went for the vacation. John said. That is true, but you do touch the sanctum barriers put up as the defense of Earth when you travel, even when you use the Phoenix Force. He must have kept an eye on the ripples of the barrier, and later when you returned looked into the people who traveled with you. Constantine said with hesitation, as he felt that was the most logical explanation. Then why didn't he approach her? John asked. I too asked the same question. He said he couldn't, as Wanda was a Nexus being and they were close friends. Any kind of interference would trigger the TVA. Constantine replied. That makes sense. Did you inform Strange? John asked. No. I came straight here after the meeting. I got to say, he doesn't look scary at all. Constantine replied. Yeah, sure. But will you say the same thing about Lucifer? John asked. Lucifer is different. Constantine said. Yeah. Then get ready, because Lucifer is coming. John said, as he wanted to bring him for a long time. He would be the perfect person to handle Mephisto. Damn. That womanizer. I will have to get away from his eyes when he comes. What a pain in the A***. Deal with it. And Mephisto looks almost like Lucifer in their raw forms. I have managed to pull him to our multiverse. Since he never had any real love for his father, it was easier. John said. So now we will have to protect our own because one is *** goal of a dimensional being just got greedy. Constantine said. Yeah, well, one of the greatest sins known to humanity. Even demons can't escape it. At least we know now who he is searching for. John said as he got up. He needed to gather a team which was going against magic. This wasn't a typical level Avenger mission. But someone who had power over a dimension, and even he who had Phoenix Force wouldn't be of much help if he stepped in his territory. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 459, New Member. Let's get to work. John said as he telepathically called up the Wolf School. Since it revolved around Siri, it would be customary to inform her parents and their school. And as usual, Strange and Kamartaj too were informed of this matter. The Wolf School, when they got to know, was furious. They never expected that even after crossing dimensions, Siri would still be targeted. Seemed like the ghost of Wild Hunt still hasn't left them. Strange too was surprised when he got to know this. He didn't expect that Siri would be the person Mephisto wanted. John called them all who he thought were eligible to fight Mephisto. After a minute or so, the people from Wolf School, Strange and Mordo, arrived. Tell me this is a joke. Yen yelled as soon as she entered. John just shook his head, confirming that what he had said before over telepathy was in fact true. Seems like some things never change. Geralt said as he sat on the sofa while the spirit served all of them drinks. All the people of the Wolf School were a little stressed out after hearing this news, while the main protagonist of the story, Siri, was busy playing with John's children. In these couple months they have grown quite a lot, but their childish nature didn't change and they love to play. John had given them all freedom and every kind of luxury possible so that his children could grow up healthy. Of course his father, on the other hand, was strict with them and made sure that they got proper education. It was fortunate that Necrophrygians were more intelligent and had higher IQ than humans, or else the freedom which John gave would have been terminated on behalf of JJJ. Siri, are you not worried? Strange asked. Siri had a special place in Kamartaj too. The Ancient One once had given her free access to the library during her reign, and this tradition was maintained even after she was gone. So Kamartaj had always been like a second home for Siri, and many mages there had good relationships with her. What is the big deal? We have so many friends. I am sure we will come out victorious. Siri said nonchalantly as she ran around the children with laughter. She still hasn't grown up, it seems. Vesemir said. She is right though. We do have friends now and we aren't alone. Mordo said. True, but none of them aren't equipped to handle Mephisto. For some time I have been trying to call some of the people who had been lost from the other side. And I am happy to announce that I have mastered some of my dream powers and have been able to call a couple of people. John said. Don't say it is Lucifer. Constantine asked. Relax, Constantine, he is taking his time in the journey. Not so early. John said. Wait. Lucifer is on the way. Mordo asked. Kamartaj had a policy of going through all magical-related works of John, so they too had watched the Lucifer series. Sadly, the Lord of Hell is on the way. But today his flight isn't landing. It's someone else. John replied. Strange hearing this had his eyebrows creased, as Lucifer was someone who should belong to the other camp, but interestingly he wasn't. So who is this new helper? Triss asked. As she said that there was a knock on the door. Our guest is here. John said as the door of his home opened. And those who were present in the room got to see the new people who had arrived. And none of them expected what they saw. What are these? Halo. Master Chief. Siri asked as they all saw one person wearing a full bodysuit with a visor over his face and another was a humanoid robot. No. I feel the Hell's energy. Doom Marine. Constantine asked. John was surprised that his own summons watched his own works. Even though he would never get fan values if his own summons watched his own works, he was proud that his works were of interest for everyone. Hello, I am Dr. Samuel Hayden. We have been directed to come here by someone named John Jameson, said the robot. Then you are in the right place. Mordo said as he got up to introduce himself. John just looked at it and smiled. Since they were going to hell, they needed all guns and Doom was the perfect candidate for this. Though he would be bringing another world to tackle hell, any addition in this huge fight would be helpful. Doom was his personal choice as the latest version of the game once gave him nightmares due to its difficulty, as wanted to play it on the hardest mode ever from the start. And since Doom was accustomed with hell, this would be a walk in the park for him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 460, Unexpected Help. Dr. Hayden. Pleasure to meet you. Vesemir was the first person to approach the android. By now all of the Wolf School had been modernized, so Vesemir was accustomed with modern technology. And like Kamartaj, they too had the policy of going through John's work, so they had an idea of who he was. Pleasure is mine. Dr. Hayden replied. Soon everybody got acquainted with one another and finally they came back to the topic of Mephisto. Everybody pitched their ideas and different ways to deal with Mephisto. I still feel we aren't very powerful. Mordo said. Lucifer is on his way. We won't be useless as we are. John assured as he still didn't say that he was keeping the special forces hidden. Hope we can win this or else Constantine here will get the guillotine. Strange said. At the end Constantine belonged to Kamartaj and he didn't want one of his best colleagues to be sacrificed just because they wanted to go for a bigger fish. We will make sure he is safe. As they were talking there was a distinct knock at the door. Huh. Are we expecting more guests? Mordo asked. John too was surprised by the knock as he wasn't expecting any more as he didn't summon any more people. And when he looked beyond the door, there were 3 people standing. John was acquainted with one of them but he did know the other 2. Just not personally. The door of the house finally opened and all got to see who had visited them. And none of the people present recognized the 3 of them. John got up from his seat and said to the guy in the middle. Seems like you found your team. John said. I guess, the men replied. The men was Dane Whitman. The Black Knight. The other 2 were Blade, Marshala Ali, and Mark Spector, Moon Knight. Blade appeared in the post-credits scene in Eternals. Come in. John said. The 3 were surprised there were so many people present in the room. Everyone was looking at each other. Only Strange had an idea who they were. Did we come at the wrong time? Mark asked. I don't think so. Who is creating problems? John asked directly as he was sure the trio came to him because they had faced a major problem and they needed help from the Avengers. Mephisto and Dracula. Blade replied. Everybody was surprised that there was now another person attached with Mephisto. Oh. Thon. So two-dimensional beings. This is going to be fun. John said with a huge smile. But all the others who heard an extra name didn't like it at all. Thon. Who is that? Gerald asked in a serious tone. Another dimensional being of the same level as Mephisto. Dracula's powers come from him and for that reason he is immortal. John said. They are banding together? Strange asked as he had always known of Thon, but never expected both of the dimensional beings came together. Probably so. Wanda, has there been any change in your life? John asked. My life? No. Why? Is there a problem? Wanda asked as he didn't understand why John was interested in her. No. Thon works on chaos magic same as yours. Did you recently meet someone named Agatha? Agatha? No. No such person has come to the Wolf School. Wanda replied. Wanda basically lived in Wolf School and she had been under heavy protection like Ciri. Both were very powerful beings and both needed extra precaution. No Agatha. HAAA. What are you planning, Thon? John mumbled. How do you know that Thon is interested in us? John asked. Both Blade and Dane looked at Moon Knight. Khonsu told me. And he told me to meet since yours and his power have similarities, Mark replied. Oh, it seems like he has spoken a lot. Tell him to be in his limits with us. I know he doesn't care about people but I don't want any collateral damage and only want peace. Our power may have similarities but not our goals. John said. Khonsu as a god was a selfish one. He wasn't exactly a bad guy but not necessarily a good one. Mark nodded his head as he too didn't like working for him, but there was no other choice. Hope he is what he is in the series that is coming in 2 weeks. Can't wait for it. Everybody's face looked more grave now. If Mephisto wasn't enough, now they had 2 headaches. This is bollocks. If I go down I will take all of you with me. Constantine said. Relax. Z will also join in this. She had been in Asgard for some time. I have already called her. To make you look bearable. John said. Z had gone to Asgard to learn more about Asgard's magic and knowledge. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 461, Getting Ready. John then proceeded to tell the 3 new people who just came about their problems and how Constantine had made a deal with Mephisto. You have quite the courage to make such an absurd and deadly deal with one of the most cunning people of this universe. He is known for his craftiness. Moon Knight said. Yeah. Well. These people forced me. Constantine replied. The people present in the room didn't react to the accusations. Dane, did you meet Cersei? John asked as he remembered Dane loving her. I will go later to meet her. Dane replied. How is the sword? Are you able to handle the bloodthirsty nature of the sword? John asked as the ebony sword was known for its cruel nature. The sword gave the wielder immense power and even immortality but it came at a cost. The hunger to kill. This sword was an inheritance of Dane's family and his uncle was the last one to wield it. And he wasn't a good guy. For this reason Dane didn't have good relations to this particular relative of his. But since John had told him to meet him, Dane went and that was where the whole history of their family came out. Starting from Merlin himself. You seem to know a lot. It's kind of terrifying. Dane said with hesitation. Omnipotence has its own cost. Strange replied. Like John he too was omnipotent in these 9 realms. It seemed very cool but it was not. Most of the time both John and Strange had to shut down this power to not let all the noise get to their ears. Later they all got busy in discussing all the ways they could defeat Mephisto and Dracula. Blade mentioned that Dracula had an army of vampires which were hidden in his own dimension. John never expected this. He had searched for vampires once and seeing that they never existed he never cared. But now when the truth came out, he was truly surprised. Thon really had huge powers and of course his Book of Darkhold. Later when the vampires arrive in the Blade movie and they are showed that they had always lived on Earth, don't murder me. Since ancient times there had always been 2 dimensions that had attached to Earth. One belonged to Mephisto and the other belonged to the god Set of Egyptian mythology. Now it seemed like god Set just had new tenants at his home and had been there for quite some time. So how are we going to handle both of them? Moon Knight asked. With an iron fist and punching our way through. Strange replied with a straight face. That's your big plan. After having such a big brainstorming session here. Blade asked in a condescending manner. How do you suggest we bring Dracula and Mephisto here on Earth in their full form? John asked back to the trio. They all became silent. This was true. No matter how many times they kill Mephisto, he would still be alive in hell. Only if they were able to kill in hell, it would be true death. And for that they needed to be in hell. And hell was his territory. There were no shortcuts in hell. He had omnipotence and omnipresence there like John had in their universe. So brute force it is. This is going to be a suicide mission. Dane said. If push comes to shove we will just leave. We will make sure Ciri doesn't fall on their hands and in that way Constantine wouldn't be binded by the contract. In this way all will be free. John said. So there is no other way? Moon Knight asked. No. This is the only way. There are no shortcuts here. Only a serious punch would keep him away. Strange replied. So how do you propose we sneak into hell? With Mephisto who had apparently teamed up with Dracula knowing nothing about us. Blade asked as he still felt there must be another way to deal with all of this. They had power for sure but they would be fighting in his territory which was never a good thing. Constantine would take my amulet. It has a world of its own. We will be hidden there. The amulet can shield every prying eye so we would be safe. John said, showing his amulet to them. It was the same amulet where Hela was being imprisoned. Are you sure it would be safe? Moon Knight asked. It is. Trust me. So we sneak in. Kill Mephisto and Dracula. Come back. Geralt said as he simplified the whole process. Yup. We can figure out who would sit on the throne after we win. If we win. Strange said. Yeah. If we win. John said. Only he knew that he needed to win this battle. His grand plan wouldn't be successful if they lost the battle and failed to kill Mephisto. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 462, Departure. When are we going to leave? Blade asked. Tomorrow. Constantine will leave with Ciri. He will take the amulet where we will hide. John said. So you have one day to say your goodbyes to your loved ones. We might not return from this. Mordo said, trying to scare all. We will return in one piece. Don't jinx it. John said. All right. Go home. We have a lot to do. Strange said as he got up. All the others too got up and left for their homes. The new trio decided to be on the ring and have a time of their life. They came to the Avengers for help. Though they did receive it, they didn't expect it to be so shallow. They thought the Avengers would just fend off the evil twins, but never expected the Avengers would go deep inside the rabbit hole. But they also knew that beggars couldn't be choosers. Since the Avengers had decided to help, they needed to show that they were committed to the mission of purging the filth from Earth. Moreover, they had got the assurance that if anything goes bad they would be extracted by John himself. They had seen how powerful he was when he fought Arishem. The trio knew about this because Kansa had informed Moon Knight of John. Though Kansa didn't understand John's powers totally, he did have a general idea. Dane later went to meet Cersei who had been living on the ring while working on Earth. Guilty Spark always kept an eye on the Eternals. The next day everybody who was on the mission gathered together. They all had geared up. John looked at Constantine and remembered something. Constantine, since you will take the most dangerous first step for us, here is a gift for you. John said as he spent 100 million fan value points on one item. Ragman's cloak. The cloak that can absorb and punish souls by sucking them in and in the meantime giving the power and strength of the absorbed souls. Constantine wore it in the fight against Trigon during the deceased storyline. Though he did die at the end. John hoped that this time he didn't face the same situation when they go for Mephisto and Dracula. Ragman's cloak. Rory would be pi *** edition. John said as he took the cloak which looked like it belonged to beggars and had several stitches all over it. It looked like a cloak that belonged to a person in rags. In the hands of an able person this was one of the most powerful items of the universe. Especially now, when they were going to hell. And souls were the least things to worry about there. And in addition he had the wizard's staff making his body more powerful in strength. Though there were other items that Constantine wielded when he fought against Trigon, John didn't want to spend so many fan values to just make someone a god-level being. Having both of the items was already much for him. Constantine even used the Helmet of Fate during that fight. You should definitely check the deceased storyline of DC. One of the best. Constantine then wore the rag which restructured itself to fit perfectly. Feel the changes? John asked. He nodded his head. So now prison time? Geralt asked. John looked at Geralt in a weird manner as he took out his amulet. He gave it to Constantine and said. Better not lose it. This is our one-way ticket inside. Constantine took the amulet and said. Better buckle up and go right in. Everybody took a deep breath. All had been ready for some time now and finally it was time for action. All the members of Witcher School came except for Vesemir. He was old and it would do more harm than good. Of course the new recruits didn't come. Except for Ciri, all the people belonging to the school were sucked inside the amulet, and then the trio. Strange and Mordo too went inside as Constantine performed all the magic required. Z2 had shown up for this particular mission and she brought a glow on Constantine's face. The end it was only John, Ciri, and Constantine. "Say hi to that depressed lady for me. Will you?" Constantine said, referring to Hela. "I will. You both be safe and don't let anything happen to the amulet. I have always made sure that nobody would be able to spy on us, so I hope Mephisto never knew of the deal you have with us." John said. "No shit. Or else we are played by him and technically we are F******ked. Constantine replied. "Don't worry. I have more friends coming on the way for help." John said. "More friends. Interesting. Ciri, take care of him. And don't hold back this time. Since he wants to use you, give him hell." John said as he went inside the amulet. Ciri nodded at him. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 463, Midnight Suns. When John appeared again, he was near Hela, who was all chained up with various golden chains holding her down. She looked all drained out and skinny. Her eyes had anger as she looked at the new visitors who had just arrived in that god-forsaken place. In Helheim, she had dead souls to accompany and was at least free. But here there was nothing. All the time was she chained up and there was no connection to Asgard from which she could draw her power. How the mighty had fallen. John said as he looked at her sorry figure. Hela looked at him with burning eyes. "There is no point in having that amount of hatred towards me. It was you who brought this upon yourself. And honestly, if you go out now your brother will just imprison you again. You are in no match for him now, and that is even after returning to Asgard again. He has become way too powerful than you imagine him to be." John said. Hela looked confused when John spoke of her brother. The last time she saw her brother was on the losing side, but now this person who overpowered her came to say that she wasn't powerful anymore. "Let me out. I will show you how powerful I am," Hela said, which grinding her teeth. John, who was walking away, stopped and looked at her. "As you wish, after we deal with another person I will let you out. You will know how we have changed. You will get to see your elder sister too," John said. "Elder sister? Mine." Hela was more confused now. John then looked at the whole new dimension that was in his amulet. It looked endless, but there were several broken islands and palaces over the dimension floating. Though John could always feel the presence of dimension, he didn't actually explore much using his consciousness. "This is bigger than I imagined it to be," John mumbled. He flew to one of the floating islands where everybody gathered. They would be here for quite a long time, so they needed to find a place which was conformable and would be away from the vengeful eyes of Hela. As John arrived at the place, he was surprised to see Strange had made some burning fire pit with all the materials around and made it seem like they had come for a campfire. "We are getting too comfortable." "Are we?" John said. "What?" "Constantine will take a lot of time to reach Hell. He will go through rounds of alcohol and cigarettes and God knows what deploring places he will take her," Strange complained. "He isn't that bad as he shows," Z replied, trying to defend her. "We know, he was just being an A****hole," Mordo said, paying no respects to him as the Sorcerer Supreme. Strange didn't mind the insult Mordo just gave him. "John, you had fun in the over-universe. Tell us about it. Did you kick Strange's ass?" Mordo asked as he was interested in what they did in the other universe. "Huh. I didn't have fun. It was them who had fun," John said as he pointed to the other members. It was true, he was just lazing around while the others went and did superhero stuff. Mordo's eyes shined when he looked at the others. Even Strange was interested to know what had happened. Finally, Triss took the responsibility of narration and said what they had done in the other universe. They were really surprised to know that the universe was in such a bad position because of John's actions, but they both believed what John had done was right. The new trio that had joined too got to know new information about John and their travels, and they were surprised beyond imagination. "No wonder Khonsu repeatedly told me not to go on bad terms with you. You are one of a kind," Moon Knight said. "I am not a monster. Just protective of what I love," John said. Later they all made small talk and passed the time. At one moment John asked, "What do you three call yourselves? Do you have any names?" "Name? You mean like the Avengers? We are too small of a team to name ourselves," Blade said as he shook his head. Oh right. John said in a low tone. Why does it sound like that these people have a name for their team? Strange said as he could feel John was disappointed that the trio didn't name themselves. Not gonna lie, I was expecting that. John said. What is the name of the team that they have in a different universe? Mordo asked as he was pretty sure John knew of the name since he had hinted that the team had a name. John hesitated a bit before replying. There is a name. But that name was given by him. John said, pointing at Strange. Me. Why will I use names to indicate a team? I can never do such a useless thing. Says the person who calls himself Sorcerer Supreme and has many procedures in the medical field named after his own self. John said, retorting Strange. Mordo too looked at Strange calling out his hypocrisy. Fine, I will name our team which is going to fight Mephisto. We will call ourselves Midnight Suns. How does that sound? Strange said as he could feel all were looking at him with fiery eyes. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 464, The Devil Himself. That's sexist of you. Yen called him out for only naming the boys. Okay. How about Midnight Sons and Daughters? Strange said as he felt bad to leave out the women in the team. That's more like it. I love the name. Z said. Is it the same name he gave to the team in other universes? Mordo asked as he could see the smile of John. Yeah. Midnight Suns was the team of all boys. It was a bigger team though with Ghost Rider, Spider-Man, Man-Thing, and various others. There were always 9 in the team. John sighed. See, I was right. Midnight Suns. Strange said as he posed a victory sign. Who is this Ghost Rider? Man-Thing. Z asked. Ghost Rider. Now that's a story of his own. A long story of angels and demons. But Man-Thing, he is exactly like Swamp Thing. You definitely know Swamp Thing. Don't you? John said as he had a close relationship with Swamp Thing previously. Yeah, I know. All got interested to know about the various members that their new team Midnight Suns had in other universes and John had to explain their stories to the others. Never knew the team we jokingly made had such a serious history. Dane said. I don't remember Black Knight as being a member of Midnight Suns, but the way MCU is going now I feel they are going to incorporate him in the Midnight Suns. They wanted to know more about different universes and thus John had to say some of the stories he read in the comics. In this way hours went by. John even had to bring out from his treasury to feed everyone. But suddenly as they were all lazing around there was the voice that echoed in the dimension. Guys, I will call you soon. Get ready. Constantine said. All got alert when that alert came. They knew that the fight was near. And after a few moments they could feel something was trying to put them outside the dimension. Like last time, this time too they let it happen and in the next moment they were transported to an unknown place. The place looked like it was burning in fire. With high temperature around. The color was red. Both the land and skies. The place looked vast. Not because of the land and skies but because of the endless demons they could see crawling everywhere surrounding the place where they had been summoned. The demons looked just like they had all imagined. Humanoid beings with red skin and 2 horns. Even their eyes were red. And when they all turned their heads they saw a huge red-skinned man sitting on a throne made of huge bones. It looked like the Iron Throne but it was bones in this case. The man had larger horns and beside him stood a pale-skinned person who had fags from his mouth and covered in cloak. All of them who were summoned knew who these people were. Such a gift you had brought for me, Constantine, said the man who sat on the throne. You wanted me to bring someone in order to be the right hand and be in that position I need to bring more gifts. Don't you think so? Constantine replied with mockery and confidence. He was confident that they would come out as victorious. Since had said there would be more friends arriving. So you have brought the Phoenix Force. That is so stupid of you, said the pale-skinned man said. Why? Are you scared of fire that is more powerful than the sun? John said as his entire body burnt in flames like Ace from One Piece, Johnny Storm of Fantastic Four. All the other demons didn't feel anything but Dracula had to cover his face with the cloak to stop the light of the Phoenix fire. John could feel that he had the powers of fire but he had lost the reality-bending ones. He couldn't make things out of thin air, nor could he destroy as he wished for. But the fire of Phoenix wasn't to be looked down upon. See, you still fear the sun though you have always claimed to be no fear. Thon didn't give you all his powers, dear servant. John mocked. Mephisto creases his brows by seeing the huge burning power of John who has used the Phoenix Force. Mephisto, seeing this, used his reality-bending powers to stop the burning fire's intensity of John. As he waved his hands were stopped by another hand stopping him right in his tracks. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said the men who stopped him. Mephisto jumped away from his throne. He didn't see when a person was standing behind and even stopped him. This gave him a scare. In this dimension he knew everything that was going on. When John and others were summoned he felt their arrival too, but the man that just stopped him, he had no idea when he arrived. It was because the man was the devil himself. Lucifer Morningstar. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 465, Demons. When Mephisto got a look of his handsome face he got the scare of his life. He never expected him to be present here, in his dimension. Lucifer. You are not supposed to be here. Yes, there is Lucifer in Marvel, though he appeared very rarely. Even I haven't read any comics of him, but he does exist. Oh, you seem to know me. But I don't seem to remember you. In fact, this is the first time I am here on behalf of a long-time friend I made. John, you better give me a vacation after this whole shenanigan ends. Lucifer said, looking at John. Yeah. Destroy him. And you're free to do whatever you want. Even kill the other Lucifer. John assured him full freedom. John spent a full 10 billion to bring Lucifer with all his powers from comics. Being the son of God and everything related to him. You think I am that easy to destroy? Mephisto said as he proceeded to punch Lucifer on his face. He felt insulted. Lucifer wasn't supposed to come to his dimension. That was the deal between the heavens and hell. Lucifer, who saw the most usual punch, sidestepped and hit him right in the abdomen. Mephisto was thrown to the side. Dracula, who was seeing all this unfold, didn't expect that Lucifer would arrive to help him. Since he had taken a side from before, he couldn't go back. He turned into a bat and flew to Lucifer's side to take a bite at him. Only to be stopped by Wanda. Since John had said Thawne was powered by chaos magic, she made it a point to destroy anything related to Thawne. She didn't want her name to be tainted by an evil demon. She used her magical powers to use telekinesis on the bat and threw him away. In the meantime, all the demons had started their war against John and others. And even many vampires joined in this assault. John changed his tactic here. He stopped using his Phoenix Force but started using his Gate of Babylon. His noble phantasm was perfect for this kind of situation, as he opened thousands and thousands of gates to launch projectiles at the enemies. Spears, knives, swords and all melee weapons known to men were thrown at the enemies. It acted as a bomb the moment it touched any enemy. John and his whole team was surrounded by the gate and it just launched projectiles non-stop. It was one hell of a spectacle, as none of the enemies were able to come close to their team and surrounding them were loud explosion noises. The demons who saw this constant killing by these weird weapons stopped right on their tracks. They looked scared. Though they are composed of millions and millions, constant killings will dwindle their number down. The demons, seeing no way in, decided to start an air assault. John felt insulted seeing this and changed the directions of his weapons towards the air. All the flying demons which had wings on their back were shot down by fast projectiles. Only this time the weapons came down as an arc and killed more of the enemies which were far. John this time didn't use his weapons as an explosion but just for impaling purposes, as he wanted to punish these demons for using such an insulting tactic, and thus the scenes looked more grotesque and gory as red blood was splattered all over the battlefield. Even without the Phoenix Force you are scary. Strange said as he used Earth Element's magic to kill the surroundings that were trying to sneak in, as John was concentrating on flying demons. Quit joking around. There are millions of them. We are seriously outmatched. Even if we use all our force and John uses all his weapons, few will still sneak in. Keep on the lookout. Yen yelled as she conjured lightning using magic and blasted away the demons. The demons realized that using such diversionary tactics stopped assaulting from all sides and let demons with strong skin take the front and stop the weapons that was constantly assaulting them. John, who saw that these demons finally started using some brains, knew that he had to become serious. As John maintained the constant barrage of projectiles and explosions, some smaller demons were able to sneak in as the stone-skinned demons stopped the spears. Though they died at the end by John's weapons, they were able to slow down John's killing spree. The stone-skinned looked vicious as they had gray-colored stone skin and walked on all fours. Their large body structures allowed smaller demons to be under them, thus sheltering them. We have a problem now. Mordo said as he saw more demons were able to sneak in. Through the team was able to stop sneaky ones, but they realized that their numbers were increasing. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 466, Yo. I heard there are vengeful souls here. John started using more weapons and even took a sword in his own hand. The Dane's Leaf. The Cursed Sword. A sword when drawn requires to draw blood before it is being put down. Even though this curse wouldn't actually affect him. After getting all the powers of Gilgamesh, the knowledge of sword fighting was one of them. He never used it until now because he never had the chance or the situation to show off his skills, until now. As small demons started approaching them, he wielded it as he cut down who came closer, all at the same time launching his weapons as projectiles. Interestingly, the phoenix itself came out of his body to help him in this fight. What happened? Got bored? John asked her. Even though he was the host of Phoenix, she hardly talked with him. It was as if she was always sleeping. Never like the people associated with the elder gods of old times. They should have died during the purge of Nemesis. It's a pity. Now we have the chance again to bring someone of their ranks down. I will not let this chance go, she said in a sweet tone as she flew around burning the demons with her fire. Even if the demons were inherently resistant to fire, her fire was more than enough to kill them. You seem like you are confident that we will win, John said as he cut the throat of one demon with his sword. After all this time, I have understood one weird fetish of yours. You keep your cards hidden and don't bring them out until absolutely necessary. Be it your weird plans or powers. Phoenix spoke in a low tone so that nobody could hear in all the killings and beheading done by their team. Oh. He. John said as he admitted involuntarily. He really did have the habit of keeping his cards hidden. And bring them out when it is absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, there was a huge battle between Mephisto and Lucifer. Lucifer finally got serious and changed himself to the classic devil form. With red skin and wings. And Mephisto too proceeded to use all his powers. Even if Mephisto was the ruler of the dimension, Lucifer was a god in his own ranks. So the battle was legendary to say the least. In order not to affect the team who was fighting the demons, Lucifer managed to lure away Mephisto and fight far away. And Mephisto himself didn't want to be the reason for killing his subordinates. But he was frustrated as he continued to fight him. He wasn't on the losing side, but he wasn't on the winning side either. No matter how he tried, he couldn't overwhelm or even give a satisfying punch to Lucifer. He got hurt and he was able to heal himself, but Lucifer didn't even get a bruise. This annoyed him. Lucifer. You have violated the deal. You will be punished by all the other angels. Mephisto said as he wanted to stop the useless fight. You don't seem to understand. I don't belong here. I have been invited and I am not bound by any rules. And nobody has any power here over me. So you, my friend, what the common little runts say, what was that word? Ah yes. You are truly F*****ked. Lucifer as he used his wings to swipe at Mephisto. He didn't understand what Lucifer meant by that. All he understood that deal didn't apply to him. You think I am helpless? You are gravely mistaken. This is my place and you are just uninvited guests. Mephisto said as he waved his hands and did some magic. And when he completed it, huge monsters started emerging from the ground. There were multiple such monsters and they appeared all over the battlefield, crushing everything around as they emerged. Made of earth itself, and their heads were on fire with huge horns. They looked menacing with their curved fangs and huge stature. They looked like the stone-skinned demons but on the scale of skyscrapers. F****k. Geralt said. This is too much, even for us. Mordo said as he conjured more rings in his hand while using the other to bring out his staff. John, who looked at it, sighed. He thought Constantine, Ciri, Wanda, Strange and himself would be able to hold them off for a much longer time. But it seemed like they couldn't. They needed help here with so many huge demons. All the team members gathered in a small circle to face the demons that were approaching. All had a grave face. Except for John, all feared that this mission was unsuccessful and they would have to return back. Until a shout came from behind high up in the air. Getsuga Tenchu. And then a huge beam of white light passed by from over their head. It hit the body of the first huge demon who was approaching. The beam passed by the body and went on a few kilometers behind, killing everything in its wake, including a huge demon that had emerged a few seconds before. Yo. We heard there are vengeful souls trapped here. Chapter 467, The Plan. When all looked up, they saw many people levitating high up. They wore a black and white kimono with sandals on their feet. And swords on some of their hands, while some had swords on their backs. For those who have watched John's works, they knew who these people were. They were the famous death gods. The Shinigamis. Yes, the Bleach series was what John had just summoned. He just spent an entire 50 billion fan value. Almost all that he had to summon this entire world. From the very beginning he wanted to control this dimension. And the most efficient way to control the dimension was by using a huge force, and an overpowered one at that. And Bleach was the perfect series for that. And in addition he bought one of John's favorite characters. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. John really loved his character. John in his series didn't show beyond the arc of Aizen, and thus Yamamoto was still alive as opposed to being killed during the 1000-year Blood War arc. Sorry for the spoilers. This had both pros and cons. Pro was that he didn't need to spend fan values for Yamamoto. But the biggest con was Yawatch. If John needed to bring him and his full family, he needed to spend more on fan values, which would probably be in the tens of billions. And John liked to keep it that way. He had Hueco Mundo, which he could easily attach anywhere he liked and have fun with it. But Yawatch and his whole team would be the personal army of the Avengers. During the war against Black Winter they had very less personnel in total, and John had decided long ago that he would change it. And since Siriidii would be in a totally different dimension after they defeat Mephisto, it didn't matter where the Quincy's lived. So John could use them always, and after accumulating more fan values he would bring them here. Since Null would awaken God knows when, he needed to have some contingencies. And who was better to face against Null than the Almighty? Though he could face Null alone too, Null had a huge army that could bring down universes to its knees, so he needed more people in this regard. The more the better. The people who were levitating on the top were the 12 division captains and Yamamoto, before the last arc. And of course the protagonist of the story. Kurosaki Ichigo. All the demons stopped on the tracks after that hit of Ichigo. They couldn't make head or tail of how new people had appeared again. Mephisto had total control of this dimension, so how could he allow new people to arrive, and powerful one at that? All the demons could feel a pressure emitting from each one of them, and it made them feel suffocated and danger. It was like the soul was being crushed by something. Mephisto too was taken aback by the sudden emergence of new people. He too could feel that these people weren't simple, especially the old man who was holding a cane. He felt like this man was more of a monster than he was. And the main thing that scared him a lot was that these people weren't exactly alive. It felt like they were dead, but he also felt the breath of living. It was a contradictory feeling which he felt hard to describe. Lucifer, who saw Mephisto was distracted by the people, threw a kick at his face with full force. This kick threw him away a few hundreds of kilometers. So this will be our new home. Not bad. Homecoming starts with bloodshed. I like it, came the rough voice of Zaraki Kenpachi. His spiky hair and his eye patch. John made sure that these people had their new powers which they got during the Blood War. Like Ichigo's new shurikai. Kenpachi's huge new shurikai, which looked less like a sword, more like a butcher knife made to kill huge demons. Can you all come down and help? Instead of being all high and almighty. John shouted. Sorry. Our apologies. We came a little late. Kayaraka said in a very feminine tone as all appeared near them in a flash. Everybody had come down except for Yamamoto, who was still in the air and was looking in the direction of Mephisto. So these were your help? I thought there would be more. Constantine said. He could recognize each and every one of them. Thanks to John's works he knew them, but still felt they lacked people in fighting against these many demons. Who said we are the only ones? Anohana said in her classic scary look. This scared the shit out of all the people present. Including Strange, who was lost in his own world when he got to see the new people. Chapter 468, More People. And then they appeared. The whole team of all the members that belonged to all the divisions of Godii 13, which was around 3,000 people. Now this was a lineup. Even though it wasn't millions, at least the allies were in thousands. Did you bring the whole lot? Mordo couldn't help but ask involuntarily. I. Yukitake replied with his shy but female-killing smile. Along with the Godii 13 there were Ishin, Ichigo's father, and even Urahara Kasuke. I am Stephen Strange. I would have said welcome to Earth, but sadly this isn't Earth. Strange said as he offered his hand for a handshake, which Kayaraku accepted gladly. I am Kayaraku. Captain of the 8th Division. This is Lisa, my beautiful vice-captain. Kayaraku said, but instantly he was hit on the head by Lisa. There is war going on right now and you all are busy introducing yourselves. As she said that Kenpachi was the first person to dive himself in the swimming pool. The swimming pool which didn't have water but rather demons. He didn't care to wait and do formal introductions with the people. He was summoned to kill, and these demons would satiate his hunger for bloodthirst. All the other people couldn't even react when Kenpachi entered the battlefield. The demons had stopped attacking for some time because of the Ryatsu pressure that came out from the bodies of captains and other members of the Godii 13. But this wasn't a permanent solution, as the demons would get accustomed to the pressure and counterattack. And Kenpachi didn't want to wait for his fellow members to take kills away from him. Oi Kenpachi. Matt. Oi. Ichigo shouted as he entered the battlefield with his two swords. One big and one small. Sorry, another spoiler from the 1000-year Blood War arc. TCH, these savages. Said Byakuya as he took out his sword and slowly started walking towards the battlefield. And similarly all started entering the battlefield. What a dysfunctional team. How does Siriidii even function with all these simple-minded people? Yen commented as she saw all the people entering the battlefield one by one with no proper coordination. They looked like a bunch of savages who had never seen war before. They can do that because they have the power to back them up. Now we should enter the fun while the Ryatsa pressure still works and kill a bunch more demons easily. Later it might get nasty. Geralt said as he too jumped into the battlefield. Meanwhile Stephen looked at John with strange eyes. You held this secret from us. You wanted to come to Hell so that you could bring Siriitii here and place them. Since Hell worked on dead people, it was easier for you to open the dimensional barrier from Siriitii to here. Didn't you? You wanted to butt heads with Mephisto just so because you wanted to replace him. Strange said. John was surprised by his words. Not because Strange accused him of hiding, but because he just made a false story in his head of him using Mephisto's dimension as a springboard to open a route to another dimension. Strange, you are too sharp for your own good. John said in a serious tone, but inside he was laughing. This was probably what is called overthinking can kill people. And Strange was definitely suffering from overthinking disease. You could have at least told us that this was your plan from the beginning. Stephen accused John in a low tone. Sorry. I thought nobody would be on board with this decision of mine. John said sheepishly. No wonder Phoenix said you all always have your cards hidden. I don't know if I should be terrified of you or happy that you are such a reliable teammate. Stephen said as he for the first time changed himself to the Asgardian attire and landed in the midst of the battlefield. John, who saw this, mumbled. I am the greatest ally of you all because you are all heroes in my books. But I can be the greatest enemy there ever was if something goes against the people that I love and cherish. Don't worry, Strange, I will always protect Earth. John mumbled very softly so that none could hear. By then everybody had entered the battlefield and had started fighting, with only John leaving behind. It was his turn now. And after much thought he finally chose an alien to fight these demons. These demons fed on fire, so he chose an alien that uses cold as its weapon. Big Chill. And as he activated his Omnitrix he used his Phoenix Force too, but then he saw something he never expected. The Phoenix form of his wasn't hot fire anymore but instead cold blue fire. Normally, when he activates his Phoenix Force it was always hot orange colored fire. But for the first time he saw the blue cold fire that covered his alien body of Necrophrygian. Chapter 469, All Things in the Universe, Turn to Ashes. Phoenix. You can do that? John asked in a surprising tone because he never expected that his fire could turn ice cold. This was a totally new discovery for him. Of course. My fire isn't all about burning things. My fire will always depend on the host. You never tried with your different aliens. Phoenix said with a prideful tone. When the last time she saw Big Chill she was excited to try her power with this new alien. But then he gave birth. She seeing him being pregnant and giving birth made her forget everything. She loved his babies and she got busy playing with them. And later she forgot about the cold fire case. But here she could finally show her other side. We should communicate more. Do you have other forms of fire? John asked. Yes. I do, she replied while sitting on his shoulder and seemingly cleaning her feathers. Fine, we can see about it later. Now let's get busy and freeze some asses. John said as he flew into the battlefield while turning himself to transparent mode. This allowed him to go through the bodies of the demons, freezing them and the surroundings. While killing demons from the inside he made sure he killed from the outside too by using his breath and his cold fire spreading them in all sides. So wherever John it turned into one freezing zone which nobody could move. The bodies of the enemies would freeze, dying in a matter of seconds. If any vibrations occurred later after the freeze, then their bodies would just crumble. And this same thing happened on the other side of the battlefield with Hitsugaya Toshiro. His Zanpakuto sword was of ice properties and thus his powers had the same impact on the demons as John's. Albeit John's was more brutal as Toshiro hadn't opened his Bankai as of yet. Actually none of the captains opened their Bankai. All wanted to show off to the other captains and their subordinates, so all were busy using their Shurkai form. And even with their first forms all of the captains were easily killing the demons. And even the big earth demons that had emerged. Zaraki and Ichigo specifically sought after them since they both had a bet of who would kill more. And then there were the subordinates of all of Gotei 13. And even though they weren't as powerful as the vice-captains and other higher officers, they still were able to hold their ground with no deaths. The whole battlefield was more like a slaughter and less of a battle. Mephisto, who kept an eye on the battlefield, was fuming inside. He couldn't leave Lucifer, and even though he was hurt he was starting to show signs of exhaustion. Not only were his subordinates being slaughtered but he couldn't go and kill the ants. And even if he went behind the back of Lucifer, there was this old man who always gave him a bad vibe. But he could notice that the millions of demons which he had, their numbers were dwindling fast. Finally, after exchanging quite a number of blows, Mephisto was able to free himself from the clutches of Lucifer as he successfully kicked him away to a mountain range nearby. After doing this he flew to the battlefield to kill the ants who had been hurting his precious souls that he had been accumulating in millions of years were being killed left and right. As he flew away to the battlefield there was a sharp sword wave that flew towards him. Mephisto had to turn and block it because even at a distance he could feel the sheer heat emitting from the sword wave. And if he didn't block it, then he would be hurt for sure. Old man, you should have stayed in the coffin instead of dipping your hands in the later generation. Mephisto said as he flew towards the old man. Why does it seem like you need to be taught some manners? You are older than me, but it seems you never had a teacher. Yamamoto said as he finally transformed his cane into a sword. He couldn't fight against Mephisto with his body alone. He needed his Zanpakuto for this. All things in the universe turned to ashes. Said as he released the Shurkai form of his Ryujin Jaka. And then a huge Ryatsu pressure engulfed the entire battlefield. Even Mephisto, who was flying towards Yamamoto to put him in his place, stopped in his tracks. The pressure himself made him suffocate. Oi. Oi. The old man is getting serious. Zaraki said as he cut demons left and right. This is going to be over soon. Rukia said as she sat on the shoulders of Ichigo while he was killing demons. If you want it to be over soon, then help me instead of being a burden. You are not helping me in my bet. What do you know, idiot? It is a practice for you. Rukia explained herself while being lazy. Chapter 470, Darkhold. Even John, who was having fun, turned his head to look at Yamamoto. He really is a monster. Who is this old man? I feel like his body will be a better host for me than you. The heat his body produces is something even you can't do. Phoenix said as she got interested in Yamamoto. Then you haven't seen his other form. You will fall in love. John said in a hushed tone. Does he have another form? Now I am interested. Tell me what his other form is like. Phoenix said. You will get to see it if this fight goes on. Mephisto won't go down easily. His dimension can't be so easily conquered. John replied. Then I am looking forward to it. Phoenix said with burning eyes she really liked Yamamoto. Mephisto, after getting stunned, felt embarrassed and insulted again by the pressure emitted by this old man. In order to get his respect back from the subordinates who had been watching him, he threw himself to the old man. As he took a swipe at Yamamoto, the sword which was burning all waved at Mephisto. His hand went right past the body of Yamamoto, but he didn't look happy as he felt he just hit empty air, and in the meantime there was a wide gash of sword across his chest, injuring him. The old man here can bust your posterior. Do you have any sense of respect? Lucifer said as he appeared in front of him and hit him right at his forehead, throwing him back in the same way Mephisto did to Lucifer a minute ago. Before Yamamoto used Shuinpa to evade the hit of Mephisto, and his Shuinpa was top level. Seeing that their commander had become serious, all the other captains and vice-captains too opened their Shurkai to end this battle and help him against Mephisto. John had directed all of them to become serious and end this farce. As this was going on, Wanda was able to kill Dracula. She used all her reality-altering powers on him and just obliterated his soul to nothingness. And while fighting him, she finally understood why John and others always spoke of chaos magic. Fighting Dracula wasn't easy as he had help. A help that John had involuntarily mentioned before. Agatha Harkness. With the Book of Darkhold. With that she really felt helpless as that book was powered by Thawne himself, and since he gave permission to use the book, and thus besieged on two sides until help came. In the form of a former captain and the current captain of 12th Division. Kuratsuchi, Mayuri and Urahara. And they came to help because they were interested in Darkhold and of course the body of a vampire. Mayuri had found a subject to experiment upon, i.e., Dracula, so of course he wouldn't let this opportunity go away. And Urahara was interested in the book. Urahara was easily able to cut down Agatha in two after opening the Shurkai, and Mayuri didn't even have to open Shurkai for killing Dracula. His weird experiment in using the body of his vice-captain Nemu. He tricked Dracula into killing Nemu and thinking he was able to lower the morale of Mayuri, only to be stabbed with Mayuri's sword which was covered in poison, essentially killing him, while Wanda made sure that even his soul wasn't able to escape. Later, of course, it was found that Nemu was perfectly alright. Wanda, who saw this, shook her head. She knew this weird thing from the captain of 12th Division Southwest. She didn't speak a word, but in her heart she hated a person like Mayuri. Thank you, Wanda said to Urahara. Mayuri didn't care about the woman's thanklessness. No thank you. We will be able to get more knowledge out of this book, Urahara said as he took the Darkhold. Wanda didn't mind giving away the book. Though she could feel there was a connection between her and this book, she didn't want to pry. There was a supposed evil being behind this, and Wanda didn't want to associate herself with this being. And as Yamamoto formed a tag team with Lucifer, Mephisto was in a huge disadvantage. His demons and he was battered left and right. After all the people opened their Shurkai, it was a one-sided slaughter. Before, some of the normal officers were getting a bit injured, but after they used their Shurkai it was a walk in the park. Zaraki had a bad mood though, because all the other people were taking his kills away. Oi. Byakuya, get away from my territory, Zaraki said as he saw Byakuya getting close to his kills. Did you write your name here that it's your territory? Byakuya retorted. Wherever I stand is my territory. Zaraki said. Let's see if you say the same thing when Gotei 13 is established here. I want to see how much space your division occupies. Byakuya replied. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 471, The Second Form. And as the fight continued in the air between Yamamoto and Mephisto with Lucifer, the Gotei 13, Midnight Sons and Daughters ran havoc on the battlefield. With every captain one side of the battlefield killing uncontrollably. And after 10 minutes of killing, the numbers were only in a few hundreds now. They had been highly efficient and effective. All of the battlefield now looked as if it was struck by disaster. Some places there were huge gashes on the surface, while others looked like it was frozen thousands of years ago. Such scenes were all over the battlefield. You think you have won? This is my dimension and I am the god here. Mephisto said as he saw that almost all his subordinates, vampires and Dracula were dead. He transformed himself into a huge figure that was a few hundred meters in height. Now he looked more menacing and scary. With huge horns like antlers and red eyes. He looked more ugly than Trigon ever was. The Gotei 13 and the Midnight Sons didn't expect that he would become this large. As he became huge, all the remaining demons which had been putting up the last struggle just died away in their positions, as Mephisto sucked all the remaining souls to make himself more powerful. Since the people who came here were very powerful and had a strong soul, he couldn't do that. Though he had powers over the dimension, he didn't have too much power on souls. It was for this reason, he always tried to bind souls in contracts like he does with Ghost Rider. So this is his final form. Wanda said, looking at Mephisto, who had become so tall now. I guess so. Hope he doesn't pull a Frieza on us. John said with a laugh as they all looked at the huge humanoid monster who was growling. Old man, do you have any juice left? This fight will become ugly now. Lucifer said to Yamamoto. Yamamoto on the other hand just looked at the Gotei 13 squad and said. Captains, you can lift the limiter. And you are allowed to use the higher form. Huh. Damn. I was waiting for this instruction. If I go out of control, bring me in one piece. Don't want to have body parts missing. Kenpachi said at the end in a grave tone. The old man is getting serious. I hope it ends fast, or else our future home will suffer. The Midnight Sons and Daughters' faces had a shine because they were going to see the second form, or as they called it, Bankai. All the captains used Shuinpa and stood in the air behind Yamamoto. Including Urahara, Yoruichi, Isshin and Ichigo. Except for Yukatake, all were behind him. His body wasn't suitable for a huge fight such as this and thus he was abstained. Yukatake never showed his Bankai. Sorry about that. Let's get this party started. Kayaraka said, and then all the captains together shouted, including Yamamoto. Bankai. And all their swords changed in a matter of seconds. Byakuya let go of his sword, Rukia's whole clothing changed as she looked like a princess with white clothing all over, Zaraki Kenpachi's sword changed, so did his body. He looked more like a demon now with his weird-shaped huge sword. Toshiro's half of the body was covered in ice. Kayaraka didn't activate his Bankai as it cuts both ways, and if he inflicted a damage on the enemy he would be hurt too. The situation right now didn't call for that. Unohana too opened her Bankai and a vicious red liquid poured out from her blade. And wherever the liquid flowed it destroyed the surroundings. By that time other captains too opened their Bankai. Most of the Midnight Sons and Daughters were surprised by the Bankai of Rukia, Unohana, and Kenpachi. They had never done that before. This was the first time. Ichigo's Shurikai was already something the people hadn't seen before with two blades, and now his Bankai was attaching the two blades together. His whole body and his dress was a contrast of equal black and white like his Bankai, which had two colors. Tensa Zangetsu. And they were surprised to say the least. Especially Unohana's. She belonged to the healing division but her Bankai was of destruction. But the highlight was the Bankai of Yamamoto. As he opened his Bankai, the whole surrounding temperature rose by various degrees, sucking out the moisture that was in the air. His Bankai was so powerful that all had to move away from him. This is his Bankai. Damn. He doesn't need a sword to swing. Just releasing his Bankai is enough to kill even the superpowered humans. Mordo said as he got excited. He was a huge fan of Bleach and their maintenance of world order, thus he followed it very strictly. My friend, you haven't even seen the whole picture. John said. I am explaining this because many of you might not have followed the 1000-year Blood War arc and their new Bankais. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 472, East, West, North and South. Longsword of the Remnant Flame, East. Yamamoto shouted as he used Shuinpa to attack the body of Mephisto. Like all others, he too felt the heat of this old man, and his instincts told him that if he didn't dodge it would create a huge problem for him. And thus he ducked using his full speed, but the sword tip still touched his hand. And what the Mephisto feared happened. He watched in horror as his hand got obliterated to nothingness. His whole fucking hand was gone. Fuck. What the hell was that? Gerald asked. His Bankai has 4 forms. This is his first form. East. This ability concentrates the intense flames of the sword along the tip of the blade. It neither burns nor erupts, but anything it touches is eradicated to nothingness. John explained to everyone what this Bankai was from far away. John, I have just found my new love. I am off. Phoenix said in a sweet tone as she flew off to the side of Yamamoto to be his host. John was surprised that Phoenix actually left to be the host of Yamamoto, though he knew that it was temporary. She was just teasing him, and honestly he didn't care. Because at the end Yamamoto was his summon, and in a very weird way he was still the main host of Phoenix Force. Dane placed his hand on John's shoulders and said, I am sorry for your loss. She left temporarily and she will be back. John replied. Meanwhile, while Mephisto lost his hand, he couldn't grow it back. No matter how he tried. The East form literally blasted his hand into nothingness, never to grow again. Mephisto screamed in pain, but seeing it as an opening, Rukia attacked. And this time at his feet. Rukia's Bankai was special. Her Bankai could reach absolute zero temperature, which could be said to be the reverse side of Yamamoto's Bankai, but she could only maintain it for a few seconds. So seeing the opening, she attacked at his feet, freezing his foot. She was still not so adept with Bankai, so the range was not so large as the commander's, but still the absolute zero did its job, breaking away the foot of Mephisto. You little ants. Mephisto shouted as he vomited acidic fire on the Goaty I-13 and others. And this was where Phoenix came into play, as she covered all of them by her fire, protecting everyone from any harm. Old man, let me help you, she said as she flew inside his body. Yamamoto's body jerked for a second before calming down. If the temperature was bearable now, all had to leave for at least 1 kilometer away to even stand. His body gave so much heat that even Lucifer couldn't help but say, this heat is more than the depth of hell I came from. John and the other Midnight Sons and Daughters too backed off with the other captains. John, what did you give our teacher? Yucatec asked as they were curious what was this fire bird that entered the commander and made him more dangerous. That is Phoenix Force. I am her host, and she holds the life force of the multiverse, which is unlimited. And yes, she is one of the local gods here. John explained to them shortly about the origin of the fire bird. Everybody looked calm except for Zaraki, who jumped onto Mephisto. His Bankai made him uncontrollable and had immense hunger for bloodthirst. He had more physical strength, and even though his body burnt due to the heat of his commander, he didn't seem to care. He just wanted Mephisto to bleed. And blood he spilled, as he made more gashes on the feet of Mephisto as he got distracted by the immense heat of Yamamoto. This idiot. Shinji shouted. Let me bring him back. You all should relax now, I think. Yamamoto alone will be able to handle him. John said as he turned himself into an alien. Ben's favorite alien. Feedback. The alien that can absorb any kind of energy attacks and reflect it back with the same if not more intensity. This allowed the alien to be invulnerable in almost all kinds of energy attacks. And since there was only heat in the battlefield, this was the most powerful weapon here. Saying that, he went straight to bring back Zaraki. His Bankai made him lose sanity and he was turning more into a demon, and thus he needed to be brought back before he did more harm to himself rather than Mephisto. Actually, all had been calculated wrong. Everyone thought Yamamoto wouldn't be able to handle Mephisto by himself, including the commander himself. But with the addition of the Phoenix Force on his body, Yamamoto felt pretty sure he alone was enough for the lord of this dimension. Thus he indicated all to leave as his fire was getting hotter than it ever was. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 473, East, West, North and South, 2. John used the heat emitting to absorb inside his body and forcefully took away Kenpachi while using a heat blast on him, which he absorbed while reaching his place. Kenpachi was already very much injured, so that hit made him unconscious. John then took him in his arms and brought back to the team. Anohana had already released her Bankai so that she could treat Zaraki. After all, Anohana was the first Kenpachi. Long before Zaraki was one. After Zaraki was brought back, his Bankai was released and thus he was being treated by Anohana. As John was being a small rat, Yamamoto was being the elephant as he used another form of his Bankai. Long Sword of the Remnant Flame, South. And in an instant, skeletons started emerging. Impaling the tip of his sword into the ground, Yamamoto called upon the corpses and ashes of the dead who were killed by his flames to come forth and fight on his behalf. It looked terrifying as thousands of dead people started to come. Mephisto was already in pain as he was lying on the ground. And the corpses started to climb his body while giving gashes on his body. Mephisto really looked miserable now. The heat and the constant barrage of Zaraki and now the skeletons had started to overwhelm him. Honestly, I feel bad for Mephisto. All he has been receiving is pain. Ciri said. He deserved it the moment he thought of touching my daughter. Geralt said without a shred of sympathy. Longsword of the Remnant Flame, West. If the temperature before had been unbearable, now it was fatal. This Bankai form allowed Yamamoto to take his body temperature to 30 million degrees Celsius. Actually it should have been 15 million degrees, but the addition of Phoenix Force allowed him to reach a high temperature. And for the first time he didn't use his sword to assault Mephisto. He used his own hands to punch him. Mephisto after much struggle was finally able to get up only to be punched and kicked in his face by two hands which had a temperature of 30 million degrees. Each punch and kick melted his skin and even the bones that it touched. Why does every old man in your animes are so powerful, John? Blade couldn't help but ask. John shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't know why, but all major plots in anime had overpowered old men and Yamamoto was one of them. But Mephisto was not someone to take a beating without retaliating. He finally managed to get up and block the attacks of Yamamoto, though he was still getting hurt. Before it was his face, now it was hands and abdomen. It looked gruesome, but at the end Mephisto was finally able to get away from Yamamoto by flying away with his almost severed wings. Yamamoto didn't chase him. He just brought his sword which he had sheathed before. Longsword of the Remnant Flame, North. As Mephisto was flying away, Yamamoto used his last form of Bankai, which was a slash of concentrated fire and heat which incinerates whatever it touches out of existence. This attack was again powered by the Phoenix Force. And the slash looked more like a flying bird as it hit Mephisto in his back. Mephisto, who was close to deathbed, couldn't hold the attack back anymore. In this attack Yamamoto used almost all his power and thus it just incinerated him. And slowly the whole body of Mephisto just burnt away. And adding insult to the injury, all the other captains used their most powerful attacks of their Bankai at Mephisto. And the Midnight Sons and Daughters helped in this. They wanted to make sure this time Mephisto dies for sure after a long struggle. All the attacks proved too much for him and finally his whole body either melted, burnt or chopped away in pieces at the end. Red viscous blood spilled everywhere and the whole dimension felt like it had dimmed a lot after his death. Phew, finally he is dead. Dane said as he sighed. This was his first serious fight and it turned out to be the Lord of Hell himself. Though he couldn't contribute much, at least he participated. He shouldn't be dead. John said, spoiling everyone's mood in an instant. What? We just separated his body from limbs to limbs. He is more than dead. Dead his body might be, alive his soul is. John said as he activated his Yoda mode. Fuck. All screamed in unison. Ha ha ha. You are right, you ants. You are in hell. No matter what, you can't kill me. Only destruction of the whole dimension would kill me. You can never kill me. Mephisto's voice echoed everywhere. Though he had lost his body, he could still speak. Oh. Famous last words, came a loud voice from high up in the air. When all looked up they saw 5 people with the same outfit as the captains but looked more grand and exquisite. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 474, The King. Huh. What the actual fuck? Who are these people? Chi. They are here too. Show off. Coming at the end. Assholes. Wait, you know these people? Mark could not help but ask the captains, who had different reactions from them. None of the Midnight Sons and Daughters knew of these new people, except for John. Yes. They are the assholes of our Ciri. Mayuri said. You mean a bigger asshole than you? Wanda asked. Yes, came the reply, but not from Mayuri but from Urahara. They are the 0th squad of Ciri. The Royal Guards of the Soul King. John replied this time because these captains were never going to acknowledge that the Royal Guards were better than them. Their egos were too high up for them to accept. Royal Guards. That's new. Never heard of them. You knew about them? Strange couldn't help but ask John, to which he nodded. Then why didn't they show up for Aizen? Mordo asked as he was confused. These Royal Guards looked like they were more powerful than the captains. No offense. They are the Royal Guards and only for the protection of the Soul King. They are not supposed to attack. Only when the Soul King's interest is affected would the Royal Guards act. John explained their origin in the simplest ways possible. You are late. Yamamoto said in his same old tone. All of these Royal Guards were under him once. We saw that you are able to handle him perfectly. Don't want to take away your thunder lest your precious captains accuse us of taking all the credit. Ichibe, leader of the 0th division, said. As everybody was confused, the other 4 officers of the 0th division brought out the sealed Soul King. Yes, Soul King. The being that was responsible for the maintenance of Soul Society, Human World and Hueco Mundo in the manga. That was the plan of John. He wanted to use the power of Soul King to assimilate the broken soul of Mephisto and seal him inside the same seal as Soul King forever and replace Soul King as the controller of the dimension. John never understood how the Soul King worked, but the powers of him were undeniable. Since there was no Yawatch here, he could easily command the Soul King to take over the soul of Mephisto. The other people who looked at the sealed person who didn't have arms or legs were confused, because like the 0th squad they had no idea who this sealed being was. Senjumaru, the 4th officer of the 0th squad, used her robotic hands to open the seal of Soul King. Though it wouldn't be opened fully, a little bit would be fine to assimilate the broken soul of Mephisto. The moment a crack came at the seal, an invisible Ryatsu pressure enveloped the entire hell. Mephisto was angry about the emergence of the new people, and he was thinking of making some demons and sending them to hunt these people. He had lost his body and he needed time and souls to make his body again. He was in his own world and making plans to counterattack, but that Ryatsu pressure that came from the Soul King woke up from his daydreams. And then the pain came. The pain of getting his soul sucked away by something. No. No. What is this? Who is this? What is happening? Mephisto screamed. His screams of pain were audible in all of hell. So it is working. Ichibe smiled when he said that. All of Soul Society and John were baking on this from the start. His soul. And souls were the best thing that the Soul Society had the greatest proficiency in, or else the whole name of Soul Society would be just a blot. John knew that killing his body wouldn't do shit to Mephisto. Only his soul was what he was after. No. Please stop. I will do anything for you, whoever you are. I will be your servant. But please stop. Mephisto, as he noticed his soul was getting totally sucked away now in full speed inside a seal. That's a tempting offer. Don't you think? An ancient elder god begging to be a servant. John said. Yeah. Even I am tempted. The knowledge he might possess would be unimaginable. Strange said. If only he was a little honest all his life, maybe we would have considered it. Mordo said as the screams and wailing stopped after a few seconds. And the moment the screaming stopped, the whole red-colored skies and land changed. The red-colored hue that was all over the place by a distinct white-colored surrounding. Even that land looked a light shade of white under the white skies. That was fast. I thought he would struggle more. Mordo said. John meanwhile was checking his system if there was anything wrong with Soul King. If Soul King had a problem, then he would have no other ways to handle Mephisto, other than destroying the whole dimension itself, but it might create imbalance on Earth. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 475, A Dimension Conquered. Then Senjumaru and Otsu, 0th Division, 3rd Officer, sealed Soul King again completely. John actually had to spend 6 billion, the last of his fan values, to bring out the 0th squad, as he had never shown them in the anime, as their anime was never released. It will release this year around October. For this reason he had to spend more fan values, like he would have to spend for Yawatch and others. And with that spending spree he was officially bankrupt. Everybody sighed in relief when the whole scenery changed. It meant that Mephisto was gone and John's system too notified that everything was in order. Phew. We came out victorious at the end. Dane said as he sat on his place after sheathing his sword. Whenever he used his sword it would prove to be a burden, so he needed to use it carefully. This was a long fight. Triss said. And a fight where we almost did nothing. Mordo complained. Well, in cases like these we are weak. Strange said. Yamamoto finally came down and all of Siriitii bent their knees for him, as that was a ritual. Seeing this, everybody else bent their knees, even John himself. He deserved that kind of respect, especially after killing such an ancient being almost single-handedly. Though it was weird showing such kind of respect for his own summon, he never felt his ego or his respect would be hurt if he did that. Respect needed to be earned, not forcefully shoved down the throats of someone. Of course, Lucifer didn't bend the knee as he wasn't Jon Snow. Zaraki, where is your Haori? Those were the first words of Yamamoto after he came down. All the other people, including the Midnight Sons and Daughters, shuddered hearing the question of Yamamoto. They knew Zaraki was up for scolding. Poor Zaraki. He was half dead. And now mental harassment would be added to it. Head captain. He lost it in his Bankai form. Yachiru spoke up to protect her precious captain while sitting on the back of the same captain. Being a burden. Idiot. Why do you even use Bankai when you can't control it? Yamamoto spoke in a very loud tone of reprimanding, but the tone was so loud that all the other people present felt like they were being scolded. Even the 0th Division squad was silent and didn't interfere. They knew that they needed to keep their mouth shut in this. Head Captain, can we get to the Haori part after we settle our homes? Anohana said as she came forward to defend Zaraki. Phoenix Force, who was inside Yamamoto, flew out and entered Zaraki, healing him in an instant. Zaraki was surprised to see this but still didn't speak a word. More words would mean more scolding. Old man, you can continue with your scolding. These students need a proper education. Phoenix spoke for all to hear. John, hearing this, had a palm on his forehead. He never knew that Phoenix had such a naughty side of her as she never showed. You see. You disrespected the Soul Society in front of foreigners. After the establishment of Soul Society here, Zaraki will be responsible for all the cleaning. Yamamoto said. John meanwhile was eyeballing Phoenix because he thought she was being over-courageous here but didn't call her out. Phoenix actually went on to heal everyone. And even sat on the shoulders of Senjumaru. She was the previous captain of 4th Division, which was under Anohana now, so she represented the medical department of Soul Society, so Phoenix had a separate liking for her. Senjumaru too petted the head of Phoenix as she thought that the bird was cute but also knew that the bird was responsible for making Yamamoto young again. Phoenix had such a huge liking for Yamamoto that he made him younger. He didn't have white beard and eyebrows anymore. He looked young and his beard had turned black. Nobody questioned this as all attested this change to Phoenix. Even John was surprised that Phoenix voluntarily gave life force to Yamamoto. Finally, after all the formality was done for Yamamoto, he waved his hands to bring the Siri-IDI and place it on this dimension. Of course it was John who directed him to do this. Siri-IDI appeared out of nowhere and was placed in hell, changing the whole nature of the dimension altogether. The place, which didn't have any plantation, was now full of trees and even animals and birds. All were in awe by this sudden change, but all of Godii 13 were happy to see their old home in front of their eyes. So your home is here. John said as he needed to take the first step and finish the last portion of this whole drama. Yes. The deal which we did before still stands. Give us some time to settle. We will come to your place to finish the deal which we decided on before. Yamamoto said to John. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 476, The Prisoner. Phoenix, are you coming with us? John finally asked. Can I stay here for some time? I really like it here. Phoenix Force tweeted while sitting on the shoulders of Yamamoto. John raised his eyebrows when she said that. You can keep your god with us. She will be safe here. Yamamoto said as he too loved being with her. It's not her safety I am concerned about, it's about the storm she is going to raise with her presence in the Soul Society. I will be hated by the captains later. John shrugged his shoulders when he said that. Oi. From which angle am I a problem giver? For all I care, it's you who gives me problems. Phoenix protested. You can rest assured. The Soul Society will be open to her and she will have enough freedom. Yamamoto said. John nodded as he wore his helmet. He hardly used the helmet recently as he always used Phoenix Force. It was going back to basics for John. All right, we are off. We will be waiting on the ring. Phoenix, show them the way. John said. Phoenix nodded to that and then John vanished with his team of Midnight Sons and Daughters. They were back at the ring. And all looked exhausted. All of them wanted to know better about Siri-IDI and were curious about the deal, but they were more tired. Being a place which smelt like sulfur always in itself was torture. So right now they needed rest. And John too wanted a little sleep after all the killing and slaughter he did before. Though they were not exactly living people, they still had flesh and blood. Everybody went to rest and even the Moon Knight trio went to the guest rooms of the Hall of Justice headquarters to rest. GAIA guided them to their place of stay. When John returned to his home, he was greeted by his children who flew and hugged him. He was really grateful that he had so many children at his home to elevate his mood. He had a hard day and all he needed right now was love. He greeted each and every one of them, and by now some could even speak. Dad, why can't I smell the phoenix in you? Did she leave us? One child spoke in a very teary tone. No. Your sister just went for a vacation. She will be back soon. John assured his child while thinking. Damn it, Phoenix, you better come back fast. My children will kill me if they come to know you have found another good host. John, after assuring his children, went to the bath. He needed to cool himself off. That much drama and acting in a single day was too much for him. No wonder actors are paid so highly. After a proper bath and food, he went to sleep, and since it was night his children too joined him in his sleep. Later the whole week went as usual and John got busy with his children. And since he didn't have the Phoenix Force now, he gave his children food from his Phoenix form of Marco. Though it wasn't like their sister, it still worked. Meanwhile, Moon Knight and others applied for their exams of Avengers as they had decided to join the team. Wayne, who had been the main recruiter, carefully studied them and later allowed them to join the team. Their Avengers team was getting bigger day by day. And after a week, suddenly there was an alarm at the Hall of Justice. Who is bold enough to come to the Hall of Justice without invitation? Guilty spark. John shouted at the end and the images started to appear of who had come. And seeing the people, he wasn't surprised by their arrival. GAIA, have the Avengers been notified? John asked. Yes. They are on their way. Shall I teleport you there? GAIA asked. John said. Dad, take us with you. We want to see your workplace, said a child while sitting on his shoulder. Are you sure you want to go with me? John was skeptical. His world was dangerous, so he didn't want his children to be affected now. And moreover, if his father came to know that he took all of his children to the hall, he would probably sue him in court for child endangerment. Please, Dad, we have heard so much about you from the spirit. We want to go, the child insisted. Okay, fine, I will take you. But don't tell your grandpa or your mother. I don't want to be homeless. John said in a low tone. Promise, all the children called out unisonly. GAIA, teleport us away. John and then all of them were in the hall. The people who came to the hall were the Goatee 13 captains. They were here to complete the imaginary deal they had with John. Transfer of a dangerous criminal to the Avengers. Aizen Sosuke. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 477, Transfer. Yes, that was the imaginary deal that John had made with the Souls Society. Aizen would be transferred to the Avengers while Siriidii would get a place to live, which was the Hell Dimension. And now they were finally here to complete the deal which they had agreed upon. All of the captains, including the head captain, Ichigo, Sado, Yuryu, Orihime, Kazui Kurosaki, Ichigo and Orihime's child, and Ichigo's whole family arrived. When all the Avengers returned back to see what the fuss was about, they were dumbfounded. They thought that it was some enemy, but it turned out to be the big shots of Siriidii. And for the first time, John didn't inform the arrival of new people. You never said that they were coming. Tony accused John, who had just appeared with all his children. Some of us knew. Some didn't. John replied while shrugging his shoulders, while all his children were overwhelmed to see so many people appearing out of nowhere. Though his children knew of the Avengers and their feats, they hardly saw them. After their births, once or twice the members of the Avengers came to meet them, but they never came together. But here it was different. They flew around to look at every one of them, but in the end they were attracted to Yamamoto. They could smell the Phoenix in him, so they approached him. And Phoenix, who missed the children, came out to play. Did you just lose the Phoenix Force to this old man? Barry couldn't help but ask. Sadly yes, but I think I will get her back today. Let's go inside, shall we? John replied. All nodded their heads and went in. Kazui was also very much interested in playing with John's children, so he rather joined John's children. All took their seats at the Hall of Justice, while the captains took their guest seats. I know many of you are surprised by their arrival, but very recently we had a fight in hell. John proceeded to tell them the whole process and their involvement in a massive battle. This is unfair, you never spoke of this. Tony complained. This battle involved magic, so we didn't want to take any people who had no knowledge about it. His dimension was really scary, to be honest, when we got there. John replied. At least could have informed us from before. Clark said, as he too thought that what John and his so-called secret team did was dangerous. Well, maybe next time we will take you. For now let us complete the deal. John said to change the accusations and the topic. He knew that he too was up for some complaints later after the meeting of not taking the Avengers with them. We are here to transfer Aizen to your prison as we think he is too dangerous for us, Yamamoto said. Hearing this, almost all the Avengers gulped in their throats, as they knew Aizen was a whole new level for everyone here. Aizen was brought to the room and his whole body was wrapped in white and black bandages. With only one eye and mouth open and the rest of the body totally wrapped up. The same way he was shown in the Blood War arc when he was imprisoned. Oh. So this was a prison transfer. From one hypocritical place to another. Aizen said. Phoenix, who was now back at John's shoulders after playing around, squinted her eyes and looked at Aizen and said. A prisoner who has the audacity to try and hypnotize us. All the Avengers and the captains had a surprised face when she said that. They didn't expect that even after being imprisoned he would be able to hypnotize people, and could have even succeeded if it wasn't for the involvement of Phoenix and the world laws. An interesting bird. Aizen said, as his face too was covered up by Yamamoto. He was too dangerous to even let him speak. He will always be under your eyes, always. I hope you can make sure that he doesn't hurt anyone anymore. His presence in the Soul Society is itself a dangerous thing. Here the electronic beings of yours can look after him and thus be away from any kind of manipulation. He can manipulate the soul but not the beings which never had one to begin with. Ichigo said. He and Urahara were the first people to confine him, so they care about him more. Everybody nodded their heads while Clark said. So Suke Aizen. On the crimes of killing all the members of Central 46, Ichimaru Jin, and creating havoc in another universe, you will be imprisoned till death. Everybody in favor raised their hands. And unsurprisingly all rose their hands. They understood why Soul Society had fear of Aizen and wanted to get rid of him. Since he couldn't be killed, it was better to just throw him away. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 478, New Illuminati. Though Aizen couldn't speak, he could hear what was being called out. He twitched in his place for a second when the verdict was out but couldn't protest. He had to accept it. So it is settled. GAIA, take him with the help of Iron Legion to the prison Ikari's is in. No being with a soul will be allowed to approach his prison and it will be closed forever. Tony commanded. And simultaneously, a few humanoid robots came to take away Aizen in a wheelchair as his bandages didn't allow him to walk or stand and were later taken away. Everybody sighed in relief after he left. His presence in itself was a danger and all were on edge. Tony, I heard Pepper is pregnant. John suddenly said to diffuse the tension and anxiety in the room as he felt guilty. Man, why do you have to say such weird words to elevate the tension in the room? Tony complained. Because everybody was too serious about the prison transfer. So I thought maybe we all needed a different topic to talk about. John said. Fine. Yeah. She is pregnant. Happy. Tony grumbled. All laughed at it and congratulated him for this good news. He deserved all the happiness. Finally all introduced each other and had a good time together, with Tony hosting a small party on the occasion of being a father soon. All the captains too joined in this. As they were enjoying themselves, Tony finally suggested something which they never expected to John, Steve, Clark and Wayne. After coming back from their universe, I have been thinking a lot. After much contemplation, I think our Earth needs our own Illuminati. All stiffened when he mentioned that. Illuminati had a bad reputation here, as what happened in Earth 616 didn't sit well with anyone. Do you want to open Pandora's box? Clark asked. Come on Clark, you see us. We are growing day by day. Yesterday it was Mbaku, today it was the new trio. We need a proper connection with all sections of society. Arceus, the 5 Kages and now the head captain. We need proper communication in case of an emergency. As John had mentioned before, some things couldn't be handled by Avengers alone and needed proper governance. Tony insisted. I know what Earth 616 did was blasphemous, but the people who will sit on the throne will be elected democratically by the members of the Avengers, and their own respective world will choose their leaders. As a planet we have grown considerably and it's time we have a proper control of everything. What do you concur? Tony ended his speech with that statement. All became silent when Tony suggested that. Even in Earth 616, Illuminati was first proposed by Tony, and in this time too was the same. Though they would hate to admit it, Tony was right. Now was the peacetime, and they weren't sure of how long it would last. And when anything goes bad they needed people to make decisions. And making a new division on the Avengers would be perfect and better. John didn't really care. If Illuminati was being established it would still be in his control, as more than half of the people would be his, not that it mattered anyway. So he just left the decisions to Wayne and others. Wayne and others suggested that they would contemplate on this after this surprise party. Ichigo and his family, Urahara, Yoruchi, Sado, and Yuria meanwhile decided to stay at the ring after the suggestion of John. Since they belonged to the human world it was better that they stayed here. And like all others, Wayne invited them to join the Avengers. They didn't have people who were good with soul magic, and including the death gods would be best for them. Later, after the small party ended, all returned back to their place. It looked like Phoenix had a hard time leaving Yamamoto, as she really liked him, so John said. You can go to hell whenever you feel like it. I know. I really like him, but at the end you are the perfect host. And something tells me I need to stay with you to tide over whatever that is coming. Phoenix said, and this time in a more serious tone. What do you mean by that? More problems are going to come? John asked, as he couldn't understand what she meant by that. I don't know. After staying with the old men I got a precognition of destruction, and whatever is coming, it needs us to stay together. Phoenix said. Precognition? What did you see? John was interested now. A group of people sending a ball of light to our Earth. The ball of light starts a process which is unstoppable and everything turns nightmarish soon. Phoenix said. Ball of light. That's very vague. Whatever. We will see it when it arrives. We are powerful enough to handle everything. John replied as he didn't care. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 479, Humanity in Space. John returned home with his children. The children were happy to live with Phoenix again. Mostly because of food, but of course they missed her. The days went by as usual and soon it was the end of the year. Emma too returned from her work for a few days like she always did, but this time she was more happy because after arrival John had finally decided to marry her. It had been a long time coming and John too felt that it was time. And thus a wedding was held in a grand way on the ring. Only close people were invited in this wedding instead of being an extravagant one like Tony's was. By now the children of his could walk with their wings served as cloak like it did to John's version. Due to constant feeding of Phoenix, they grew up fast. John and Emma were both proud of their children as they were very intelligent, smart, and powerful. And all of them had a very healthy relationship with him and Emma. Thus just before Christmas, they kissed each other and finally got married. All the Avengers, Kages, some mythical Pokemons and even the captains came for this wedding. Though there were many close people here, some people did come from his workplace too. Like Kevin. He was surprised to see that the world of Naruto and even Bleach was also real. He got a glimpse of how big John's world was and realized that his life had gone way too far for anyone to catch him. It was very fortunate that he still worked in Disney and interacted with them. Emma meanwhile was very happy to marry the love of her life. She was totally in love with him and just hoped that they could grow old together. Though their life was treacherous now, at least they lived life to the fullest. After the wedding they went for a vacation. To Xander. Since she had never visited that planet she wanted to go and so John took her away to that place. Another important thing was happening to humanity which was related to the Nova Empire. Humanity had finally stepped its foot into space for the first time. LexCorp finally made a deal with Umbrella Corp and decided to send men to Nova Empire so that they could get first-hand experience of space. Of course they used the Kryptonian technology-fueled spaceship so their journey too was fast. As John was having a good honeymoon in Xander, government officials, big businessmen, and CEOs of big conglomerates came to visit this place. Including Tony Stark. John had once told him that all the people of the Avengers were registered in the directory of Nova Empire citizenship so he had full access here. With Morgan recently being born, he too decided to have a time off with Pepper. Constant cries and being a father for the first time proved too much hassle for him. He envied John who had perfect 18 children all very intelligent the moment they were born. Though he loved his daughter 3000, he still hoped that she would cry and shit less. So he felt really refreshed when he stepped on this new planet which was brimming with life. Seeing the city and the planet really gave him many ideas and decided to implement some of it in their own planet. Umbrella now had a huge hold on many things and thus it would be very easy for him to introduce new ideas to humanity. Meanwhile, the other humans who came to visit the planet were surprised by how clean the whole planet looked and the ease of operations. Though their own Earth had progressed fast because of repeated invention and introduction of new technology, they were still way behind filling every aspect of life with better and more comfortable living. Like Tony, they too had different ideas of how to implement them. But in all of this John was never in the picture as he was enjoying his vacation to the fullest at the villa he once bought here. It's been a long time since we had such a time off. Emma said. Yet the last I remember was before you went to that shitty Hala sector for patrol. Ah, good old days. It's not shitty, love. It's a place where there is racism at its fullest. Though recently they have been trying to integrate the non-pure blood in the high levels of society. There is still discrimination. Emma said. Well, maybe because Supreme Intelligence isn't Supreme Intelligence anymore. John replied. Huh. Emma looked at John with confused eyes. Supreme Intelligence isn't Supreme Intelligence anymore. Supreme Intelligence has been taken over Ultron. John said as he felt exhausted saying Supreme Intelligence so many times. But that bomb was finally dropped. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 480, The Rat Who Escaped. Wait, what? Emma's eyes went wide when she heard that. You heard me right. When the scout ship vanished from our radar, it was found by a Kree Empire's ship. And since they tried to connect the ship to the mainframe of their spaceship, Ultron got access to the Supreme Intelligence. John said. And then a digital battle ensued and Ultron came out victorious. And from that he took over the Kree Empire. Maybe it was because of him, the recent changes had been happening. John finished after he said that. How do you know all these? Emma was curious. Because of me. Phoenix replied this as she manifested on the shoulder of John. When John got the Phoenix Force, he used his omnipotence to look into the location of Ultron. It was there he knew as he looked into the past of Ultron and got the general idea of where he was. Seeing Ultron was busy maintaining an empire, John lost his care for Ultron. Since he didn't have the Infinity Stones and now more so as they were destroyed, he just took a back seat and wanted to see what he wanted to do. If he tried to pull any prank on them, he would just annihilate him with just a thought. This wasn't hell but the main universe. So he had all the reality-bending powers he wanted. Oh yeah. Omnipotence. You really have the most amazing cheat code. Wish I had that power. John just shrugged his shoulders. Omnipotence wasn't exactly a boon. He normally switched it off as he didn't like it. Later they talked more about the world and even spoke of the multiverse where Wayne and others were from and were fascinated by how vivid their story was. While John had a good time explaining the multiverse of DC. He really liked the story of DC. Even more so as he had been reading comics non-stop of DC Universe. Though the recent DC comics were debatable, the previous grand stories were one of the best stories. John spent the next few days having fun with her and going on romantic dates and having a good time by visiting the beautiful places around. After a week of honeymoon they finally ended and all returned back. After a few days Emma too left as she thought that she needed to keep an eye on Hala since Ultron had taken over. John had spent his days lazing around after that as he didn't have any more work and was having a good time. It was already year 2024 and the last movie was scheduled to be out by the middle of this year. John had already finished directing everything required for the movie and decided it was finally time for him to retire. Though he would submit all new anime from his previous world regularly and maybe good movies. But other than that, he wouldn't care to go to work. Half his life he had been associated with the entertainment industry. Now he needed peace. He had his children and all he needed was to take care of them before they were fully grown and could take care of themselves. One fine day in early February there was a knock on the door. One of the children went to open the door as John was busy having fun with the others. Who are you looking for? Said the child looking at men who was carrying a bouquet of flowers. Tell your father, an old friend has come to visit. Rather I should say an old enemy has come to visit. Come in. John's voice finally came from the living room. The men came in and sat opposite to John while giving him the bouquet of flowers. Sorry I couldn't attend your wedding. Heard Thor got drunk and accused you of not taking him to hell, the men said. He did. Jane had to come and calm him down. John replied. How is she? Being the new Thor of Asgard and all, the men said. She is fine. Little new to this but she will do well. What about you? How is the timeline? John asked. Yes, it was Loki who came to talk with John. Loki who was now the controller of TVA. Kong has been defeated. He had abdicated his throne and Loki was given the responsibility. The timeline isn't a circle anymore. It has become a straight line with various branches creeping out. Loki said. I expected that. John said as he really did. The MCU or his universe changed the moment he got transmigrated here. The story had gone out of the window for a long time now. Can you still see the future? John asked as he was curious. Before it was a circle which allowed the TVA to peep into it, but now since it's a straight line it didn't have a beginning nor an end. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 481, Negative Zone. We can for some part. But not in the far distant future. Loki replied. Did the Timekeepers come to meet you? John asked. No. Immortus did drop by though once. Asked about Thanos. I did. Said he didn't know. He gave him away to the Timekeepers. Loki replied as he clenched his fist. Though he took over TVA he didn't really like the Timekeepers and their mysterious ways. It infuriates him as he feels he was being played over and over. He felt he would be all-powerful after sitting on the throne, but when he got the general idea of how everything worked he didn't like it one bit. It was a chain. A prison. A prison from where he wanted to get out. There he understood that Asgard was where his real home was and missed his family. He had already decided to give away the throne to another version of Kong from Multiverse and would just leave. This job wasn't for him. Though he would have to convince the Avengers that he had changed for the better, but he would take that option over TVA any day. You are thinking of leaving TVA, aren't you? John asked, seeing the eyes of Loki as he could feel Loki wasn't exactly Loki now. He had become sad and lonely. Truth to be told, I am. All the power over time and still I feel so chained. Loki said. You can find a version of Kong and allow him to sit on the throne and later just leave. I am sure the Avengers won't hold it anymore for you. John assured him. Are you sure about that? Loki asked. John just smiled at him. Thank you. I will find someone. Loki got up and looked like he was in a hurry and left after finishing his tea. Father, who was he? A child asked. An enemy turned friend. What did he give you all? John asked as he saw Loki giving some gifts to his children. Some Asgardian metal like Uncle Thor gave, another child replied. You can eat them since you like them so much. John said. Hearing this, the children cheered and left to eat one of their favorite foods. John was happy to see that his children were really happy, but he could see that his children would soon grow independent and leave for their own lives. Though he wasn't sure where they would leave, he just hoped for the best from them. John spent the rest of the days lazing around and occasionally keeping an eye on the universe for potential threats, and even peeked into Hala to see what was going on. And found out that Ultron was trying to study forbidden knowledge. Well, not exactly a forbidden knowledge, but a knowledge that could possess danger to the universe or the multiverse a whole. The knowledge of the negative zone. The antimatter universe. Their universe was composed of matter. But the negative zone was the antimatter universe. Though the time stream, lives, and such other things thrived in both the universes, but if there was ever a clash between the two universes, it would just result in the annihilation of both. Matter and antimatter weren't exactly friends. And Ultron was trying to find every knowledge possible for this. John was surprised that there were records of negative zone in the directory of Kree. I think I will have to take care of it. John said as he waved his hands, destroying all records related to the negative zone in the directory of Hala. He didn't want their universe to have any kind of relation with that damned place. Ultron, who had sent his Kree subordinates to search for everything related to the negative zone, suddenly realized that he lost all his memories related to it. Only thing that was left in his memory which prompted him to know that he had been searching for the negative zone before was a warning left in his memory. Ultron. You got a new home. Cherish it. Don't go for the stars when you can't even ride a bicycle. This was the message left in his memory. After taking over the Supreme Intelligence, this was the first time someone had addressed him with his real name. And this warning made him scared. He never expected that his identity would be revealed, and that too is the most astonishing way possible. Replacement of memory. He was an AI, it wasn't supposed to happen. He didn't even think that was possible, as his system had always been secured after his digital fight against Supreme Intelligence. He immediately ordered people to let people check all the connections of his primary and secondary memory storage and make sure nobody sneaked in. He wanted to know who had such audacity to attack him so blatantly. Though he guessed the answer long ago. There was only one place from where the attack could come from. Answer: Earth. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 482, The Last Movie. But from the information he received from the spies in Nova Empire was that Earth now has finally spread its wings and has reached space. He really wanted to go and cleanse the Earth, as that was his main mission, but he knew even if he tried he would fail now. All the knowledge of the negative zone was gone. And since he didn't trust anybody, he didn't even speak of this to his subordinates. Now all his wishes of cleansing the Earth and then the universe was in ashes, and he needed to find another way to complete his mission. His options looked bleak, as he really didn't know how to proceed now. In the middle of June, the last DC movie was finally out, and like always all the people came for the movie, including the new members like Ichigo, Yoruichi, who had become a cat and sat like a queen on the shoulder of Barry. Barry loved pets, and he was the only member of the Avengers who had all 6 Pokémons. His super speed allowed him to take care of everyone while also doing his work. Yoruichi was impressed by this, so she suggested that she should be flatmates with him, which he easily accepted. So Yoruichi's life had become lazy now, as she would always turn into a cat and Barry would just take care of him. John was surprised by this weird turnout, but he didn't care. All had their own lives and trajectory and were free to do whatever he wanted until he needed something from them. They all came to the premiere, and after loads of interviews by John, they were finally able to go in and watch the movie. The movie started with the famous lines from Flashpoint. Accept the things. People were surprised that the movie started a bit dark, because according to people, Flashpoint was the darkest movie of DC, and that sentence from that movie already established the fact that this movie too won't be a good one. The movie started with Constantine and Z having a talk at bed, only to be called by the Justice League later. There they got to know that Superman was thinking of taking the fight to Darkseid instead of always defending. Darkseid had become a genocidal maniac, as he had attacked old Genesis and killed the old gods. And Earth was the last line of defense. Though everybody didn't like the new idea of Clark, but all agreed to be on board with this new plan. All discussed this plan openly, but little did they know all their plans were being projected to Darkseid from the eyes of Cyborg. Their plan was doomed from the get-go. Yes, the movie was Justice League, Apocalypse War. The animated version here was the live-action version. For this movie, John invited the Russo brothers to direct, as they would be perfect people to handle such a huge project, and he wanted to pull the curtain to DC with a bang. Though DC movies would still be made, as he had decided that DC would follow some of the famous comic storylines and make them movies, but he would not be involved in it anymore. You have got guts to take the fight to him, Banner said as he looked at Clark. And that was my greatest mistake, Clark said in a very sad tone. Soon they understood why it was a mistake. A grand mistake at that. People died. Aquaman, Hal, and many died. Clark was given a liquid form of kryptonite, so he lost all his Superman powers. Batman sat at the Mobius chair, becoming immensely knowledgeable, and was controlled by Darkseid. Others were either killed or captured. And then it started. The nightmare of humanity. No, it was their destruction. The whole world was upside down like it happened at Flashpoint. Only this time it was because of Darkseid. Finally, Clark came with Raven to meet Constantine. Constantine was the only person who was perfectly fine. It was because he ran away from the battlefield. They finally hatched a plan of bringing Damian Wayne to bring Bruce away from Darkseid by invoking his fatherly feelings for him. This story has gone from bad to worse. So much bloodshed again. I thought only Flashpoint had bad endings. I was wrong. Tony said. The movie continued as Lois Lane came up with a plan to hijack the communication tower which was under Lex Luthor and use it to reverse the boom tube and decimating Apocalypse with it. But the problem was there were very few people to execute the plan, so they had to get help from famous villains too who the people had seen in Justice League Unlimited series. And thus the whole plan started to push back came into action. Chapter 483, starting again. Meanwhile Darkseid went to OA to kill all the Guardians and Green Lanterns, while Batman took the helm of finishing Earth once and for all. Lois' plan was successful but it came at huge cost. With multiple deaths of both heroes and villains and even the all-powerful Swamp Thing was axed. But when the group of Clark, Damian, Constantine, Raven, and Etrigan reached Apocalypse they witnessed the shock of their lives. Starfire, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Hawkman were the first enemies they faced. During the war, they were captured, made into cyborgs and were brainwashed to fight for Darkseid. They fought but at the end Constantine was able to use the lasso of truth to help bring Wonder Woman's memories back. After she was back, she was devastated by what he saw and took the role of holding their old teammates back while allowing the rest to finish their mission. They finally found Cyborg and Flash. Flash was forced to run so that he could generate power for Apocalypse while Cyborg was the controller of boom tubes. Constantine was finally able to free him using technomagic. But in the meantime Darkseid was back with Batman. And Damian had to confront his father. Though his father at the end recognized him, Darkseid got angry seeing that he lost his confidant and used an Omega beam on Damian, almost killing him. Raven, who was already in love with Damian, got mad and ended up releasing Trigon. Trigon took over the body of Superman and then killed Constantine for imprisoning him. It was in death that Constantine got to know that he was forced to leave by Z as it was the plan of Batman from the beginning. Batman made a contingency if their assault failed. And that was leaving Constantine from the battlefield. Z did magic on him to make him leave. And since Z was behind this whole plan she used her magic to bring him back from the dead. I will sue you for harassment next time you treat her badly, Mordo said as he looked at Constantine. For this movie many of Kamar-Taj too came and Constantine had been a part of Kamar-Taj for some time now as he had joined them as the Master of London Sanctum. Constantine shrugged his shoulders accepting the words of Mordo. Z just laid his head on his shoulder with a sweet smile. She was really happy with everything here and had a normal life. Well, except for the occasional fights against evil creatures. Constantine after coming back to life freed Superman from the control of Trigon who was having a huge fight against Darkseid. But the fight continued even after Trigon was taken out. Superman was really angry with whatever happened and went on a rampage against Darkseid. But fighting wasn't the main problem here. Killing Darkseid was. He was too powerful. Cyborg finally suggested that they should leave and he would open a boom tube for all. But another problem arose. And that was keeping Darkseid on Apocalypse when the planet would be blown apart. And then the solution came. In the form of Trigon who was trapped. Constantine released Trigon. Trigon again took the place of Superman to fight Darkseid. And funnily, he said the same thing to Raven as he said during his sacrifice against Black Winter. Damian who was sitting with Raven hugged her as he did that sacrifice. The Justice League was back on Earth while Apocalypse exploded killing everyone. But in the end Earth wasn't able to escape its destiny as the core of the Earth was destabilized due to terraforming for a lot of time. Constantine finally said to Flash. You know what you have to do, mate. Clear the board. Start again. Another flashpoint. I can't. I promised Iris. Some of the changes might be shite. We might make the same mistakes. But bloody hell I am sure that it would be much better than what we got now. Flash after much contemplation got up and bent his knees. He had decided. He was going to create another flashpoint. The movie ended with a bright light with the Justice League watching and understanding that their story would end here and everything would start new. Nice to know that if we ever fuck up, there is Barry. Yen said with a nervous laugh. Everybody had a grave face with what they saw. They saw how such a small decision turned out to be a nightmare for everyone. Killings, deaths in billions. They had seen a genocidal maniac but had never seen such a person. Thanos now looked like an angel compared to Darkseid, who thought of nothing but destruction. If I ever see him, I will wipe him away with my own eyes, Clark said as he clenched his fist. He blamed himself for whatever happened. Whatever is done is gone. We have started the slate totally new. Haven't we? John said as he felt a little guilty of installing the Apocalypse War memory in all of them. Chapter 484, Earth TRN. All were a little bit traumatized with what they saw in the movie. When DC advertised that this would be the last movie of the main universe, they expected it to be a happy one. But it turned out to be so dark. But John was sure that this movie would be the highest-earning movie of theirs, and the Russo brothers did everything right. John was happy with how everything ended. This was his lifeblood and his main source of power. So he gave everything he had for this last movie. In all honesty, I liked the movie, Hal said as he tried to elevate the mood of all while going out. As a storytelling, this was good. Pietro chimed in but stopped right on his tracks like the others. It was because the multiversal boundary was broken and out came a man in a red overcoat. It was red not because the cloak was red but because it was dyed in blood. The man, after stepping outside the wall, fell on his knees and became unconscious. Even though he wore the cloak, the people who saw him could make out that the person had lost his one hand. But the more important thing was that they recognized this person. That face could be recognized in almost all of the multiverse. Dr. Stephen Strange. Strange. John creased his eyebrows seeing this, and he used Phoenix Force to heal the person, only to realize that the vitality that Strange lost couldn't be brought back. John was surprised, so much so that Phoenix herself came out to check. This sudden emergence right outside the premiere of the movie attracted the attention of everyone. Especially so because they were the Avengers, so when the multiversal boundary broke and a deep wounded man came out, the Teen Titans went into work mode as they tried to keep the people away. Fury, who came for the movie, asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to secure the location and keep the people away. John, what is the problem? Can't you go grow back his arm? Steve said as he took Strange in his arms. All were also confused as everybody knew that Phoenix Force was responsible for the life force and even bringing near dead to life. But here Phoenix Force couldn't restore the lost arm of Strange. I should have been able to, but something is stopping me. John replied. We need to leave this place and get him more medical attention. Clint suggested. We do. Victor said, and the next second they were in the Hall of Justice as John teleported all of them to the hall. The injured Strange was taken and placed in a medical pod. All his wounds were healed, but he was still unconscious, possibly due to trauma or just because of the pain that he had lost an arm. John was still confused while Steve used his uni-power on Strange to see if he could do anything. This power. Whatever caused it. It feels as if it is the opposite version of mine. It's like both our powers hate each other. Steve said. Opposite of uni-power? This is new. I have no idea. John said as he too was surprised by the words of Steve. He really didn't have any idea about this new power that had emerged according to Steve. While Tony looked at their Strange and said, why is it always you, Strange? Last time it was you. And this time too. Something tells me it will be bad news again. Tony said to Strange, who was looking at his own version. He had a complicated look as he too was curious about why it was him always. Trust me, I too want to know this. Strange replied in a hesitant tone. The MedPod did a brain scan of Strange and checked if there was any kind of mental trauma. After a quick scan, it started working to heal his mind. Though the MedPods weren't of very high efficiency when it came to mental trauma, but it was better than the current technologies that the world had in different multiverse, except for the universe where Superior Spider-Man came from. The Avengers waited for Strange to wake as they weren't sure from which world he came from, so they needed to make sure what was the whole situation. So after half an hour, Strange finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he jumped in his bed to sit up. But due to the loss of his one hand, he lost his balance. He would have fallen in his seat if not for the other Strange holding him. Easy, wounded guy. The world isn't ending. Strange had a surprised look when he saw a person looking exactly like him standing in front of him. But that surprise lasted for a sec before being replaced by a look of fear. John Jameson. I am searching for John Jameson. Strange shouted as he saw there were many people around. I am John. What is the situation? John came forward and replied. I am from Earth TRN 891. I have come with bad news. Watu is dead. And we need your help. Chapter 485, Idiot. Damn it, came the cry of Clint as he proceeded to give a $10 bill to Tony. Surprisingly, the first reaction when Dr. Strange broke the news was the passing of $10 bills to the fellow members. John, Tony, Wayne, and others received some $10 bills while Steve, Clark, Clint and many others had to give way. It was a bet among them on whether or not their world was in danger. Clark and his small team made a bet on the fact that the world that Strange came from was safe and nothing had happened, and Strange had done something terrible and something was coming after him. While John and his team made the bet that his world was in danger and he came to ask for help. The one hand Strange looked around dumbfounded as the dollar bills were circulating around. He immediately realized what was going on, but he just couldn't believe it. Watu in his dying breath had sent him here saying the heroes were the most powerful and reliable one and that John was his friend. He had known Watu for a long time, but he had never heard Watu calling someone a friend. So after much struggle he reached here, and in the process lost an arm from the attack of the terrifying being in the hope that he would receive some help. But the reactions of these people disappointed him a lot. And his disappointment was apparent to everyone, but all didn't seem to care. All jokes aside, what is the problem you are facing? What happened that even Watu died? Asgardian Strange asked. MCU Strange will be referred to Asgardian Strange here till the Strange from that universe is out of the picture. Strange, who had a face full of desperateness and disappointment, finally took the courage and said, "Some billion years ago, to stop entropy, son of eternity, in the universe a powerful machine was made. It was named as the Unmaker. But destroying too many black holes came at cost to stop entropy. It corrupted him. And then it began attacking galaxies, unmaking everything known to creation. This came to the attention of the Living Tribunal, who stopped the Unmaker. Too powerful to be simply eliminated, the Living Tribunal deactivated the Unmaker and sealed it into the core of the newly developed Earth. Our Earth. 12 hours ago we came to know of this. The Unmaker had awakened from his sleep. We, in order to stop him, made a team, led by Watu, to stop it from awakening. The Thing, Sue Storm, Vision, Scarlet Witch and I followed him to stop the emergence of him. But we failed. All died and Watu was able to send me before he died. But still I wasn't safe. The Unmaker. He is terrifying. The most powerful being we ever faced. Strange said as he was shivering at the end. Tears flowed down his eyes as he said that. His face showed the horror that he had faced while fighting Unmaker. It was truly a horrible sight for him. Look. I can understand if you don't want to help. Unmaker is too powerful of a being. Before Strange could finish that, he was slapped by John. The slap was strong enough that it echoed the walls of the Hall of Justice. Forget about Strange, even the Avengers were surprised that John slapped him. Nobody thought that he deserved that slap. Strange surprisingly didn't retaliate, he just looked at John in burning eyes, trying to understand why he had just slapped him. John. I don't think he was wrong here. Tony said as he too was confused. Not wrong. These people have forgotten basic physics. Am I not wrong? For their stupidity we lost Watu. My friend. John almost screamed when he said that. Basic physics? What are you talking about? Clark asked. Strange, let me ask you. What is Unmaker? At its core. John asked Strange, who was every bit as confused as the others around. It's a machine built to stop entropy. Strange replied. You see. Now tell me they aren't idiots. John cut him in his talk and announced it to everybody. Only Tony, Wayne, Flash, Asgardian Strange and Banner had palms on their foreheads. Wait. What am I missing? Can anybody explain? Pietro was confused like the rest. No wonder you slapped him. Well, he deserves a slap. Asgardian Strange said in a very grave tone. What the hell do you all mean? Ignorance of basic physics. What are you referring to? Strange was shivering in anger when he asked that. He felt insulted, but he couldn't voice out as it seemed that these people already had a solution by just listening to his story. And he wanted the answer. An EMP blast, you big fucking idiot. Don't call yourself Strange from next time. Rather, all the superheroes in your world better not take our names. You and your team are a disgrace. Asgardian Strange shouted as he said that. Chapter 486, Departure. Then it struck him. His doppelganger was right. They should have used an EMP blast to stop the Unmaker in its tracks and essentially stop him forever. They never thought of the problem in his way. And then he shook his head. It would be too easy if a simple EMP blast was enough for the Unmaker. It shouldn't be that simple. What? Thinking that a simple EMP blast wouldn't be enough. John asked as he saw Strange shaking his head. It would be too easy if it was just a simple EMP blast. Strange said. You are right. So how about a continuous EMP blast? Always. Till the end of time. John said. A neutron star. Both Tony and Banner said it out loud as only a neutron star could provide an electromagnetic pulse constantly. That's right. A neutron star always gives that out, and we just need a portal to transfer the blast always. You could have done that long ago and could have saved a lot of people. Now we will have to do that. John said with a sigh. At the end he would have to save their universe. Or else this Unmaker would just cause havoc in the multiverse. And their multiverse wasn't ready for this kind of threat. Avengers, time for work. The plan remains the one we came up with now. Open a portal between a neutron star and their Earth. This will create EMP blasts that will cover all of Earth. But that is the only solution that we can come up with now. Tony, Vision and all the superheroes who use electronics won't be allowed in this mission. John said. Hey. Come on. I want to see their universe too. Tony said. And then what? Become handicapped, or can you build a suit that is a copy of Faraday's cage? John asked. Yeah. Thought so. Avengers suit up. John finally announced refusing to take Tony away, and none of the Avengers would support Tony's enthusiasm in this. In this mission many would take part, but many wouldn't be able to. John, Clark, Wayne, Banner, the Wolf School, excluding Geralt and the weaker ones and few others. Of course Tony had made a bunch of EMP grenades for them as John asked to. Unmaker would never allow easy access to open a portal near him connecting to the neutron star, and they had to make sure that the Unmaker wouldn't get enough time to retaliate a counterattack against them. Even the Living Tribunal couldn't kill it, and all they could do was stop it. Even if it might not be possible for a neutron star to continue forever, at least it would last for long enough for humanity to survive the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Strange was ashamed. When he first saw the reactions of these people, he felt that they were irresponsible, but only to realize that it was them who had been dumb and ignorant. Even though the Avengers here hadn't seen the Unmaker, the sheer solution that the people here came up with was better than they could in the last 12 hours. They had failed as superheroes. Or as Oliver liked to call it. You have failed this Earth. In an hour all were ready with their gears, and Tony's genius team was given to make a huge EMP device that could work along with more EMP grenades. Are we ready? John asked all. Ready as we can ever be, baby. Pietro said with a happy cheer. Strange, you coming? Wayne asked, looking at Strange as he looked like he had been spacing out. Probably due to anxiety. Much time had passed since he came here. When he managed to arrive here, the Unmaker was in its awakening form. And he was sure that by now he had rampaged their planet. All he prayed was the devastation wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. Strange nodded his head. John wore his helmet as he needed to find the Unmaker and the universe where he was located. Actually, it wasn't entirely their Earth's fault that they were in this situation. In the actual story Strange died, but before he did he opened a portal between a neutron star and their Earth. It switched the Unmaker off, but it also sent their Earth to the Dark Ages. With no electricity available for them as the portal remained open even after the death of Strange. None of the remaining people of Earth knew magic nor the courage to go to the place where Unmaker was lying in sleep mode. And this situation continued for years. That was what the story should have been. But here Watu took the lead, which resulted in his death. He felt sad for him. Though he acted as a messenger, he could always tell that all he wanted was to help humanity. For the Unmaker he broke his oath and took the mission of helping the planet. But at the end he had to die. John had decided to give him a proper burial after all this was over. Chapter 487, Unmaker. John and others finally went through a portal and arrived at Earth TRN 891. For this trip many new people had come. Like Yuryu, Yoruchi, Ichigo, Sado, and others. They have been brought up to speed with the world. And since this was their first trip in the multiverse, they wanted to see how a different universe worked. And John thought it would be fine, as in general they were really powerful. But the scene they were welcomed with was not something even John expected. According to Strange, the Unmaker hadn't awakened when they attacked. But now when they landed on Earth, or rather when they landed on New York, all they saw was death and destruction. Buildings decimated and in rubble. People died on the streets under the rubbles, squishing their bodies. Some died because huge pieces of glass impaled their bodies. None of the Avengers had ever seen such gory scenes before. This was a first for them. We need to find it and destroy it. This can't go on. Clark said as he clenched his fist. It's too late now. Phoenix said as she came out and sat on the shoulders of John. This Earth is beyond saving now. Asgardian Strange added to the words of Phoenix. We can discuss if this world can be saved or not after stopping the Unmaker. John said as he vanished with all others to the place where the Unmaker was wreaking havoc. And that was Europe. More specifically, Paris. And when they appeared near the famous Eiffel Tower, or rather the decimated and fallen Eiffel Tower, they finally got the glimpse of the Unmaker. And whatever John had read in the comics about him, he proved to be more menacing and way too huge. It looked like a huge robot with a single eye. All its body was made of some ancient metal that the Avengers couldn't discern. Its eyes glowed green in color and had green-colored vapors coming out its body as it destroyed everything on its path. The more it is destroyed, the more it gets bigger. Though the change was very little in its size, Avengers were able to easily point it out easily with their naked eyes. Clark, Wayne, Ichigo, and Yoruchi, go and take the EMP grenades. Use them to stop it. I will go and take the main EMP blaster and place it near him. Make sure it is distracted. After I place the blaster, we hope that it will be enough to stop him and we will have enough time to cover the area, and Strange here can open a permanent portal to a neutron star. We will make a vacuum around it so that the air of Earth doesn't leak away. John said. And others distract it as much as possible. Just don't get blasted by it. Or else even death won't be able to find your soul. John mentioned at the end. Good plan. Let's hope we will be alive after this. Barry said. Good luck. Treat it with all seriousness, like we did against Black Winter. It isn't a joke and it can obliterate each and every one of you if it wishes for. So be careful. John gave one last warning before all sped off. Wayne and the trio flew off. Yoruchi and Ichigo went into Shinigami mode for this and took the grenades with them, while John took a big rectangle device that Tony and his super intelligent team made. It was box-shaped with a button up top of it. According to Tony, pressing the button would trigger EMP pulses of 1 kilometer radius for 2 minutes. Generating EMP pulses from a normal device was a very difficult science, so in a very less time the brightest minds of planet Earth were only able to make this one device. Tony, I hope it works, otherwise we would be in trouble. John said as he transformed into Ghost Freak Alien while flying off to the position of the Unmaker. He didn't use the Alien X form because that would be useless. Unmaker was alive even after the Living Tribunal himself took action. What chance did Alien X have? Alien X might survive the assault of the Unmaker, but there would be people dying in Crossfire because he was sure Unmaker would sense him the moment he changes into Alien X. Unmaker might be maniac, but it wasn't stupid. This was apparent in the comics when he proceeded to kill the team that came to confront it as Strange had started opening the portal to the neutron star, so this time John made sure that they didn't make such horrible mistakes and alerted the enemy. But as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. That's what happened when Wayne and others flew off to throw away the EMP grenades. It was as if the Unmaker was able to smell the danger and turned its body to face the 4 flying superpowered beings. Chapter 488, Unmaker, 2. Unmaker turned its head to look at the flying 4 people and used his hand to blast at the 4 of them. Wayne and others, seeing the slow move of Unmaker, had enough time to dodge, but the blast radius was too big. Wayne and others had to dodge and fly a long way to get away from the blast radius. But whatever was there in the path of its laser blaster, all got decimated. Be it buildings or be it people. The people below didn't even have a chance to scream as all got evaporated to nothingness. John and others who saw felt extreme anger, but they could do nothing to stop or reverse it. The other 4 who were flying took the EMP grenades, armed it and threw at the Unmaker. The Unmaker, seeing small devices being thrown at it, used his other arm to swat these small flies. But the grenades went off before his other hand could sweep the grenades away. And that small blast was enough to stop his hand its tracks. The hand stopped right where it was. High in the air. In a very awkward position. The Unmaker, seeing this, looked at the people who stopped it and then used it one eye to shoot at the 4. Yoruchi and Ichigo used Shuinpa to dodge while Wayne and Clark had to fly off in fast speed. Meanwhile, Flash and other magical beings who were given the task of distracting the Unmaker had reached under him. How do you want to do this? Siri asked. We will hit him with every magic, every possible move that we have, and concentrate it into one leg. I refuse to believe that it won't be effective. Asgardian, Strange said. All nodded their heads as all got ready. Triss, Wanda, Strange and Yen conjured magic, while Siri used her sword ready to make it a full swing. Arthur and Mara both used water and ice forms to throw at the left leg of Unmaker. Flash took a different approach. Something which he had never done before. He started running. Running the whole Earth. No, he was rather circling the whole Earth at an extremely fast speed. In order to throw a perfect punch. It showed how angry Flash was. Even Pietro, who always joked, was serious. Flash made a circle of 3 times already when he said over comms. Guys, on my mark. 3, 2, 1, go. Flash as he hit the left leg of the Unmaker. At the same moment, the other members too used all their magic and long-range attacks on him. Hal and Natasha even conjured a big hammer together to hit at the leg. Even Banner used all his rage and attacked at the same moment Flash hit at the leg. The Unmaker, who was already distracted by the EMP grenades above, felt this. The full force of so many attacks was enough to make its leg lift up in the air in a very awkward way. This made the Unmaker lose its balance and it fell right on its face. The people of the city cheered when they saw this. There weren't many alive and most of them were making a run, but those who were left saw this whole scene and they burst into cheers. There is always hope, Natasha said as her ring glowed. Hope powered her ring, so she was happy that the people around saw hope for the first time. Wayne and others who saw this didn't take any more chances and threw all the remaining EMP grenades at the Unmaker. The Unmaker, who was trying to get back, got hit by at least 3 dozens of grenades on its back. And that was enough. Enough for it to stop in its tracks for a full 2 seconds. And this window was what John required. He appeared on the back of Unmaker and without wasting any time, he switched the device on. The device went off, without any failure. The EMP blast didn't have any shape or form. It just invisibly traveled, creating a radius of 1 kilometer. Every electronic device, electricity, anything that was powered by electricity went off. Many of the devices got fried. Buses and cars which were running away fast also stopped. And this small thing too created some accident, but since it was just a 1 kilometer radius, the damage wasn't huge. The Unmaker, who was trying to get up a moment ago, stopped moving, and even the green light in its eye and its green vapors that was emitting from its body stopped at a second notice. Strange. Do it. John shouted. Strange nodded his head as finally used his sling ring. Asgardian Strange doesn't have godlike powers in other universes, just like Thor, and opened a portal to a neutron star. While Triss and Yen made the whole land around the Unmaker detached from Earth's atmosphere, making a spherical dome around it. Inside the dome, the portal to the neutron star opened. And then the first huge EMP burst arrived at Earth from the portal. Chapter 489, Dark Ages. And this single blast was so massive that the blast radius covered the entire Earth, flinging Earth to a time when there was no electricity. All the appliances, the power stations, the cars, the trains, the buses, and everything related to electricity got shut down. But this didn't end. The EMP blast from the portal continued after a few moments as it again covered the entire Earth. Again. And again. And this cycle went on. The Unmaker was stopped, but it came at a cost too. Death and destruction. Everywhere. Before it was just because of Unmaker, but this time it was because of the EMP. The people around cheered at these new heroes that had appeared out of nowhere and saved them by stopping this abomination. They didn't seem to care that their electronic devices had stopped working. In the end, life was more important than electricity or mobiles. John and others had already gone out of the magical dome that the witches had created, but all had a grave face. They had won, but there were too many casualties. Though the people cheered, they weren't exactly happy. After attending to the wounded nearby, John and others, despite the enthusiasm of the people around, left and went to a secluded place. Strange of that Earth didn't participate in the attack as he felt his one hand had made him handicapped. He felt ashamed that the superheroes of their Earth couldn't even save the people around, while people from other universe made everything look easy in a matter of a few minutes. No wonder Wadu asked me to call you. Strange mumbled but didn't speak it out loud. The whole of North America is gone. John spoke for the first time to break the silence. Earth's core has destabilized. This will start a whole lot of problems. Extreme change of weather will just be the start. Wayne said. How did that happen? Banner asked as he returned from Hulk mode to normal. The emergence of the Unmaker from deep inside has caused the crust of the Earth to break away. The tectonic plates have been displaced and soon massive earthquakes would occur. And the constant attacks of the Unmaker has made holes on the crust which ran till the core. Now there is a volcanic eruption near Yellow Springs. This will have a domino effect on many situations and living conditions. Wayne replied. What about the dead people? John, can you bring them to life? Clark asked. I can't bring the dead people back, because their souls have been tainted by the darkness of black holes. If I bring them back to life, they won't be alive in real sense. Just a walking dead. They would probably turn evil. Phoenix said as she too came out and sat on John's shoulder. No wonder I wasn't able to restore the hand of Strange. So much sucking of black holes has filled the Unmaker with so much darkness that even I can't do anything about it. John said as he felt sad. He really thought of bringing the dead people back using his Phoenix Force, but that was out of the board. Earth will have to remain in dark ages now and maybe forever. Until someone comes and takes away the Unmaker, which I don't think anybody will. Even the gods have washed their hands away from this shit. John said. And sadly there would be no one to help us. Strange said. Now you need to brace yourselves for the upcoming deaths, more harsh days and total chaos. Wayne said. There was a sense of mourning in the atmosphere. But then Pietro said. Why am I feeling a sense of déjà vu here? Huh. Déjà vu? How? Hal asked. What do you mean? Pietro didn't reply and just looked at Barry. What? Is there something in my costume? Do I need to change it? Barry asked as he was confused too by what Pietro just meant by déjà vu. John was also confused by the words of Pietro because he didn't understand him. And then it struck him. The meaning behind Pietro's words. He slowly turned his head and looked at Barry. It took others a few moments before others understood what Pietro meant. The whole story of the Unmaker was exactly like the latest movie they watched a few hours ago. And they all knew how it ended. And that was Flashpoint. And now if they wanted to save this planet Earth they would have to allow Flash to change it. Oh no no no. I am not doing that. Barry finally said after getting the looks of everyone. He was confused before but those constant big eyes of everyone on him prompted him to think and like others he too came to the realization. Barry, you are the only one who can save this planet. Hal said. No. Hell no. I am not doing that. We had 2 flashpoints. And once it turned horrible. What is to say that everything will be alright if I do this? Barry said as he shook his head strongly. He was totally opposed to this decision. Chapter 490, Flashpoint. / sorry for no new chapters for the past few days as I moved to a new place and got a new job. The chapters will commence as normal from today / We will be able to save billions of lives, Barry. Nothing can get worse than this. You did that same thing after the invasion of Darkseid. You can do the same thing again. Clark said. No. What if more terrible things happen? The first time I did everything turned into chaos. Arthur and Diana fought each other and the whole Earth was destroyed. Do you want the same thing again? And even if I go for Flashpoint, how is it gonna stop Unmaker? Barry protested. You can tell about the Unmaker to this Strange. He will take it seriously. Asgardian Strange said. I am sorry. Can you all pause for a second? What are you all debating on? Strange couldn't help but ask about this new debate here. It was as if these people knew how to save everyone here. Let me say it in simple terms for you to understand. Barry here can travel in time. And he can go back in time to warn you about the impending doom. This event is what we call Flashpoint. He had done it twice before and one time it turned out to be horrible. Clark said. Travel in time. But wouldn't that just create a different timeline? Strange asked. No. That is the beauty of it. If he does this there won't be one. The timeline will be the same as it is now but there will be a butterfly effect. And thus the horror part. John replied this time. So if Mr. Speedster here can go back in time and warn us, there might be a chance to save us all. Strange asked to correct his understanding. All nodded at it. Yes. But it won't be all flowers and roses. This might turn bad. Everything could go haywire. Wayne said, reminding the main problem with Flashpoint. I will take that chance. Strange said. Their Earth was almost half destroyed. If there was a chance to redo everything then he would definitely do it. That's not your decision. It's mine and I refuse. I have seen the aftermath of Flashpoint. Barry still refused. Barry. The first time you did it was out of selfishness and your naive nature. You wanted to spend time with your mother. But this time you will do for a noble cause. It will save billions. This timeline has already gone to shit. Change it. John said. But as people were trying to convince him, Strange went down to his knees in front of Barry. Seeing this sudden action of Strange all got surprised and stepped back. I don't know your real name but from the words of your friends you are called Flash. Dear Mr. Flash, I beg you to save our timeline. I have nothing in return to give you but I will be eternally grateful if you do so. Strange said as he bowed his head. The Avengers saw one of the most arrogant people of any existing world go down on his knees to literally beg. Seeing this even Asgardian Strange was surprised. He really wanted their Earth to be whole again. Though the Unmaker had been around for a few hours, the horrors that he had seen were the stuff of nightmares. People dead and impaled on the streets. Blood flowing like rivers. If he had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything he had ever lost in one moment, he would never let it slip. The author here got distracted by Eminem, sorry about that. Barry looked at the stoic and almost tearful face of Strange for a second. Men. I get swayed by human emotion so easily. I will only do it the superheroes that are left in this planet will agree to it. I don't want the responsibility if anything goes. It's on you if everything goes south. Barry said. All the Avengers and Strange finally sighed in relief. They thought even after this begging he would not budge. John even for a moment thought about controlling the Flashpoint but seeing that it turned out good, he accepted it. So now we have to look for the remaining superheroes. Wayne commented. Yeah. John, can you find them? Clark asked. I won't be Sorcerer Supreme if I can't do such a trivial thing. John said as he waved his hands in the form of Onk. And the very next second, people started appearing out of nowhere. Some of them were known to the Avengers and some were not. And very interestingly, some of them had their genders reversed. For example, when Wolverine appeared, the famous mutant turned out to be a she. Yeah, that was what in the comics. Miles Morales. The new Spider-Man. Peter Parker with his daughter May Parker, wife, Mary Jane, in case you're wondering. Blade. Deadpool. Daredevil. Captain America. Black Panther. Iron Man and many others. They looked confused about the sudden change of scenery. At one point they were busy helping people and trying to pacify the chaos around, and in the very next moment some of their devices stopped working. And now a sudden change of location, without their consent. Chapter 491, Secrets of the Past. This is whack. Do that again. Deadpool was the first to break the sudden silence that ensued when they all appeared. But nobody gave attention to that. Because one of them was bleeding and even had a broken leg. John, seeing this, waved his hand to stop the bleeding of the person. The person bleeding was Tony Stark. His suit, which he had always gushed about, failed him terribly, as he fell from high up in the air and injured himself. It was fortunate that he had a parachute backup installed which deployed. But parachuting in a city with long buildings proved to be very fatal for him. At the end he fell hard and broke his leg and some of his ribs. John healed him in a matter of seconds. Since he wasn't affected by the Unmaker, he could do his prime magic with no effort. Tony, who was unconscious, woke up with a start. "Please tell me that nobody kissed me," those were Tony's first words after he woke up. Seeing that he was doing fine, none of the Avengers paid him heed as they too were confused about what had happened. John meanwhile had healed everybody who had appeared. But at least they recognized their world Strange, who had his hand lost. They knew that Strange had gone on a very important mission, but later nothing was known. When Unmaker emerged they assumed that he had failed in his mission, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. "Strange, what is going on?" Steve asked. "We have a situation. And the next decision you all take will determine if this Earth could be saved or not," Strange replied. And then he proceeded to explain what he had known from Wayne and others, counting everything that had gone down since the emergence of Unmaker and its demise. "So you mean to say this speedy guy here can save this planet?" Deadpool said as usual, butting in the middle. He was not named Merc with the mouth for nothing. "Do you even believe this shit? It is scientifically not possible." Tony refused to believe the whole theory. Changing time didn't produce an extra timeline. This was not what science said. Believe. Don't believe it. It's up to you. Clark said as he got a little annoyed by the words of Tony. Can he really do that? Black Panther asked instead, looking at Strange. I have seen them fight. They made a joke out of the Unmaker. I don't think they would lie to us on this. There is no reason for this. Strange said. Can we give us some privacy so that we can decide on this? Peter asked the other Avengers. John nodded his head, so they stepped back for all of them to decide if they wanted to do the flashpoint. Though almost all of them supported this, they still needed to discuss. And after 10 minutes of decision with everyone including their universe's Doctor Strange, they finally decided to go with the flashpoint. But this time, they decided that if Flash traveled in time, more people will be informed of this. Tony, Strange, Reed, who was dead, and many mutants needed to be involved in this. Thank you for your patience. We would like for Mr. Flash here to travel in time and change the story of our universe. We understand that doing this might create a problem for our world, but we are ready to face it. We would be eternally grateful if we are given this chance. Black Panther said in all formality. They knew that this was basically a favor done to them if Flash made a run, so they needed to let go of their ego and ask for help. Since Tony wasn't going to do that, Chala needed to come forward and show his eagerness along with the whole team. Alright Barry, you are up. We will leave this universe, so that it doesn't affect us. We will come back after an hour to take you back. Clark said. Barry also got up. He needed to take specific directions for the Avengers and the ways to contact the Avengers of the past. In order to make sure that the Avengers will have time, they decided that Barry should go back 2 years back in time. The Avengers discussed what Barry needed to say to their old self so that they would be convinced. For example, in order to convince Strange, Barry needed to speak the right words and say something of his past. Like his relationship with Clea, ruler of Dark Dimension. Dormammu wasn't always the ruler of his dimension. And such are top-level secrets that nobody else would know. Only revealing the top-level secrets would allow the Avengers of the past to believe him, or at least they hope for it. Chapter 492, Visit. John and others left for their universe so that they wouldn't get affected by the flashpoint. Tony and others, who were eagerly waiting for their team to return, asked. Where is Barry? He went to create Flashpoint. Wayne replied. Flashpoint? Why? What happened? Banner then proceeded to explain why everything had gone bad and they had to take that decision. I hope they don't have a civil war between them and proceed to destroy their Earth in this flashpoint. Tony joked, remembering the premise of Flashpoint. I hope not. And an hour later, John went back to their universe to bring Barry back. When John landed on that Earth, he tried his omnipotent power on the planet to see if there was any anomaly or any kind of serious confrontation. He was relieved to see that there was no major problem, though there were minor ones. He even saw Barry having a fun talk at Tony's house. John shook his head and vanished. Having fun, are we? At the very next moment, John was welcomed with bullets from all sides. The invisible barrier from the Gate of Babylon stopped all the bullets like it normally should, not that the bullets would actually hurt him even if there was no barrier. There is a breach. Tony shouted, seeing that the bullets had no effect on this unknown enemy which had just appeared out of nowhere. Stop it, Tony, this is John. The one I spoke to you about. Barry said. John Jameson. For the love of God, can't you knock on the door? Tony said in a complaining tone. Didn't know that you have become full paranoid. By the way, hello. John replied. He really was surprised that he was welcomed with bullets. Even Tony of his universe wasn't that crazy. Nice to meet you. But I blame Barry. His theory of Flashpoint has given me nothing but nightmares. Tony said. How did you handle Unmaker? John asked. Using the same way as your team did the last time. Only this time, we had time to build Faraday's cage around it, to make sure that the EMP doesn't spread to all of Earth. John nodded his head listening to this. Who came up with that idea? Moon Girl? John asked. Yes. Wait, how do you know of her? Barry never mentioned her in your world. Tony asked. Moon Girl is the most intelligent person in their universe. I can see many things in both the past and future. Has there been any attack on this new installation around Unmaker? John asked. Attack? No. I made sure of it. Tony said. He really did make sure. His knowledge of physics and Murphy's Law prompted him to take extra care around Unmaker, and he wanted to make sure that nothing happened to it. Well, I will take precautions anyways. Call the Avengers. We need to talk. John said as he vanished from his place. Does he always do that? Tony asked Barry, who was busy sipping his Coke. Yeah. And get ready for some whooping. He makes this face when he is really disappointed or angry with something. Barry said. Angry? Why? We did everything perfectly. Unmaker is under control and all in proper manner. Tony said as he was confused. I have no idea, dude. Barry said as he was now gobbling a pizza. Whatever. It's not like he owns us or something. Tony said. When John appeared again, he was in a desert. The desert looked lifeless with nothing around. But on closer look one could find small caves on the mountains which looked barren and rugged with stones. The caves surprisingly had doors, but they were very less visible as the door had the same color as the desert. John went and knocked at the door. Password, came the voice from inside the door. I am not here for drama and secrecy. Tell your boss to come out. John said in a stern tone. Look, man, you are way out of nowhere, whoever you are looking for. The voice couldn't even finish his words when the door blasted open and hit right at the person's face, throwing him back. I did say that I don't have time for bullshit. Didn't I? John said. The man held his nose when he got up. It was bleeding as the door hit right in his face. Guards. The men shouted. And soon men started coming out with guns in their hands from the narrow passage up ahead. John didn't even care for them and took 2 spears in both of his hands from the Gate of Babylon and threw it straight. The spears went straight through the men, killing everybody in its path. The force was so massive that the bodies had holes in them, signifying that the spears went like a bullet, destroying everything in its path. The person whose nose was bleeding was shuddering now. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 493, Venom and Carnage. John just looked at him and had started walking over the corpses he just laid on the floor. He slowly vanished through the corridor, while the men just broke down and fell on his knees. He had never seen such horror or such deaths in his life. A single man flinging 2 spears like bullets. The normal guards didn't even have the chance. He had already raised the alarm, but honestly he didn't know if the normal guards could handle him. Not until his boss or the direct underlings of him could come down and handle him. And the gatekeeper was right. After the alarm was raised and the normal guards came down, John just killed them using an unnamed sword which he casually brought out. The guards tried shooting and even having close combat against him, but all they faced was either death or serious injury. These people were mercenaries and their history had nothing but total darkness, and thus John had no sympathy for them. He at first thought that these people were controlled by their boss, but his omnipotence allowed him to look at their pasts, and seeing that just disgusted him and proceeded to kill or injure anyone he could find. They were working for a boss who had a history of major violence and even wanted to bring the Unmaker back. This was something John would never allow to happen. This world had seen Flashpoint. They didn't need another one. And after killing for more than 5 minutes, there was total silence, and John finally emerged into a big room which looked like a place where people gathered for drinks and fun. But now it was empty. Well, almost empty. There was one person who looked like he was barely the drinking age sitting on a small table sipping wine. "Kid, you will be arrested for what you're drinking, and that too in a bar. This isn't America, and here the drinking age is 16. And I am 19. I am way past the drinking age," the kid said. "Yeah, right. Where is your boss?" John asked. The kid pointed in a certain direction with his finger. "Thank you." John started moving towards that direction, but as he took a few steps he was stopped by the same kid who made an acrobatic move from his position and landed between him and the door he was going to open. "I showed you the way. Never said you can go. You don't think you will be able to see the boss after killing so many of our people," the kid said, giving an evil smile. "Miles, I don't want to be in confrontation with you. You won't last even a minute against me," John said. The kid didn't really care about the person who just barged in and proceeded to kill everyone. He hadn't seen the visuals, but from the corpses he saw prompted him to think that this person was just a psychopath, but the moment the person spoke his name his eyes got squinted and his spider senses in his body raised the alarm, telling him that this person was very dangerous. Yes, the person was Miles Morales, the new Spider-Man. And of course Miles was mind-controlled by their boss. "You know me?" Miles asked. "Of course. And the two beings that are inside you," John said. "Hey, that feels wrong." "I am not inside him," said another voice as a red liquid covered half of Miles' body and then the other half by a black liquid. These liquid-like things were actually live beings, and they were actually famous. Venom and Carnage. Both in the same body living as a symbiote. "You smell like danger," Venom said. Venom wasn't as crazy as Carnage, who only lived for killing. Though this version of Venom was still on the evil side, thanks to Carnage, he was logical. "Oh, you bet that I am. So I will suggest that you step aside and not get hurt. Because if I attack, both of you will just die," John said. Miles couldn't hold it anymore as he felt insulted. He was the Spider-Man and was powered by two symbiotes. Though his spidey senses told otherwise and Venom gave him a warning, he didn't care. Miles's hand stretched like claws and took a swipe at John. John didn't move from his place and let the claws hit him. The claws touched his face and just stopped right in its position, not moving at all. There was no spilled blood, no wounds. Nothing. "You see, you should have heard of Venom," saying that the whole body of John caught fire with high temperature. "Ah!" Miles screamed in pain as his hand too caught fire. The fire was Phoenix fire, so Miles wasn't able to extinguish the fire and it just burnt his whole hand. The pain was one hell of a pain and Miles had to be on the floor convulsing and screaming. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 494, Four Horsemen. Both of symbiotes couldn't hold it anymore and came out of the body of Miles so that they could survive. They came out as black and red goo and started crawl outside in order to escape. They knew that they were finished, but a sentient living species would always try every possible means to survive, because that was their instinct. And their instinct said that they should run, no matter what. John shook his head and brought out a bottle from his Gate of Babylon. He used telekinesis to take both of the symbiotes and sealed it in a bottle, and then kept it inside the gate. Miles, who was screaming few seconds, stopped, in his hand instead of having burn marks, there were only torn sleeves. Ah. That pain. Hey man. Was all that pain necessary? Miles said as he held his hand. Though his hand magically stopped burning and even got healed. Yes. To get away from his control. John said. Miles slowly got up and held his head with his hand as he had an immense headache. All this time he was controlled by that man and even was forced to be a host of Venom and Carnage doing evils all around. Miles felt guilty. Extreme guilty. He forced me. He is a devil. Miles said as the reality had started to settle in. Devil. Nah. He is just a man who has more ambitions than his shoulders can carry. John said. The next moment, the door of the makeshift bar opened and 3 more people stepped in. These people were all famous in the comics. Reed Richards, Raven, Dracula, and Miles Morales, making the 4 of a team. The famous 4 Horsemen. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Because their boss was Apocalypse himself. It was him who wanted to wake the Unmaker up. Apocalypse had been studying the Unmaker for a long time. He had found out about him centuries ago and thus wanted to control it. In the actual story he tried to do the same thing too, and even in this flashpoint, he secretly was researching by controlling Reed and getting his access to the Unmaker. Raven, who could impersonate everyone, and Richards, who was one of the smartest minds, were enough to continue his research. Oh, the whole team is here. That's good. Who are you? What do you want? Raven asked as she too saw how powerful he was from the camera. They thought Morales with symbiotes would be enough to handle such a guy, but he made a fool out of them in a second. And now they lost one of the horsemen. It's always the same question. Who am I? What do I want? Nobody asks me how am I. People here don't seem to care about kindness and gratitude. John said as both his hands had caught fire now. Reed, seeing this, stretching his fingers to wrap around John's eyes, and Dracula using his claws to attack at abdomen. Raven didn't attack because she thought it would be useless as her forte wasn't fight. But as they came close to John, they were horrified to see that they couldn't move. Miles, who already was ready to get a beating, was astonished to see that in addition to fire, this person had the power of telekinesis like Jean and Professor X. Man. You know telekinesis. This is awesome, dude. Morales said. Raven just looked frozen on her ground, seeing how their team of 3 couldn't even move a finger. John then threw 3 fireballs at the 3 of them. Raven wanted to avoid it, but she too saw that, but she too couldn't move and was struck by the fireball. And like Miles, all 3 screamed out in pain. The heat of Phoenix fire wasn't something to be trifled with. Though this fire would heal them and make them sober, the trial by fire for them was necessary to wipe out the control of Apocalypse. In this case, the trial by fire was for 2 of them. Not for Dracula, as he would die in this fire. John didn't care if Dracula was controlled or on free reign. He wanted him to die. As Dracula's body was burning away intensely, his screaming stopped. Dracula looked at John with anger and said, "Phoenix, you have overstepped your boundaries. I can overlook the killing in hell, but here you have no jurisdiction. Oh, Thawne. Nice to finally meet you. Well, whatever is left of you in him. Just die already." John said. "Leave if you don't want to face my wrath." Dracula said. "Wrath? You small champion wanted to bring out Unmaker. Which is a no for you too. I am doing you a favor. You should thank me." John said. Unmaker. Dracula paused for a second. Thawne from other dimension checked the memories of Dracula to see what John said was truth or not. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 495, Apocalypse. When Thawne checked that whatever John said was true, he was in rage. Unmaker was an entity who everybody hated. He was made to bring peace and later turned out to be a horror show for everybody, and now one of his champions wanted to bring that back. He could never let this happen. Normally he never checked the vampires under him because he never cared. But this time, one of his underlings had crossed the line. Thawne then proceeded to kill Dracula himself. A being like Unmaker would never stop. After it is done with the normal universe, it would come for his dimension. And he could never let it happen. What a rude guy. Didn't even say thank you. John mumbled. Meanwhile, Miles was confused about what was going on. The person here seemed to know everything and nothing was astonishing for him. It was like he knew everything. He even knew his own name. Miles had never shown his face to anyone. But here this man looked like he knew their boss too. "Are you called Phoenix?" Miles finally took the courage and asked. "No. I am John Jameson. Nice to meet you. Now let's wake them up from the slumber," John said as he saw Raven and Reed, who became unconscious from all the pain. He waved his hands and these 2 who had been in sleep slowly opened their eyes. And like Miles, it took a few seconds of what was going on, and they sat up straight. They had a look of extreme guilt. All the evil things that they had done in the name of Apocalypse caught up to them. And they didn't like it one bit. Especially Reed. He had been deceiving his own friends, even his wife, and trying to research the Unmaker. Reed was recruited a year ago, so he had always known about the Flashpoint. He knew that Flashpoint was necessary after what the Unmaker did, and now he was trying to wake that same being up. This notion itself was the stuff of nightmares. "Back with the memories?" John asked. Both of them nodded their heads. Though they didn't know who this person was, but from the looks of it he had come to stop Apocalypse. And even if he didn't come to stop Apocalypse, they would try to stop him. He was too dangerous for this world. "Time to see your boss," John said. "He isn't our boss." All 3 of them spoke up in unison as they really hated the fact they were under Apocalypse's control. Yeah. I know. Just kidding. Let's go in." John said as he walked to the door. Other three followed behind. They all stepped through a narrow corridor to arrive at a bigger room. There was a throne at the end of the other side of the room, and on that throne sat a gray-colored humanoid being. He looked huge compared to the size of a human, and his clothes looked as if they belonged to old times. It was Apocalypse. The same Apocalypse of the X-Men movie. Well, not exactly the same, at least not as shitty as him. Yo. Man, out of time. How have you been living? John said as he slowly walked up to the throne. The three people behind him had already become vigilant and ready to attack. They felt violated and wanted to beat the shit out of Apocalypse. But they constrained themselves. The person who helped them hadn't taken any action. And they needed to wait to see how everything pans out. You took away my horseman. Apocalypse said. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at the new person who had appeared. He had seen who his 4 horsemen were taken away from the cameras nearby. This person seemed to know of the Unmaker too. And this was a huge taboo for him. He needed to know what this new person wanted. If anything could be negotiated, he would be up for it. If not, he would kill this new guy. These people. They were taken away by force. We aren't living in slavery now. John said. Apocalypse clenched his fist when John mentioned slavery. This hurt him right in his feels, where he remembered his past and him being tortured in the slave camps for years before he led a rebellion. What do you want in exchange for these 4 people? Apocalypse said. Miles couldn't stop himself and jumped on Apocalypse. He came close to Apocalypse only to be stopped by his telekinesis. A milk-mouthed kid wants to take revenge. You are far too young to even come close to me, kid. Apocalypse as he smiled devilishly. But his smile stopped in the next second. He saw that his right hand was gone. Cut off. By a sword wave. The attack was so fast that nobody even saw it coming. Not even Apocalypse. All he saw was his hand lying down. Even the pain hadn't hit him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 496, in action. When the pain hit him, he screamed. His telekinetic control over Miles was lost and he was free. Apocalypse used his other hand to stop the bleeding, but there was a massive wound with even his white bone visible. There was a loss of blood, but the wound surprisingly started healing. Apocalypse had a healing factor too, though not as crazy as Wolverine, but was still there. And after a minute of deep breaths, the healing was enough to stop the bleed. What do you want? Apocalypse finally said in a quivering tone. He knew this person was a totally different case. None of the superheroes he had seen before had the audacity or the courage to do it. Though some of them had been more powerful than him, they still were restrained on moral grounds. But this guy was on a whole different level. He didn't show mercy to anyone. He now regrets it a bit. He should not have taunted him, especially after seeing how he laid corpses as he arrived here. That should have been the alarm bell. Just that he misgauged his power. He didn't even see how his hand was cut. What do I want? Are you dumb? I have been screaming the reasons for my arrival since I barged in. Didn't you listen? John asked. You want me to stop the research of Unmaker? Apocalypse finally asked. Yup. And rightfully hand over yourself to the Avengers. If not, I will have to send you to the kingdom of death. John said. Apocalypse shuddered hearing this. He knew what this person just said, he would really carry it out. This person was serious in killing him. Apocalypse was thinking hard what to choose. He really was contemplating death. Because he was forced to work for unveiling the Unmaker. Are you seriously contemplating death over imprisonment? Apocalypse remained silent over this question. Whatever. I am taking you to the Avengers. John said. And before everybody could even understand what was happening, they vanished. All 5 of them. They appeared again in a huge hall. The headquarters of Avengers. Reed recognized it even if the others couldn't. He was surprised by such teleportation. You could have appeared near Apocalypse all this time? Reed asked. Of course, and could have killed him long ago. I was just having fun and needed to kill some pests. John said. You took matters into your own hands without any proper court. Reed mumbled. John then turned around and looked at Reed. Your inaction all these years could have proven costly if I didn't handle this guy here. Your universe and multiverse would be in jeopardy just because you morons decided to follow law. I don't belong to your Avengers. So don't gauge me by your standards. Sometimes I really think the ultimate version of you is better than your normal version. John said. The ultimate version, Earth 1610, Reed Richards is a villain. Known as the Maker. He is also an important character. Especially during the Secret Wars 2 event. He will show up too. My ultimate version. You mean in the multiverse? John didn't reply to that as Tony had arrived inside the hall with Barry and a few other people. Tony's alarm again went off, but this time there were no bullets. But when Tony came inside, he was surprised to see Reed and other known faces. And even a famous villain. With a lost hand and looking pale. What the hell is going on? Tony asked. Ask them. I am just a visitor to your universe. John said. We need to talk with everyone and I need to apologize. Reed said as he looked down. He was still feeling guilt, but he needed to come out clean about what he had done. Apologize? Why? Weren't you in the Unmaker facility? Why are you with him? Tony was confused. I will reveal everything, just call for a meeting. Reed said. Already called. Mr. Jameson here had already asked for this long ago. Tony said. Reed was surprised that Tony knew this guy and even the name. Even they didn't catch the name of this person. Only Miles did. Understood. Reed said. Soon the video conferencing was placed in the hall with every famous member appearing on the screen. Professor X, Nick Fury, Steve Rogers, and all the famous guys had appeared. Hey Tony, why this sudden emergency call? Has there been a problem? Panther said. All were surprised to see Tony with an unknown face and even a famous villain. Apocalypse. What is he doing there? Are you all right? Strange asked. I am not responsible. Ask them. Tony said, pointing out to Reed and his team. Sorry if I didn't introduce myself before. This is John Jameson. From a different reality. Here to pick up our friend Barry and clean the house of yours free of cost. John replied. Chapter 497, Nosy Bitches. So you are the famous John Jameson. Barry spoke a lot about you. Professor X said. I hope nothing bad about me. John laughed. He has nothing but praise for you. Charles said. Reed, why is Apocalypse there? Namor asked. My friends, I apologize to you. I have been deceiving you for some time now. Reed proceeded to narrate his story. So now we are here. Mr. Jameson here had liberated us. With this piece of shit. Reed finished speaking the whole drama with all the Avengers and about the abuse they had been receiving all this time, while at the end pointing to Apocalypse. Reed, Miles, Raven. It's been hard on all of you. Steve said as they felt sad for receiving this brainwash for such a long time. How did Apocalypse lose his hand? You did this? Strange asked Reed. No. Mr. Jameson here is responsible for that. I am not that violent of a person. Reed said. He deserved every bit of it and one hand more. Namor said, justifying what John did was right. He had always been a little violent person and always thought only an iron fist would keep the villains in check. Sigh. What do you wish to do now, Mr. Jameson? Take him away. Or let us imprison him? Black Bolt asked. Honestly, I just want to kill him and I am still contemplating that. But I feel like he is hiding more than he should, so I would like Charles to use his mind-reading powers on him and check it. Though I can do it too, since it's a situation of your universe, some decisions would be left for you to take. In the end, I am the perfect host of Phoenix Force and me interfering in every small matter might not sit well with the eyes of everyone. I let Barry do Flashpoint because Unmaker would have affected us too. But since Apocalypse here is just being stubborn, you can deal with him yourself. John replied. We understand, Mr. Jameson. We will handle it well. He was trying to awaken a being which had killed billions. We can never overlook it. And if we find him guilty, we will treat him accordingly. Even the death penalty isn't off the table. Steve said. Like John, he too was angry that Apocalypse had been committing such a huge crime. A crime against all of humanity and threatening the multiverse. This was wrong on so many different levels. And a crime that couldn't be overlooked. John really wanted to kill Apocalypse, but he changed his mind. It was because he heard a whisper in his ears, telling him not to interfere more. John nodded his head as he left Apocalypse to Tony for him to handle. Tony too was surprised when he came to know, so he didn't waste a second. S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared at the Avengers Tower and took away Apocalypse in high security. What Apocalypse was doing was against the basic line of morality, and Nick Fury knew that even the council who advocate for death penalty if whatever John and Reed said was proved to be the truth. Reed and others left as they all needed to meet their family. Tony too left with S.H.I.E.L.D. for extra security and left the Avengers Tower to John and Barry. Wait for me. I need to treat you both for what you have done. You both deserve something for saving our world. Tony said before he left. Barry nodded his head as good food was always an attraction for him. And Tony's parties were always lavish and had grandeur. John just shrugged his shoulders as he didn't really care. Though he didn't like parties, he didn't hate them either. In addition, all the Avenger members would arrive so he couldn't say no. John and Barry both sat in the living room looking over the city from the glass walls. Watu, why did you stop me from killing him? John asked. When John had made up his mind to kill Apocalypse, it was Watu who whispered to him not to interfere. Thank you for bringing me back to life. Watu as he appeared out of nowhere behind John, scaring Barry. Dude, I am eating here. Can you knock? Barry said. Sorry for that, Mr. Allen. You have my immense gratitude for what you have done for the multiverse. Yeah. Mention not. Just don't scare me again. Barry said. You still didn't tell me why you stopped me there. John reminded him. You have saved the multiverse again, and honestly we are all grateful and brought me to life. Though Barry here executed the so-called flashpoint, he has changed the reality itself. The Celestials and other gods believe that you have interfered enough and wanted you to stop. Watu said. You know, Watu, I am thinking of inserting my hands into the music industry. A new single. From me. Titled, Hypocrisy and Nosy Bitches. John said with a very serious tone. Chapter 498, Annihilus. Watu didn't know how he should reply to this huge slander of John. Only John could be so audacious about the gods and not get reprimanded by anyone. Tell them I won't interfere, but better not be nosy bitches always. John said. My work has transformed from being a watcher to a messenger. Watu complained as he finally sat near him. How does it feel to be Hermes? John joked. Not good. No wonder Kratos once cut his legs, Watu said. You follow my work too? John asked as he was surprised. He didn't expect that even Watu would watch his works. In order to get a proper idea of the multiverse outside ours, we too need to adapt, Watu said. Right. John said. Later they discussed many things. After about half an hour, Watu left after expressing his gratitude again to Barry and John. Tony came much later after doing proper interrogation to Apocalypse, as for his motives behind his obsession with Unmaker. But what information came next was not something even John expected. John didn't think there was something very serious with Apocalypse machinations, but it turned out that for the last 1.5 years he had been working on Unmaker because another forced him to do this. A being who lived in an entirely different dimension. A dimension which was opposite to theirs. The negative zone. And the person who wanted Apocalypse to work on the Unmaker was Annihilus. This is what we have understood. Do you know anything about Annihilus? Tony asked. Annihilus. John mumbled. The name seems powerful. Barry commented. Naming is narcissist. He is a bug. A bug who is extremely afraid of death. A bug who got power because he wields the power cosmic from his dimension. John said. A bug. Like literally or metaphorically. A literal bug. He is paranoid about death and does everything possible to keep himself alive. He lives in an antimatter dimension. He has a history of trying to attack our universe due to paranoia, as he thinks that our universe will be his doom one day. John said. A bug that is afraid of death. How ironic. So he must be quite big. Tony asked. He looks humanoid, but he just looks like one, but isn't one. John said. You said, power cosmic. He wields it too like Norin. Barry asked. No. The power cosmic here is equivalent to the opposite of ours in his universe. John said. What is power cosmic? Tony asked, as their universe had no Galactus, so he had no idea of what it was. John then proceeded to explain the history of power cosmic and the people who wield it. I thought only Unmaker was crazy. Seems like the multiverse is more crazy. If Annihilus is that powerful, how will we counter him? Tony asked, as he was little concerned now. We will help you. His presence threats the multiverse too, as he comes from antimatter dimension. I thought the story of Unmaker would stop in this. But it seems like Flashpoint worked his magic. John said. I told you. Flashpoint is never easy. When did he say that Annihilus will be coming, if he is coming? John asked. He said he had no idea. Charles and Jean are interrogating him more to bring out information. Tony said. He has an army of bugs and innumerable soldiers. It won't be easy. But rest assured he isn't that much of a headache. John said, as he really didn't care about Annihilus. Antimatter and matter never went hand in hand. It was a double-edged sword. And since John had life force on his side, Annihilus and his army of bugs didn't really have a chance. You seem like you are not concerned. Tony said, as he saw the carefree nature of John ever after knowing that an enemy would be coming to threaten the multiverse. He isn't that big of a deal. He is easy to handle. John said. Is it? Seems like everything is easy for you. Tony mumbled. Rest assured our universe will give you a hand. I might not shoot but others would definitely. So don't worry much about it. John said. Where are the guests? You said there will be a party. John asked. They will be here in an hour or so. Tony said as he was a little distracted. The emergence of a new kind of enemy prompted him to give birth to ideas for new defense countermeasures. He couldn't let the fate of their Earth be in the hands of others. He was already making plans in his mind of countering it. John could already guess what Tony was thinking. It's just that he didn't stop him. A person like Tony would never allow someone else to take care of his life. No version of Tony Stark was made that way. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 499, New Visitors. Soon everybody arrived for the party. Even Charles Xavier, who always avoided these kinds of things, showed up. Barry was already acquainted with all of them as he was revered as the hero who saved the world. But the recent revelation made them realize that not everything was simple. They got rid of Unmaker, but now they had another kind of enemy. And nobody knew how they would face this new being who came from an opposite universe. Though scientifically it was very easy, but since the other party had an extra power, they weren't sure how to handle this with no casualty. Though John assured them, they still felt a little uneasy. After spending a few hours at the party and meeting everybody, it was time for John to leave with Barry. Barry had passed a lot of time here and thus he needed to go back. Before leaving, John left with a warning to Strange saying that if any Halus appeared they needed to call him. Strange, please don't be a superhero. And call me. I don't want another Flashpoint in your universe. Strange nodded his head. Though he never liked being bossed around, but what John said was right. They needed to be smart about it. And from the mouth of John it seemed like he already knew how to handle this being. With that said, John opened a portal and both John and Barry walked. Yo people, it was nice this past year. Be alive when I come next time. Barry joked as he was stepping inside. We will be good. You better not run into people and kill them. Tony cursed back too. I am not a train. Barry replied as the portal closed. What is a train? Tony was confused by this sudden reference of Barry. Tony and Barry both bonded a lot because of their references to movies and stuff. But Tony had no idea what A-Train was. He doesn't know about the A-Train. John said the A-Train was a speedster in the Boys series. Though John had always shown superheroes in good light, he had shown them in bad light too. It was ironic because the Boys series was what John was doing in their home. He propagated movies on superheroes, which the Boys series did too. But there the superheroes were the antagonists. And surprisingly, the series was very well received by the audience. They applauded Disney for having the courage to show the superheroes in a bad light, and it actually made John's fan values rise more. It doesn't stop me from mentioning it. Yeah, well. You should go home now. You have been away from home for a long time. I have been away from home for a few hours. What are you saying? Barry said as he zoomed away. Show off. John smiled. After going back to Flashpoint, Barry didn't come to the present by using the Speed Force, rather decided to have fun in their universe and stayed over there. Though his presence might be a problem for them, he who did Flashpoint didn't care anymore. John returned home only to see Lucifer waiting for him on the balcony sipping scotch from his glass. I have been waiting for an hour. Lucifer said. I went to a party on the other side, so sorry about that. John said. I smell several female perfumes on you. Shall I call in divorce lawyer? Lucifer said. Stop creating a mess. Why are you here? I think I gave you a whole nightclub for you to manage in LA. John said. After Lucifer arrived, he refused to be at hell and said he wanted to spend his time here like the previous time here. Thus John fulfilled his wish and bought him everything and even registered him with the same name. Lucifer Morningstar. No, that is not a problem, I just miss them. Lucifer said, finishing the alcohol. Them. John was confused. Yes. Detective Decker and her little evil spawn. Lucifer said. Ah. Why? You want me to bring them here? John asked. Yeah. That old man said you helped them in their journey. So here I am asking for a favor. Though I know. It's the other way round, but I would like it if you can guide them here. Lucifer said. Fine. I will. I hope she doesn't freak out when she arrives. What do you want her to do, by the way? Solve petty LA crimes. John asked. SHIELD showed up a few days ago asking questions about me. Those guys looked pretty decent. Though they were scared of me. The Lord of Hell, but they were all right. Lucifer said. SHIELD. Well, your name and that nightclub screams trouble, so of course they will show up. So. You want her to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? John asked. Lucifer said. Well, it's up to her. Not my concern. You will have to take care of them if anything goes wrong. John just shrugged his shoulders. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 500, A Comet. The next day he spent a small amount of fan values to extract Decker and her child from the Lucifer series to the club. Since Lucifer said he would take care of them, it was better to let him handle it. After all, he was the Lord of Hell. The days flew by as nothing of significance happened. Doomguy had already returned from Hell, and since he didn't have anything to do, he chose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Since he had nothing to do, Fury was able to convince him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. for the betterment of humanity. While the Doctor had already joined the Umbrella organization. So everything was in order. Now John was busy handling his children and providing them all the knowledge of the world that he could provide. And the children had finally grown up. With full-sized necrophrygians. And like their father, they too took the route of superheroes. Half of them registered for the Avengers while the other half joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Since the necrophrygians were kind of ghosts, some of them thought spying was the best route for them. Fury was ecstatic when he came to know this. The necrophrygians would be the best spies, in some cases better than the ninjas. He couldn't ask for more. Fury decided that before his retirement he would make the necrophrygians elites and they would serve the next director directly. Coulson was finally ready to take up as the director, and he couldn't wait to give his chair away to someone. The Earth had become too unrecognizable for him and he was just too tired. Few months went by. One day early morning, the alarms of S.H.I.E.L.D. went off. What's the matter? Fury asked as he looked at the monitor. He had been sleeping in his office. But the alarm woke him up. Sir, there is a comet approaching Earth from outside the solar system. A comet? Fury was surprised. Yes, sir. A comet, which is of course correcting itself, an officer said. So a small spaceship? Fury asked. Yes, sir. Pull the images from the satellite of Mars. What does it look like? Fury asked. Sir, this spaceship looks like a round ball. A very small one, the officer said. Zoom in on it. Fury said. Soon a very close-up image came up. The spaceship looked like a white ball and with a small black dot in it. Fury looked deeply into it. He felt like he had seen this somewhere. But he couldn't remember where. This thought bugged him. And after a minute of deep thinking it finally struck him where he had seen. He turned back and said. This information is classified. Nothing like this has ever appeared in our solar system. Fury said. But director, about this spaceship. The officer said. This is a matter of the Avengers now. Guilty, call John. I will be visiting his house. John was having a good time going through the new Netflix series from the other world. He had almost nothing to do, so all he did was go through the series to see if he could find any powerful character of interest. Suddenly there was a call. Fury wants to meet you. Fury. All right. John said as he continued watching the series. Soon there was a knock on the door. The door opened by itself and Fury slowly walked in. John too switched off the television and looked at Fury. Long time no see. John said. It's been some time. Fury said as he threw some images on the table. You knew about this? Fury asked. John looked at the images. It was the same round ball spaceship in the space that Fury saw a few minutes before. No. John said. Then why is it coming? Are you losing your power? Fury asked. It's not that. I just didn't bother to care about it. John said. Fury looked at him for a sec before asking. Is he who I think he is? John closed his eyes for a second before saying yes. He is the most dangerous guy we have ever faced. And you are daydreaming? Fury asked now in a more serious tone. Relax, Fury, he is still a child. We will mold him on our Earth terms. John said. How? By hitting him in the head? Or throwing the child down the cliff? Fury asked as he remembered the story behind this new person who was approaching. I will just alter his memories. John said. And who will raise him? You. No offense, he isn't a necrophrygian. He is more than that. Fury said. Don't worry. I have a family set for our new guest. He will grow up in a good environment specially made for him. Oh. Who is this said family? That's a secret. He and his family have a long history. John replied. I hope you know what you are doing is right. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't the right place for him to grow up, so the family must be a benevolent one. Chill Fury. John replied. How will you name the child? The old name or the new name? Of course the new name. Goku. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 501, The Family of. Is there or was there a Scion planet in this universe? Fury asked. There is no Scion planet, if there had been they would have conquered everything by now. John replied. So it's from a different universe. We need to keep an eye on him always. Fury said. The family will look after it. They aren't a typical family. So you don't have to worry about it. John said. Fury left after being assured that he wouldn't be a threat to humanity. Convincing Fury gave John a headache. He was almost on the verge of altering Fury's memory so that his nagging could stop. When he finally left, John was relieved. His paranoia can drown a person. John mumbled. The spaceship passed by planets after planets finally reached the moon and John, who had already given the coordinates for landing, passed by the ring. He made sure that the spaceship was hidden from all the satellites and even shielded the spaceship from the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. John didn't want anyone to know where Goku would land. It would be away from modern society and would make sure Goku would be brought into the most loving family. The spaceship started to fall like a meteor somewhere in China. A hidden place away from civilization. But even among the tall mountains and trees, there was a huge palace-like home. The house looked like it was made in the designs of ancient Chinese culture, yet it looked beautiful. 4 people used to live in that beautiful home. A father, a mother, a daughter, and a son. They were a loving family and everything was perfect. When the spaceship was in its landing course, it was early morning and the daughter who was busy tending to the garden nearby saw this and shouted. Dad, there is a meteor landing. Come. Yelling, you are daydreaming again. Husband, come and see there is a meteor. The mother who came to reprimand her daughter also saw the falling meteor. Listening to the noises, both the son and father, who were busy at home, came out to see what the whole fuss was about. What is going on? The father too looked up and saw that a meteor was falling down, and before they could realize the meteor was coming straight in their direction. The meteor soon landed very near to their home. And since it was a very small one, there was no earthquake or a shock due to its landing. Dad. I want to go and see the meteor, the daughter said. The father didn't know what to say. He too wanted to go and see the meteor, but the recent emergence of aliens and problems all around the world made him realize that the world wasn't as peaceful as it was supposed to be. Hell, he wasn't even sure that this thing was a meteor or something else. No. This is dangerous. I am not sure if that is a meteor. I want to go too. Now the mother said. Wife. Please don't do this to me. It is dangerous. What if there is a virus or some kind of disease, the father said. If there is, we can go to the med pod. Didn't we buy one? I am sure the Umbrella's med pods will be able to handle any kinds of virus or bacteria. Though I think, whatever was there, it got burnt away by the heat, the woman said. Though they lived in a very remote place, money had never been a problem for the family. They had enough money to last for centuries. Dad. Please, we can all go together. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon the government will come and take it away. The son finally spoke up and he too was enthusiastic to see the fallen meteor. Such kinds of chances never come to anybody and he didn't want to miss seeing a meteor in his life up close. Fine. But I am taking protection, the father said as went inside to bring out a box which he hadn't used for a very long time. He opened the box and took the equipment that was in the box. He had great faith in them as these things had served him for a very long time. After getting ready, they all set into the direction of the fallen meteor. The whole family was excited, even the father who never showed any kind of emotion had a glint in his eyes. They arrived at the spot where the meteor landed, but what they saw next surprised all 4 of them. They expected a black huge rock, but they were greeted with a huge round white ball of metal. There was a curved door attached to it and a blue color glass window which allowed them to see inside the white ball. And inside that ball was a small child with over spiky hair sleeping peacefully with a finger in his mouth. All 4 were startled seeing such an odd scene. A boy inside a small spaceship. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 502, Suwonwoo. Is that what I think it is? The daughter said. Yes. It's a spaceship, the son replied. No, you idiot. Haven't we seen this in one of the anime we used to watch long ago? The daughter said. Anime? Which anime? The son asked. Dragon Ball, the daughter replied. The son's eyes went wide when she said that. He looked at the child again who was still sleeping. Goku, the son asked. Looks like him, the daughter said. The son got scared a bit. He remembered how Goku was when he started. He was a scion and a violent one at that. Only after falling down the cliff and getting hurt in the head did he change. And if the small baby inside was really Goku, then it would be really troublesome. "Father, I think you need to be ready with your weapon," the son said. "Are you both crazy? This is a child. How will he be dangerous?" the mother asked. She was a kind one and she could never imagine a child being bad. "Mom. He is a scion. A fucking scion. Pardon my language. But if he is violent, it won't take long for him to kill us," the son said. "How do you know he is a scion? Or whatever he is called." "He looks human from here," the mother said. "Mom. They have a tail. I bet he has one," the son said as he was convinced already that the child inside was a scion. "What is a scion?" the father asked, now curious. The daughter proceeded to explain to them what a scion represented. An alien creature who had immense power. Powerful enough to destroy everything, and they only lived for destruction, though the story of Goku which they knew was nothing like that. As they argued, the door of the spaceship finally opened by itself slowly. The father was listening to the conversation of his children, so he could tell that this child wasn't simple and he needed to prepare himself if the situation went south. "You three go. I will look into it," the father said as he saw the door being opened. "No. He is just a child. I will not let you harm him," the mother said. "What do you think of me? A monster? I will only defend if the child seems troublesome. You have already seen the news of how Disney's works come to life. I will not let my family get in harm's way," the father said. Meanwhile, the baby who had been sleeping peacefully finally opened his eyes. All four of them turned stiff when they saw the baby's clear and cute eyes. The mother had a warm look on her face, so did the daughters. Only the son and the father were serious and were ready to take action if the baby here violently acted out. The father was even ready with his equipment. But then they heard a voice from behind. "Having fun with a child, are we?" "Who?" The father instantly reacted and punched in the air. And magically, the rings which had worn on his hands flew out to the direction of the voice. The rings had a huge power in them as it came close to the person who just spoke from behind. But just as the rings flew out magically, it magically stopped too after hitting an invisible barrier. And then the rings after hitting came back to the father, returning back to the same way it flew out. "I am surprised even after all these years, you haven't lost your touch." Mandarin. Yes, it was Mandarin. The actual Mandarin. Not the fake one in the last human enemy Tony had faced. The Mandarin was a legendary and nearly mythical figure who rose to power after discovering a set of mythical rings, and founded the army known as the Ten Rings. When Wu established himself as a powerful warlord who conquered kingdoms over the millennia, the rings' power giving him immortality. His real name was Su Wenwu. Wenwu had continued seeking power, finding the ancient city of Ta Lo. But he fell in love with Ta Lo's gatekeeper, Ingli. And then they got married and had a family together. Shang and Xiaoling. In the actual story, after swearing off from doing evil and had started to have a happy life, his wife was murdered in cold blood. This ticked the Mandarin off and he used his rings again to rise back to his position. Eventually being stopped by his own son Shang, who took over the rings. But here nothing like this happened. The League took care of their family from the shadows and didn't let any harm come to their family. John didn't want a sad family story and he was happy with Ta Lo being safe as it stopped whatever evil was on the other side of the portal that the people of Ta Lo guarded. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 503, New Child. You are. Who? Su Wenwu asked. Dad. This is John Jameson. Owner of Disney. Shang whispered in the ears of his father, a little embarrassingly. Shang was a great fan of John. John was the one who had literally made his childhood special. With all his works, starting from The Lion King to all the animes. The movies, the series, the superheroes. Everything. For Shang, John was the actual hero. He had seen his father with his 10 rings, so in a way he had seen power, so he wasn't that fascinated by it as he grew up. Honestly, he wanted to know more about Mom's place rather than Dad's, which had nothing but destruction. His mother managed to defeat his father even when he had the 10 rings. Thus Shang was more attracted to art rather than fights. And John for him was the greatest creator of all time. Kid, I am just a guy with a plug-in. I am no creator. Now, his real-life superhero had shown up and he couldn't contain himself. He almost stepped forward and asked for an autograph. John. John Jameson. You are the one my son chirps about all day. Su said, but he had already taken out all the rings and they were circling around him. He didn't know how he sneaked in here, which was middle of nowhere, and more importantly he was able to stop his rings like it was nothing. This had never happened before. He had seen the superheroes do heroic things on TV, but he never cared. Not until now. He cursed himself a bit for being sloppy and never taking a note on all the powered beings which had recently shown up. Your son. Shang. Why does he speak about me? John asked as he was confused. It was the first time he heard someone talking about him. You know my name. You know my son's name too. Both spoke at the same moment and in total different tones. Su's voice had more of caution while Shang had more of elation. John didn't reply and started walking on the side to the spaceship. Goku had already opened his eyes and was crawling his way out of the spaceship full but naked. The family of four thought stepped back seeing John walking towards the spaceship. Su thought John would attack them but was relieved. When John started walking he used the rings to surround his family, as a defense. He never felt so vulnerable before. His family was in the crosshairs of someone who he had no idea about. And somehow thousands of years of instincts told him that this John Jameson wasn't just a simple piece of cake. John went down the crater where the spaceship had landed and finally stood right in front of Goku. Goku looked up at John and gave a smile. He stretched as if to say to pick him up and hug him. No. Please don't kill him. He is still a child. Husband, please tell him not to kill the child. Ingli screamed as she thought that John would kill him. She had heard what his children said about their origin but she couldn't believe any child would be that cruel to be so violent right from the start. John was surprised and turned back to look at her. He didn't expect he was labeled as a murderer in her eyes just because he showed up where Goku landed. Do I look like a demon to you? All of the four stiffened when John asked that. When John showed up they all thought he was here to kill the baby. After all, Dragon Ball was John's story and from a logical point of view Scions were enemies. They loved killing. Though at the end Vegeta mellowed down a lot, it could never be denied that Raditz, Nappa, Broly were all bloodthirsty. And just now the way John blocked the rings, they thought he was here to kill the baby. Even Shang, who was a great fan of John, thought the same. Are you not here to kill the child on behalf of the Avengers? Ingli asked. Of course not. I am here on a mission. John said. What mission? Su asked. Peace in our time. John said as he finally took Goku in his arms. They were surprised that Goku here was still a calm and cute child and showed no sense of violence. You are here to take him away. Ingli was relieved that John didn't show any hostility to the child but was a little scared. If John took the child away to the Avengers it would mean that this child would be brought up in a militaristic surroundings. No. I am here for you to take him. John said. Huh. What? All four of them were taken aback by these sudden words. John started walking towards them with Goku in his arms. Su was still fearful of John and took the rings again in his hands to attack him if he made any funny moves. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 504, Redemption. Su's home. John was sitting with Goku still in his arms and feeding a bottle of milk which he had brought out from his vault. The family of four sat on the opposite looking at John. Ingli couldn't hold it anymore and finally invited John to their home. Of course Su said no at the beginning as he didn't trust him but the enthusiasm of Shang and his wife overwhelmed and so he finally accepted this and invited him in. John took the teapot and sipped the tea that Ingli just served. Su looked at John as he was a little surprised by this casual behavior of John. Though he didn't know what kind of power John had but few minutes ago it was him who attacked John. And now he was acting like it never happened. If anyone had done the same thing to him he would have crushed his hands for this blasphemy. Aren't you worried that we might have poisoned the tea? Su said. Husband, what are you saying? He is our guest. You should apologize. Ingli said in an anxious tone as she thought his words might have insulted John. After so many years you are still so defensive, Su. Relax a bit. Not everybody is after you and your family. I don't think you will go down so low as to poison your enemies. Especially someone who just has a child in his arms. John said. Su got startled a bit, because it seemed like John here knew of his identity. Just that he knew that he had been living for so many years and he mentioned it casually meant he knew all along. Why are you here? To take me away and lock me? Su asked. Lock you? Why? Do I look like I am here to imprison you? John was surprised by this absurd question. He was here for Goku but it seemed like Su wasn't going to let go of his paranoia. Please forgive my father's rude behavior, he is a very old man and he still needs to learn the modern-day ethics. From your words you seem to know of us and even our names but we really don't know anything about you. Shang said. With that being said, can you give me your autograph and a selfie later? Shang continued. Autograph. Ha. For the first time someone had asked me this. Sure, after the end of the conversation I can give you one. Now can we talk about the baby here? John said. What about him? It is apparent that you have powers, and since the baby here is special, you can take him to the ring or whatever that is called and raise him. Our family will have nothing to do with this. Ingli wanted to say something but was stopped by Sue. He really didn't want anything to do with this scion child and wanted him away. His instincts told him that the child specifically landed near his home and John had some ulterior motives. That won't do, Mr. Wenwu. I am here to give this child for you to adopt. You have no other choice. John said as he finished drinking his tea. He had to admit Chinese people had a different kind of talent for tea making. All the three's eyes shined when John said that. They had already guessed from the previous words of John that he wanted them to adopt this scion child. Though they weren't sure why John wanted them to adopt, the whole idea of having a scion sibling was a whole new matter. No. According to the story you created, he is an alien and violent character. I admit I have tried conquering the world, but I don't want to be the reason for the destruction of humanity here. Sue said. I can understand, but Goku here isn't the same Goku in the series that I made. He is a scion for sure, but a calm one, not the one with the destructive mind. And you will have to adopt him no matter what. It's your redemption arc. If you don't, the Avengers will come and imprison you, and your precious 10 rings won't be able to stop any of us. You have committed enough crimes to land you in jail till your death, if not death penalty. The rings in his hand shone when John spoke those words. Those were words of blatant threat. John had sympathy for the family but not for Sue. He was a madman and was hell-bent on conquering the world once, even conquering Ta Lo. Those kinds of people always needed to be in check, and League had done a perfect job in keeping him away. Are you threatening me? Sue asked. Threat? Are you even worthy of that? John said. In the next moment various spears started emerging from behind him from his gate of Babylon. Shang and Xiaoling, who had been silent all this time, shuddered when they saw that. They knew what kind of power now John had. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 505, New Child, 2. Dad. Please stop. He is older than you and more powerful than you. Xiaoling said. Huh. Sue stopped in his tracks when his daughter said that. He never expected that his daughter would speak such words. More older and more powerful. What the hell? Husband, please stop with your nonsense. He is our guest that we invited, and all you have been doing is ostracizing him without any proof. All he wants to do is give us the child. Can't we at least try to know the reason? Ingli said. Sue's eyebrows twitched when she said that. His own wife had taken the side of the enemy. His son was the enemy's greatest fan. And it seemed like his daughter too wasn't optimistic about him. See, your family is more reasonable than you. John said as he took back the weapons from his gate. John never really wanted to fight Sue, he just wanted him intimidated. You really just want to give us the child even though you know my history? Sue asked as he was still skeptical. Goku was a scion, so it made no sense for a superhero to let a bad person like him adopt one of the most dangerous people known to the universe. At least that's what the story was depicted by John. So he was confused why he was choosing his family for the upbringing of a world destroyer. Ingli was able to make a good out of world conqueror. I am pretty sure she can raise Goku to be a good person and teach this child all kinds of martial arts. It's his destiny. John said as he finally held the child near Ingli for her to take. She hesitated a bit but finally raised her hands to hold the child. Ingli, if you take this, you have to understand you will be raising a potential child of your own. Sue reminded. He could understand that Goku would need to be brought up in the most kind and gentle way to take away his savageness. Ingli, after a second of hesitation, finally extended her hand to hold Goku. Goku, who had been sleeping, woke up and saw that he was in the arms of someone else. He looked at Ingli for a second before smiling happily and hugged her. Ingli felt elated seeing that Goku didn't have any violent nature as of yet and had a sweet smile on his face. See, he is a baby and you can take care of him. John said. The family of 4 had complicated looks on their faces. They just adopted one of the most powerful beings of the universe and they had to do nothing about it. Actually, there were 2 reasons why John wanted this family to adopt Goku. First was Ki. John didn't have any proper knowledge of Ki. And for Goku, in order to be powerful, he needed to learn Ki. He wasn't sure if what Ingli learned was Ki or something else, but at least Goku would learn proper martial arts from them. Moreover, the history of 10 rings. The 10 rings in the comics are totally different than the ones Sue used. These weren't even 10 rings but 10 bracelets. Who named them 10 rings? He or she must be stupid. And secondly, he wanted someone to keep an eye on Ta Lo. Ta Lo in comics was just a dimension for the Chinese gods. But here this too was different. So he wasn't sure how he would keep an eye on this. And since the beings which he saw in the Shang-Chi movie were powerful and they even had a dragon, Goku was the best candidate to defend them. Though Ingli needed to mend her relationship with Ta Lo first, that could be achieved slowly. Why are you giving him to us? Tell us the truth. Ingli asked. Though she would love to adopt a new baby, she needed to know the real reason. So that he can learn martial arts, ki, and even be a protector of Ta Lo. Ing almost stumbled when he mentioned Ta Lo. She never expected him to know about that place too. Just for this reason? Sue asked skeptically. Of course. You don't think that the Avengers course corrected the fall of him for Northwest reason near this place? John said. We would love to have a scion as a sibling. Shang-Chi said. Yeah, it would be our honor. We will take care of our new brother in the best way possible. Xialing said. They both were enthusiastic about the new member of the family, though they were forced into the situation. Who wouldn't like a very powerful brother? They could take care of their little brother and later conquer the world by riding the big shoulders of their young brother. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 506, Utopia. His name has already been registered in the directory of the country. So you don't have to worry. John stayed as he already asked GAIA to register his name as a normal citizen. Of course his name will be changed here. If their government came to know that a certain Goku lived here, then it would be a huge commotion. Especially a country like China where almost everything was under the eyes of the government. Though the method was debatable, the Avengers never interfered in politics and John too never cared. He can't save everyone, and if every person wanted a better life sometimes they needed to fight it out themselves. There was nothing called utopia on Earth and those kinds of worlds didn't exist. Searching or building a utopia was a false dream and there couldn't be one. Well, that's not right. There wasn't utopia. The utopian parallel rather. But according to comics there was none in the multiverse. The utopian parallel was never in the multiverse. It was pulled to the multiverse after some people heroically sacrificed themselves to seal the black holes away and later pulled it to the multiverse. But John checked with cosmic awareness. There was none of that. Not even America Chavez. The Latino woman in the Doctor Strange trailer, she hails from the utopian parallel and her parents sacrificed themselves to save her and save the world. Though I think her world was destroyed in the trailer. There were images of Strange going to another dimension which looked, and maybe that was the utopian parallel. Utopia. Humanity will never stop searching for that. Trying to achieve perfection. But perfection is impossible. John murmured. The family of 4 were all busy attending to their new child while John was daydreaming. Mr. Jameson. Can I ask you a question? Shang asked as he saw John being distracted. He thought it was the right time to talk to his hero. Go on. John asked. Are you really the first ruler of Babylon? You have only been born a few years ago according to the records. Don't get me wrong. I am just one of your big fans, so I have researched a lot. Shang said as he felt a little shy saying all that, but he needed his hero to know that he was his biggest fan. Babylon. Not exactly. I do have memories of Babylon, but in a way I wasn't its ruler. You can say I am the reincarnation of Gilgamesh. And I have his treasure. John said, lying again, as he always did. John even wondered if the system was built in such a way that he would have to lie to everyone. Because if he opened Pandora's box, his life might just come crumbling down. Reincarnation. Really? That is so awesome. Shang said in awe. Even Zailing, who had been eavesdropping, was surprised by this revelation. They never expected his story to be like this. No wonder he looked so handsome. He is Gilgamesh. Xialing whispered under her breath. They talked more and the family wanted to know more of Scions and how to control him if he ever turned into a gorilla. This was the main concern and they would have to take care of it. Of course they could always cut off his tail and be done with it, but Ingli, being the mother, was strongly opposed to this decision as she didn't want her son to be hurt. We can think of this later. We need to go to Ta Lo. Sue said. He was a little excited. They had finally decided to go there. The place where he always wanted to go. But after meeting Ingli he gave up that ambition. One of the main reasons he gave up was because Ingli was too powerful and he didn't have the means. Now he could go and see. He had heard Southwest much of that place. Now one of his last dreams would be fulfilled. Yeah, we do. Ingli too said. Her face was filled with nostalgia. She would return to the place from where she was banished. All right, pack your bags. I will teleport us all to the entrance of Ta Lo. So it won't be much of a hassle. John said. Teleport. Gilgamesh knew teleportation. Xialing was confused. The gate of Babylon isn't the only power I have. Now please get ready. John reminded them again. Yes. Yes. Mr. Mime, can you help us pack? Ingli called out as she went in to pack the bags and get ready. Like all other households, their family too had adopted Pokemon, it was just that they never trained them. Only one Pokemon for maintaining the household. Soon everybody was ready and even Goku now had good clothes on him as he was given the clothes of his brother. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 507, Ta-Lo. All ready? John asked. All nodded their heads and in the next moment, they all vanished. Only Mr. Mime looked at the five of them confusingly but didn't think much later and went on to keep everything clean again like he always does. When they appeared again it was near a waterfall, with a small pond around. The small waterfall was surrounded by tall Asian bamboo trees and these trees looked like it was moving by itself magically. The next moment Xiang and Xiaoling both took airbags over their mouths. John was confused by the use of airbags by them. What are you both doing? John asked. We thought we would vomit after being teleported. The movies show that first-time teleportation causes dizziness and loss of equilibrium. Xiang said. Do you feel nauseated? John asked as he was pretty sure his teleportation doesn't do this. No. Xiaoling said. Don't always trust movies. Gilgamesh couldn't teleport but I can. Goku here is a baby. The movies and series are just a way of representation, not the truth. They nodded their head. Meanwhile, Sue and Ingli were excited about this. It would be the first time for Sue while it would be after so many years, returning to her past. The place where she was banished from. Are you sure you can convince the people? Ingli asked as she wasn't sure if her own people would accept her again. I will convince them, if they won't listen, then I will convince them with fists. Traditions are just that, traditions. Sure it keeps us down to the roots, but it shouldn't blind us and stop us from growing. John said as he really didn't care if the people of Ta-Lo accepted her again or not. It was the matter of Goku so he didn't want any kind of problems here. He had brought the baby version of Goku as it would cost less, but in the end he was still a scion. Since he can get his scion powers by learning, why not just nurture him? It wasn't like he needed Goku immediately. The Avengers by itself was very powerful, so Goku can take his time, till he becomes a super scion if that was all possible. Let's go in. John said as he started walking. And in order not to wet himself he started levitating. Can you make us fly and protect us from the waterfall? I don't want Goku to get water on his body. Ingli said. Mom. Gilgamesh can't do. Xiang said but immediately he saw himself floating in the air. It was so sudden that he almost felt like he would fall. Brother, you are embarrassing yourself. Xiaoling giggled seeing her brother levitating but still felt like he was falling. They all started to slowly move forward in the air and pass through the waterfall. The water magically didn't touch any of them and all of them were perfectly dry. Soon they came out of a cave and when they came to a clearing they saw Ta-Lo for the first time, except for Ingli. Of course John could always enter Ta-Lo, and even appear directly inside Ta-Lo. But he felt that it would be an invasion of privacy so he went through the normal process of entering through the gate. Ta-Lo looked exactly like it did in the movie. The mythical animals, like Nine Tails, the faceless plush animals, phoenix-like creatures and various other legendary creatures. As John and others started walking the animals started approaching them. Especially towards John. The animals could sense the immense life force in John so they were extremely happy to get close to John. You seem to be more welcome here than me. Ingli laughed. John just smiled at it as they finally saw a few houses and temples a little far away. They soon reached the houses only to see many people were practicing martial arts with various weapons. Some were just using bare hands. Soon the people who were practicing saw that new unknown people had appeared. Only one person among them was known to the people here. Among them an old man approached them, his face ridden with anger and fury. Master Guangbo, it's an honor to meet you after so many years. Ingli said as she bowed her head to respect the old man. You imbecile, what are you doing here after so many years? You even brought other low-living humans with you. How dare you, the old man shouted. Hearing such harsh and rude words made the faces of all four of the people cold. They didn't expect such a reception for them. And then a slap came. A tight slap on the face of the old man. It was John who hit him, right on his face. Teleporting near him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 508, Jiang Nan. All the people present didn't expect a person would just teleport and slap Master Guangbo. All froze on their spots as the tight sound of the slap came. Nobody expected such a situation to take place. Old man, watch what you are saying. Just because you live in a false and a close utopia and are descendants of a long-lost empire, don't for a moment think that you are above us. I can obliterate you and your bloodline and not even bat an eye, said John. As expected, it was John who slapped him. Facing such humiliation, nobody would be able to just take it without saying anything. John had always hated people who act high and mighty and not have the power to back it. This old master was probably one of them. And as the Chinese novels go, he most probably looked down on them. And John wasn't going to hear any more long-winded words of verbal abuse just for word count. So he took action and stopped him right in his tracks. The old man froze for a second, confused by what just happened. He couldn't even register the way he was slapped, but then his eyes turned wide and he got extremely angry. The old man had a spear in his hand. It was a typical spear, but there was a small difference. The tip of the spear was made of dragon scale. He swung the spear at John in full force. The spear came at John sideways at a very fast speed. But as these stories go, this time too the spear stopped just before it hit the body of John. Stopped in the open air. The spear didn't even bounce back. John used telekinesis to stop the spear. "You. Who are you?" the old man asked, horrified by what he just saw. The spear was struck in his place and he couldn't even release it from his hand. It was as if he was struck in his place, unable to move. "I am just a guest who came to Ta Lo for a visit. And have a nice chat. Seems like I will have to force my way in to have a good talk," John said. The other people who were practicing nearby already surrounded John with their weapons. But they didn't take any step forward. They were shivering, though they didn't understand how Master Guang couldn't move from his position. They suspected that this person who slapped him must have done something to stop their master. "Stop." A feminine voice came from a long distance. All turned their head to see who shouted. It was Michelle, sorry. Jiang Nan. The elder sister of Ingli. She was one of the heads that controlled Ta Lo and was their leader. She almost came running in seeing the commotion but was stunned to see her sister after ages. Ingli. Elder sister. Ingli's eyes became wet seeing her elder sister after such a long time. She hadn't seen her since she left and finally today she got the courage to come back. "Thanks to John. You are back." Jiang Nan mumbled under her breath. Her eyes were too filled with tears. She missed her sister a lot, but the rules of Ta Lo didn't allow her to speak up about the injustice she faced after leaving with an outsider. "Jiang Nan, see what your good family has done. She has brought demons back from their world and will soon cause the destruction of our peace," Master Guangbo said, but the next moment he was slapped hard on the other cheek by John. And this time it was much more harsh. A tooth came out with just this hit. "Old man, speak another word, you will lose your mouth," John said, now with a more chilly voice. He didn't want to hear another slander from this old man. One of the martial artists, seeing that John was distracted, finally took the courage and used a rope dart, the weapon Xiaoling used in the last fight, and threw at him. But like the spear too, the rope dart stopped just before hitting the back of his head. John slowly turned back to look who had the courage to sneak attack him. The martial artist who did this trembled when he saw John's eyes. John just looked at him and the next second he was flung on the air by an invisible force. The martial artist screamed as he fell from a few feet high in the air. "Stop. Please stop." Jiang Nan shouted as he saw one of her own men being bullied in such a way. She was surprised. Ki could be used as telekinesis to some extent but not the way John did. She didn't understand how a person could do what this Newman did. "I know that people are a little confused about why I am stretching the Shang-Chi arc. This is for setting up the last arc, so bear with me. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 509, The Dragon. I will stop when your people have some kind of civic sense and humility. If not, I could always infuse such morals with my fists of love. I have been told that my fists can always spread happiness and joy to the world. John said, and this time with a huge smile. Everybody step back. Jiang Nan shouted, hearing the words of John. She knew if she didn't want any more injuries to the people around, she needed the people to calm down. This person was too powerful. All hesitated for a moment before finally stepping back. Only the old man was still stuck at his place, not able to move. The others went to take the martial artist who fell from high up and was groaning in pain to the medic facility. Though he wasn't injured and didn't break any bones, there would be pain for sure. "Can we talk now? Why are you here with my sister and who are you?" Jiang Nan asked. "My name is John Jameson and I am here to resolve the differences between Ta Lo and Ingli. She had been banished just because she fell in love with an outside person. And that is an injustice. So I am here to remedy that. I want everything to be back to where it was before and let her new family be accepted in Ta Lo. You think I will believe you? You kidnapped my sister and her whole family and expect me to just accept her back. I admit I have a soft spot for her, but the rules were set long ago," Jiang Nan said. "Do they look like they are here out of coercion? They came here because I invited them. I don't really care about your Ta Lo and your small dimension. I admit the monsters behind the mountain are terrifying, but that is it. I can kill them with the back of my hand. I am just here to see a happy reunion. If you don't believe me, you can go and talk to her in private. See if what I said was true or false. John said. Jian Nan was surprised that this person even knew of the monsters behind, but she thought that it must be Yingli who had said about the monsters. Jiang Nan then looked at the Yingli and her family to see if there was any form of forced coercion or signs of kidnap, but she found out that the family of 5 looked happy and would be safe to say that they were a little excited. Even though the episode started with brutality, this didn't take away the fact that Yingli was just happy to be back home. Jiang Nan hesitated a bit before inviting them in for a normal conversation and on the assurance that the Master Guangbo wouldn't speak ill. John let him go and just walked into Jiang Nan's home. She finally couldn't hold it and hugged Yingli. Her duty stopped her once, but she wanted to make it up to her in any way possible. Since it was the 2 women talking, John went out to look around. The gossip and the talks of 2 sisters would just bore him, and he was sure they wouldn't like him being near. The people around were curious about these new visitors who caused such a commotion, but fearful too, as they had seen what had happened to Master Guangbo, so they just stared at John from afar. John didn't mind being a zoo animal as long as the people don't cause trouble for him. As he started walking, he finally reached the bank of the lake. John could see the other side of the lake was a mountain. And the mountain had a small platform above which there was a circular door. The door looked red in color like the weapons of the people here, signifying that the door too was made of dragon scales. Phoenix, can you sense what is on the other side of the door? John asked. No. All I can feel is void. That is Oblivion's department. Not mine. Phoenix came out and sat at the shoulder of John, looking at the distant door. As they were discussing what could be on the other side of the door, there was a sudden movement on the water surface. There were lots of bubbles coming out of the water and huge waves being created. John, who looked at the door, was surprised a bit, but then he remembered what was laying dormant on the small lake. The dragon. And as expected, a huge Chinese dragon came out of the water, making a splash all around. John finally got to see the dragon with his own eyes. A long dragon with white scales with hint of red scales all around. The dragon didn't look old, as John could sense his life force. The dragon, after coming out, looked at John. The sudden emergence of the dragons created a huge commotion in the village, as all came out to see the protector who had been on the lake and never showed its face to the people. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 510, Agreement. What the hell? Why did the dragon suddenly come out of the water? Yeah. It never comes out. Is it because of the new visitors? Did he anger the protector? I think it's because of that. Master Guangbo was badly beaten up. He deserves an whooping from the protector. Such discussions were in hushed tones among the people, but nobody dared to go near the dragon. Meanwhile, John was just amazed by the first sight of the water dragon. He had never seen a dragon before, only read in books and legends, at least not a dragon in flesh. A skeleton he had seen. No words can define its majesty in reality. The dragon, after coming out, looked at John and slowly lowered its head to be on the same level as him. The mouth of the dragon finally neared John and blew air from its nose at him. John felt like Kratos here when Kratos met the world serpent for the first time. Only difference was Kratos was a little scared as his son was with him, and here John was sure that the dragon just wanted to say hi to him. John lifted his hand and touched the nose of the dragon. All the people around who saw this scene were dumbfounded. They thought that the new visitor would just die after the emergence of their protector, but it looked like he was here just to be petted by the men. They were ashamed. Ashamed that their protector, who had never shown its face, came out for an outside visitor. Seeing all the commotion, Jiang Nan and others too came out to see what was going on, and they were surprised to see such scenes on the lake. Here is a little gift to you, John said as he gave some of the life force to the dragon as a gift of meeting. The dragon almost moaned in pleasure by receiving such a precious gift. The dragon was an intelligent species. It came out because it felt a being had entered their dimension who had almost unlimited life force. And any being such as the dragon would always be tempted to come out. The dragon lowered its head after digesting all the life force it had just received at John. He made a sound from its mouth. "Oh, you want me to ride you?" John said as he could understand what the dragon wanted to convey to him. The dragon nodded its head. John's eyes shone when the dragon nodded its head. He immediately levitated over the head of the dragon and sat on its neck. And then the dragon flew off. John had never sat on a majestic creature before, and this was the first time. I gotta say, there is a different level of feeling when you get to ride a majestic creature. I need to get myself a dragon, John thought. The dragons had become almost all extinct, and there was only one place where he could get one. Well, not one but many, and John was sure that the fight was approaching soon. All kinds of thoughts were in his head as the dragon roamed the skies while John enjoyed the wind on his face. John felt like a child and even shouted a few times to show how happy he was. It had been a long time since John felt so happy. The last time it was when he had children of his own. And after almost 10 minutes of roaming around it came down. Jiang Nan and others were waiting for him. Even Master Guangbo was there on the side with his head down. As the dragon lowered its head for John to jump down, all the people bent their knees. Not for John, but for the protector. John got down from the neck and looked at the people who showed their respect to the dragon. The dragon nodded its head a bit before going back to the lake. The dragon in essence didn't care for the people living here. It was here to protect the door, not the people, and at times supply some of its scales so that they could fight in future if anything went wrong. The people felt embarrassed when they saw the dragon. It didn't seem to care for them, but still they gave their utmost respect to an outsider. Have you all resolved the problems between Ta Lo and the outside world? John asked. He didn't care about what the people thought. He just wanted to know if Goku could be trained here. Jian Nan looked at Master Guangbo for a second before saying, yes. Yingli and her family won't be stopped from entering Ta Lo. But only her family would be allowed in and not another person. Agreed. The Avengers will be happy to know that the negotiation went smoothly. The Avengers promise that in tough times we will lend a hand. John said. Chapter 511, New Movies. Are the Avengers as powerful as you? Jiang Nan asked. She knew that the door which had stopped the beings from the other world from coming here wouldn't be able to hold it forever. There had been attempts before and she knew that one day or the other it would break. She just didn't know when it would happen. Maybe not as powerful as me, but taking care of Mr. Wenwu here would be a piece of cake. Of course if the rings evolve then it would be a different matter. John said. Evolution of my rings. Sue was confused by the words of John. Those rings of yours have more than immortality. Maybe one day you will find it out. John, as he didn't try to explain more about the rings. Those rings are really very powerful in the comics, with each ring having a different kind of power. Anyways, since you are all here after a long time, you all catch up and I will leave. Take care of Goku, teach him all that you can. We, the Avengers, need a person like him. John said. Giving a final warning look at Guangbo, John vanished. He had caused quite a ruckus here after arriving and he was pretty sure that he wasn't exactly appreciated here. In addition, he even got recognition from their protector. That itself was a blot of shame for the people present. What they could not achieve in their generation, John achieved it by just visiting the sacred lake. John could already feel the hostility, so he didn't bother to bid goodbye to them. He is rude. Xiaoling said as she felt that John could at least say his goodbye. We haven't been exactly accommodating to him. Dad had been harsh to him and these people here haven't shown due respect to a guest. We can't expect him to be a saint now. Our world is a mirror. It will show you the same face you show it, and sometimes the return is much worse. He didn't even bother to tell me about the rings. Do they really have other uses? Sue mumbled. Shang said as he defended John. And it was true, from the moment John arrived they had doubted him. And truthfully, they would have decided not to accept such weird deals of John. Only because John was powerful enough did they accept him. Or they weren't sure how the Avengers would react. And since Shang was a great fan of his, they didn't want to disappoint him much either. John was back again at the ring as he had done his part for Goku. Now all they had to do wait for him to grow up. And that would take time. John was just eager to see Goku in Super Saiyan form soon and be carefree all his life. Ding. Total fan values, 50 billion. That's a good amount of fan value. I guess the new movies have been doing well. John checked. Thanks to many recent Disney movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, The Matrix, and other such movies. John was now contemplating which movies to bring to life. He really loved Johnny Depp and was a great fan of his, so Pirates of the Caribbean was always on the agenda. Now the oceans of the world were filled with water-type Pokémons and the addition of old-age immortal ships would be just an icing on the cake. On the other movies he had to think of ways which could maximize his profits. He needed to find ways to insert his influence the people and almost tie them down to Disney's movies so that the people would be invested in them. He had already thought of inserting his characters to other places like the Nova Empire. LexCorp had been working perfectly fine with the new movies from Disney, and since Earth had started dealing with the cosmic civilization, their profits have gone up and almost reached the stars. He had already thought about introducing some characters and animals from the movies at the Nova Empire. Since there had been Pokémons already on Earth, he needed other kinds of creatures on Xander. And there were various options for that. And he could do it slowly and influence Xander more. Asgard has already been under the influence of Fairy Tail as they had been propagating their knowledge of magic to the people of Asgard, and it was helping in boosting more fan values. He had already asked Makarov to take care of it. John now was sitting at the balcony and looking at Earth, thinking how to make Earth a better and beautiful place. He had to think of it carefully so that there would be no bad influence on it. Chapter 512, New Earth. GAIA, have there been any problems recently that the people of Earth have faced as a whole? John asked. Technically, the people of Earth are very happy. They have a much better life, the poor now have access to education and much better health facilities. Thanks to Umbrella, even in poor countries, the medpods have been a huge success. The introduction of Pokemon has led people to be more enthusiastic about knowledge of them, which in turn helps them in education purposes. And there is an ample source of clean energy for all, thanks to the solar receptors of Umbrella. Oil has almost become obsolete. GAIA replied as she recounted all the things that John and his company had brought to Earth. What about the people that had been working in the oil sector? Have they been given chances in other sectors? John asked. Not all, but 95% of these people have found the same kinds of jobs which are related to the energy sector. The other 5% have moved to Mars to help build a better society there. GAIA replied. That's good. The economy is stable now. But you mentioned technically, are there any hidden problems? John asked. Not exactly, but now the people feel that Earth has become too small for all to handle, and many are already contemplating on leaving Earth and establishing a colony outside the solar system which would be suitable. Due to the massive amount of Pokemons and their habitats, the real estate prices has risen up by 200%, making the average person feel suffocated and with no place to live. GAIA mentioned. So we are facing a loss of places to live. John mumbled. Connect me to all the Avengers. And soon after a few minutes all the major Avenger members appeared in a translucent screen near John in a row surrounding him. It's been some time since, Avengers. John said. Yeah. You are coming to our wedding, right? Steve was the first to reply. Of course. Where will it take place? John asked. New York. Where it all started from me. Steve replied. That's cool. Hello. We exist. You call and ignore us. That's rude. Tony spoke out. You all are invited to the wedding. Steve, paying no heed to the mockery of Tony, said. We will be there. Who is your best man? Bucky. Banner asked. Steve nodded his head. Expected. Victor said. Why are we called, by the way? Arthur asked, as from the start of the meeting itself they could tell that it wasn't an emergency. Normally, John was their alarm sounds. When he calls, it is mostly because there is a threat that needs oversight by the Avengers, but this time it wasn't. Heard the real estate prices have gone up. John said. Real estate prices? Why? Does Umbrella want to join the real estate market? Heard the prices have gone up significantly. My wife was saying her sister couldn't find any good and decent place to live on the West Coast. Clint replied. Yeah. I was thinking of seeing a good home to live on Earth. My Avenger salary isn't enough to cover that. I should be looting my next prisoner. Natasha said. I heard we are facing a lack of land to live in due to the introduction of Pokemons. That's a sad affair. Banner said. I called you all here to remedy this situation. John finally said as these people were busy gossiping on the real estate prices. Remedy? How? Wayne asked. I will make the Earth much bigger. A big planet like Saturn. John pitched his idea. All looked at John for a second, stunned by what he just said, and then burst out laughing. John didn't expect that his sudden idea would be received as a joke by his friends. He was embarrassed. I am being serious, people. John said. Oh yeah, how will you do that? Even if you use Alien X and change reality, there are people living here, and how will the people be distributed then? If you make it bigger, there would be massive earthquakes. And the most important thing, how will you compensate for the solar system? Any change in mass would change the trajectory of the sun that is rotating the galaxy in a weird angle, which might lead to our destruction. It's a miracle that the introduction of OA didn't pose a threat to our system. Tony said in one breath. And that's why I called you. I want you all to help me plan this situation out. I don't want people to leave our Earth just because we don't have space. I will need a team of scientists and a bunch of normal people to help me fix this situation while I change the topography, geography, and its size. John sighed. Are you serious, John? Do you really want to do this? Clark asked. Yes. Chapter 513, Radical Decision. How the fuck will you explain this to people? Aquaman asked in a sharp tone. The officials can handle it. Phoenix and I will be responsible for the safety of the people, as the volume of Earth will expand in the course of days. The cities, towns, and villages in small countries won't expand, only the land outside will. There won't be any earthquakes as new tectonic plates will be added. The reality change will be done under the supervision of the geologists and scientists. John said. What about the people who live in separate houses and own land outside? Tony asked. They will occupy the same amount of land. The government will take care of the extra land. They will lease or sell to people at low prices. John said. Good luck with that. No governments will maintain transparency while giving the land back to the people. Clark said. They will. Corruption will always persist. And for that reason we will use GAIA, and if any discrepancy is found in this transaction, be it intimidation, bribery, or being an asshole, it will be reported to the Avengers. And we will take care of it. John said. All the Avengers were silenced after John gave all the solutions. He didn't just come out with this idea after having a vague dream. He had really thought this through. If we do this, the positions of the moon, the satellites, many things will change. How will you compensate for that? Tony asked. I will remove the satellites and install new ones. Umbrella will compensate for that. Since the space agencies have been replacing satellites recently using our technology, we will give them cheaper prices. John said. So you will be restructuring everything. It's a plus point that the communications now work on focus technology and we don't need long-range towers and work directly on satellites. Hey, how about electrical lines or such other lines? How do you wish to resolve that? Tony asked. This was where John stumbled. He didn't think of long wires and the connections. He had thought about making roads and train lines but not the wires. The scientists can come up with the proper planning. We will have to convene the country heads. John said, as he was sure there would still be aspects that he or his friends hadn't come up with. They needed to have the whole plan in the proper place before executing that. Will this be good even? I mean, instead of doing this we can just allow people to colonize a different planet. Clark said, as he still was skeptical. It's not absolutely necessary, but you will have to think that Pokemons had been living in cramped spaces here. Their population is larger than the humans here and they need to grow too. It would be better if we just change the topography. Other planets won't have the same environment for the growth of Pokemons like we do. John said, as he gave the main reason for his radical decision. Let there be a vote for this weird and radical decision. Wayne said. And surprisingly all held their hands up, including Tony. It was surprising for Tony because this whole agenda will definitely put a dent on the finances of Umbrella, as they would have to compensate for the production of new satellites. This will be a huge loss. But Tony understood that for better living they needed to do it. Since all votes are in favor, I will ask all the world leaders for a summit and will pitch the idea. And as these greedy politicians go, I don't think they will oppose it. Let the summit be held here on the ring. S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle the relevant matters. Wayne said. Agreed. This will be a huge project and all the important factors would have to be taken into account. Banner said. Right. Make a proper plan. Use the proper channels of Umbrella to hire geologists and all other scientists and run a simulation. GAIA can easily handle the calculations. John said. Happy to be of service. GAIA spoke up. After the decision, we will have to handle the public relations too. This is going to be a nightmare and a huge project. Tony mumbled. We will have to draw the continents too, as the shape will change according to the factors. Banner said. Don't change too much or else the governments will come after us saying we fucked up their borders. Aquaman said. Who cares? We are doing this for the betterment of humanity. They just need to accept it and move on. Generations after generations we have made the climate of the planet worse and worse. Only recently have we come back on the right track. Thanks to Umbrella. They should be kissing the shoes of us instead of suing us. Clint said. Ha ha ha. We don't need that. I just hope they stay the hell away from our lives. Chapter 5:14, Meeting of the World Leaders. After this meeting Umbrella got into work. Pepper hired the best geologists, scientists from all over the world and made them work on the simulation of what would happen if Earth was the size of Saturn. The changes that would happen because of it and what necessary steps to be taken if Earth one day had the same volume as Saturn. The scientists were confused by this sudden and weird project, but since they were paid handsomely, they didn't throw tantrums. They had to calculate a whole bunch of things, starting with its impact on the people and various problems that would arise like transport, energy distribution, and various other factors. And then came the external problems like the gravity. Being a bigger volume, they needed to consider how much the density of the Earth needs to be so that there was no change in gravity for the people that would be on Earth. Gravity was a huge problem for them, and this problem took a lot of time for the scientists to solve. Meanwhile, the world leaders were invited to the ring at the request of S.H.I.E.L.D. They weren't briefed about this radical decision before. The Avengers didn't want any leaks before the plan was set into motion, so they had to keep everything in secret. And after a week, all the world leaders took out time from their schedule and decided to accept the invitation as the Secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. insisted on it. And in order to show proper respect to the world leaders, Wayne invited them to the Hall of Justice. Soon the meeting started with all the leaders discussing their issues while many gave a speech. It looked like a United Nations convention with many powerful leaders giving speeches. It's very rare that all the world leaders would come together in a single place, as it was a threat to security and it was very difficult to make a common schedule for everyone. But since the Avengers had called for it, none of the world leaders wanted to be on the bad side of the Avengers. They had too much power and control of the world now and they couldn't do anything about it. So after all the clinking of champagne glasses and boasting of each country's achievements, Wayne at the end finally spoke up about the reason why they were called. At first the world leaders thought it was a joke, just like the Avengers thought it was, but after seeing the serious face of Wayne they knew that the Avengers were not joking. How will you turn the Earth into a Saturn-like volume? Terraforming Earth. The President of the USA asked to see the serious face of Wayne. We will rewrite reality itself. Like it happened during the fight where Mercury and other planets were destroyed. Wayne said. This reminded the world leaders of the fight they had watched before from satellite cameras of how planets were destroyed and reconstructed just by the fights between two people. You mean to say that one of the people who fought in space was one of yours? Asked another world leader. I think that was apparent, wasn't it? S.H.I.E.L.D. had already revealed that one of the people belonged to the Avengers. Wayne replied. I know what you are thinking. That this option isn't possible as it will just end up killing people, but here is a simulation of how we are going to approach this matter. Please look at the screen behind me. Wayne said. And the next moment the world leaders were shown the simulation of how this terraforming would be carried on and how the energy distribution would be done. Each city and town will install massive installments and make each city and town self-sufficient in energy. The scientist had decided that if they wanted to get rid of satellites, the Earth could have a ring of their own just like Saturn has. The moon will be placed much further than Earth to keep the balance, and even the scientists were still contemplating adding new moons. The whole video of how Earth would change lasted more than an hour. The world leaders were dumbfounded. After Wayne showed that the Avengers were seriously contemplating that, they would never be able to go through with the plan. It was too absurd of a plan. But here, in the video, every aspect of the problems of terraforming was covered. Starting from gravity to even its effect on the solar system. The scientists and GAIA took their time on this, so the whole video was made covering all the aspects. What if we don't accept the plan? One of the world leaders asked this question after the end of the video, as the video didn't speak about the boundaries of the countries. The small countries feared they wouldn't get equivalent lands as the bigger ones, and it would turn into power play once this ridiculous plan was set into motion. Chapter 5:15, Carrot and Stick. There was a complete silence in the huge hall when the world leader said that. One of the main reasons the world leaders accepted the invitation from the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. so fast was because the governments feared the Avengers. By now they had understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. was now the mercenary of the Avengers. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. had never gone against the World Council, Wayne had handled the working of S.H.I.E.L.D. in such a manner that the World Council now couldn't refute the works of S.H.I.E.L.D. They had assurance that the Avengers would never try to control the world leaders, but blackmail by the Avengers was never out of the table. So in order to be on the good side of them, the world leaders had to show up on time and as fast as possible. Now that such a weird and absurd plan has risen, many of the world leaders want to see how the Avengers will react to no. You can say no. It's your choice and you're right. We will not stop you, nor will we intimidate you. But I will tell you this, if you don't act fast soon many countries will lose manpower because space travel is cheap now, and due to less space many people will prefer to leave for Mars. Or some other planets for colonization. Mars has been under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers, you not expanding the current will just empower us as a whole. Wayne replied. I know the smaller countries feel that they will lose, but let me assure you all that the boundaries will grow proportionately as space expands. This decision was taken after much consideration by the Avengers themselves, and this also went through the vote of all the members of the Avengers. Wayne continued. So now the ball is in your court, ladies and gentlemen. Think of the extra space every country is going to get. Extra resources. And most importantly, Umbrella will release today's video to the general public. And being in the position of power, I can say that you don't want the general public to be angry at you for a decision which is fueled by your personal decisions. And this goes for the people who act as dictators over their own countries. Classic carrot and stick, a world leader mumbled under his breath. That was what the Avengers wanted to tell the world leaders. They were pretty sure that the people would love their Earth to have more space. Though there would be opposition for sure, but the good thing about public opinion is that it can always be manipulated. And Umbrella had always made efforts to be good to the public. Helping people and having a massive influence on them. Umbrella pays huge attention to PR, and thus all kinds of propaganda against them never worked. The governments have tried before in swaying the public opinion against them before too, and had failed horribly. In fact, to stop the constant harassment of the government in some countries, Umbrella influenced the political scenario and even changed the leader before. Though John never liked politics, it never meant that Tony would not get involved. Surprisingly, even Wayne got his hands dirty with politics to handle some situation of Umbrella, as he too was a major shareholder of the company. "So you are forcing us to accept this proposal," another world leader said. "Force is a strong word, Mr. President. When humans conquer a new place, we never ask for the consent of the sentient animals around. When the Pokemons are conquered, we take them away in Pokeballs. That is what we define as force. Here we are leaving the decision to you and the public. If the majority decides for a change, the Avengers will proceed to take action. If not, we can forget about the proposal even being drafted. Now the question is, on which side of the decision are you?" Wayne replied. All were silent, listening to the explanation. The Avengers didn't actively force them to accept this decision, but they knew that if they opposed it, there might be major consequences in the future. Now all the countries rely heavily on Umbrella, be it the transportation sector or the energy sector. And going against them would be a fool's errand for everyone. The world leaders can make their decision by tomorrow. Since it's a huge one, the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. would give them enough time to think on this before casting their vote. In the meantime, the leaders can enjoy the scenery here on the ring and enjoy the privileges here. "Thank you." Wayne gave the final announcement before stepping out from the stage. He said what he needed to say. Now it depends on the leaders to see on which side of history they were on. Chapter 5:16, Vote. The next day all the leaders came again for the final meeting. The world leaders needed to consult with their ministers and subordinates before casting their vote in this epic decision. Though many of them had already made up their minds about this vote, they still needed to ask their subordinates. The next day at 11 o'clock all had arrived back at the Hall of Justice. And soon all took their seats, and Wayne too had arrived at the stage to commence the voting procedure. "Ladies and gentlemen, today will be a historic day, if you will. Let humanity bloom with a brighter flame, and may we flourish in the universe. I hope you will take the decision after much consideration," Wayne said as the voting machine was handed over to each of the leaders. In this meeting John and other Avengers were also present, but they were hidden on the other side of the wall looking at the voting commencement. "Do you have any high hopes for this?" Steve asked. "I hope they will say yes to it. Not that it would matter to us, but I will prefer if humanity can be here and achieve greater feats instead of being integrated in another society like Nova does," John said. "You are too optimistic, John. Humanity almost never came together for the greater good," Banner said. "Not true, all the world leaders came together when there was a need to ban the use of CFC gas for the sustenance of the ozone layer. They put aside the differences and more than 100 countries ratified this deal. And of course they also came together for the Sokovia Accords. So they came together for a good deal, and then they again came together because they became fearful," Clark said. "Humanity has always feared what they didn't understand," Hal said. They all discussed among each other how the voting process would go and how disappointing it would be if they said no. John also knew if the world leaders didn't accept there would soon be political unrest. Wayne had already threatened them of releasing the plan if they didn't vote for the decision. And after 1 hour all of the voting was cast. Now it was time for the results. And GAIA finally showed the results. The vote was 190-0. This was a resounding number. There were a total of 196 countries, all countries plus Wakanda. I don't know if there is Latveria, home of Dr. Doom, in MCU, as there are rumors that there would be Dr. Doom in. If it is, then it would be 197 countries excluding Atlantis. The Avengers were surprised by such resounding yes to their proposal. They didn't expect it. But they have forgotten the main fact was that there was a god among the Avengers. A living one. Someone who could destroy and build planets according to the will and desires. This power was enough to rattle the leaders and think of their safety. Their leaders were afraid of both passive and active aggression from the Avengers. The active being the threat of God at them and passive being the political machinations of Umbrella. Thus nobody wanted to be on the bad side of the Avengers, if they could do so. Since the Avengers assured that every country would get proportionate resources, this was a profit for them. Though starting the process would definitely be a loss. But the countries were banking on the fact that there would be enough profit later. And honestly, most of the leaders were excited to see a new home. I am surprised by such resounding yes to our decision. I will not be hypocritical and say that this decision was not because of the fear of our strength. I will accept the criticism of the Avengers, but I will also say that the Avengers have planned everything out and there won't be any problems with the transition. The relevant matters of handing it would be handed down soon, and proper preparations for the transitions would start by the end of the month. Thank you. Saying that, Wayne left the stage and gave the other world leaders to express their opinions on this matter. Of course the Avengers didn't care any more about the self-boast speeches that were going to start, so they left. "Humanity surprised me," Tony said. "When Madara became the main enemy of the world of Naruto, all of the ninjas came together, even after suffering such massive wars. This showed that humanity would always come together when there is a common enemy." John replied. "So you think we are the enemies of them?" Victor asked. "Kind of. We are the people they want to avoid, and if they could they always will. John said. Speaking of Naruto. What will happen to their dimension? Natasha asked. Their dimension will remain. If they want to integrate themselves into our society after this change, then they would be welcomed. John replied. Then they would have to negotiate with the countries again. Clint said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 517, COVID Lockdown. John didn't think of Naruto's world or other parallel dimensions that were attached to Earth. The thing about Naruto was that it could always be discussed with them later. Since their dimension was always under his control, he never cared about them. But the thing of hell was a totally different matter. He needed to ask Commander to keep on the lookout if there were any changes when the dimension on Earth increases. Then there was a problem of the Sanctum's magical defense. They needed to rebuild it after the changes occurred on Earth. And of course introduction of new moons for Earth. After talking with the scientists, they had decided that Earth now would have 5 moons instead of just 1. And all of the 4 moons would be easily habitable as they would rotate instead of their current moon, which is always illuminated on one side. The new moons would be bigger than their Earth, thus allowing the population of Earth to live there too if they wished for it. This too could be easily negotiated with the world leaders. There were innumerable aspects to this project and everything had to be checked and simulated perfectly so that the people wouldn't face any problems. The world leaders left shortly after the vote and went to their respective countries to make preparations. They had decided to give people 1 month of preparation before the reality was changed. In a week the news finally broke out of the project, Change Earth. This created a huge uproar among the people when the governments and various agencies came out and spoke of this new Earth that was going to replace their current Earth. Of course, the video which was shown to the world leaders was also shown to the public and more. There was a more detailed analysis and the things that would change when their old Earth would expand more than 100 times. The introduction of rings around the planet, moons, and the video addressed almost all questions that an average human might face. Some of the Avengers themselves came forward to speak on this matter and assured the public that whatever was done would be good for people. There would be more food on the table for all, more space, bigger cities, lesser traffic and such other benefits. And on the D-Day all people would have to stay at home. The world leaders and the SHIELD both came to a decision that on the day of change all the people must be at home. Nobody would be allowed to commute or travel as the whole topography of the surface of Earth would change. It wouldn't affect the daily life of people who lived in cities or in towns. But it would definitely have a huge impact on people who didn't live in towns and lived in seclusion. The governments had a huge headache when they came to know the sheer number of people who lived like this. They were both rich and poor alike among them. Some had huge acres of land, while they just lived on the streets. SHIELD and governments took it upon themselves to educate each and every one of them of the dangers they might be facing due to change in scenery. Every single person was already provided with a new map of the world that would be replaced. Seeing the governments working tirelessly and various agencies in action, the people came to believe that whatever was going on wasn't a joke. This was real and would happen. And thus the panic began. From a small number of people, but there was panic nonetheless. Most of them accused the Avengers of playing God and saying doing this was blasphemy and blah blah. Of course the government clamped down on them. Since they had already cast their vote, they needed to see the end of it. Soon the D-Day came, and all the people were forced to be at home for 2 days. Nobody was allowed to go outside, and only in extreme medical situations would they be allowed. Not even food delivery guys were allowed for these 2 days. The people were given a full month to prepare for these 2 days and thus there was a proper planning. Even the Avengers lent a hand in all of this, as everything went into lockdown mode. John, seeing all this, felt like he was back in COVID-19 lockdown in his previous world. The world went into a standstill for these 2 days. The D-Day was for 2 days because of time zone differences all over the Earth. There were many people who tried breaking the law as many were excited to see a new change, but SHIELD and the local police took cognizance and arrested them quickly. They didn't want any kind of accidents during the change. Though the whole process was harmless, the governments didn't any bad press just so because some people are dumb and loved breaking the laws. Chapter 518, Sorry. Sorry for no chapters for the last few days. I am down with COVID and dengue at the same time. Dengue is a surprising one that came out today as I am actually very particular about making my room mosquito-proof, but it is what it is. If I survive and get out of it, the chapters will flow as usual or someone will release all the chapters that is saved. Sorry again. Chapter 519, New Everything. Are you ready? Steve asked as all the Avengers stood in a row on the ring and looked at the beautiful Earth for one last time. As the volume of Earth would change soon and the ring needed to change its location too. This will be the start of a new era. Oliver said as they were all a little emotional. Nobody thought that one day they would have to say goodbye to the old Earth and welcome a brand new one. We all had a change of era in the last few years. Nothing major. Tony said condescendingly, he was never a big fan of nostalgia and always believed in moving forward. Not all people live in the future like you, Tony. Alright, let's change the map once and forever. John said he transformed himself to the Alien X form. Then he used his Phoenix Force and the power of fruit to change himself to a black fiery bird. There was a small group of scientists who had joined the Umbrella Corporation who looked at John with shining eyes from behind. They had never seen such a huge transformation in the cellular level ever before. Though they have heard of this before and looked at the videos, but nobody knew the actual identity of the person. Now they saw this live and they couldn't just stop themselves from marveling at how awesome the creation of the Omnitrix was done by Azimuth. Though the situation of Devil Fruits was still a mystery, there was no mystery with the origins of Omnitrix. One of the scientists finally came back to reality and approached the fiery bird with a tablet in hand. He handed over the tablet saying, "These are all the changes that need to be done so that there is no change in the ecology and proper life support of the planet with proportionate increase of atmospheric composition and all relevant matters." John with his fiery hand took the tablet and looked into it. Surprisingly, his black fire didn't affect the tablet at all. John looked at it. It showed the new simulated Earth as compared to the old Earth and with a bunch of instructions on the side written in points. "Say goodbye to Earth," John said in his own voice. "No, say goodbye to the solar system as you will have to change the whole solar system to fit in the new Earth," Tony mentioned. "Guilty Spark, take the ring away according to the calculations," Banner said. And in the next moment, the ring started to float away from Earth. It didn't take much time for the ring to get further away. The people living in the ring were already informed about the new change of location of the ring that it would go through so that they wouldn't panic. After a few minutes of moving, the ring was in a new location which was further away from the moon. The Earth now looked smaller than it used to. "Change the Earth according to the conditions. Change the Earth according. Change the Earth," the fiery bird said in 3 different voices. The voices of his alter ego from the celestial sapien species. And then it happened. The moment they had been waiting for. The Earth started to expand. At first, at a very slow rate, almost not visible to the naked eye. But soon it caught pace and the Earth's dimension was getting larger by every passing second. And after 15 minutes after relentless expansion it stopped. The blue vibrant color of the Earth that was visible from far now looked more vibrant and colorful as John had changed the weather back to how it was before the Industrial Revolution. Since the energy had been clean and there had been almost no air pollution recently, the atmosphere of Earth was already recovering. And now it was back to lowest pollution ever in a very long time. Of course there has been land and water pollution, but with the advancement of science and exchanging knowledge with Nova has provided with many cheap and better alternatives than plastic or such harmful compounds. Earth had finally expanded with all the relevant conditions that were pointed out being fulfilled. And then came the moons and the rings. The previous moon had gone much further in distance from Earth, just like the ring, and became the smallest moon of Earth. Now all the 4 moons were made in such a way that people would be able to live there easily. All the moons were designed for both humans and Pokemons to live without any problems. And lastly, a vast belt of small asteroid belts circled the Earth, giving it a ring-like formation around the planet just like the Sun. This asteroid belt could be used as stations for satellites easily, as that was to deal with all the countries for the emergence of new satellites and getting rid of the old ones. The transformation was complete. Chapter 520, Transformed Earth. "Looks more beautiful," Natasha said. "Now we will have at least 2 moons to look at in the day. The werewolves won't be hiding no more," Tony joked. Everybody laughed out loud. After the transformation was complete, the people were allowed to go out. The people living in the cities didn't see any change. At least not on the surface. Only when they looked at the sky they see 2 moons and a long thin line that ran across the whole skyline. That was the asteroid belt. But the people living outside the cities and towns were dumbfounded. Though they had been repeatedly informed that their surroundings would change drastically after the transformation, many of them didn't believe it. But now when they came out, they couldn't believe their eyes. In some places where the mountains were visible, they were totally gone. Some places gained huge lakes, some places were now covered with lush forest with huge trees. The people didn't expect even trees to be fully grown now after the change. They thought it would be stretches of barren land free for others to be occupied, but now when they saw everything was fast-forwarded, they were really taken aback. And they even saw that new roads were constructed and everything was in place right from the start. It was as if they had been living here all this time. The only difference now was the huge change of scenery. After the transformation, the tallest mountains of Earth became taller and the deepest oceans became deeper. The deserts, the forests, the lakes, the oceans, everything became bigger. Though there were no animals or birds to fill the eerie silence around, the Pokemons loved the new environment. There was a general announcement to all the Pokemons living on the planet that there would be a change of scenery, so when the transformation took place they were not surprised. All of them scrambled to take charge of their new and bigger territory. Meanwhile, the Avengers had left for Earth to take care of the problems that might arise due to the new place. Just like they did when the Pokémons arrived, this time too they took cognizance of how the people felt of this new change. And surprisingly, there weren't many problems after the change occurred. The people living there had already gotten used to living with Pokémons. What more could the change of scenery around? The people now were more accepting of the changes and anything new was exciting to them. They had seen heroes emerging, they had seen aliens, then they saw the emergence of a huge artificial satellite. The people saw that humanity went from relying on fuels for basic energy sources to full clean energy in a matter of a few years. And then came the Pokémons. Their introduction changed their lives. They made the lives of people happy, beautiful, and more relaxing. Every person now had at least one Pokémon. They made the lives of people easier, healthier, and more responsible as taking care of Pokémons wasn't an easy job and everybody needed discipline in their life. All in all, the quality of living of the people became higher and better. And then there were those huge beings, whose shadows covered the entire Earth. Though most of the videos from the satellites were deleted from all public platforms, some got leaked so they soon came to know that there were gods. This imposed fear among the people too, but then they remembered that they had their own god. Arceus and such other gods defending Earth. And of course there was this huge black fiery bird who fought with the huge being before. So they had faith. A faith that there were people who always defended them and wouldn't let any harm come to them. And now there was this huge transformation. The transformation that would change the lives of people permanently. Some people who had been thinking of space travel before to live on Mars cancelled their plans and concentrated on projects that could be finished on Earth now. According to the announcement done by the government, the resources for the people had also grown proportionately as the volume of Earth had gone up. So now there was a new rush for adventure and conquering new places for the people. John and Strange had other work now. They needed to put up the proper magical defense. And for this they needed to build new sanctums, as only 3 places weren't enough for putting up a strong defense. So they need to build new sanctums. And after much contemplation and discussion with Z, Constantine, Mordo, and Wong, they decided to build sanctums on moons. Each moon will hold a place which will be connected with other moons magically. These moons would not only help in maintaining the ecological balance, but now it would help in magical balance too. Chapter 521, Lower Gods. John and other mages appeared in one of the Earth's moons. They haven't been named yet, as the naming would be done by the voting system by the people of Earth. The place where they appeared had a huge lake and there was a huge forest surrounding it. This looked like a good place for setting up a sanctum, and since the sanctums would rotate on their own axis and were very different from Earth, so they needed to make the sanctums more dynamic. And this needed proper knowledge of magic. So John and others had to pull all the resources they had together to build a proper sanctum. Even Nabu came out and pitched his ideas. And after proper discussion and planning for an hour, they finally came up with an architecture that could serve as a powerful sanctum. A building which looked like it was the blend of a tall tower like the Tower of Fate and the modern sanctums which they had. This is going to take up more space than I imagined it to be. Strange said. We are making a hybrid model and even opening a magic school here. So of course it will take up space. Mordo said. Strange had decided that in addition to opening the path for people who come to them after they had lost their ways, the mages would set up a school for young and talented people who are more in sync with magic than general studies. Yes, Strange has a school that teaches magic to kids. In fact, there are quite talented ones among the kids. One of them being a half-demon too. Recently in the comics, Strange has officially died, so it would be fun to see who would be the next Sorcerer Supreme there. Temporarily it's Clea, ex-wife of Strange, who was also the Sorcerer Supreme of the Dark Dimension, the same place Dormammu rules. It would be better if we bring Orchid here and just make her as the sanctum. Constantine said, Orchid is the name of the spirit of the House of Mysteries. I am not giving her up just because you got lazy, Constantine. John reiterated. Strange didn't pay any attention to their weird arguments and had already started moving his hands to conjure magic. Soon the ground cracked and a new huge building just emerged from the ground. The building looked exactly like the one that was being decided upon. All stopped what they were talking about and looked at the new sanctum that was being made. They were so engrossed in this that they didn't realize a few weird-looking people had appeared behind them. Well, people would be a stretch to describe them. Because one of them was a black panther, the other was a humanoid draped in white-colored linen cloth. The humanoid looked like a mummified being, but the head of the being was the skeleton of a long-beaked bird. And the last being was a person who looked like he was on white fire. He had a cape, a red one, on his back, but he looked like he was made of elemental fire. The person looked human and not at the same time. Do you need any help? The half-mummified finally opened his mouth to get their attention. They thought that their presence was enough to get the attention of the mages, but it turned awkward as soon as they saw none of the mages paid any attention and were busy looking at the new sanctum. Who the F? Oh. John moved his head to see who just creeped up on them. Normally he was alert and Phoenix always had a connection with the world, but this time she didn't alert him, so he was surprised. But when he saw who had come, he realized why she didn't bother to alert the new people. These new people could never do any harm to them. At least 2 of them won't. John was not sure about the crazy mummified guy. The trio were Bast, will appear in Black Panther movie, Khonsu, he is there in Moon Knight, and Agamotto. Actually John almost didn't recognize Agamotto there, because in comics he had appeared maybe 1 or 2 times. So he had a hard time. Only when he used his omniscience did he recognize the first Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. The other people present there were dumbfounded seeing these new bunch of species appearing out of nowhere. At first they thought these were enemies, but seeing that these people didn't sneak attack them and the first words were of helping them did they calm down. Doctor Strange too stopped seeing that new people had emerged. But unlike others here, he knew who they were. To what do we owe the pleasure of the presence of such otherworldly beings? Doctor Strange said. Chapter 522, Lower Gods, 2. Ah. We have noticed that you have remodeled our Earth, so wanted to see what the fuss was all about. Bast said. Though it was a panther who was speaking the language of humans, the voice was of a girl. Sorry about that. But we had to make this decision as the previous Earth was running out of space for everybody. Did this change affect the other dimensions? Strange said. Both Best and Khonsu shook their heads, while there were no emotions from the face of Agamotto, or rather his fiery face was not able to convey any kinds of emotions. Hold on. Hold on. Who are you people? Constantine finally intervened as he had no idea who these people were. John had never told them of their presence. Or it would be better to say he never shared memories of the smaller gods with them, and since these small gods never interfered in anything magical it never mattered to them. Until now. Let me introduce you all. John said as he saw that some people here had no idea who the other party was. Mordo and others were dumbfounded knowing that these new people were the gods of other dimensions. I have been disrespectful. It's nice to meet you all. Constantine said. Why does your face have a sense of mockery for us instead of being all serious? Khonsu said as everybody could easily tell that Constantine didn't really care about them or gave enough respect to them. You are not thinking straight, Skullhead. All I have is respect for you. Constantine said. Listening to this, they were pretty sure that this British guy had no respect for anybody. You want to help us in building the sanctums? John asked as he needed to change the awkward topic. He didn't have any kind of dissatisfaction for them, because at the end they were very old beings and have been serving for the protection of Earth for a long time. Though they betrayed the people of the universe by not helping them during the time of crisis. But in the end even if they wanted they couldn't. This decision came from high up and they just followed orders. In their weird ways for sure, but they have been doing it for a long time. Mark Spector is not the only Moon Knight. Since the dawn of men there has been Black Panther, Moon Knight, Ghost Rider and other heroes who served as the protector of humanity. If you allow us to. The first sanctum was built by me. I don't want my name to be wiped away. Agamotto spoke for the first time in his raspy and chilly tone. His voice seemed like he had been smoking cigarettes all his life. Do you want to insert your hands in such dirty work for us? Z asked as she felt skeptical of why a god would just come and offer help for such a trivial matter. Normally we wouldn't have come, but you have changed Earth on a massive scale and this needs intricate knowledge of all dimensions to put up a proper defense. I don't want my old enemies to resurface just because you didn't do the job well. Khonsu said with his judgmental tone. Fine, fine. You are welcome to come here and watch. Constantine said after raising his hands accepting their presence in such a project. You are welcome to join us but on the promise that you will not use any kinds of underhanded methods or backdoor to the sanctums. Strange said as he didn't trust these gods completely. If there was no John, Strange would not have allowed them to even come here. Since John belonged to the lineage of gods, he didn't stop them. It would be rude. Honestly, he wasn't exactly afraid of them. He too had been powered by the World Tree and he was its champion. Thanks for accepting us in this project. I know you all don't trust us because of the history of Black Winter, but you have to understand our hands were tied too. We had to do this. Agamotto said as he could sense the feelings of distrust from the current Sorcerer Supreme. Forget it. Let's go through the sanctums again and make sure it's perfect for Earth. You can give your inputs in them and we will incorporate it. Strange said. The trio nodded their heads and looked at the drawings of the sanctums that were to be installed. Soon everybody got involved and started discussing the proper way to build a sanctum while providing the strongest defense to all of Earth and even to the moons. And after an hour of discussion they finally came to a conclusion about the sanctums and their locations. It took the mages and the gods one complete day to build all the sanctums. All the new sanctums got connected to the old ones and even to the one at the ring at the Tower of Fate. With this connection the whole of Earth was now completely protected from any kind of magical dangers and entities that might be a threat to Earth. Chapter 523, America Chavez. Earth now was completely safe from the magical dangers and beings. All that was remaining was inhabiting the new moons. The governments were already in negotiation about acquiring land on the moons with Umbrella. Since the Avengers themselves were responsible for the new moons, the land rights went to the Avengers and Umbrella Corporation. This was the idea of Tony, as he didn't like the idea of losses they had to go through while cleaning up the old satellites. Southwest real estate on the new moons was what Tony was banking on. But he also knew that the land on these moons were more what the people could buy, so he asked LexCorp to release the news that the aliens from the Nova Empire could come and settle here. The LexCorp themselves could come here and establish a branch of them. Earth now was ready to accept alien people and technology. Lex almost jumped into the offer. He had been away from Earth for such a long time, and at the end of the day he missed his fellow planet men, fellow humans. Though he now was a councilman to the Nova Empire, at the end of the day red blood flowed through his veins. So when Tony asked if he wanted to establish a branch here, he accepted the offer immediately. Many rich people from Nova Empire too got excited at the option of. The governments who were negotiating for the land were dumbfounded to see new players on the real estate business of the moons. They didn't expect that Umbrella would take such a bold step, and even got ready to lease and sell land to aliens. Though they had been dealing on many projects on Mars, Umbrella never got into this particular business. But now the game has changed. The governments thought that by trying to be tough they would be able to acquire more land on cheap money and use them as resource mining, but this was now out of the window. Whatever price the governments were paying, the aliens were able to pay more. They got really angry and even threatened to close the Umbrella Corp working at Earth by saying that Umbrella had done a crime by giving more preference to aliens instead of allowing the humans to live on the moons. Of course Tony never cared and took them to the court for defamation. This case went on for a few months when everybody was settling down on the new Earth. As expected, the cities and towns now had started expanding more. Thanks to the new form of automated fast cars and other modes of super-fast transport, the long distance that had creeped up didn't feel too far anymore. Honestly, if Umbrella now stopped working, the whole world would go to a standstill. They had immense power now, more power than the governments could ever acquire. Most of the analysts predicted this to happen when the new world was being made, but they could do nothing about it. The Avengers and Umbrella had too much power. The power of God was not something that they could just gloss over like it was nothing. Nobody would want to lose their life even if none of the Avengers ever threatened. But the fear of super powerful people remained. It was fortunate that the only thing the Umbrella did was business, and they would only retaliate when something went against the business ethics of theirs. This was a strict policy implemented by both Tony and John. Earth. As such huge changes were happening on Earth 199999, another Earth was facing a crisis. A crisis of their own making. The crisis of the Sentinels. Sentinels hunting down all the mutants. The mutants' numbers were reducing day after day as the Sentinels were relentless in their hunt for mutants. The mutants from the school of Professor X, or the X-Men, and the Brotherhood had come together to join hands and face this crisis. Yes, this was the Earth where there were only X-Men. The world which never had Avengers. The Earth which was under the 21st Fox century until recently Marvel acquired all the rights again. The normal story that was supposed to happen was that Wolverine would go back in time, or rather the consciousness of Wolverine would go back in time and stop the emergence of Sentinels altogether. This whole time travel worked just like the Flashpoint. Only difference was that there was no running involved. But due to John's messing with everything in the multiverse, the story here too didn't follow the actual line. Because their Earth had a visitor from another place. And as we know, any small changes in a time stream could cause a butterfly effect. And this time too it happened the same. When the visitor arrived at this world, she was all bloody and bruised. She landed right at the school of Xavier. The person who arrived was America Chavez. Chapter 524, Cerebro. Scott, have you contacted the mutants from Egypt? Professor X asked while rolling his wheelchair in a long tunnel. Professor, they are not responding. I have a very bad feeling. Scott replied while walking alongside him. Beside him were Wolverine and Storm. They were on their way to Cerebro. The huge device that allowed Professor X to tap into the minds of all the people of Earth, both human and mutant kind alike. This could be said as one of the most powerful weapons that could wipe away everyone from Earth if it fell on the hands of a strong telepath like Professor X, Jean, or Emma. The Sentinels had started hunting mutants from the Brotherhood and Magneto was on the run. Though the mutants studying in the school were still safe, there was a general fear for the government's plan. The US president has started the Operation Zero Tolerance. It was a project to bring all harmful mutants under justice. Though the US president has assured that this operation was only for the mutants who are harmful to the society, any normal lawmaker could easily point out that the lines between peaceful and harmful mutants has always been blurred. For this reason, the atmosphere in the school wasn't so happy anymore. There was a general sense of fear. They had seen how brutal and cruel the Sentinels were, and most of the mutants had no faith that they or the X-Men would be able to hold them if they came after the mutants in general. We should have contacted Eric long before and killed this project before it could be launched properly. Logan complained. How do you expect us to stop a project which we had no idea about? And how do you propose we should have done it? By killing the men responsible. I am sorry, Logan, I can never cross the line. Charles said. Oh yeah. How about you and the whole mutant kind dying? How will you compensate for the deaths of so many people all over the world? Your stance of inaction has divided the mutant kind for such a long time. Logan argued back. Then we would have been better off joining the Brotherhood of Eric. Charles said in a more pitched voice. Stop it, you two. People are dying and you both are questioning the morality of each other. Storm shouted out loud to stop both of them from arguing. They all have been frustrated with what was going on and nobody had any kinds of solutions. There was one, but Charles wasn't going to take that step, and that was using the Cerebro to launch an attack at White House and stop the operation altogether. No matter what, Charles wasn't ready to take this step. They were going back to Cerebro because they needed to contact Eric and find out what exactly was going on with the mutants under him. But the moment he was going to step inside the Cerebro, he stopped. Charles moved his head and looked in the direction which was outside the school. He was astonished by what he saw, or rather felt, when he looked at the direction. There was a woman all bloody and bruised, lying half dead and unconscious. She was in such a bad condition that if she wasn't treated fast, she would die. Storm, there is a teenage girl on the gates of the girl. She is almost dead. I want you to take her to the medical facility right now. Charles ordered Storm with a sense of urgency. He didn't peep into the head of the girl, but he could tell that this person needed help. Storm was surprised by this and ran outside to bring this injured girl to the medical wing. Logan and Scott were surprised by this sudden emergence of a girl out of nowhere. Another mutant. Now they are hunting underage girls. In the countryside? Scott asked. I didn't look into her mind, Scott. Her mind is on the verge of collapse. If I poke it right now, she might just die. Let her heal, then we can get proper answers. Storm meanwhile flew to the gate of the school where many mutant kids were looking at the unconscious girl from far, but nobody approached out of fear. Storm, seeing this, was quite angry. You guys need to learn compassion. A wounded girl was lying in the premises and nobody even bothered to help her. We teach you to be a person of the society, not treat a fellow mutant kind as an alien. Storm said as she took the girl in her arms and flew away. She expected that the injured girl was a mutant, as she had appeared here out of nowhere, and with all the problems going on with the Sentinels, it was almost customary that the Sentinels might have attacked her. Little did she know that this girl would change the whole future of mutants forever. Chapter 525, Weird Powers. The girl was taken to the intensive medical unit which was under the school. Dr. Cecilia Reyes, one of the best medical doctors and a mutant, belonged to the X-Men. She was a world-renowned doctor, but she worked exclusively for the mutants. She was already informed that an injured girl was arriving in the facility and she had everything ready. The teenage girl was taken inside and Dr. Reyes needed to operate on her fast so that she stops bleeding and gets out of the trauma. Professor X and other important mutants all stood outside the room with tense expressions on their faces. They wanted to know who this girl was and where they came from, but more importantly they wanted to know if it was Sentinels who attacked her. And after 2 hours of waiting and brooding around by the mutants, Dr. Reyes came out of the medical room while removing her bloodied white gloves. Doctor, how is she? Is she all right? Storm asked. She was more concerned than others as she was the first person to come in contact with her and she had first-hand knowledge of the injury she had gone through. She is all right. One tough nut, I should say. It's fortunate that her body is immensely powerful. But she will take some time to recuperate and I could feel her mind is in chaos. Dr. Reyes replied with a smile, but later her voice turned grave when she mentioned the last option. These Sentinels deserve nothing but our fury. We need to retaliate now, before it's too late. Logan said as his adamantium claws started to come out slowly due to his anger. He started to go outside and smash some Sentinels. Professor, we need to take action. Storm said as she too was disgusted by what she saw and she too joined Logan. Charles was going to say something to stop these two from doing anything risky, but he stopped the words in his mouth after what Cecilia said. I need to tell you first. She isn't a mutant. Hearing this, all the people who were present in the hall froze on their spot. They turned their heads and looked at the doctor. What are you saying, doctor? You just said that her body is immensely powerful. How can she not be a mutant like us? Scott asked. I did say that, but I never mentioned that she was a mutant. Doctor replied. You mean to say that she had trained her body to be more powerful than the normal human being? Jean asked as she too had arrived. No. I am saying she has powers, but her powers are not genetic. She has somehow harnessed a kind of power which I had never seen or heard of before. Don't give me that look. I checked the data 5 times. She doesn't have the X gene, but there is something very powerful inside her. Doctor said with all seriousness. How is this possible? A person can have powers only when one has the X gene. You mean to say a person can have powers without an X gene? Is that what the government is doing? Doing illegal experiments to see if a normal person can have powers? This is disgusting. We need to show the results to people. Hank said. The Beast. I think everyone knows him here. He is super intelligent and even served as a congressman in the X-Men movies. And now that she has escaped, they wanted to silence her. Logan said as they all came into the same conclusion. They had all become Sherlock Holmes here. Wrong again. She was never attacked by Sentinels. Dr. Cecilia said. What? How is this possible? She looked laden with injuries when I brought her back. I only saw such horror the last time when I saw mutants being killed by the Sentinels. Storm said. I don't know. Seeing her bone and body structure, I can assure you that the Sentinels can't inflict the kind of damage to her body. If Sentinels wanted to kill her, it should be clean and a sneaky one. But here it was nothing like that. Whatever she fought, it was hand-to-hand combat and there was no blood of another person on her body. It was like she fought air. Doctor said. What the hell is going on? Hand-to-hand combat and no blood from another person. What did she fight? An android? Logan asked. No, there would be metal particles on her nails or on other places of her body. There was none. As I said, it seemed like she fought the air. Cecilia said. Did you find any other thing? Charles asked as all were getting confused. They had no idea and all were thinking that some kind of new mutant had emerged and attacked her. I don't know if you will believe me or not, but I did find something quite astonishing on her body. Doctor said hesitatingly. What is it, Doctor? Jean asked. I found antimatter. Dr. replied in a straight face. Chapter 526, Search and Answers. What? Antimatter? This girl has powers related to antimatter. Charles was shocked by this revelation and fearful too. Antimatter can be described as a substance which when comes in contact with matter it causes annihilation, or in simpler terms, it causes a huge explosion. It is said that a gram of antimatter can cause an explosion equivalent to a nuclear bomb. No. I found antimatter in her body. A power that is unique in her body has isolated small antimatter particles so that it doesn't cause any harm. I have got rid of some of them, but some are still there deep inside her. I need time to extract all these particles and do more in-depth study to understand what exactly is going on. Doctor said. Are you sure that it's antimatter? A mutant with antimatter capabilities. This person is dangerous to himself, or herself, to others and even to his or her own self. Professor, we need to find this mutant and bring him or her in. Scott said. Agreed. Doctor, we need you to heal her completely. We need to understand what is going on with her. Charles said as he was leaving in his wheelchair. He was followed by all the X-Men as they went to Cerebro to find out who this antimatter mutant was that had appeared recently. Dr. Reyes went inside the medical room to keep an eye on her and see how her condition evolved from here on out. Meanwhile, Charles used the Cerebro to find the specific mutant, but he was surprised that he was not able to find any such mutant with such mind-blowing powers. He thought he searched it wrong and felt that the Cerebro wasn't working perfectly, so he used it to find other mutants like Eric and the mutants in his brotherhood. It was all fine and dandy when it came to searching for all other mutants, but no matter what, they couldn't find any such mutants who had antimatter powers or anything close to that in this regard. For a week this had gone by and Charles still wasn't able to find any such mutant. Since he failed in this, he paid attention to another matter. Contacting Eric. Though he couldn't get inside the mind of Eric, but he could get in the mind of one of his members of his brotherhood. Charles invaded the mind of Pyro. A mutant who could control fire, X-Men movies, brother of Iceman, Bobby. Pyro was sitting next to Magneto as they were discussing ways to fight against the Sentinels. The war against them looked hopeless as the enemies proved to be very powerful. Eric, it's been a long time. Suddenly Pyro, who was listening attentively to what Magneto was saying, spoke out. All got stunned as Pyro had never used that tone to talk with their leader ever before. Magneto's eyes shined when Pyro said that because he could already guess what had happened. Is that you, Charles? You have some audacity to come and talk to me here. Where are you? You aren't safe being so far from home. Eric said as he had a hint of concern. No matter what, they had been best friends once, and even though they stood in opposite camps now, they still maintained their friendship and respect for each other. I would be a fool if I was there. I am at Cerebro. How is the situation there? Is it that bad? Charles asked. Eric nodded his head as he understood that he did it through a long distance. You invaded the mind of one of my brothers. Why don't you look into his mind and tell me? Eric said as he didn't go into depths of how bad it was. They had been hiding in the underground bomb shelters of Kremlin. They had been on the run for some time now and couldn't be in a single location for a long time. And mutants were either dying under him or were being captured. Charles was silent as he took a peek at the recent events. He didn't know what he should say to console his friend. "Why did you call me Charles?" Eric asked as he was sure that his friend had seen what they were going through. "I want you to come home. We found a girl who isn't a mutant but has powers. We fear that it is because of illegal experiments of the military and government. I want your advice on that." Charles said. "A girl who has powers without the X gene. Interesting. How do you propose we should handle her?" Eric asked. "We can discuss this once you come back here. There is Blink in your small squad. Use her powers and open a portal to my home. I am sure she would be able to handle the passage of a single man. Blink is the girl who could open portals to different locations. She was in X-Men Days of the Future Past. She was in the start of the movie where she did after being stabbed by a sentinel." Chapter 527, Astonishment. "It's not an ambush. Is it? You are giving up our location so that your precious X-Men is safe," Eric said. "I would be disappointed if you think so lowly of me, my friend. I will wait for you. Be here in an hour," Charles said before signing off from the mind of Pyro. He came out of the Cerebro as the others were now waiting outside the medical room. Today was supposed to be the day when the girl would wake up from her coma. At least that's what Dr. Reyes expected, so everybody of the X-Men who cared about her were waiting for the good news. After much investigation, it was found that the particles inside her were really antimatter. Beast confirmed it and said the power which she has might be related to something in the line of time and space. Because only those kinds of powers could wrap antimatter without harming the body. Everybody was astonished when Beast came out with this report. They thought the girl was just powerful, but listening to what Beast said they realized the water was very deep here and they needed to swim in it very carefully. Charles was riding his wheelchair towards the medical wing when a purple portal opened in front of him. The portal looked unstable and small, as if it would close any moment. But the portal was big enough to fit a man, as in the next moment Magneto came out of the portal. "You came faster than I expected," Charles said while looking at his old friend with his own eyes. "What can I say? By saying words like antimatter you piqued my interest," Eric said while shrugging his shoulders. "Then I should have gone with the statement that the girl might have powers related to space and time," Charles said. Eric's face became somber when Charles said, "It was all good if she was of their kind, but she wasn't, and if she had powers related to space and time, he wasn't sure if the girl would be a threat to them." "Eric, I know what you are thinking. But let me make this clear, you won't touch her until we make it apparent if she is a threat to the mutants or not," Charles said, as he was afraid he might just kill her before figuring out what was going on. "I am not the monster you think I am," Eric said while shaking his head. As they were talking, they had already reached outside the medical room. Logan clenched his fist when he saw Eric. For Logan, Eric was his arch-nemesis. Someone who was born to be the greatest rival for a lifetime, but here he couldn't retaliate as he was invited by Professor himself. He just glared at Magneto but didn't say a word. "Relax, Macho Man. I am not here to abuse you," Magneto joked. Logan was ready to argue when the door of the medical room opened and Dr. Reyes came out. "She is awake. She has opened her eyes. But I will keep this straight. Don't push her too much. She is in trauma." The first words that came out of her mouth were Mom and Dad. "Assuming she had lost her parents, I hope you will be sensitive to her situation before you go full Sherlock Holmes on her," Doctor said. "Charles here can just go into her mind and bring out all the secrets," Eric said. "I won't do such unethical things until absolutely necessary," Charles said as he went right in with the other X-Men, followed by Eric. They came near the bed where the girl was lying down. She had her eyes open, but the bruises that she had suffered were still apparent on her face. And in many places of the body she was still bandaged. She was just looking at the ceiling with tears flowing down her eyes. This scene made everybody sad. They could already guess that she had lost her parents. In a normal situation they would have let the girl heal well and then ask questions, but here they were running out of time. Sentinels could be knocking on their door any moment. Charles finally took up the courage and said, "Hello, Mississippi. I am Charles Xavier. And these are my friends and colleagues. Can I know your name?" The girl moved her eyes and looked around. She looked at Charles and the other people standing. Her eyes seemed like it was in pain, but in depth of this one could easily feel a sense of determination. "Which Earth is this? How many fighters do you have?" Those were the first words that came out of her mouth. She said in a slow and steady pace. All the other people present in the room were dumbfounded by this. They thought she would introduce herself first, but all she asked was a very weird question which they couldn't find the head and tails of. Chapter 528, Trust. "My dear child, what are you talking about?" Eric said to diffuse the awkwardness which prevailed after her weird question. None of them understood what she meant by that. "I want to know how many of you are fighters." I will need strong fighters to face him, the girl said. Who are you talking about? The mutant who controls antimatter. Rest assured we are capable enough for facing him. But tell me first where and what kind of illegal experiments have been done on you that you have powers now? Charles asked. Illegal experiments? What are you talking about? I was born with powers. And we will need a huge army to face him. A small number won't suffice, the girl said. Who is this mutant? Charles asked again. Annihilus. He is a conqueror and tyrant from the negative zone. We need to stop him and we will have a whole army for him, the girl said. Negative zone? What is that? A place in the US? Scott asked. The girl looked around dumbfounded. She thought saying the name, negative zone, would invoke a sense of fear into them, but looking at their faces it meant they were totally ignorant of it. Which Earth is this? The girl asked again. What do you mean which Earth? This is our Earth. Logan replied as he still didn't understand what she meant by that during her first words. The girl now was sure that these people were ignorant. Ignorant of the fact that there was a multiverse out there. She feared more now. When she opened a portal here before going into coma she sensed very vague powers residing in this place. It was because of this reason she opened the portal near the school. She didn't know what she was going to say next would be believable or not to these people, who seemed like they had no idea about the multiverse. After heaving sigh she finally took the courage and said slowly. My name is America Chavez. I come from a different Earth. A utopian parallel where everything is wonderful and perfect. But our world, or rather our universe, has been invaded by the army of Annihilus and I'm the last one alive from that universe. I was able to escape. But after fighting that being for a long time has made me realize that his hunger for world conquering isn't over and soon he will try to take over all of the multiverse. She said all these words in one breath and at the end she was breathing heavily. Her injuries have still not healed. The X-Men and Eric all looked at her with wide eyes. After hearing such words they didn't know how they should react. Her seriousness meant whatever she was saying was correct, but the things she spoke would make anyone laugh. Multiverse. Utopian parallel. Her words were enough to send her to Arkham Asylum if it ever existed in their world. Girl, do you feel sick? Do you feel sad again? You can take a rest and we will ask you again after you get healed. How about that? Dr. Reyes said as she felt that the girl was still in trauma and was suffering from hallucinations of her past. Her mind might have put up a fake scenario in her head to make her feel safe and protected later. You don't believe me? Chavez looked at everyone's faces and could the disbelief. She expected that. Out of nowhere if a person came and said about the multiverse, that person would definitely be labeled as a mad person. She really didn't know how to convince these people who had no idea how powerful their enemies were and who else was coming. Girl, you need to sleep. We can talk about your past later. Logan said as he started walking out. He was sure her mind was fried. He convinced himself that whatever she was facing in mental trauma was because of humans' illegal experiment. Everybody was disappointed as they started going out. They thought what she said was just hallucinations and she needed more rest to get her mind right. Everybody. Except for Charles Xavier. He continued looking her for a second before finally saying. Whatever she has said is the truth. All stopped right on their tracks hearing this. They looked back at Charles who just continued looking at her without paying any attention to others. You believe me? Why? My words must have sounded really absurd to people like you. Chavez asked. She really felt that these people were really ignorant and her words would definitely sound weird to them. I believe you because I looked into your mind. Like you, we too have powers. Though we might not be multiverse travelers like you, but we do have our own merits. Now tell me, how do you want us to help? Charles said as he folded his arms and looked at her with expectations. She might just be the answer to all the problems they had been facing. Chapter 529, Decision. Charles, what are you talking about? Have you gone nuts? Logan said as he couldn't believe what his longtime friend just said. Professor, I think. Storm was going to say something but she stopped when the professor held out his hand to stop them from speaking. I know what she said sounds very weird, but what she said is true. She doesn't belong to our Earth. Rather, she doesn't belong to our universe. Her universe was invaded by a force which came from an antimatter dimension. And she is the last one alive. We need to help her stop this menace, and maybe while helping her we can help ourselves. Charles said as he interrupted her. You mean to say all the hypothetical theories of the multiverse are real? Beast asked as he got excited. Being a genius, he had studied about this theory before but never delved into it. He thought it was just a fantasy story, but now from the words of Charles and the girl it might just prove to be real. Charles. Are you serious? Eric asked. He wasn't that knowledgeable about the multiverse theory, but from the words of Charles he could infer that there might be multiple Earths out there. This alone gave him many ideas, just like it did to Charles. Yes. Now Miss Chavez. Tell us how we can help you. Charles asked. You have already looked into my mind. And you have seen him. Though I think it's rude, I won't hold it against you as I don't have much time to convince you all. Yes, we need fighters. Do you have sufficient powered people here? If not, after I heal I will go to other universes and convince people to help in this upcoming war. Chavez said. All the X-Men now got serious as they understood by now whatever bullshit that they were listening was for real and not just a theory. Beast proceeded to explain the theory of multiverse to them with the little knowledge he had on this topic. Chavez too corrected some of the notions related to the multiverse. So there are multiple Earths out there. And there might be Earth where we can live in peace. Logan asked as he was pretty much pumped up now. The mere thought of leaving this Earth was enough motivation for all the people present in the room. Yep. Chavez replied. All got silent as everybody had their own thoughts now. They could finally see a silver lining and this girl could be the key to a brighter future. At first we need to face this being before we settle our problems. We will need all hands on deck. Charles said as he was the only one who looked into any Hulus and they needed huge firepower just to face this guy. Then we need to gather all the mutants for this job. Eric said as he had his own calculations. Any Hulus had a treaty with our Earth of not invading our place ever and leaving us in peace. We had gone to war against him long ago and there was too much death and destruction. He is a paranoid being who thinks everything has evolved in the universe to end him. But since he couldn't win over us, we finally managed to come to an agreement of non-aggression pact. But this broke a year ago when he suddenly started invading and killing all the people and planets in our universe. His cosmic power over antimatter proved too powerful. His army of bugs and sheer numbers proved too much for us. At the end. My mom and dad. Chavez continued but she already had tears in her eyes while mentioning her parents. Her parents sacrificed themselves to give her a fighting chance and forced her to leave for another universe and seek help. She had seen all her friends, family, and every person she knew die in front of her. She fought for a long time but even with her powers she couldn't save anyone and at the end of the promise which her father made she was made to leave for another Earth. This was how she ended up here. All bloody and wounded. So we need people. We mutants can help. Logan said. It won't be enough. We will need an army. Even with all the mutants we have we still fall short. Charles said. Miss Chavez, from your words it seems that you can travel to other Earths. Will you travel to other Earths to bring in more people? Eric asked. If the numbers aren't enough I would have to travel. Chavez said as she nodded her head. All right. You should fully heal before you make any decision. I know the time is tight but we can't do anything before you can fully function. Dr. Reyes said as she interrupted others' thoughts. She really needed to heal before she could use her powers completely. Chapter 530, Leaving. All right. Agreed. Those voices came out when the doctor said that. They needed time to understand what just happened and the new information that they received and she too needed time to recover. So all of the X-Men left. After coming out of the room, Eric said to Charles. Charles. I need a favor from you. I want all of the mutants of the Brotherhood to go into hiding and not engage in any form against the Sentinels. We need time, and this won't be possible if these people of mine go into battle without a proper leader. Charles looked at Eric for a second and then said. So you are banking on the fact that she would lead your team of mutants to another Earth where the mutant kind can live in peace? Oh come on Charles the First, I'm sure you are thinking of the same thing. Eric said. Charles got silent when he said that. He really was also secretly hoping that she would lead all of the mutant kind away. To a better place where they could live well and away from constant fear and persecution from the general people. He too hated it like Eric did. But there was nothing they could do. It was either accept it or fight it. Now all they could see was a chance and a hope that everything would be perfect later. Charles went to Cerebro to tell all the mutants of his Brotherhood to hide and get away from any confrontation. The Brotherhood was surprised that Eric had decided to be at the mansion of Charles for some time but they didn't question him back and trusted him. They were in Russia, so even though there was a hatred for mutants there, the use of US-based tech in their countries wouldn't be easily greenlit. So they were safe for now. In this way 1 week went by with Beast taking up classes and explaining how the multiverse worked to all the X-Men while they all had a general talk with Chavez of her past life. They thought that she was joking when she said that she hailed from a utopian parallel. But it seemed like their world was really perfect. Or at least as perfect a world could be. But at the end even the gods got jealous and just annihilated their world. Now she was the only living person from her world. They felt sad and fearful too. The Sentinels here just hunted the mutants but that crazy guy hunted everything. If Sentinels didn't get them, Annihilus would definitely will and their mutant kind wasn't large and powerful enough to hold their ground. So they needed help. And after 1 week of recuperation, Chavez was finally ready to go and look for more powerful people. She already got the idea of how powerful the people were here. The notion of several powerful people here gave her hope that she could fight against Anihilus, but she knew that this wasn't enough. At the end, Chavez was ready to go to another universe to look for more people such as them. And on this journey she had decided to take 2 people with her. Eric and Charles. No matter what, at the end of the day Chavez was just a teenager, and both of them weren't very comfortable with just a teenage girl going to another universe and trying to convince them to let them join in a war. It was fortunate that she landed near the school of Xavier. This might have turned real ugly if she had landed somewhere else. And since Charles was a telepath and Eric had control over magnetic fields, they would come quite handy in this journey. So are you both old men really going on such a dangerous journey? Isn't this more suitable for me? Logan asked as he saw the 2 men getting ready and packing their bags. Says the guy who only knows how to piss people off. Scott commented from back. I only piss you off, bud. Not others. Logan retorted. It will be fine. I can take care of myself and Charles. It's you who needs to pipe down and be calm. Eric replied. If you both are done with your daily rants and showing who is sexually dominant to Miss Gray here, can we leave? Chavez said as she wore her iconic jeans jacket. Hearing such words, both Scott and Logan froze on their spot and all the other X-Men burst out laughing. Chavez had the audacity to speak in such a manner in front of these people who everybody feared. Even Jean couldn't help but smile when Chavez said that, though she felt a little shy too. All right, enough chit-chat. We are leaving. Don't do anything outrageous until we get back. Charles said as the wheelchair rolled. Miss Chavez, we can leave as long as you are ready. Eric said. Chavez nodded her head as she made a punching motion from her right hand. The hand emitted a hazy blue light in a stream. The blue light stream got bigger as it traveled and enlarged into a hole. A hole that looked like a portal, and from there they could already see a different place. Chapter 531, Newspaper. Earth. New York. Somewhere in a dark alley a blue-colored portal opened, and from that portal stepped out a girl, a bald man in a wheelchair, and an old man who had a weird helmet on his head. They all had a small suitcase with them. As expected, they were the trio who just left their Earth and came to a new and random Earth. Though it was random, Chavez could always pinpoint an Earth where a powered being could be present. Though she wasn't sure what kind of powered being would be there, she could bring herself and the 2 of them in the general location. Eric, please don't humiliate us by wearing that ridiculous thing on your head. Charles said as he looked at Eric, who still had his anti-telepathic helmet. I will be in your control if I do that. Here in this unknown place I would rather be ridiculed than give up my body. What if there are other telepaths here? What should I do then? Eric said. If there is another telepath or another version of me, I will stop it. Now take it off. We are not at war here, but to seek help. Charles said. Eric hesitated for a bit before finally taking it off. He too thought it would be bad if someone saw him in this weird helmet. If you both are done with your childish arguments, can we leave? Chavez reminded them. In the past week they finally understood what kind of girl this teenager was. A rather sassy one. Both just shook their heads without taking her harsh words to their heart and went out of the alley. Coming out they realized that they were in New York. The iconic buildings, the heavy traffic and people rushing to their work. So we are in New York. This makes things easier. I thought the cities might change on this new Earth. Eric said. Charles, use your telepathy and find out where we can find mutants or people like Chavez. Eric continued. No, this is an invasion of privacy. We can do our own detective work and find out about them. It would be better. Charles said. You and your morals. Guys, look at this. Chavez said as she pointed out a newsstand. In the newspapers there was a huge picture of a man. A man in a red costume from head to toe swinging past the buildings with ropes that seemed to stick to the buildings. The picture was taken from a great angle showing every part of the man in red costume, and even the rope that the man was hanging on looked crystal clear in the picture. Under the picture it was written. Spider-Man saves the day. On a building that caught massive fire, Spider-Man swings in and rescues a 5-year-old child. All the 3 were dumbfounded seeing such a headline. Especially Charles and Eric. From the article they could easily confer that this person was a man with powers. Swinging across buildings with just ropes needed immense strength. Though from the picture they could say that the rope was artificially made, it didn't take away the fact that such work needed finesse. All their lives they had never thought of using costumes. Sure, the X-Men has a uniform, but that was just for protection. But this person has managed to get a suit which worked as a whole costume. Is he a powered being? Eric said. Looks like it. We don't know his face. We will have to find him. Charles said. Spider-Man. What a weird name. Yo. Already giving me the creeps. Chavez commented. As they were discussing how to approach this Spider-Man, they heard a huge explosion. And the next moment people were running in opposite directions. There was such a rush that Charles almost got tackled by the people. Chavez had to use her strength to sidestep the people. Eric almost used her powers to squat them away, but Charles stopped him. "What is going on?" Eric asked. People are running because another maniac in costume has gone loose," Charles said as he had peeped into the mind of one of the people who were running. "Another powered being. We should look into it," Chavez said as she got excited and started walking to the spot where the sound of the explosion came from. In a few seconds all of the three reached the place where this all had started, and what they saw really changed their perception altogether. There was a huge steel machine that looked like a rhino. Yes, it was a steel rhino. And inside that rhino it looked like there was a man operating this huge machine. All of the three almost fell down in their spot by looking at this ridiculous and horrible machine that the man was using. Chapter 532, Rhino. What kind of ridiculous thing is this? It's not even practical. What does this whole machine do? Stop bullets, Eric said as he saw that the rhino and demolished cars and properties around. Behind him it could almost be seen there were some goons. They looked like robbers, and from a nearby decimated jewelry shop it was pretty apparent that these people just robbed the shop. And Rhino was providing cover for the robbers as they were running away. How did these dumb fucks even transport such a huge useless machine in broad daylight? Did nobody see and report them to the police? Chavez said as she was confused. How did this machine appear here with nobody stopping them? Seems like we have come to the world of dumb people, Eric said as he was disappointed with what he saw. He expected to see people like him, all powerful and smart. But it seemed like he expected too much. Even Chavez looked visibly down seeing all of this. Eric, please stop him from creating any more chaos. Be subtle about it, Charles said as he was the only one who cared about the people here. Though nobody was injured in this weird heist, the way it was proceeding it wouldn't take much time for it to happen. All right, Eric said as he moved his hand to manipulate the metal that Rhino was made to throw him out, but he stopped right in his tracks. He from the corner of the eye saw a man swinging from a rope and landed just near the Rhino. It was Spider-Man, which was apparent from the costume. And as he landed near the Rhino who was demolishing things, the police and the firefighters too arrived. Hey Alexei, how did you escape the prison and even get your hands on the old ridiculous machine again? I thought I destroyed it the last time we met, Spider-Man said. Step out of the machine and surrender yourself, Alexei. You have been surrounded, said a policeman from the back of the police vehicle door in classic movie fashion. Rhino, hearing this, turned his head and looked at the police and Spider-Man. Spider-Man, I suffered a lot in the jail for you. You will pay for this, Rhino said as he rushed onto Spider-Man without caring for the fact that the police had already arrived and they had their guns pointed at him. The trio were on the side looking at this. Eric didn't take action as he wanted to see how this guy would handle this. Chavez too, who was ready to get involved as she was curious about this Spider-Man. Though she hated spiders, the costume looked cool. Charles, did you get into his head? Eric asked. Yes. I only peeked into his name and address. Name is Peter Parker and lives with his aunt in Queens, Charles said. Good. After this affair we will go to his home and knock, Chavez said. Meanwhile the Rhino and Spider-Man were fighting each other in full force. Rhino was using his metal hands to throw heavy things at Spider-Man while he was avoiding or stopping the objects to create any harm to the people around who were cheering for him. After Spider-Man appeared, many people came forward and cheered for him. It looked more of an exhibition match between two people than a serious fight and a heist. And all of the people around constrained Spider-Man a bit as he couldn't fight him well. He was more concerned about the safety of other people. Eric, just stop this madness before anybody gets hurt, Charles said as he couldn't jeopardize the safety of the people more as Rhino was getting mad. The police had already shot a few rounds, but it did nothing to his huge metal suit. Though Spider-Man was able to hit the metal and was easily able to put huge dents on the body of Rhino, it didn't stop the Rhino from going into a rampage. Eric just moved fingers a little and suddenly all the nuts and bolts came out of the machine. Out of nowhere the Rhino was trying to assault Spider-Man stopped and his machine fell apart little by little. All the people who were watching felt surprised for a second and then they all cheered. See. Spider-Man's punches were strong. It literally broke the machine apart, said a kid from the side. Yeah. Spider-Man is cool. I want his autograph, said another kid. Eric, listening to this, smirked for a bit but didn't comment on the kid's false assumption. Meanwhile Peter was dumbfounded seeing this, because he was pretty sure it wasn't his punches which broke the metal armor. He had vibranium armor but he only used it when the enemies proved to be too strong. In this case he was using his normal suit. As he looked at Alexei who was face planted on the ground, his spider senses went off. Chapter 533, home of Peter Parker. It was the Earth of Andrew's Spider-Man. That was why the Rhino was so ridiculous. As it was in the movies. Though in comics I find him ridiculous too. One of the worst Spider-Man villains for me, but he does have a compelling storyline. Peter's spider senses went off after the metal armor of Rhino fell off. He turned his head and looked at the trio. He saw an old man in a wheelchair, a teenager, and an old man standing beside her. His spider senses told him that this sudden stop of the fight was because of the old man standing among the trio. He wanted to go and talk to them, but he hesitated. Andrew knew if he approached them in public it might garner attention to them, and he didn't want that. Gwen had already died and he didn't want more death just because Spider-Man approached a person because his spider senses told him so. He looked at them for a second and then used his web sling to swing away among all the cheers and shouts of the people. He noticed us. Charles said. Are you sure? Eric said as he was surprised. Yeah. His powers might not be just super strength. Charles said as he was thinking. This is interesting. We need to go to his place and learn more about this world. Chavez said. They took a taxi to the house of Peter Parker. It was fortunate that the currency was the same as that of their Earth, so it wasn't a hassle reaching his home. The home was a typical single piece of house in Queens. Eric and the duo went up and rang the bell. A woman of almost the same age as Eric and Charles opened the door. Yes. Hello madam, is Peter at home? Eric asked in a polite tone. Peter. Yeah, he is upstairs. Let me call him. Peter. Peter. Some people have come to meet you, the woman screamed. She was the famous Aunt May of Peter. Peter was really at home as it was a holiday and he didn't have to go to work today, so it was lucky that the trio found him at home. After a minute Peter finally came down from his room, and when he saw the trio standing outside the door, he shuddered. He didn't expect to see them again outside his own home. From the looks of them he could already infer that his cover has been blown. He thought hard, but he couldn't find when he had shown his face to them. Then came the dilemma if these three were good or bad. Though this old man had helped him in dealing with Rhino, he wasn't sure if they came with good intentions. Peter. Are you in there? Aunt May screamed again to bring Peter to reality. Yeah, they are my professors and they came to ask about the project I have been working on recently. Professor, was the equation I gave not good enough? Peter said. Aunt May found it odd with the explanation of them being professors, but she didn't think much and said. It was great, but Charles here wanted to discuss more on the equation and maybe find out more on the theory which we discussed before. Eric said as he pointed at Charles, going on with the lie that Peter just conjured up. Ah. Your professors. Come in. Come in. I am sorry, I am an old lady, so I am still hesitant to let people inside. Please come in. I will make some snacks while you all discuss the project. Aunt May said as she invited them in. It's all right, madam. We look like gangsters anyway. Eric jokes. Though this was sarcasm, Aunt May too laughed at it. The trio came and sat on the sofa. The home wasn't too big and Charles couldn't go upstairs with his wheelchair, so they had to make do on the family room itself. After Aunt went to the kitchen, Andrew's sweet smile vanished and he looked at them seriously and asked. Who are you and what do you want? Mr. Parker. I am Eric Laneshare. This is Charles Xavier and she is America Chavez. We have come here to ask for help and possibly get some answers. Eric spoke up and introduced themselves. Hello, but how do you know my name? And presuming you are here because of another identity, how did you come to know of it? Peter asked, as that was his main question. He needed answers of how his identity got exposed. Charles replied this time. I am sorry, Mr. Parker, we know of your identity and location because I peeped into your mind. You see, like you, we too have powers. I am a telepath. Eric here can manipulate magnetic fields and Miss Chavez here am. Well, her powers are related to space and time. Chapter 534, John Jameson. Time and space. Like she can manipulate real time and space. Wow. And you say you have telepathic powers. That's so cool. Andrew said. Hearing those words, the trio were taken aback. They thought Andrew would have a hostile reaction. Or rather a reaction of him being suspicious of them, but all the young men had shown after telling them of their powers was enthusiasm. This was a total change of character after knowing that they had powers. I guess it's cool. Chavez said as she got shy a bit after being praised for her powers. So I presume you are here to recruit me to form a team. Yes. So we finally have an Avengers team on my Earth. Yes. Whoa. Andrew said as he visibly seemed excited. The other three were dumbfounded listening to such weird assumptions from this person. Can you calm down, Mr. Parker? I don't understand what you are talking about. Form a team. Avengers? What is that? Charles said as he needed to calm this guy down. Well, you know. A team of superheroes. The Avengers. Andrew said as he was still agitated. He had traveled to the universe of John during the fight against Karn, so he knew that there were teams of superheroes on many Earths. For this reason he was excited as he thought these people had come to invite him to join their team, and this would be a very secretive team. Avengers. What are you talking about? No, Mr. Parker, we are here to know if there are other superpowered beings on your Earth who can fight with us against a very terrifying enemy. We have come from another Earth. You might not know, but there is a multiverse out there and... Hold on. You mean to say you are from another Earth? Not from this Earth. Yes. We are from different Earth. Like the parallel Earth theory. Charles said. I know what that theory says. I have traveled to other Earths before. Andrew said. Now it was time for Charles and others to get surprised. They thought they were the first people to travel to the multiverse. Even Chavez thought that she was the first. But it seemed the first random-powered people they met had already done so before. Their small non-existential pride of traveling in the multiverse popped out pretty soon. Have you really traveled? Charles couldn't help but ask again. Yes. Met other versions of me. Went on a huge mission to save the realities. Loved it. Made awesome friends too. Andrew said. This is unexpected. So, we have come from another Earth. We are on the verge of war against a being who is very powerful and wants to invade the multiverse. So we need your help. Eric said. Oh. Tell me how I can help. Andrew asked. Then Charles proceeded to tell him about an army they wanted to make from people across the multiverse in order to face him, and he was the first person they came in contact with. And they wanted to know if there were other people like him on Earth. Trust me, all these years living here I haven't seen any other person like me, willing to do good and save the people. They were bad for sure, but good ones were not. But I can help you in this regard. Since I have traveled to the multiverse, I have made friends out there. Some of them are really powerful and they have a huge team too. Andrew said. All of their eyes shined when Andrew said that. Since Andrew here knew other people, it would be easier to approach them and seek help. How can we contact them? I need to know which universe they belong to. I will go looking for them. Chavez said as she was excited. Finally she saw hope. Hope to bring Annihila's down and take revenge. I don't know to which universe they belong. It's not a regular direction to which I can point out. Andrew said. She stiffened listening to Andrew. He was right. There was really no general direction for other Earths and they wouldn't be able to pinpoint. But then Andrew said. Don't worry. When I returned from my last adventure, John gave me a magical talisman. John said to break it if I find any problem if I can't face it alone. Andrew said. John. Magic. What are you talking about? Charles said as he was confused. Wait here. Andrew said as he went back to his room. After a minute he came back with a small wooden-looking plate. It had weird Egyptian markings on it. John is my friend who I met in another multiverse. He can do magic and told me to break this if I ever need help. Now is as good a time as ever. Andrew said as he broke the plate. Chapter 535, Arrival. The talisman/wooden plate broke and it emitted weird yellow-colored sparks. Eric and Charles thought Andrew was joking when he spoke about magic, but the yellow made them feel conflicted as it showed that the plate wasn't normal. Chavez on the other hand believed Andrew as there was magic in her world, so she wasn't alien to the concept. But for the other two it was a whole new thing. All they knew of magic was tricks of hands. Gambit used to do those tricks of hands, but that was his power. He just used cards to hide his power. So what now? Charles asked as he was still not convinced. I don't know. He told me to break in case of emergency. Well, now we are on fire. I guess we will wait for the firemen. Andrew said as he sat on the sofa. His aunt was still in the kitchen, so all of these things were hidden from her. As Andrew felt lost for a second and thought all of the talisman thing of John was fake, a yellow portal the size of a door opened on the room. Eric and Charles were dumbfounded while Chavez's eyes sparkled. Andrew really knew of people from other universes. She could already feel that the portal was like hers. But there was more power behind it than hers. This statement alone meant that the other party was more powerful than her. And from that portal came out a young man. Younger than Andrew. After coming out he looked around and placed his eyes on Andrew and then gave a huge smile. He proceeded to hug Andrew tightly without saying another word. Hey man. Where have you been? You said you will contact us, the boy said. Well, I got busy and this talisman John gave is very precious and only for emergency purpose. Talking of John, where is he? Andrew asked, but before he could finish another man walked out of portal. Well, I am here since you called me. Thought Peter would like to meet you, so brought him along, the man said. As expected, it was John Jameson and Peter Parker, Tom Holland. John brought Peter because he felt Peter would love to meet Andrew after a long time. And he too wanted to have some vacation out. But as John stepped out, he stopped on his tracks because he saw three people that shouldn't be here. Eric, Charles. Peter, does this universe have a mutant school? John asked. No. These two came from another universe asking for help, and for this reason I called you. Andrew said. John was stunned. He couldn't make head and tail of what was going on, and then he saw America Chavez on the side. This made him crease his eyebrows more. What is going on? John asked. But before Charles could answer, Aunt May dropped the snack she brought in her tray. All turned their heads to see Aunt. Andrew, seeing his aunt, almost freaked out. He had forgotten that Aunt May was in the house. Charles immediately stopped her from making any noise and froze her on her location. It seems like you haven't spoken of your other identity to your aunt. I have made her forget whatever she saw now. Let me send her away to your room. Charles said. Will she be okay? Andrew asked as he was concerned for his aunt. She'd be perfectly fine. She just won't remember us. Charles said as Aunt May started climbing upstairs. John was watching all of this and didn't stop it. Andrew allowed this to happen because John was here now and he knew how powerful he was. So if anything went wrong now, John was there to save the day. After resolving the matter of Aunt May, all finally sat at the sofa. John looked at the trio with a confusing expression as he didn't understand why they were here in their universe. You called us by our names when you saw us. Have you met other versions of us? Eric asked. Now he felt curious about John. From the enthusiasm and almost a look of worship in Andrew's eyes, he could see that John was something extraordinary. He could say that because those were the same eyes his subordinates looks at him. The eyes of worship. Met other versions. Yes, I did. But I am not sure from which Earth are you? And why are you here? John asked. We have no idea of how to designate our world. We are here because Miss Chavez here came to us. Her world was destroyed by an invasion, and we feared that the invasion would roll over in all of the multiverse. Chapter 536, Sentinels. Invasion. Tell me about it. John now looked at Miss Chavez. He was really curious to know. In comics, her world was destroyed by black holes and other factors. So he was curious what had happened, that an invasion had occurred. Hi. I am America Chavez. I am from. Chavez said. Utopian parallel. Yeah, I know. Who invaded your world? Entropy. Entropy. Isn't that a scientific term? How can science invade a world? And how do you know of me? Have we met before? Chavez asked as she was confused why John mentioned a scientific term as a being. The utopian parallel wasn't exactly attached to the multiverse, so a parallel of their Earth wasn't present in the multiverse. No. Nothing. You can go on. I know you because of other reasons. Being a magician gives me an edge over knowledge and identities. John asked as his first guess went down the drain. Chavez looked at John for a second to see if he was lying, but couldn't make out from his facial expressions if he was telling the truth. She was not convinced by John and felt he was a con man. Though her identity being known to the other guy was not what he expected. There was an army. An army of bugs from a dimension known as the negative zone. Chavez continued. Annihilaus. John stopped Chavez again in her words and spoke the name of the main enemy. You. Do you know of him? Chavez's eyes were now wide. She didn't expect that this conman would actually know of the other being. Her main enemy and person against whom she wanted revenge. Yeah, we crossed paths before. I'm not exactly crossing paths, but I have met one of his subordinates before. Almost destroyed another Earth. John said casually. But hearing these words, the trio shuddered. This person here claimed that he had stopped the destruction of the world in such a casual manner. What was he? A god. PFFF. Right. So Annihilaus destroyed your world? John asked. Yes. Chavez said as she clenched her fist. He could already guess that she was the last person alive. Just like the story in the comics. No matter what, some future would happen, no matter what. Murphy's Law in full force. So you need our help in stopping him? John asked. The three nodded their heads. We would have faced Annihilaus even if you didn't ask. So yes, consider our team as part of the resistance or whatever army you were trying to gather. John said. Such a statement put a smile and relief on the faces of the three. Though Chavez was still skeptical about the powers of John and thought he was boasting, no matter what, he at least knew magic and could travel across dimensions. This alone was enough to be in the ranks of the army. What is the story of you two, by the way? John now asked Charles and Eric. I thought you knew of our story since you know us. Charles said with a smile. I know many stories and many versions of you. But I don't know which story is yours. John said, as he really did know many stories of the mutants. How to say this? We are the only superheroes, or as we call it, the mutants present in our universe. Me and Eric have been best friends for a long time, but our paths diverged. Only for this threat did we join hands together. Eric said. John shook his head hearing this. I already know this. In almost all parallel Earth you two have the same story. Eric's history with Auschwitz and Charles being a rich guy. Tell me more. John said. Such words surprised them. They thought their story was unique and unparalleled. But now it seemed all their assumptions were false. Their whole life was just a mirror to countless others. This revelation can be daunting to many people. Who would like it if somebody knew that their lives were just cloned lives? Eric hesitated for a second before saying. We mutants are being hunted by sentinels. Still not enough. In all worlds sentinels hunt the mutants. Though they have never been able to come out victorious. John said. How much do you know? And why do I feel like we are being interrogated? Eric asked, not a little annoyed. Because some versions of both of you are assholes and think whatever you are doing is part of the greater good. So I need to confirm your story before I can trust you. John said in a strict tone. Peter, Andrew, and Chavez were all now looking at their conversations from the side. It seemed interesting to them. Charles and Eric looked lost when John said that. They didn't know how to react to this. We might lose in the war against the Sentinels. Eric finally said after gritting his teeth. Chapter 537, Agreement. Finally those words raised the eyebrows of John when Eric said that. He could see that Eric felt extremely ashamed when he said this. And he could also feel that Charles was using telepathy to stop Eric from making any dangerous moves. John could easily feel the anger when Eric said that. If Eric was with his helmet, then maybe he would have already attacked John. John made him speak out his deepest fears, and being a leader of his group he would never admit this in front of anyone. He would rather choose death than submission. Now I am interested. Tell me more. Eric and Charles were silent when John said that. They weren't sure if John was mocking them or being serious when he said those words. Sentinels were made from the DNA of Raven and let these robots adapt to mutant powers and use their own powers against us. We have been losing this war ever since. Charles said in a very sad tone. Raven was very dear to him and now her DNA was used a weapon against them. Bolivar Trask was killed by Mystique. John said as he finally knew from which Earth they were from. The Earth where all of this started for Marvel. The X-Men arc. The movies which made Marvel mutants famous in his previous life. The place where his craze for Marvel and DC started for him. You know about that. Did this happen in other places too? Both Eric and Charles were surprised that John was able to get to the main point with just the hint that the Sentinels had the DNA of Raven. No, this is unique to your world. I know the whole story. John said as he smiled at them. How do you know about us? Like you have some kind of prophetic vision or something. Chavez couldn't help but ask. The moment he appeared, it felt like they were in a class and he was the teacher. It was overwhelming for them. And for some reason the trio couldn't even counterask or retaliate against him. It was as if he had a unique charm that made people listen to him and answer his question. This was true for the fact that John had the powers of Gilgamesh and being a god with the help of Phoenix was always overwhelming for many people. You can say that. As I said, my knowledge comes from many things. If you don't trust me, ask Peter here. John said, pointing at Andrew. Yeah. He does know quite a lot. Andrew said as he too knew John had this immense knowledge of different worlds and different stories. Last time when he met them, he too was dumbfounded by the sheer knowledge he had from just small hints. And this time too it seemed like he knew their story. So what do you want to do about the Sentinels? Before going to face any Halus you should clear your own backyard. Don't you think so? John said. We wish to. But we are helpless. Eric said. I will help you get rid of the Sentinels and the problems. Then we can look at Halus. John said. He really wanted to help them. Though he might not agree with Charles on many things, the mutants shouldn't suffer as a whole. He had seen the same trend on Earth 616 and in their world too had the same problem. Persecution of minority. And John would fix this in his own way. Will you seriously help us? Eric was surprised and asked. Yeah, I will. Your world would go to shit if I don't interfere now. John said. Eric looked happy when John said that. Though he wasn't sure how powerful John was, at least he said he had a team, and even Peter here had mentioned they had a team. A team which is not made of mutants would be of great help in stopping the Sentinels. The Sentinels were the kryptonite for mutants, but for people who are normal, for them it would be a totally different story. Charles, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. He could already feel from the tone of John that his handling of the situation would definitely not be a peaceful one. He just hoped there wouldn't be more damage to the relationship between mutants and humans. It has already fractured a lot. He didn't want it to go beyond redemption. Chavez didn't care about the problem of mutants. All she cared now was for revenge. So let's go to your world. Let me handle the Sentinels for you. After that we can discuss any halus. John said. Don't we need backup if you are going to face the Sentinels? I don't know how magic works, but I think you should call for your team. Eric said. He was excited in his heart, but he knew that handling Sentinels would need enough manpower. Chapter 538, Old Connection. It will be fine, Eric. I am enough for them. Miss Chavez, will you come with us or do you want to stay here? John asked. Can I stay here? I find that place very gloomy. Miss Chavez said. Ha ha ha. All right. Peter, stay here with them and have a look around the planet. We will be back. John smiled as he said that. He remembered that during the hunt of the Sentinels the settings of the movie turned into the theme of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. So it was better to leave Peter here and let him see around with Andrew. Too dark. Let's leave. John said as he waved his hands. Soon a portal opened. Like it did when they had first appeared. John and the trio stepped inside the portal. And the next moment they were on the courtyard of the famous school. The School of Mutants and the home of Charles Xavier. How did you find our place so fast? We didn't even tell you the location. Eric was surprised when John brought them directly to the school. He thought John would at least ask for clues of their Earth. But John didn't ask a single word. I have cosmic awareness. So finding people and places is easier for me. John said. The trio rolled off as they walked to the entrance of the school. The door opened and they all went inside. As they stepped in, they saw a person walking straight towards them. It was a familiar figure for John. The woman was Jean Grey. The first host of Phoenix. Professor, you are back. I thought it would take you longer to find support. Jean finally placed the eyes and looked at the men who had come with the professor and Eric. She could feel a certain kind of connection with the men, but she was not sure what exactly it was. John too could feel that there was a kind of connection between him and Jean, and he knew exactly what it was. The Phoenix Force. The Phoenix came out and sat at the shoulder of John. Everybody was surprised to see a bird coming out of the body. Charles, who was going to reply to Jean, also saw this scene and stopped. He and Eric had never witnessed such a thing before in all their lives of being a mutant. What is this? Eric couldn't help but ask. The Phoenix Force. One of my powers. She is one of the ancient gods and is responsible for controlling life force in all of the multiverse, and I am her host. Jean here too was once her host. She was actually the first host of her. John said as he gave them a rundown of a god. Hearing this, all three were dumbfounded. Even Jean, who heard this, thought what John said was ridiculous, but somehow when John mentioned that she was host of Phoenix Force, she felt like what John said was the truth. It's been a long time, Jean, the bird on the shoulder of John, spoke, making the three who listened to John eyes wide open. You can talk? Jean couldn't help but ask. Of course I can talk. Didn't he say that I am an ancient god? Well, not exactly a god but an abstract entity, but it will take him more to explain what that means. But it's good to see you again. Phoenix said. You know me? Jean couldn't help but ask. Though John explained in short what the fiery bird was, she still found it unbelievable. Yeah. As he said, you were my first host. Not in this world. But in 616. Then I had to leave as it proved too overwhelming for you. But that connection between me and you remained. Forever. The connection you are feeling between me and you. This is that call. Eric and Charles were on the sidelines listening to the ridiculous story. Charles couldn't help but use his powers to look at Jean. Jean had always been a variable for them. She was too powerful. They almost lost her once when the purge started. Her instability reached its peak and Logan had almost killed her, but miraculously she was alive at the end. Yeah, I know she was killed in X-Men: The Last Stand, but here I am changing it. Is it because of this bird that she has another personality inside her? Charles couldn't help but think that. Eric, on the other hand, found it hard to believe. He was already skeptical of the powers of John for handling the Sentinels. He was still banking on the fact that John had his own team on his Earth. So if the situation turned dire, he could always ask for help from his team. Though this small conversation piqued his interest, he still refused to believe. What gods? What host? Those are all nonsense. Chapter 539, Gathering. Jean, do you really feel a connection with this bird? Charles couldn't help but ask her. I don't know what it is, Professor, but I feel I have seen this bird before. Maybe in my dreams. I don't remember. Jean said as she couldn't explain if this was really a connection between her and the bird. John could easily see that they didn't believe his words. Though Charles might be more on the believing side, Eric definitely didn't believe him yet, like a typical paranoid. But it didn't matter. He would be a believer soon. Let's leave the bird aside. What do you want to do? John asked Eric. I want to gather all the people in the Brotherhood here and launch an attack at the White House. We need to make them pay and release all the mutants that they had held for experimentation. Eric said as he clenched his fist. John nodded his head as that would be the easiest method to take down the Sentinels. Call all the X-Men. I think they need to join in this too. John said. You know of X-Men too? Charles asked. I thought I told you that I know many things. Since I know of Mystique, it's given that I know of X-Men and other such things that have happened in the past. John said as he still found it odd about why these people didn't believe him when he had mentioned so many things of the past. Charles on the other hand really wanted to pry open his head and see how exactly John knew so many things, but something told him his powers would be null in front of him. Charles, call up everybody in the school to meet up, and Eric too would call up all his brothers. Mr. Jameson, can you really teleport all of them here? Eric couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Just give me their names, and I will teleport them all here. John said. Though Eric felt skeptical, he still gave all their names. John looked at the list for a good 2 seconds and then waved his hand. And then the unprecedented happened. At first Eric was skeptical about his powers and only thought he had powers like Chavez. Chavez had good strength and could travel through dimensions, but all in all she wasn't powerful enough to handle the Sentinels. But John till now had shown powers and things that they couldn't even believe were possible. A living fiery bird which had its own consciousness, teleportation of various forms, and even near prophetical views of their world. These things alone were enough to stand on top of the world. Maybe he really doesn't need help from his friends. Eric thought. Meanwhile, the people of the Brotherhood were taken aback by the sudden change of scenery. They were already in fight mode as they thought it was the work of the Sentinels, but were relieved to see Eric standing in front of him. I know you have many questions. But for now let's go and attend the meeting and all your questions and doubts will be answered. Later they all appeared in a big classroom. Since there were too many people including the Brotherhood and the X-Men, they needed a larger space. Southwest the regular meeting place proved to be too small. As they all gathered at the place, faces of all the mutants were a little bit tense. This was because all these years, they had been fighting against each other, and though they all understood that they needed to be together and fight the Sentinels, old grudges didn't just wash away. Charles, John, and Eric were the last to enter the room, and all the mutants present in the room were seated. I know that some of you are confused about what happened and some even more puzzled by the fact about how you were brought here. Well, I am here to answer that. This is John Jameson. A mage. Yes, you heard it right. A magician. Not just a hand-trick magician, but a mage with actual magical powers. And no, it's not Mutant X Gene. John Jameson here doesn't even belong to. Charles was the first to speak up, and he informed them about what had happened in the past few days and why they had been brought here without taking their consent. Some of the X-Men knew what was going on from the very beginning, but not all, and the mutants of Brotherhood had no idea that such a major thing had taken place when their leader was gone. So this guy here can help us solve the Sentinel problem. Logan was the first to ask when Charles finished answering the question. Before Charles could answer, John said. Sentinels are not really a problem. Rather, it shouldn't have been a problem. It is the action, or I should say the inaction of the mutants that had led to all of this. You all have been too passive all your life, and none of you ever realized the full potential of X-Gene. Chapter 540, Morals. Those words caused a huge murmur on all of the mutants present. Charles's eyebrows creased when he said, while Eric had a smile. He knew that he had already won the war between himself and Charles. John here would definitely take the side of him. Then what do you want us to do? Kill the people around who oppose us. I am sorry, we are not in the Dark Ages. Logan said as he smoked his iconic cigar. I have been to Dark Ages, Logan, and that life is more cruel than you think. I never said kill the people who oppose the mutants. I am saying you never manipulated people. The people who are in real power. You could have easily manipulated White House or other governments, like Sebastian did during the Cold War. I am not saying that you should kill to warn, but I am saying to manipulate them. Charles here could have easily done that, but you and your whole gang had always refused to cross the line. Look where it had brought you. On the verge of extinction. We never wanted to strip people of their freedom. Jean retorted. Oh yeah. How about now? You all have personally lost your freedom. You can't even go out now without looking over your shoulder. You will be naive if you think the X-Men will be spared and you can live happily ever after. The mutants would always be hunted and people will never see peace. All the mutants again got into discussion while whispering, but it could be seen that the Brotherhood of Mutants were having a good time seeing the dark faces of X-Men. They have always portrayed themselves as better than them, but when John here came and dropped the most harsh truth, they had nothing to say to make themselves look good. This was a huge win for them. So what will we do now? Manipulate White House? Storm asked. No, Miss Monroe, there is no we here. There is only I here. I will take matters into my own hands. Mutants won't be on the planet anymore. I will take you all to my world and give you a planet to live peacefully. Though I am pissed off about how you all have handled things, there is a whole race of people to look after and I can't just bring my own prejudice. All the mutants who are ready to have a new home are welcome to join and see the place. Did he just say a planet? Yeah. Did I hear it wrong? What do you mean by planet? Eric couldn't help but asked. Our Earth is a little different. Our Earth is more than 500 times bigger than your Earth. And we have 5 moons. The Avengers have the total rights on the moon, and since they haven't been inhabited yet, 1 moon would be given to the mutants to live. The size of the moon is approximately same as Earth, so you will have enough space. What? Different Earth? Does parallel universe theory also provide a different Earth to a different universe? This is insane. What the hell is wrong with their Earth? But for now I will handle the Sentinels. The birth of mutants can never be stopped, so I need to do something about it. John said as he got up. He would have to pay visits to the people who he had always avoided. Confronting the politicians. Are you going to kill people? Logan said as he got up. The X-Men too got up as they realized that John here was dangerous and might just murder people. John, who was ready to teleport away, was stunned by this sudden protest against him. He could feel that if he left, then these people would definitely try to stop them. You all think you are above the rest just because you have better morals. Don't you? Then let me show you how the mutants are treated right as they were being captured by the Sentinels. John said as he waved his hand. Soon a magical screen appeared near them. All the people were dumbfounded seeing such a different kind of power when he conjured a magical television out of nowhere. Before they could exclaim in awe about the power of using television, they saw something horrifying. The levitating television shows a huge room full of glass chambers and bed. And in those glass chambers, which were filled with green-colored water, they saw young men and women in the water, with nothing but gas masks strapped in their nose. On the bed there were more men and women, and people wearing white coats were conducting experiments on the bodies with different instruments. Many of the young men and women were screaming, but these white coat people didn't seem to care. Chapter 541, Being Madara. All the people in the room, along with Eric and Charles, stiffened when they saw such horrifying scenes. It looked too brutal and too terrific for any normal person. These scenes didn't look human at all. There was blood on the floor, with various body and organ parts on trays. Though everything looked clean, it didn't take away the fact that it was too horrifying to look at. There was a total silence in the room, and John could clearly hear the clenching of teeth and fist from his location. So still think that these people don't deserve death? You all are naive if you think that these politicians won't use any means possible to achieve more power and control. A typical politician rises to power because he has hunger for more power and control. That alone drives him to take positions of high status. If an unambitious person competed for that position, he would never get to that in the first place. Remember one thing always. Only power has the right to speak. It's not good morals or bad morals that takes you high up. It's about who has the larger fist. Sounds cliché, but that is the truth. Did your good morals help you against Sentinels? No, you would have just died. Now let me handle this, and please don't stop me next time. I don't say one thing twice. John said as he vanished. All the other mutants present in the room couldn't even respond from what they had seen. What they saw was depressing, and it would probably haunt them for ages. Especially Charles. He had been advocating for peace, even after the emergence of Sentinels, but what he had seen was not acceptable in any way. I expected something, but this is just fucked up. Logan mumbled. He could understand now why John took the matters in his own hands, but they couldn't understand how John was able to project such a scene. Do you think it's fake, whatever he has shown? Scott couldn't help but ask. No, whatever he showed is the truth. It was Jean who replied this time. How do you know? Storm couldn't help but ask. I just know. I can feel if he was lying or showing us the truth. Jean insisted. She could feel it because of her connection with the Phoenix Force, and on some level she could tell that what John said was the truth. I just hope he doesn't cause too much of a ruckus. By the way, what are his offensive powers? Storm couldn't help but ask. I have no idea. Charles said. Meanwhile, John appeared again over the White House. levitating over it and looking all over the White House. It was not always the US fault that everything in the world had gone bad. Every single person, every single country and every kind of community is responsible for whatever bad happened. Sure, the politicians manipulated many things, but it was the people themselves that elected them, tolerated them, and gave them more power by their silence. Especially for a country like the USA where people had more power than many other countries, it was surprising that the government had that much power in the narratives that they set, and even other countries follow the same narrative and sing at the same tune. As a whole, the people aren't to be blamed because they are not aware of what is going on with the world, and world politics has never been clean. But sure as hell there is a line, and these politicians have crossed that line. And now it was time for real pain. John, while levitating, waved his hand. This built a barrier around the whole White House. It was a transparent barrier, but people could differentiate and make out that a barrier was set up around the White House. This rang the alarm bell in the White House immediately. The Secret Service ran out to see what was going on. And after a few minutes of experiments, they understood that the transparent barrier was very strong and no amount of bullets would be able to put a dent to it. What is going on? Why is there a barrier outside? President asked. Sir, we presume that there has been a new mutant that has emerged recently, and he or she is doing this to intimidate us, said the Chief of Staff. I am not sure about the various positions of US politics. You are welcome to point out the wrong. Then call the Sentinels. Since the barrier has been set up, that means there is a mutant nearby. Order them to eliminate the mutant. President ordered. That's the problem, sir. The mutants weren't able to sense any mutant, the Chief of Staff replied with a very disturbed tone. This had never happened before, and the Sentinels had been able to find all kinds of threats long before it had taken place. Until now. Chapter 542, Being Madara, 2. Sir, the protocol tells us to evacuate the important staff out of here. Please come with us. A Secret Service agent said as he led the President and Chief of Staff out to the garden where there is a helipad. The chopper was ready to take off at any given moment, but before the President and the other people could get into the chopper, the rear end of the chopper suddenly caught fire. The Secret Service, seeing this, stopped right in his tracks again, had to lead the team away from the chopper as now the chopper wasn't going to work. Sir, please come with me. We need to take you to the bunker. That will be the only safe place now. The agent who was leading the team took all the people in the group and hurriedly went inside the White House again to get to the secured bunker. What the hell is going on? Why are the Sentinels in the White House still not able to find the mutant? President yelled as he was led in. We don't know, sir. We have checked. All the Sentinels are working fine, but they still can't find anyone, the agent said. They started opening the bunker but then realized the door to the bunker was locked, and no matter how the agent tried, it just won't open. Oh, for God's sake, tell me this is a coincidence. How can one of the most secure locations in the world just magically stop working? I don't know, sir. It's not opening, the agent said, now a little embarrassed. Everything had started to go haywire in just a matter of minutes. It felt like somebody wanted to make prison out of White House. Ah, fuck it. Let us go to the office. Whoever is doing this wants us to be here. If he comes, we can just release the Sentinel, the President said as he felt angry and humiliated. All his term he had the mutants under his control, and now suddenly out of nowhere there was someone who threatened him. He had fought in wars before, and thus he didn't want to back down. This invisible passive attack was a form of a way for the enemy to talk with him. He could already understand that the mutant people wanted to negotiate with him, so he had the courage to talk with the mutant kind. But deep inside he had already thought of releasing the Sentinels once the mutants showed up. He hated the mutants more than he hated his opposition. But when they were about to reach the office, they suddenly saw a huge shadow from the window outside. The shadow was so big it felt like it was night. The agent and all the officials were dumbstruck seeing this, and many wanted to go out and see who it was. Suddenly night here, but didn't have the courage. Soon the agents got a call in their communication channel, and hearing from the other side of the line they got scared to the knees. The President noticed this change from the faces of agents, so he asked. What is it? What is that shadow? The agent was sweating heavily, but he finally got the courage and said. Sir, there is a huge meteor, at least 10 times the size of White House, hovering above us. The shadow outside is cast because of that. The meteor appeared out of nowhere. And we don't know how it is hovering out. All the officials and the President got the shock of their lives when they heard this. For a second they couldn't even believe what they were hearing. Are you serious? The President asked. Oh, he is dead serious, came a voice from behind. He had a wine glass in his hand as he sipped from it. The cup was golden. All the agents in position immediately got in defense formation and pointed their gun at the men who just appeared out of nowhere. You know, I really don't like guns being pointed at me, the men said, and in the next moment, all the agents' heads who were pointing their guns at him blew from inside. Blood and body parts splattered all over the place as their heads were blown. The officials who were about to say something stopped right on their tracks. What they saw was horrible and unimaginable for them. Even the defense chief who was with them got scared with that. All of the Secret Service were with them at that moment and they all just died out of nowhere. Now they were the only people left at the White House. Shall we go to the office, Mr. President? We have a lot to discuss, the man said as he walked towards the office. It was as if he owned this place. Yes. The man was John, and since he wanted to make a grand entrance, he thought one of his most favorite characters. He wanted to make an entry like Madara Uchiha. And so he did. With the meteor. Chapter 543, Killing. John had gone and sat at the chair of the President of the United States. The most powerful chair for humans on Earth. Or at least that is told to many people. All the other officials were trembling but slowly followed him to the office. The President had already called the Sentinels, but there has been no reply. It was as if there were no Sentinels on the premises of the White House. Mr. President, there is no point in calling the Sentinels. They were made to hunt mutants. Firstly, I am not a mutant. And secondly, even if all the Sentinels on the planet arrived, they would just be destroyed by me. So just sit down and listen to what I say. Or can't say if the meteor will stay at its place. John said as he continued sipping from his glass. The President shuddered hearing that. He didn't expect that he would be exposed so early. After a few seconds he finally got his bearings a bit and said. You can't hope that we won't try, right? The President said. Though the situation was tense, he needed to calm himself and his colleagues with those words, showing he was brave to face the enemy. John could already feel what the President was trying to do but didn't call him out on that. He said instead. I assume you know how the experiments are being carried out on the mutants and inhuman torture that has been carried out for some time now. The President hearing this had his eyes wide open but immediately changed his face to calmness. The officials still couldn't get the courage to sit down and didn't know how to react to all of this. They just saw their precious guards being murdered right before their eyes and they couldn't even do anything about it. And they were in more fear as death actually loomed over them. Like literally above them was a huge meteor. The shadow that they could see from the window was huge and knew that any wrong move from them would be a situation of game over. The officials were intelligent enough to understand that this guy sitting in the chair is responsible for all of this happening. Your silence says that you already know what is going on there. Do you want to say something about it, Mr. President? The President was silent again as he didn't know how he should reply to this. His hatred for mutants took over everything and he wanted them to suffer. He didn't care about any other thing and he allowed the crazy people to take over this project. Today it came back to bite him in his ass. And he might not be able to survive this ordeal. The sheer cruelty this person showed in the start was enough to explain that this person was just toying with them. And since he spoke about the experiments, the person here already knew the whole story behind it. Ah yes. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. I am John Jameson. A traveler. I come from another Earth. Yeah, you heard it right. Another Earth. Another universe in the infinite form of the multiverse. I was being asked to help the mutants to cross this exodus which is being carried out right now, but I gotta say when I saw this even I was shocked about how cruel you people are. The mutants have always been seen from the eyes of racism in most of the world, but your world has crossed the line. Honestly, in my world I have everything under control, though I never inserted my hands in politics. I hate politics. I admit I intimidated some people to get my way, but the people have never angered me like you did. Congrats. You just made me hate you more. John said all of this very slowly and in a calm manner. But everybody hearing could feel the furor in the words. They could feel his sheer hatred. What do you want? Just kill us if you feel like it. Just don't patronize us and make up stories. The President finally got the courage to speak. John just looked at him and smiled. Your moral standing has nothing to do with me. I will kill you for sure. All of you. But your death won't be meaningless. Your death will be a symbol of the fall of humanity. For now and for countless generations. Your term as president will be written as the worst president, and all of the people of the world will know that your actions have caused a loss to them from which they will never recover. John said as he pointed his finger at the officials. And the next moment, one by one the heads of all of them were bursting open. Chapter 544, Reckoning. All the eyes of the people went wide when the first head blew off. They didn't expect that this person didn't even give them a chance to rest their case or put up an argument. The President felt scared seeing that this person couldn't be reasoned with. All his life he had put mutants under his thumb and he always had the high ground against them, but not this time. What do you want? Please tell us. We will stop the Sentinel program. And even the experiments will stop. Please don't kill us. The President said, still shuddering in fear as he saw the second head just blew off. That ship has long sailed, Mr. President. Your hatred can't be just wiped away. There is always a reckoning. And for this one I will be the one. From today the White House will be wiped away. And so will many governments. John said as he continued killing everyone. Many wanted to run but they couldn't move an inch. The deaths came slowly for everyone. The death in itself wasn't the most horrifying thing. But the wait for death. That was more horrible. Maybe the wait made them more hysterical, so many of them went crazy. Some were crying, but the president suddenly was laughing. He laughed for a good few seconds before saying, "Ha ha ha. You think killing us will make your precious mutants feel more safe? No. They will be hunted down more. They will be prejudiced against more. You are just pushing them off the cliff." John, listening to this, just smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, Mr. President. After today, no human will ever lift their hand against the mutant kind. They will be protected. Now please die. I will have to go to other governments too to mirror what I have done and show the world the videos." John said as he killed the president, as he was the last one left. John had made them shut their mouths so that they wouldn't cry more loudly. Though John killed the main people, he didn't touch the president's family. During this purge, the president's family was conveniently outside, so John didn't have to care for his family. John didn't touch the maids and normal workers in the White House as they were innocent. He had spared all innocents as they didn't deserve deaths. Before coming here, he had already checked with the omnipotent power about who deserved death and who didn't. White House is over, now for other governments. John said as he vanished from his place. He lifted the invisible barrier around the White House so that the normal people would be able to leave. After evacuation, he would just release the meteor. There would be enough time for the normal people to evacuate by then. John did the same thing with other governments the way he did with the US. The other world leaders who got the wind of it wanted to escape, but they could never escape. In the case of the US, John didn't kill them by meteor, but in many governments he didn't even care and just let the meteor kill all the people who deserved death. In a span of 12 hours, the major governments had fallen. Emergency was declared in all of these countries and the military had to take matters into their own hands. The X-Men and the Brotherhood saw all of this in the news. They didn't expect that John would be so decisive and just kill every person in the higher echelon. He really went all out. Didn't he? Charles asked. He did what we should have done long before. I will never forgive them for what they have done. Eric said. He was very happy seeing the people responsible being put to death. And even their iconic governments were destroyed by meteors. That was the most astonishing part. They never expected that John would be able to summon multiple meteors. He really wasn't kidding when he said he was a god. Scott mumbled. Only overpowered beings could do things like bringing in meteors. That bird isn't as simple as it looks like. Jean said. Now the mutant kind will be under more hatred than ever before with this. Charles said as he felt not stopping John might create another kind of storm in the society. Didn't he see he will take us away to his Earth? The whole mutant kind will leave. Eric said as he gave a damn to the people of their Earth and was already seeing John as their savior. Does he really have planets under his belt? Logan couldn't help but ask. Who knows? If it is not, then the other universe which we went to, we can just live there. Since there are no mutants and people cheer for superheroes, we can just be one and help others. Maybe that will help us. Eric said. Chapter 545, Origin. I think I have proved myself that I could be trusted. Didn't I? Came a voice from a man who was standing on the doorway looking at them. It was John. He had finished killing the people responsible and toppling powerful governments, and now he was back. So done with being a serial killer? Scott couldn't help but ask. I have killed at least 10 times more species than the people I have killed today. John said with a smile as he didn't mind being labeled as a serial killer. In war, they all commit crimes and nobody is purely right. Species. You mean humans? Storm asked. No, I mean species. Aliens. John said. Your world have aliens. All were taken aback listening to such absurd new things. John turned out to be a box of mysteries who goes on dropping new information about his world every time he opens his mouth. Of course our world has aliens. Didn't you talk with Peter before? Didn't he say that we have aliens among us? No. Both Eric and Charles answered at the same time. Oh. Now you know. Our Earth has trade relations with galactic empires. John said casually, but for mutants this was a huge thing. They never expected that John's Earth would be so different. All the mutants were mumbling and most of them had shining eyes on their faces. They really couldn't wait to go to meet some aliens. Why are you all so surprised about aliens? It's not like there aren't aliens in your universe. John said. Our universe might have aliens, but we have never seen them. That is if we have aliens in this universe. Charles said as he denied, and he too was quite interested in John's universe now. You might not have seen aliens, but your ancestors did. John said. Our ancestors? What does that mean? Scott asked. How to say this? When the multiverse was formed by the gods, they carried out experiments in various species with their technology to see who could adapt to new changes. Our human species were in the forefront, and for this reason all of you have the X gene. That was the result of experimentation by the gods. Or as we call them, Celestials. You mean to say that our ancestors faced experimentation? Eric asked. Our multiverse was created by gods. Huh. Yes. The X gene is not because of human evolution as opposed to the theory of Sebastian, who just was a genocidal maniac. It's because the X gene has been hereditary and only a few could activate it. You all belong to a special heritage which had privileges during ancient times, John said. But he didn't answer about the creation of the multiverse by the Celestials. That was whole new can of worms. All of the mutants couldn't believe what John had just said. They never expected that their origin was because some gods wanted to do experiments on humans. This was new knowledge for them. How do you know all this, assuming you are speaking the truth? Charles asked. I did say I have Phoenix Force. It gives me omnipotence and omnipresence. And yes, the Avengers fought against a Celestial once and we even killed one. Well, that Celestial was half dead anyway. Are those reasons enough? John said, as he could see that most of the people here didn't believe the Celestials' theory, but that was the origin of the mutants. Experimentation during ancient times. Let's leave your origins for now. I need to talk with all the people of the world, John said as he sat down. He would do what Voldemort had once done in the last war against Hogwarts. Speak to the minds of the people. All of the people of the world. John was sure what he has done in the last 12 hours had spread like wildfire all over the globe. Humans had always been hard to control and only unprecedented fear could stop them, or an enemy who could make them unite. In one way, John always believed that Madara was right. Only a powerful enemy would bring a disjointed community together. And in this case it was the humans as a species, as they needed to come together. They needed to stop going after mutants, and it could only be done if he infused enough fear in them. And what more is a perfect way than to talk to billions of people in their minds? This alone would give them enough fear that would last for generations. John can't bring all the mutants to his Earth. That was illogical and impossible, but he could provide a safe home for them, and he came up with the only feasible idea he could think of. To the world. Like a live telecast. Storm asked. No. I will speak to them in their minds like Charles does with his Cerebro. Only in this case I don't need Cerebro. You are a telepath? Charles asked as he was surprised. He did feel before that John might be a telepath, but he wasn't sure. I guess you can say that. Chapter 546, Inhumans. Citizens of planet Earth. It's been a long time since you all have had conversations with your own consciousness. You know you should talk more often. See where the absence of consciousness has led to. Fall of major governments. I am not a bit ashamed to say that you all had it a long time coming. If you don't know the reason for such absurd attacks, then I will reveal to all of you the reason why random meteors had fallen on buildings and why many politicians. I killed all of them. Yes, you heard it right. I am responsible for all the problems and emergency situations in many countries. If you want to know the reason behind such attacks, you can go to YouTube and other platforms such as Reddit and look up experiments on mutants. Look at those videos and then decide if what I did was right or wrong. The experiments the people carried upon were innocent child mutants. So think again before you judge us. I can't change everything wrong with this world, but sure as hell protect the people who deserve justice. There is a serious form of racism here, and I can't change it no matter what. People who don't have powers will always feel inferior because they don't have one. And will always envy the mutants. This cycle will never change. The only solution I can give to the mutants is that I will open portals in all major cities of the world, and through those portals the mutants can cross through to a new place where only mutants can live. The locations of the said portals would be provided in every major media and newspapers. I know this sounds far-fetched, but the Brotherhood and the X-Men will soon support my words so as to make you believe that whatever I said is real. If a human is found stopping the mutants from leaving via portals, they will be killed. And if normal humans try to cross the portals, they will also be killed, and this isn't a warning. Many mutants wouldn't like to leave their home, which is understandable, but I will say this. Whatever home you have here, the place that I will provide will be much better than your current home. Every year the portal will be opened for a few hours so that new mutants would cross, and this trend will go on until I die. Cheerio. Those were the words that John said to all the people of the world in their mind. The mutants nearby also heard it. They didn't expect that this new person would just declare such huge things to all the people of the world. At first they thought he was joking, but when they checked social media they were taken aback. The response that came from the people was overwhelming, to say the least. All the people could talk about was the voice that spoke at a stretch inside their head and wanted to know if there was a different version in the minds of other people. You really will allow the mutants to leave with you and give us a planet? A mutant who belonged to the Brotherhood asked. Of course I will. You will have your own governments. Your own laws. None of the governments will interfere. But I will say this. The mutants should not expand or try to rule over others. The ending won't be good if you try it. Now you all can pack your bags and get ready. I will give you all 7 days to arrange everything before we leave. John said as he vanished again. Why does he always vanish without saying a goodbye? Storm couldn't help but ask. Because he doesn't like us. Apparently, from what I understand, the other versions of us had pissed him off before. Eric said. Meanwhile, John wanted to check something. Due to his omniscience, he had already checked if there was a city which their universe lacked. And surprisingly, in this universe the city existed. The highly advanced city of Adelan. And it was located on the dark side of the moon. John wanted to see if they were working fine and if there were any problems being faced by the people living there. Adelan was a city made by the Inhumans. Humans since ages had always been subjected to experiments by the Celestials. But that was not the end. During the Kree-Skrull War thousands of years ago, the Krees realized that the Earth where the humans lived was special. They had the potential to evolve. And Kree, realizing that the humans might be the key to unlocking their stagnant evolution, they started inserting the Eternals gene into the genes of humans. After a number of experiments, they finally were able to evolve the humans to what they called Homo sapiens or Inhumans. John wanted to see if Black Bolt and Medusa were the rulers of the kingdom, or did he brother betray them by handing them over to the Kree or do some other nefarious activities. Chapter 547, A Call. After checking for a few seconds, he could see that Black Bolt's brother hadn't caused any major harm to the Inhumans. Black Bolt was one of the most powerful superheroes in the Marvel Multiverse. If a person couldn't speak just because a small whisper of him could destroy everything surrounding him, then it could be understood how insane his powers are. John was levitating high above the city. After making sure that everything was in place, he vanished. And this time he was back home. At the Hall of Justice. Avengers, gather at the Hall of Justice. We have a situation. John said. He went and took while he waited for all the Avengers to gather in a few moments. And as expected, after a few minutes everybody was at the hall. Only a few were very far away and their images were projected in a screen. Hal and Natasha were out in space doing their work, so they couldn't be here. It's been some time since we have gathered. Hal said. Oh, come on. It only felt like yesterday. Why do you make me feel that we are becoming old? Tony said. Says the guy who doesn't age anymore. Clint said, referring to the fact that all the people here were taking the dose of life force from the body of the deceased dragon. All right, shimmer down you all, John must have gathered us all here for a purpose. Clark said. If he didn't interrupt, they would be arguing for minutes if not hours. Anihilus is coming. John said. This made all of the people silent. So what is new about that? We already know this. Banner said. He has already destroyed a dimension. And only one person was able to escape. John said as he dropped the horrifying bomb on them. All the people clenched their fists and teeth with anger. When did this happen? Where is the survivor? Wayne asked. She is in another universe with Peter. One of the Peters whom we have helped before while we dealt with Master Weaver. John replied. We need to bring her in and then ask her about this being. Maybe we can find out ways to defeat this guy. Clark said. Defeating him isn't a problem, how we defeat this guy is the main issue here. He has an army of antimatter bugs. John said. Then Umbrella will make an army of drones. Since drones have been all the craze here, we will just add more. Tony said. Deal. There is another matter. After 7 days there would be mutants moving to our universe. John said. Everyone had a weird look in their eyes when John said that. The last time they met mutants, they were in dire straits and John had to change the whole Earth just to show that people were helpless. Mutants. Why? When did you become such a saint? Arthur couldn't help but ask. The mutants in their universe were hunted down like dogs, so I proposed to them the idea of moving here. We will gain a powerful ally which will be helpful for us in the long run. Good deal, I guess. We will have to make space for them in one of the moons. And make sure that they don't cause problems for people. Clark said. I will tell Pepper to leave a moon in the negotiations with the aliens. Tony said. We will have to renegotiate everything. Wayne said. Will this be too much of a burden? John couldn't help but ask. Nah. It will be fine. Are all the mutants arriving? Tony asked. I am not sure. I know many mutants are going to come. But I am not sure how many. Just give them half of a moon for now. We can discuss the land deals later. Give others leases of like 20 to 30 years. That will do. John said. Tony nodded his head. Now tell us how you know of this new dimension. Clint asked as he was curious how John came to know of a deceased realm. John then narrated all of the things that had happened in the last 36 hours. His travel to another Earth and then has a meeting with Chavez and the mutants. At the end, the problem of Sentinels. So you killed many people? Clark couldn't help but ask. Yeah, I didn't want to, but they left me with no choice. Some lines were crossed. John said. Though he knew that Clark never liked killing, John himself had no other choice. As Clark was going to say something, John's eyes creased a bit as he looked at his pocket. What is it? Wayne asked. John took out a wooden plate and saw that it was broken. It was the contact talisman that John had provided to many of his friends in his journey to the multiverse. Few days ago, one was broken and now there was a second one. The one John really didn't want to see break. The one which was with Venom. Chapter 548, Eddie. I need to leave. John said, and without giving any explanation he vanished from his spot. The other Avengers were in a happy mood for a few seconds. They wanted to see the argument between Clark and John about morals. Though the Avengers killed people, but it had always killed enemies, never normal lives of humans. This was the first time that something like this happened. John had his reasons and none of the Avengers would hold him accountable for what he had done. Though in 616 many people died, it was on the shoulders of the heroes there. Though Clark showed a tough side and was sad that John had killed, he would just make sure John didn't go down the wrong path. Killing has always been something he had avoided. But the sudden change of face and doing the vanishing act changed the whole mood of the room. What was it? Diana asked. Banner, who sat beside John before he vanished, shook his head. He only got to see a cracked wooden plate and he didn't even know what that meant. Seems like something is serious. Wayne said. They all waited patiently for John. Earth. John was back at the place where he didn't like much. This place was one of those places where the people wouldn't welcome him much. Especially the superheroes here. But John was here to meet someone who he had met long before. John used his omniscience to search for Venom and Eddie. He was surprised to see that he was underground. This is interesting. John vanished again from the top of the Empire State Building and was in a small corridor. It looked dark and damp. It smelled like garbage and foul water. John was right. Because it was one of the underground tunnels. It was filthy and smelt like rot. John levitated as he moved forward. He wouldn't like his boots to be soiled in this damned thing. Soon he reached a huge metal door. The door looked like the ones that are built in nuclear shelters. With heavy casing and a huge knob. John waved his hand and in the next moment the door slowly opened in itself. Making a loud noise that echoed on the tunnels. Yeah. I should have used the parcel tongue. Would have been more cool. A scar on my forehead and glasses would have done the trick for sure. John thought, reminiscing on one of his favorite movies. The door opened and John walked in. It was a huge room with a very high ceiling. It had a huge skylight right at the center of the ceiling. It was astonishing that such a place ever existed underground in New York. But it wasn't the highlight of the room. The main attraction was what was located at the center of the huge hall. There was a huge iron throne-like chair at the center. The main difference between the Iron Throne and this chair was that the chair was red in color. The chair looked like a tree as veins of reds flowed outward from the chair and grew on the walls and the floors of the huge hall. One vein from the chair even grew and broke the skylight. The chair really looked like a tree. And looking at the chair was a man. He had a strong-built body, like the ones of Captain America. And like Steve, he too had blonde hair. But this blonde hair was long and the man had tied his hair. Eddie. First time meeting you. John called out as he started walking towards him. Eddie didn't turn head to look at John. He continued looking at the chair. He had already heard the door opening, but he didn't even care who walked in. That is false. You controlled my destiny all this time even though we never met. It's not a good feeling of being manipulated by a person who never cared about showing up after giving away something that you can't hold on to. Eddie said. John didn't expect such an answer from Eddie. It was true that he had manipulated the timeline a bit and gave away Venom to him, but that was the only thing he could do at that time. Many things went out of his control, so he needed to keep some cards close to his chest. And Null was too much of a problem to be faced alone. He needed allies. And Venom was the only one who could get inside the hive. I can understand why you don't like me. I am responsible for many problems in your world. The depot whirring of Avengers. The chaos. The deaths. But I had no other choice but to do that. This world had grown too arrogant and they needed a slap on their faces to wake up. That time it was just Wanda. There was a rift between Avengers and X-Men and I needed them to close the gap. Chapter 549, Hatred. / The Darkness arc won't be exactly the same as the comics and I might even make mistakes while explaining some of the parts. The arc in the comics was a huge one spanning many different issues. And right now I am too lazy to even go through that again. But the general gist of the story won't change */. But that doesn't change the fact that your actions killed many people. Eddie said. It did. I can't save everyone. And people too needed to understand that racism against their own people won't help them. This world has seen too many dangers. Too many people caught in the crossfire. It's infuriating to see that even after all of this, these people have the strength to protest against the mutants. John said. Eddie went silent when John said that. He knew that John wasn't exactly in the wrong. When he got Venom, he emerged to the world as an anti-hero. He would kill people who deserved death, but spare the innocents. But sometimes, he could see that the innocents weren't exactly innocents. This infuriated him too. And before he could do anything, the change happened. The change that they all remembered. A world where the mutants ruled. These riled the people up and the governments were forced to take action. The people were happy as they thought they had gotten rid of the mutants once and for all. Only a few mutants were left, and that too in a very distant island. The people thought that they had finally won the war against the mutants. But reality slapped them hard, or it would be better to say John slapped them hard. The Avengers were gone, and once the villains realized that the heroes weren't in the picture anymore, the people suffered. Venom, Punisher, Ghost Rider were one of the few people that weren't affected by what John had done, so they continued with what they were doing. They were able to help some of the cities. But the villains were too many, and Eddie had to exhaust himself saving New York. Those days were a nightmare for him. He had almost gone insane during that time and had to fight so many battles just to save people. Some villains just wanted some fun and caused havoc, but some villains were just downright scums. Kingpin was one of them. He had to toil very hard before he could find him, and unlike Spider-Man, he swallowed his brain and just kept his huge body intact. But all his actions always had counteractions. While fighting so many battles, many small offshoots from his body slid away and bonded with people that shouldn't have come close to those kinds of powers. Carnage was born in this way. Yes, I know he was born differently in the comics. Eddie and Cassidy were jailmates, and his origin was different in the movie. And to stop Carnage, Eddie had to fight a lot. He almost lost his life and his son's life. Dylan was the son of Eddie and now dead wife Annie, yes, same Annie from the movies. And his birth was an enigmatic one. Annie got pregnant when she was She-Venom, that one time when she bonded with Venom. But Dylan's birth wasn't as simple as it looked. He had powers right from his birth. Though an insignificant one, but a very powerful one when it was rightly used. He had the power to sever symbiotes' connection from the hive mind and even separate symbiotes from the hosts easily. Eddie was finally able to win against Carnage. But the death of Carnage came at a huge cost. It had released Null from his imprisonment in Clintar. Null, the god of darkness, the person who was responsible for the birth of symbiotes. And of course he had the famous all-black sword. One of the top weapons of their multiverse, powerful enough to kill Celestials. When Venom merged with Eddie, he had been transparent with him, saying that a person had allowed him to merge with Eddie. At the beginning he was very much thankful for what this unknown person had done for him and had given him huge power and a friend. But soon after what had happened with the Avengers, he came to know who that person was, and little by little he started hating him a bit. Hating for the fact that this person manipulated his destiny and was the pawn under his wing. When Null awakened, Venom had already ordered him to break the talisman that he had been safeguarding all this time in order to call John. Eddie never wanted to bring him, but he knew a person like Null would need strong power to contend against. And reluctantly he broke the talisman. But this didn't change the fact that he hated John. He convinced himself that it was because of the death of people, but deep down he knew it was because of how John had controlled his destiny. His wife had committed suicide and his son now was all acting weird. All of this he blamed on John. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 550, Ah shit, here we go again. So you have hatred towards me. John, seeing the eyes of Eddie, could tell that he didn't exactly welcoming of him. Of course I do. So what now? Kill me. Intimidate me, like you did to all the citizens of Earth last time you came here. Eddie asked with a sharp tone while he clenched his fist. Nobody liked their future being manipulated. You think by giving you Venom I controlled you? John asked. Eddie was silent in this question, but his silence was enough to tell him that he did. If I hadn't given you Venom, you would have followed that path no matter what. Even if I hadn't touched your destiny, you would have still gotten Venom, because that destiny was written. Maybe you would have been worse. Being in jail, hailed as a villain and fighting Peter on every corner. At least now you aren't seen in a bad light. John said in a calm tone. He didn't need to justify his actions to the people of this world, but since they would be acting together. Ha ha ha. Good joke. Eddie laughed out loud hearing him say that. If you don't believe me, I can take you to another universe and show you how your path would have been carried out. John said. Eddie, hearing this, shut his laughter at that moment. He had forgotten that the person he was talking to was literally a god and he didn't need to lie to him. Eddie was silent for a second. He didn't know how to respond to this. All this, he felt this person was controlling his destiny, but now he was told that he would have followed the same path. "Let me show you how you would have ended without me intervening," John said, as before Eddie could reply his head was hit a white light. And in the next few moments he saw a world where he received Venom late. It turned out to be more tragic than he had imagined. From villain to anti-hero. This was a long and stressful journey. Eddie came back to his senses after some time. And this time Venom too came out from the side. It was exactly like in the movie. A ghostly face made of black viscous liquid. The face was tied to his body. "You always knew what was going to happen?" Venom asked in his heavy and ghostly tone. "I did. I think I mentioned before that Null is going to arrive no matter what. So it was better that he comes on my own terms. A better team and more people was required to face him. It was one of the reasons why I was so cruel to the Avengers. I didn't want to see a broken team when he arrived." Eddie and Venom were silent. They still hated John for what he had done to the Earth, but he was right. For this they needed unity. John was adamant on this because in the comics when Null attacked the Avengers, the X-Men weren't exactly very keen to help them. He didn't want this to happen when the attack arrived. "Who is this Peter you mentioned before?" Eddie asked. He was a reporter, so he had always paid deep attention to what John said. Whereas, John squinted his eyes when Eddie asked that. "You don't know Peter?" "Peter Parker?" John asked, a little bit confused. "Parker? My colleague. Why would I fight him?" Eddie asked as he was confused. "What? You never fought against Spider-Man?" John asked. "Oh, Spider-Man. We have fought once or twice. Friendly matches." "Wait. You mean Peter Parker is Spider-Man?" "Huh. Parker. Our nerdy guy is Spider-Man. What the fuck? He never told me." Eddie was genuinely surprised when John said that. But it was more surprising for John because from what he knew Peter's identity was known to the Avengers. And Eddie had good contacts with the Avengers, so Peter's identity shouldn't have been a secret. "None of the Avengers spoke about the identity of Peter?" John asked. No. None of the Avengers knows about his identity." Eddie asked. He was still shocked to know that Peter was Spider-Man. John closed his eyes for a second to see what was wrong with Peter. He needed to peer into the past with his omniscience, and in a few moments he understood why Peter's identity was a secret to the Avengers. In fact, it was a secret to the whole world. It was because Peter of this world had done something that the Peter of John's own world would have done if there was no John. Doctor Strange had wiped out the identity of Peter Parker from the minds of all people who knew his identity. Basically, Peter and Doctor Strange pulled a No Way Home ending at Earth 616. John didn't expect this. Though in comics the same scenario happened, he thought his influence would be able to change some outcome. Seems like it was not the case here. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightedgehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 551, Dylan. This is unexpected. See, I always told you that this Peter was tasty. Now you believe me. Venom spoke out when they came to know that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Venom had always said there was something wrong with Peter, but he never paid attention. Parker was his close friend and colleague. Eddie felt betrayed a bit now. His identity was always known to the Avengers, but nobody knew the identity of Spider-Man. What a betrayal. Eddie gritted his teeth when he said that. "Anyway, let's leave Peter. Did you train Dylan?" John asked. Eddie's eyes changed when John mentioned his son. "Keep my son out of this," Eddie said in a very stern tone. "I know that you love him, Eddie, and you want to protect him. But he will be our spear against Null," John said. "My son? Are you crazy? He is just a kid with no powers." Eddie almost roared as he said that. "Are you sure that your son has no powers?" John asked while his eyebrows were raised. He was sure that Eddie must have seen something in his son. Even if he didn't see, Venom must have surely detected something. "I don't know." Eddie stopped right when he was about to say something. His eyes suddenly went wide. It was because he heard in his head what Venom said. He couldn't believe it. His son had powers. "What the hell do you mean my son has powers?" Eddie roared out again. And this time not at John but at Venom. Venom, who had receded back, came out again with a little troubled expression. He never wanted to expose the power of Dylan to others. This was a decision of the good members of the Hive. Dylan was an ace they had hidden, but John here just blurted everything out. "Your son has the power to terminate a symbiote from its host, which means he has the power to terminate the relation between Null and his control of Hive." I didn't tell you because it was decided by the symbiotes of Clintar when they saw the emergence of Carnage and they used special means to give this power to Dylan. Venom said as he admitted the truth. Are you fucking kidding me? My son. How dare they? Have I not served the good with you? My wife committed suicide. I have a miserable life. I don't want any of the symbiote species to touch my son. Eddie was seething when he said that. It is what it is, Eddie. John said with a sigh. Sometimes, even if somebody wanted to stop destiny, some people were too powerless to stop it. No, I don't want my son to do anything with it. Eddie said with determination. John could see this inside. The story is as I thought. We can think about Dylan later. John thought. How many days do we have till Null reaches here? John asked. 15 days give or take. Eddie said. Have the Avengers been notified? John asked. Not yet. Eddie shook his head. Go tell the Avengers. And tell the X-Men too. Tell them that John Jameson asked for help. I think that carries weight for them as they owe me one. John said. Will the Avengers come and help us knowing that your Avengers will get involved? Eddie was skeptical. He knew what kind of problems he had caused for the Avengers. Even Doom was dead. If they don't want to be under the foot of Null then they can just die for all I care. And if you don't want to die as an old man then do what I say. John said as he remembered the ending of Null. Eddie aged in 2 days after he became their king. Will you really help us? Eddie asked. He had called John because Venom forced him to. Or else he would have decided to handle Null alone with the Avengers. I have said, he is a threat to the multiverse. Null has Celestials under him. Do you think it will be that easy to defeat him? I care about the multiverse. John eyes him when he said that as he got irritated by seeing the constant distrust of Eddie. He has Celestials. Eddie mumbled under his breath hearing that. He couldn't believe that Null had Celestials under him. Now go. Be the messenger. I will prepare my team. I will come back in 10 days. John said as he vanished without saying goodbye. He really needed to do preparations. He had a strong premonition. The attack of Null wouldn't be as simple as in the comics. He had tried looking into possible futures with Null but in no way he was able to see how the fight would take place. Annihilus. Null. Both emerged at the same time. Did they make some kind of pact? John thought. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 552, Null. John returned again to the Hall of Justice. He was going to call the members of the Avengers again. But was surprised to see that all of the Avengers were sitting in their positions talking among themselves. The moment John appeared there was again a complete silence at the hall. I thought you all would have left by now. John said with a smile. You left with a gloomy face. Do you believe everybody here is just for fun? Aquaman said. John raised his hand signifying that it was his fault he showed too many emotions while leaving. What is the extra problem we now have over our head? Victor asked. Thor, strange it is better you both come for this meeting without your body instead of just peeping from far away. John said as he wanted everybody to be present in real life and talk about the new threat they were going to face. Thor and Strange normally wouldn't attend the meetings as they could always do that using their omnipresence. It was not essentially required, but this time John wanted everybody to be present and give their input. Is the matter that big? Thor said as he appeared at the hall from the door. He had a solemn face. Strange too appeared with his staff and took his seat. Do you remember the vague story I told you about the guy who attacked your place with the sword? John asked. You mean the story of Necro Sword? Strange asked. Yes. I told you last time that the sword he carried was fake. John said as he nodded his head. Last time he just gave a brief idea of the real sword being one of the most powerful weapons of the multiverse. Yeah. So what now? The real sword has come for our head. Thor asked. Yeah, and the real owner of the sword has woken up. John said. Real owner? Who is that? Tony asked. Null, the god of darkness. Nobody knows where he came from. He lived in darkness, in the abyss. He had a kingdom. There was darkness everywhere for sure, but he still had a kingdom under him. It had its own species. Everything was in its right place and he lived in peace, until one day the Celestials came and sullied his place. They used the space occupied by Null to create the universe, the multiverse. So they encroached his land. Mara asked. In a sense, yes. John said. Wait, does that mean our multiverse that we live in was basically his empire? Barry asked. John nodded his head at it too. In a sense, yes. John said. So the void which we have occupied was his kingdom and the assholes came and took their place. And now he is back. Why should we care? It was the Celestials' fault if they took their place. Pietro said. It should have been the headache of the Celestials, but the thing is Null doesn't differentiate between the Celestials and us. We have sullied his place, so he will do everything possible to wipe us away. John said. Afu *** CK. Another problem left behind by the Celestials. What are we? They're us wipers. Gerald said as he clenched his fists. When is he coming? Wayne asked. 10 days, but not our Earth, but Earth 616. John said. This changed the face of everyone. Not that 616 shit again. No. 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 We are not going there to rescue their universe again. Nope. Banner spoke out. Nobody at the hall was particularly thrilled about 616. I promised one guy that we will help him when Null appears. Now I must abide by the promise. Anyway, if 616 falls, everything will fall, so no matter what we will have to go. John said. All of the members' faces were more somber. They had a bad impression of 616 and they didn't want to go to that bad place again. And I have a feeling, no. Rather a strong premonition that Null and Annihilus have made some kind of pact and they would probably attack us together. John said. So one headache wasn't enough. Nice one. Tony said. Make some robots, as Null's power comes from Hive, which is a kind of symbiote. They need hosts, and robots can never be hosts. Manufacture as much as you can in these few days. John said. I already did. The last time when facing Black Winter we should have gone with robots. So I made lots of them this time. Tony said. All the Avengers were surprised that Tony had made a secret robotic army. Though the robots would never harm them, it was weird that he had done so without telling the Avengers. What? Wayne knew about it. Tony said, pointing at Bruce. Wayne nodded his head, signifying that he knew about this. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 553, Arrangements. Damn Tony. Hal said. It's fine, it's not like we haven't dealt with robots before. Ultron is gone. Don't worry about it. John said as he was secretly glad that he had taken care of Ultron before and had his omniscience. So now we only need drones. Wayne said as he remembered about the fact that they needed to take care about the army of Annihilus too. Any more things we need to take care of? Clark asked. He has an army of symbiotes. So huge that it can make the surface of the Earth black. So we will need weapons which could produce heat and sound. It might be ineffective against Null, but the symbiotes won't have a good time if we use those. John said. Got it. Black goo. Fire and sound. Barry said as he remembered the first symbiote they had seen during the fight against Gore. How will you handle the mutants? Tony asked. As scheduled. They will come in 7 days. Umbrella can take care of it after they land. If they want to help us during the fight against Null, they are welcome. John said. All right. Friends, this might not be like the one we faced during Black Winter, but he is a dangerous one. Don't take him lightly. I have mentioned his name along with honorifics. God of Darkness. He once killed 2 Celestials with his sword. Oh yes, he has Celestials under him. He controls them through the symbiotes. Damn. Celestials too. This is going to be tough. Pietro said. So get serious about it. Don't end up being a host to the Hive. If you do, we will not be able to rescue you. Tony, can you make a suit that can use vibrations and don't let the symbiotes get in touch with the body? A suit which can produce vibrations and sound so that the symbiotes won't get close to you. Tony asked. John nodded his head. We can try to do that with vibranium. We can try. But we don't have much time. Arthur said as he had his own ideas about it. Do what you can. I will see if I can get any help from outside. John said as he had his own calculations. He needed an army to face Null, and for that he needed to make one. He would try to make one in these few days. Wayne then started laying out the plan of how they were going to face Null, and John gave input in those. We will have to go to 616 to assess the situation. That is true. A team of you will leave for 616 soon and see what you can do and use from their world that will help us. I guess you will have to meet the counterparts. Steve said. It will be quite a show when we will show up. Barry said as they all reminisced the last time they went to 616. Who are ready to go 616? Clark asked. And unsurprisingly, nobody raised their hands. Guys. Come on. We will need volunteers here. Hal said. Wayne, you decide who will go. John said as he knew nobody would be ready to go, but they do need a team to go to 616. Banner, Clark, Pietro, Gerald, Siri, Triss, Thor, and I will leave for 616. Wayne said. Wayne, you too? Tony asked as he didn't expect Wayne to nominate himself for leaving. We need a person who can control people there. The locals won't be delighted to see us, but we will have to work nonetheless. Wayne said as he knew that the small team will need someone who can talk and negotiate. Clark could be a good leader, but he would fail to negotiate in equal ground if they needed anything. Bruce at least lay the punches a little softly. Will you? Clark said as he could sense that Wayne didn't trust him for negotiation. I am leaving for the mutant Earth to see if everything is all right. John said as he vanished. He needs to stop doing the vanishing act. Clark mumbled. We need to get to work. Barry, help us in this. You are fast. Aren't you? Tony said. I am fast, but that doesn't mean I can think fast. Flash said. Yes, I know in one comics he can think fast too, like his thinking power gets at least 1,000 times faster than a normal human being, but let's just ignore it for now. Umbrella will have a lot of work. Tony mumbled as Guilty Spark came to take him away. Wayne and others went to their home to pack their bags as they would be leaving. Meanwhile, John was back at the School of Mutants. To see if all was going fine. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightedhost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 554, A Call of Visit. Is everything all right? John said in a loud voice as he entered through the door. He was back at the Xavier's School of Gifted Students, or the School of X-Men. He needed to see if everything was turning fast. His voice entered the minds of X-Men who were around telepathically. Soon Logan came down from upstairs with Storm and Jean. All in a good place. I thought you would show up many days later. Logan said. Well, something came up. Where is Professor? John asked. With Eric at the Cerebro. They are searching for mutants from all over the world and trying to convince people. Storm said. John nodded his head and walked away. Do you trust him? Will he really be our savior? Jean said in a very hushed tone. They still didn't trust him completely. A homicidal maniac would always be hard to trust. John did kill many people. Though many would argue that they deserved the deaths, it still would hit people hard if a man killed many people. It was not a Chinese cultivation novel where there were more human deaths left and right. People don't look at you in a good way if they kill many people. Professor and Eric trust him. Let's see how everything turns out. Logan said as they saw John vanish in the corridor to the Cerebro. John didn't hear what they were saying as he had turned off his omniscience, and even if he did, he didn't care. John came up to the Cerebro and entered. He saw Eric and Charles side by side. Charles had a helmet which was connected to the ground. Eric and Charles both turned their heads when he came. How is the search and convincing going on? John asked. Not very good. Many have families and they aren't ready to leave their children. Charles said as he felt sad. He thought John's terrifying actions would convince people to just move, but it seemed fear can make people weak to the knees. John was too much of a tyrant in this world already, so many thought he would be a dictator in another world too. John could already see what many people were thinking. He couldn't change the thinking of the same people and they would resist change no matter what. Tell them that their parents will be given almost the same work that they have here in proper land to make a new home which will be funded by me. John said he could remedy the situation as long as he could and he wouldn't force anyone. Will you really do that? Eric was surprised that John would allow even the non-mutant parents to come. Yes. We have enough land and a workforce would be required in our world. They could just help in this. John said as the Earth now needed a serious workforce to handle such a large world. Thank you. Charles whispered under his breath. John had helped them a lot in the last few days. The thanks part was just a useless word from Charles. I will allow every year a specific time for new mutants to cross the world and come to our place. The new mutants can always come to our place. And the old mutants can come over for a vacation once a year if they wish for. This would allow the new mutants to be convinced that our world would be better. John said. Do you have that much power that each year you will be able to open portals? Eric asked as he was surprised. According to Chavez, opening multiverse portals wasn't an easy thing, but it seemed like it was a piece of cake for John. It's not that hard for me. I can keep the portal open always if I want to, but the multiverse will go to shit and many people won't like what I am doing and they will stop it. John said. Huh. As powerful as you are, you mean to say that there are people as powerful as you? Charles asked. There are things more powerful than me. John mumbled slowly. Both Charles and Eric were in horror. They got to see firsthand how powerful John was, and he had a variety of powers, and still there were people who were more powerful than him. Damn. After a moment of silence, Charles said, "If it's not too much, can we go and see your place? We trust you, but many of our subordinates don't." Charles said. John thought for a moment and nodded his head. "Gather them, we will go for a visit. Take videos and pictures and show it to the world. I am sure many people would be asking what the new world would look like." Eric and Charles both had a look of excitement and relief as they heard John accepting the proposal. Chapter 555, Amazement. Charles and Eric went to call everybody, and John meanwhile used his powers to see if the governments and the people were acting properly. And was relieved that everything was all right. The dead bodies were still fresh and nobody dared to rise up instantly against the mass murderer or the mutants. In a few minutes all the mutants of both X-Men and Brotherhood had gathered. They were called by Charles and Eric as they were going to see how their new place would look and make sure what John was saying was the truth. "I know that many of you don't trust me and think of me as a homicidal maniac. Maybe I am. But there are things necessary that one person needs to do to see there are no more deaths. I know the line between authoritarian and benevolent ruler, and honestly, the things that I did here are not seen in a good way by my own friends, but I did what I had to do. All right, enough of self-repentance, and take you all to see the place where you would be living," John said as he waved his hand and opened a portal. All the mutants now were excited. They had heard so much of the multiverse in the last few days and they couldn't wait to see it with their own eyes. All the mutants walked in the portal with Eric and Charles, and at the end John entered. The portal closed in on itself after they all went in. The other end of the portal was in the ring near the Hall of Justice. Before showing their new place, John wanted the mutants to introduce his friends to them. He wanted to show that he can be trusted. The emergence of Null has given him many ideas and he needed all the help possible. What is this? Hall of Justice. That's quite a name for a huge building. Whom does it house? The judges? Logan asked as he smoked a cigar. He looked around. While Logan was seeing the building, all the mutants were looking around and were dumbfounded. They saw that they were in a ring-like structure which worked as a satellite to planet Earth. Such scenes were never seen by any of them in their whole life. Even Eric and Charles had their eyes wide open when they saw such a man-made structure over a planet working as a moon. Welcome to the ring. This was built by the Forerunners from another universe which we stole. This satellite has its own weather with all conditions necessary for the survival of any species and can be remodeled according to any conditions. This was made when a species' survival is in threat on a planet and housed the last few population. Of course, now, this ring works as our own base of operation and only people whom we deem worthy can come and settle here. John introduced the basic working of the ring and he spoke the truth. Who are these Forerunners? Storm couldn't help but ask. One of the advanced civilizations of their universe, if not the most advanced civilization of their universe. They were responsible for making multiple of these. I just took it away from them. John explained. Thinking of it, what is your power exactly? Can you explain to us? Rogue couldn't help but ask. They all were curious about it. My powers are complicated. You will know soon. John said as his powers were really complicated and it would take much time to explain this. If John starts explaining his powers, half of these won't even believe him. It was better they would see him and know the truth. As John was explaining, Guilty Spark had already informed that new people were brought by John and the Avengers who were free should go and meet them. Many of them who didn't have work had started appearing with the help of teleportation technology. This new one-eyed drone and appearance of new people surprised the mutants more. At first they thought the new people were enemies and they appeared to ambush them. But soon realized that these people didn't come with malicious intentions. Steve Rogers, leader of League of Assassins and the current Captain Universe of this world. Welcome to our Earth. Diana, Princess of Amazon. Victor Stone, but people call me Cyborg. All started introducing themselves. The mutants were amazed as they heard their names and aliases. The mutants too introduced themselves. The Avengers had known of them from 616 but the mutants knew nothing, so they were curious. Come to the Hall of Justice. We can talk about it more and then take you to your new place. You have already seen 2 moons from here and we will take you there soon. John said. The 2 moons were really visible from the ring and they didn't look like the Earth's moon but as normal as planet Earth. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 556, Huberville. After a round of introduction by the Avengers and the mutants, the visitors got a rundown of their world work. From the ring, to the new Earth and their moons, their relationship with intergalactic empires and even that John has a company under him that deals with advanced spaceships at a different galactic empire. You really changed the whole Earth. Logan couldn't help but ask. The Earth deserved a better place to live and more resources were required. We had the advent of Pokemons few years back and we needed more space, so we all decided to just make the Earth a bigger place. John admitted the whole reason for doing this. I would like to see what these Pokemons are, Charles said as he got excited. The humans here had more access to supernatural beings than their Earth, and even humans had control over them. This was unprecedented. You can go to the ranches and laboratories set up by Umbrella on the ring. There are almost all types of Pokemons here, Victor said. All the mutants were excited. They never expected that their new home would be more colorful and rich than they had imagined in their life. It was an utopia for them. How did you even do this? Didn't the government oppose? Eric asked. He had seen firsthand how the normal humans opposed changes and never liked to be under the fact that there was something more dangerous looming over their head. Firstly, they were introduced to our world very slowly. The First War of New York woke the people up that there were aliens out there and the humans were not alone. Thus later they have been more accepting of the fact that the saviors during the New York War helped to make new things that would protect them. Secondly, we never dealt with politics and we were totally against any interference by them. When they tried, we pushed back. We made them realize that power is always over politics. And lastly, the emergence of Pokemons have made the people of Earth feel more safe and more accepting of any new kinds of changes we have tried bringing them. John said all of this one breath. This is more than I thought, Charles said as he had a rare smile in his face. His face normally is always serious, but here he could feel that if John delivers all of his promises, it would be heaven on Earth. Let me take you to Mars and show how our satellite planet works with the galactic empires, Victor said as he opened a boom tube. Do you guys teleport like every other day? How come there are so many different kinds of teleportation here? Scott couldn't help but ask. John uses magic for teleportation or his omnipresence to be everywhere and nowhere. Victor's and Guilty Spark's teleportation are different as they are technological. It's complicated. You will understand as the days go by, Steve said as he led them inside the boom tube. The mutants were soon at Mars and then they saw a huge city from afar. A city which could only be seen in sci-fi movies. A city with very tall skyscrapers. Each of the buildings were slim and long. From a distance they could see flying cars moving in all directions. Even the roads that lead to the city looked like it was something that only the future can have. Cars were levitating over the roads as they traveled. The mutants were in awe and all of their jaws just dropped. After seeing the ring, they believed that the humans of this Earth had already been to the space age. But this was way over what they expected. Victor and all seeing the visitors were having a hard time believing it. Smiled. Welcome to Huberville, the first city of Earth that is made for our interaction with the aliens and their empires. 40% stake of this city is under Umbrella and Avengers while the rest belongs to the government, Victor said as he introduced the mutants to the city. They soon reached the inside of the city with the help of cars which were parked and were self-driven. The more they looked, the more they were mesmerized. The mutants were excited to tour the whole city and the Avengers who followed them gladly took them for sightseeing. The buildings, the homes, and offices were colorful. The city was a planned city and even in all of the modern technology, the architects were able to add plants, trees through the use of vertical plantation. This was done to make sure that the city has a blend of modern and primitive aspects. The city was the best example of human excellence. Even Victor looked proud with what they had done. GAIA, Umbrella, and all the governments came together to make this city the best of the best. Read 240 plus more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 557, All Together. We should have brought Miss Chavez here. Charles suddenly remembered about the teenage girl. It was because of her that their world got to know so many things in the multiverse. John, who was close by, who had kind of forgotten her, was reminded again. He waved his hand and a circular portal opened. John entered the portal and reached the home of Peter. Peter. Do you want to come with us to our new world? John said as he was outside his room. He knew that his aunt was outside and right now he and Chavez were holed up in the room together, having fun. John didn't expect that Andrew would hook up with Chavez a few hours after he left them together. This was a new thing but a welcoming one. I will consider Chavez as 18, so please don't come after me for this. Andrew deserved to get a new girl in his life after what he had gone through with Gwen. He needed somebody in his life, though he wasn't sure how long this fling would last. Both were now in grief and they both needed someone. It would take time to see how long this fling will last. John could hear noise from outside of the door. He just stood by and waited for both of them to get their bearings. Coming. Just wait for a few seconds, came the voice of Andrew. After a minute or so both were out. Chavez's hair was still a little out of shape but John didn't point it out. Hey man. Can you come by the main door next time? Andrew said with a little blush from his face. He knew he was caught red-handed and this was something he couldn't hide. Not from John, who could see everything so he didn't try to deny it. If I had come through the door, would it have changed the whole situation? John asked if he looked at both of them. He didn't call them out, but it was pretty apparent to both of them that John knew what was going on behind the door. So you want to come with us? To see the new place where the mutants will live? Charles asked for you. John said as he needed to defuse the awkward situation in the room. You said there are new moons on the Earth. Is that true? Andrew asked with a glint in his eyes. He always loved their Earth and how their Earth embraced the whole idea of superheroes and cheered for them. Though here people supported him absolutely, but the police hated him. But Avengers operated both openly and covertly, and none of the governments dared to stop any of them. You will see when you both get there. Now come on. John said as he waved his hands. They both were at Mars now, where the mutants were still looking around and seeing the liveliness of the place. Miss Chavez, sorry that we left you there in his place. Charles said as he rolled his wheelchair. It's all right, I had a good time there with Peter in his universe. Chavez said while eyeing John. She was quite bold to admit what she had been doing and didn't feel ashamed. Her world didn't have prejudices against the people who are quite open when it comes to relationships and the related matters. Like the mutants, Chavez's eyes shined too when she looked around. The city looked completely futuristic, even by her standards. Her world too was an utopia, and they were technologically advanced as well. So the next 2 hours the mutants and Miss America Chavez had a tour of the city, and soon they came face to face with the animal robots that were made by GAIA. As the people were looking at the robots, a call came for John from Tony. Tony. Is there a problem? John asked while opening the hologram of him from his focus. Both Eric and Charles were more surprised seeing how a call could be done from a holographic projection with just a small device. Yeah, I needed to ask, how many robots can we take with us to? A Professor and Magneto. Oh, they are from that Earth. Welcome to our Earth. Make yourself at home. Tony had started speaking on the robot's matter but changed his line when he saw new people around. The hologram allows him to look around the person so the people around were easily visible to him. Hello, do we know each other? Eric was a little confused that this man with a beard could call them out just by looking at them. We all have met with the other versions of yours and everybody has been updated. He is an Avenger like us. Tony Stark. Our scientist and inventor. John stated as he introduced him. Read 235 more chapters ahead at patreon.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 558, New Allies in the War. After getting introduced to each other again and knowing that he was the Iron Man of the universe, Eric smiled at first. The name itself was a huge nemesis for him. Eric was able to control metal, so Tony's suit would be useless in front of him. But he didn't know that Iron Man's suit wasn't just simple metal. There were no magnetic fields around it as it worked like a superconductor. Though Eric trusted John and others, he had always been on the lookout if everything went south later. He wanted to know of their powers beforehand and make necessary preparations if they ever fall out in the future. All was fine when it came to the members of the Avengers he had seen, but Steve and John were two of them where he had no idea of how to stop them. According to Steve, he was powered by something called Unipower. And from the looks of it, he was way too powerful for any of the mutants, and Diana too. Her strength and psionic powers too were incredible. And then there was John. He was as enigmatic as it gets. He still had no idea of how powerful he was and what exactly his powers were. He had a feeling that if a war ever broke out between their Avengers and his Brotherhood, their Brotherhood would be probably erased on the first day itself. This itself gave me a little fear, but the wheel has already started rolling. If he gets back to his world now, he would be hated more now. Though for a few years, nobody would dare to say anything to him, but when the people would realize that there was no John, the humans and the Sentinels would hunt the mutants again. And this time more aggressively. So all he could do now was bite the bullet and just move to the new world. So John, are there any limits in sending the number of robots and machines to 616? Tony asked, as that again was his main reason for the call. No, why? GAIA was saying that we could use the machines of hers to go and fight for us during the war. I will be able to provide 500,000 troops for this war against Null if I operate 5 times faster than the normal manufacturing process. GAIA interjected in the middle as she showed up with her typical hologram of a woman. John raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He didn't expect that help would come when it came to troops from an unsizzle place. Yes, I can take you all away. If it's not too much, the Avengers would appreciate your help, GAIA. John said. I am happy to help the Avengers. I will get back to work. GAIA said as she vanished. Tony too showed relief in his face. Umbrella had been working overtime and Pepper had a lot of work this week to meet the deadline set by the Avengers for the war. Who is Null? Logan, who was beside, couldn't help but ask. Null, another major problem for us. Probably bigger than Annihilu's. John said. The mutants were all dumbstruck that there was something more powerful than Annihilus. From what they had heard from Chavez, Annihilus was a world destroyer and this guy was saying that this null guy was a major threat. What is wrong with the multiverse? What does he want? Charles now had a solemn face. He had already decided to help Avengers during the Annihilus War, but now he seemed like he had to be more serious. He wants the universe to be covered with darkness. It's us who have occupied his territory and he wants it back. John said in a solemn face. Occupied his territory? How? Storm asked as she was intrigued. John then gave them a whole rundown of the story of Null. This is ridiculous. How can these things such as this even be born? Eric couldn't help but ask. Some things are just born abstract. There is no proper explanation. You can say that the universe gives itself a sentience and along the passage of time many stories pop up. John said. We will help you in this war against Null. Jean said as she was terrified to even think of a world where everything is dark and they are under the control of a single person with no freedom. You are welcome to help, but remember your counterparts will also be in this war. We don't have a good relationship with them, so be on the lookout. John said with a smile. He had a smile on his face. He knew that he would get help from them as his sixth sense was saying that Null and Annihilus were cooking something together. And it was only a matter of time before the mutants joined the war. These people would be quite helpful in this. Read 235 more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightedhost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 559, New School. We will appreciate any help you can provide us. But at first you all need to move fast. And get used to the place. We will still have a few days before the war arrives. We are not even sure if both of them had joined. It's just my speculation and it might not even be true, John said. All nodded their heads as John was right. They needed to settle down fast and get used to the place when they went to war. Only this time, this war was for saving the multiverse, instead of themselves. Their lives changed pretty fast with just a twist of fate. After an hour staying at Huberville they were ready to go to see their new moon or the place that had been chosen for them. John teleported all of them to the new moon. The 5 moons were named Louis, Smecta, Warden, Wanderer, and Nightstar. And the moon where the mutants were going to live was Nightstar. Names can be changed later depending on other factors. John had teleported them to a very clear and huge space surrounded by trees. The mutants could see there were many people building a huge palace-like structure on the clear opening. The people were going in and out. Bulldozers and various huge machines were working around the clock to complete the structure. On the boundary of the establishment there was a huge board. On the board there was a total plan of the structure and how it would look after the completion. It looked like a futuristic palace while still retaining the vibes of the medieval age castle. This was the school for the mutants that Charles had in his own world. John wanted them to have their own school here too, but in a more grander scale. When he had decided to move all the mutants here he had already ordered GAIA to build homes and various buildings for them here. And this school was one of them as Charles would need the school to educate the new mutants that would be born. The X-Men and Brotherhood went to see the end design on the board while Charles and Eric were just looking at the people who were building it. Charles almost had tears in his eyes. They couldn't believe that John would even gift them a new school and he had thought that they would have to start from ground zero here. But it seemed that John had already thought of all this. Like it. There was a silence from them, they were not even able to express how happy they were seeing all the construction works. We love it. We thought we would have to build everything but it seems you have already thought about it. Eric said finally as he found words to express. I have more money that I can possibly spend in my entire life, so doing this small favor is nothing. John bragged a bit. He remembered when the mutants had to move to Krakoa after the House of M storyline and they had a hard time. He didn't want the mutants to suffer the same fate here. There will be homes built all over the place on this planet. As the population rises they will be provided more homes by Umbrella. This planet will soon be filled with Pokemons, humans, and other aliens. The 5 new moons will soon be filled with many different kinds of people. Like Mars, these moons will operate in the same way, a center for trade and exchange of knowledge. Your moon too will work the same way, but the mutants will have the first say on the decisions here and no governments will intervene in this. Umbrella will make sure of this. All the mutants who heard this had almost shiny eyes now hearing the rough plan devised for their place. A place which will have interaction with all kinds of beings will make sure that they won't be marginalized against the general society. You have thought everything through? Charles couldn't help but ask. John just shrugged his shoulders and said. It comes natural to me. My brain tries to find out the best solution the fastest way possible. We thank you for what you have done. This tour has been nothing but an eye-opener for us. And a great boon. We realize that you have not asked for any repayment, but I can assure you that in the upcoming war, we will try our best to help you. Eric said as he was full of gratitude for John and his team. What they had done was not something a normal man could do. When Andrew indicated that John was kind of a half-god, none believed him, but seeing all of this he realized made him understand that John was more than a god. He made moons and made the planet bigger. That in itself was a testimony that they would never be able to gauge his powers. Read 235 more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 560, First Attack. We should leave now. We have seen everything that we are supposed to see and have taken enough videos and pictures. We will upload it on the internet and see if there is any change of attitude among the public. If there is still no change, then I guess there is no saving others. If they don't want to save themselves, then there is nothing to be done. Eric said. Charles had been trying to convince everyone, but many were skeptical. If the photos and videos here weren't enough, then they would just leave. John nodded his head at it and brought out a talisman. The talisman looked exactly the same as the other ones which he had given out in case of emergency to the other friends in the multiverse. Break it when you all are ready to move. I will open the portals in all the major cities around the world. John said as he gave both Charles and Eric 2 talismans. John then waved his hand to make a portal from their world to their previous world. The mutants on the other hand looked a bit reluctant to leave for their previous world, but they knew it was temporary. They would soon be back. After looking at the place for one last time, they all left with Eric and Charles being the last after he looked at the huge planet overhead. The Earth looked massive from their position. Next time. After they left, John closed the portal. He looked at the school which was under construction for one last time, and he too left for his home. He didn't have much to do now. For this war he didn't want to spend in fan values and wanted to keep and save his fan values for the end. If the enemies proved to be too impossible for them, then he would think of ways to incorporate any new summon, but until then he would just leave as it was and try to tackle the situation as much as they can. Since Captain America was the Captain Universe of their world, it would be easier for Venom to be the God of Light if the need arises during the war. Until then John would try his best to stop Null and his huge army. At least that's what he had planned. John then showed up in Umbrella Corporation to see how the manufacturing was going on and see if they needed any help. It was true that John wasn't as capable in science and technology like Banner or Tony, but he could always help them with his reality-bending powers. But after discussing with Tony he realized that they didn't need his help, or it would be better to say that Tony wouldn't accept any help from John. It would affect his ego if John touched his priced inventions, though here Arthur and Banner had their input. If we need your help here, then I have failed being the bright mind of the room. Those were the words of Tony as he threw John out of his laboratory. Now Tony's laboratory was kind of an exclusive place in the ring. It was inside the head of the celestial Tiamat. Tony had hollowed out the inside of the head during the fight against the Black Winter, and so after the war he had constructed a laboratory inside the head. Yes, in comics Avengers had their headquarters built inside the body of a fallen celestial. This was audacious to say the least. John, even though due to his transgressions, the Celestials would show up. Thankfully none did. Eric and Charles after returning back showed their videos and photos to the people all over the world in social media platforms or any kind of platforms available in all over the world. After Charles released all of this from the official account, there was a debate in the media houses about the authenticity of the New World. Though the person who spoke on their head did say of the New World, many people who aren't aware of what exactly was going on in the core of the governments just thought it was a ploy of some of the mutants. Though they were scared of it, many didn't hold whatever the person said as gospels. But the new videos from the school proved that whatever the person might be true. Especially for the mutant parents. Many saw hope in this and the start of a new life where there was a better life. As all of the debate and decisions were being taken by people of the Earth, NASA was sweating heavily at the moment. They had detected a wormhole that appeared out of nowhere near the planet Mars. And from the wormhole various large spaceships have jumped into their solar system via the wormhole. Annihilus has arrived with his army. Chapter 561, Total Chaos. Charles went to the Cerebro after he had returned. He needed to convince people again. He hoped that the videos which had been uploaded would play a huge role in convincing these people to move. Before the video was uploaded, GAIA had already edited it in the most warm and welcoming way possible, showing the new world to them. The main secrets were not leaked, but whatever was shown was enough to make any person go wild. As Charles was using Cerebro to look for all the mutants who were scattered all around the globe, he noticed a weird trend. He could see that many people on Earth were panicking. Especially when he got a glimpse of the high-ranking officials. Out of curiosity, he peeped into one of the minds of the people and he was devastated by what he saw. He saw huge black-colored spaceships coming out a wormhole which had suddenly appeared near Mars. The spaceships looked weird, as the body of them looked like it was made out of the body of a living thing. The spaceships had a weird white glow around them as it was traveling fast. This glow shouldn't have been there as there was no resistance from the vacuum, but it seemed like the white glow around the spaceships was protecting them from something. Charles had seen spaceships before when he was in Mars, and he had seen different models too when he was there for a few moments, but he had never seen such a distinguishing model ever. And from the total number of spaceships and the sizes of them, it looked like they weren't traveling as a welcoming party but as an invasion force. And these spaceships were traveling to their Earth. And from the minds of the people whom he had peeped, he knew that the spaceships would reach here in 2 days. He had 2 days now to save people. Charles took a deep breath and removed the helmet and looked at Eric. Eric, seeing the face of Charles, knew something wasn't right. They had been friends for such a long time. He could always tell if something wasn't right. What is it? There is an invasion force coming. And from what I can infer, it is probably Annihilus and his bug army. They have spaceships like the ones of Star Wars but more linear and look totally foreign to the concept of the spaceships which we had seen on Mars. We have 2 days to evacuate and save people. There are in large numbers and I don't think our powers will be strong enough to hold them. Miss Chavez had warned us about them before, so we need to take them seriously and think of evacuation. But why do you look calm in all of this? Eric couldn't help but ask. I am calm because there is wormhole which had opened from our side too. More specifically near the moon. And huge spaceships have come out of it. Another alien invader. Eric couldn't help but shudder, thinking there were 2 races that came for their Earth. No. John has sent his army to fight for us. Charles said with a huge smile in his face. He didn't expect that after the aliens showed up there would be help even when he didn't ask for. Though John had always said that they could always ask for help, Charles didn't want to. They owed him too much. But now it seemed like John had always been looking at their universe even when he didn't ask. He really is a god. Charles murmured. How do you know it's John? Eric asked. I have seen those spaceships on Mars. They looked exactly the same, and from the lens of Hubble telescope I could see the print of LexCorp on them, the subsidiary of John's companies. Charles said. Eric's face muscles twitched when he heard this. There would be a war soon between 2 advanced races and their Earth would be the spectator of it. We will use our powers to defend until we keep the mutants safe. I am sure some strays will leak out of the war and land here. There will be, and this is where the mutants will come into force. Since the humans had hated the mutants, let us show the last benevolence before we leave. Eric was dumbfounded hearing this. He didn't expect Charles to interfere in the affairs of humans. Charles had always advocated against it, but it seemed like before they left he wanted the humans to see what they were going to lose. You are going to propagate of what is going to happen, aren't you? Did John talk with you? Eric asked. He knew that John was a telepath, so he might have asked him to do something. No, he didn't, but it is not required. I already know what he intends to do. Charles said. Read 235 more chapters ahead at p@trian.com/thelightedgehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 562, Total Chaos, 2. In a matter of an hour, all over the globe, many officials and people who were in control of administration of many countries felt like a robot being controlled. They went on their respective computers and laptops and ended up releasing videos and statements saying a massive fleet of aliens were approaching their planet. Charles wanted the world to know of this. And he also said about a new wormhole being opened near the moon. And from there, their helpers appeared. John had been quite busy since yesterday. In fact, the scientists and manufacturers that were aligned with the Avengers had been tremendously busy and had been under huge pressure. Especially LexCorp. Suddenly out of nowhere, Lex came up saying they need to manufacture a bunch of fighter spaceships. Both big and small. This came out of blue as the universe had been at peace recently. The Lanterns had been doing their job and the universe had never been in more peace. They couldn't even remember when was the last time their universe had been this peaceful, but the sudden increase of demand for fighter ships made many people working at the factory shudder, thinking there would be war soon. Of course their workers would have to be tight-lipped so none of the words went out. LexCorp had been working under the iron fist of Lex and most of the people feared him a lot. In these days, John had always kept an eye on 2 things. Earth 616 and the X-Men universe. He thought either of the 2 enemies would attack in any of the 2 universes. He was sure Annihilus knew that a small bug had escaped from the utopian parallel, and he would need to block the leak. The more she speaks to the people, the more his dream of sneak invasion would just be for naught. And thus he attacked, or rather asked his army to attack. But Annihilus was in for a surprise. As out of nowhere a strong fleet of spaceships had appeared out of nowhere near the moon of the Earth. And from the looks of it, it was strong. 2 Avengers had come out to control the fleet and give instructions. Victor and Tony. I was doing well in my lab working on my project when this showed up. Why do I have to be the one in control? Tony complained as he sat on the captain board sipping scotch and looking at the far-approaching fleet of Annihilus. When John called for a meeting saying there has been an advancement of the situation in war, he didn't pay much attention, but the votes decided that Tony would leave for the other to take control and defeat the enemy. If Wayne was there, maybe he would not have voted for giving control of such a large fleet to you. said Victor as he sat beside him. He had been going through all possible angles he could while watching the enemy. For this reason you take the helm while I take the back seat, Tony said. John had stayed back in his universe as he had to look into multiple universes to see if Annihilus had anything other planned while he attacked the X-Men universe, and for this reason he hadn't showed up in the universe of X-Men. Tony and Victor were not the only people sent to their universe. Barry and Pietro were sent too. And right now they were the mansion of Charles Xavier. Welcome to our universe, Charles said as he rolled his chair. Everybody was happy to see two people who just landed in a very sleek-looking spaceship. The students and other people in the mansion were surprised to see such a high-tech ship landing on the courtyard out of nowhere. Thank you for receiving us, Barry said with a little bit of awkwardness. He always had problems while talking in public, especially now with so many eyes looking at him with curiosity. Many people here hadn't seen him before, unlike the high-level X-Men and Brotherhood. So he was a zoo animal to them. We are here to save the people from the abominations which could leak out from the war that we are going to engage in space. Pietro then mentioned their reason for arrival. These two were the fastest people alive in their universe, so they decided to save people as that would be more efficient. The mutants didn't know about their powers, so they were confused as to why only two people were given such a huge responsibility, but out of manners they didn't call it out. They wanted to see how these foreigners would deal with the upcoming crisis. Are the videos and the war being projected all over the globe? Pietro asked as he remembered the hobby of John. Read 235 more chapters ahead at patreon.com/thelightagehost. Thank you for the support. Chapter 563, They Have Arrived. Somewhere in a small village in Vietnam. In the afternoon, a little girl, while holding her small straw-made doll, was running across the paddy field. She had excitement written all over her face as she saw an amazing thing in the sky. She saw a huge plane flying down, and from the looks of it, the plane was going to land near. Her parents were busy with their own work and the network connectivity wasn't as good as the rest of the country. So her parents had no idea what exactly was happening in the world. The village was very small, and due to extreme hot weather very few of them would go out in the scorching sun. Thus when the girl saw the plane, she just ran with none stopping her. Though the plane looked very weird for her taste, the excitement of meeting new people was overwhelming enough. She ran for a few minutes before finally seeing the plane landing a few meters away from her. The landing procedure blew dust all over her face, but she was brave and strong enough not to step back. There was another thing to be noticed about the plane: it had dents and various kinds of damages all around it. Some of the parts had even torn apart. The hatch of the plane opened slowly. The little girl was all excited to see and greet people. She waited for a few seconds, but there was still no response from inside the hatch, and she felt a little scared going inside the plane. She held her doll tightly. As she was getting disappointed on the thought that nobody would come out, there was finally a movement from inside. She saw a humanoid being all clad with armor from head to toe. The being even wore a helmet. The helmet looked very scary as it had moving tentacles. And on the back of their beings, they had 4 wings attached. The being had a futuristic-looking gun in its hand which had a huge muzzle, and it was glowing. The most catching part of the outfit of the humanoid being was that the color of their outfit and even their gun was clad in black and white. The child was shaken seeing such a horrified being near. All her excitement, all her hopes died down when she saw it. Being a small girl, seeing such abomination in the shape of a human scared her. She was terrified as she was rooted at her spot. Even the sound had stopped at her throat and couldn't even scream in fear. The humanoid bug being looked at the little girl and slowly pointed at the girl with its gun and spoke a language she didn't know of. The bug surprisingly could speak, but it spoke in a language she couldn't understand. After the bug spoke, the muzzle shone bright. The girl was more horrified seeing this, and she finally got the courage to give a scream from the top of her lungs. Her fear made her close her eyes, but the expected death never came. All she felt was a huge gust of wind. And when she finally opened her eyes, the young girl saw a scene that she would never forget till the end of her life. In much later years, she would reminisce and understand what she saw that day. A man wearing a black and blue type suit was standing in front of her while various parts of the bug, which had shattered and was lying around. He looked tall and had silver hair. And the most awesome part of the man was that there was lightning coming out and spreading outward. But the lightning didn't affect anything, but it looked beautiful. "Kid, you shouldn't have run so far away from home. Now go back to your mother." It was Pietro. Pietro, who had access to the Speed Force. It had been quite some time he had access to it, and finally today he and Barry were showing the full power of their access. They had been running all around the globe saving people. As expected, the war had started in space. And in between that war some small fries leaked away and landed on Earth. Barry was responsible for half of the globe while Pietro the other. Victor was able to see who had sneaked away and thus commanded Barry and Pietro to work on it. This little saving he did in Vietnam was the command of Victor too. The young girl had tears in her eyes seeing that she was perfectly safe. After saying something in her language which Pietro didn't understand, she ran away. I hope she thanked me in her language. It's good that their suit doesn't allow them to explode, or else this girl would have been dead even if I had saved her. Pietro mumbled as he proceeded to dismantle the broken aircraft of the fleet of the enemies. Chapter 564, The Space War. As all of this was going on land, there was a whole different story in space. The space stations, the satellites, and all the far-reaching telescopes were calibrated to see the fight. The humans of Earth had tried communicating with either of the fleet, but nobody replied back. But one thing was certain. The ones coming from far were the enemies, while the ones from the moon were the allies. It was apparent because the reports were coming in that the spaceships which strayed away from the fight turned out to be a menace. Though the people have talked about 2 people saving them, the 2 people seemed to be exceptionally fast, so fast that even the slow frame rates were not exactly able to capture their movement, but there were some who had escaped and they caused havoc everywhere. The people, the police, and everyone who came close to it were blasted to ashes. This invoked huge fear, and the people were immediately advised to stay indoors and not come out even if they see a spaceship crash landing near their home. Now most of the people came to know of what was happening, and they had immense fear, and they prayed that their saviors would win the battle. From the footage that they were receiving, this was the kind of war which they only see in series and movies. The ones where spaceships were torn apart by using plasma cannons. The ones they had seen in Star Wars. The only difference was that as they shot at each other there were no huge explosions, as explosions needed oxygen and vacuum had none. This was quite exciting and terrifying at the same time for everybody. If any one of the civilizations come to Earth, the Earth humans would have to just move away and be at their mercy. A civilization that can travel in space would sure have technology more terrifying than nuclear bombs. The X-Men and the Brotherhood were sent to all the part of USA to save the people from the terror of straight army of Annihilus, and the humans after a long time were grateful that the mutants existed because it seemed like the military and the police were doing such a lousy job. They are fast. Way too fast for us to do anything. No wonder John had sent them. Such speed is unheard of. Charles said as he used his cerebro to look into the world. This isn't lightning. Lightning doesn't work that way. Storm said as he saw them running around. She had seen close by of how they run, and she even tried to control the lightning which occurs when they run, but the moment she tried that she felt like she was looking at something very ancient and powerful which could kill her with just a small push. They mentioned that it was Speed Force. A very ancient power that very few people can get hold of. Meanwhile in space, Victor was having fun controlling all the spaceships with the help of GAIA and himself. When they were sent to this universe, GAIA had latched herself to the main warship of theirs in order to supervise better control. The Avengers didn't want any casualties, be it human or any kinds of other species, so he let Victor and Tony, one of them was the smartest and the other very good with computers, to send them over to stop the incursion. Stop having fun and just kill them. I need to go back and think of more ways to stop Null. I don't think Annihilus would be here. Tony said as he got irritated by seeing the smile of Victor from ear to ear. I and GAIA are doing our best to stop it. Can you stop bugging already? Victor fired back. Truth to be told, both Victor and GAIA were doing their best to stop the army. They had already been engaged for some time now. When the first shot was taken by the enemy, Victor didn't expect that the lethality of their weapons would be so terrifying. Tony had warned him of this, as their spaceships, guns, and all the matter related to them would be more horrifying as they were made of antimatter. Victor had calculated the destruction, but it still surpassed his expectations. One shot from the main warship destroyed 3 of their smaller warships. The Avengers had sent them 3 main warships, 80 medium, and 400 small warships. This was supposed to be enough as John had calculated, but seeing the destruction caused by a single shot gave him huge doubts. Idiot, if they can easily destroy our ships, we can do the same thing to them too. Antimatter is a double-edged sword. Tony said as he saw the dry face of Victor. Victor also understood what Tony said was right, and he fired a shot, and as expected it immediately dismantled a medium-sized warship of theirs and blew it apart. Chapter 565, Alexander the Great. The first shots were taken as probing signs, and after that it was time for the real war. Here there was no apparent strategy to fight. It was all about who had the bigger guns and who among the pilots had bigger control. The only difference was that the Avengers didn't have pilots. GAIA was controlling all of it, with Victor being the human commander. They both shared the strain of controlling the warships. Though it wasn't much for both of them, the army of Annihilus were having a hard time keeping up with the flight patterns and maneuvering of their enemies. Both had almost the same firepower, as both had the power of physics with them, but both didn't have the same way of controlling the warships. Some bugs were good pilots, but some were average pilots too. As the fight raged on, GAIA was able to pinpoint out who were average fighters. And with that knowledge he and Victor decided to throw them off the table. It will help with 2 things. Lower the number of opponents and lower their morale. Even if Annihilus did come with the army, seeing the death of many comrades, the bug army wouldn't feel that good, because at the end of the day, they were living beings. The negative zone was not inherently a power-hungry dimension, and they liked to be at peace, until Annihilus came and destroyed that peace. Victor and GAIA both worked on it, and they immediately targeted the ones who were average. Thus, the fight of small warships was initiated. They actively hunted the weaker ones. "I will enter the battlefield." Out of nowhere Tony said that. Victor turned his head and looked at him. "Are you sure about that?" Victor asked. Tony nodded his head. They already know what John had done here, and him being a narcissist, he wanted to bathe in glory too. His suit allowed him to be fearless of any kind of kinetic energy. Just to be on the safe side, he had gone through the data of antimatter, and from his calculations, he could easily figure out that his suit will hold up perfectly fine, and thus wanted to have some fun here. He wanted to see if his anti-metal suit would be of any use. "Go. Finish them off," Victor said. Tony didn't reply as he walked to the hangar. As he reached the hangar, Tony said, "GAIA, scout for the best fighters. And help in securing the fastest route to kill them. If any malfunction occurs, I will keep Victor over standby and take over command." GAIA said, as he was little worried if her friends were taking a risk doing this. "I will be fine," Tony said, as slowly the nanobots covered his body before the hangar opened. He had updated his armor by quite a bit and gave more modifications to it. He flew away the moment the hangar opened. Tony was greeted by a bunch of small warships. At first the enemies were dumbfounded seeing a human-shaped robot coming out of the main warship. But then they turned ecstatic. This was their chance. They had been on the losing side, but now if they kill him, it will be a huge boost to their morale. Since he came out of the main warship, he must be quite an important person, and killing him would be huge military merit. And thus many warships flew towards him to kill him with one huge shot. The first few ones missed, but then a shot hit its target. But what they saw next almost made their eyes come out of their sockets. The shot hit the armor and then got reflected. Though it got reflected to a totally harmless angle, but it still got reflected. A small ant was able to reflect the full power of a shot of a small warship. Victor, who kept an eye on Tony, had a wide smile on his face. He really made great armor. First Black Winter and now this. I think I will have to replace mine with antimetal. Tony, who was flying around, also had a huge smile. He took the risk on his calculations, but if his calculations went wrong, he would have died. Black Winter and antimatter weren't the same things. But now, seeing that it worked perfectly fine, he rejoiced. Now he could cause havoc. "Tony, lead the fighter away. The medium-grade ships will now enter the battle. Though you will be fine, I don't want them to push their limits with you. Annihilus has the power cosmic of antimatter, he might just find you irritating and use it on you," Victor said over the comms. "I will be fine. By the way, do you know Alexander the Great?" Chapter 566, The Strategy. "We did have Alexander in our world, and I read about him." "What about him? Is he coming to help us?" Victor said sarcastically. "I am not John, who gets to bring people out of nowhere," Tony said as he flew and was chased by many small warships who were constantly firing at him. But the shot which hit him would always reflect back. One shot even reflected back to the shooter and blasted the spaceship. It seemed like Tony was having fun in all of this, and he was doing this without any expensive energy. He had even started shooting yet. "Then why is Alexander relevant here?" Victor asked. "Though I never liked history and their weird obsession with ancient rulers, I once saw in a small commercial where he defeated an army with divide and conquer policy. GAIA knows what I am talking about. Do you want to implement it?" Tony said. Victor was stunned seeing such a weird suggestion from Tony. Tony had never been a person who looked at the past, but here for the first time he mentioned someone from ancient history. Victor opened the commercial he was talking about and saw what kind of fight he was talking about. And he had to admit the strategy he was talking about looked good. At least on paper. Now he would have to see if the same thing was possible in space. Alexander fought that war on land. Here they would be fighting that in space. His strategy was leading a part of the enemy away and thus dividing the enemy into two fronts with two fleets, and later using their speed to surround and kill the enemies. The only problem here was if they wanted to surround the enemies, they would have to do it in 3 dimensions instead of 2 dimensions. "Do we have the sufficient number of ships to attack them the way of Alexander?" Tony asked. "There are sufficient warships for that strategy, and we will probably win the war with it, but it will also cost us a lot of warships too, and there might be more strays," GAIA warned. "Leave the strays to me and the others on Earth. The more we drag this fight, the more problematic it might become," Tony said. "All right, if we fail, then the whole responsibility is on you, Tony," Victor joked. "We won't fail. I just don't want to stay in this universe for too long and include more variables. According to John's calculations, Anihilus isn't supposed to be here, so we need to be more careful. Tony said. Go with it then. Be the bait. Victor said. For the start of Divide and Conquer, one has to bait a part of the enemy away from the main battlefield, and since many were following him, Tony was the best bait there could be on the battlefield. And since the enemy were already irritated by the reflective armor of his, then it was the best time to work on this. Tony, who was already maneuvering around, went straight to the depth of the battlefield. He was flying on the edge all this time, but after the strategy of theirs changed, he too changed direction. And in order to be more efficient, Victor had sent a good number of small and medium warships with him so that he could be a convincing bait. It had to be said that though Tony was being an unkillable cockroach, his firepower was not good enough. His anti-metal properties of the suit was of no use to the enemies, as their spaceships were not made of metal. It was their version of metal which didn't follow the laws of physics of their world, so Tony's thrusters did almost no damage to the enemy spaceships. So all Tony could do while flying was use the pure strength of the armor to inflict damage. Tony knew that his firepower would be of no use, so he used the ancient ways, and that was to use his fists to destroy the enemy. While flying, he went right through some of the spaceships, like he did to the Chitauris during the invasion of New York. Only this time he didn't have to care for his armor. His armor had anti-vibrational and anti-kinetic properties, so he was basically invincible here. And while he was entering deep in the battlefield, the enemies were getting agitated and sent more spaceships after him. Tony was ecstatic seeing that many were after him. The more they were diverted by his presence, the more successful his strategy would be. He caused menace as he went deep, destroying small spaceships and even medium-sized spaceships. Their energy shields proved of no use, as he was able to infiltrate them easily and went through medium-sized ships. There he saw the bugs for the first time as he stopped by when he entered their hull. Chapter 567, The Strategy, 2. You look surprisingly very modern even after being a descendant of bugs. Tony said as he reached the command center of the medium-sized spaceship. The alarm was going batshit crazy at the time when he reached the command center. Tony had destroyed the main hull and the integrity of the spaceship was going down at an alarming rate. While reaching the center, he was killing whoever came in his way with his thrusters. His thrusters might not be as effective on the spaceships, but these bugs were not spaceships. All the other bugs who were running around after the damage on the hull stopped on their tracks looking at Tony, who just appeared. Hashtag $% and $%. Guys, I don't speak bug language. Can you please translate? GAIA, little help here. I am an AI, not an omnipotent being. The bugs meanwhile took out their guns and started shooting at him. As usual, the plasma shots proved nothing to him. Gentlemen. Please. Stop it. You are embarrassing yourself. Tony's armor on the shoulders opened up to show small missiles, and those missiles flew to kill all the bugs on the command center. Tony did all the theatrics to get a proper view of their technology. These bugs were able to use the antimatter technology so effectively in the material world. That was a feat by itself. No other scientist of the universe was able to achieve that. They had antimatter, but they were never able to control it on such a large scale. This was a huge technological fear, and Tony, being Tony, wanted his hands on this. GAIA, did you finish the scanning? Yes. Done. There are some results which don't make sense to me. We will look into it after we are done with this war. For that you all need to return in one piece. Hey, can't you be a little optimistic? We are doing our best. Optimism doesn't win war. Strategy does. Tony and GAIA were arguing on how to win war as he flew away after destroying the medium-sized warship completely from inside. Since the data was already taken, there was no reason to keep it. Tony flew out, and like always he was assaulted by more spaceships. He didn't understand the idiocy of these bugs. They were not even able to put a small scratch on him, and still they were coming after him like crazy. These people are really dumb. They think my armor is running on some kind of technology just because I am invincible here. Tony mumbled as he could see that almost 35% of their fleet now was after him. It felt like they were coming with all of their spear and weapons. It looked very weird that a huge fleet was coming after a small man. The people of the Earth who were looking at all of this were startled, to say the least. It looked funny and terrifying. A small man against a huge army. How is he even doing this? Aren't those able to do anything to him? Rogue couldn't help but ask, as all the mutants who didn't join in saving the world were now looking at the news and getting the live footage. Ask him when we go there. Charles said as he too was surprised that even a regular member of the Avengers team was so powerful. After 10 more minutes of flying around and getting the attention of more than 40% of the fleet of the enemies, Tony finally got into the action of the second phase of their strategy. Tony, you better be right. Or else you will have to listen to Lex's rants all day. Victor said over the comms. That Baldy is controlled by John anyway. What can he do? Tony said as he flew around while destroying another medium-sized spaceship. He continued flying around. It looked like he was flying randomly. But he wasn't. After flying to the center of the battlefield and even taunting the main warship of the enemies, he flew away. Many times he led the enemies to believe that they were winning on him and even applied fake scratches on his armor just to show that the enemies were winning. He needed half of their force away and divided. He had almost reached the half quota and now he was slowly dividing the army into two parts. The enemy didn't even realize that this was just a plot and they blindingly ran after Tony. After about 20 minutes of random running around, the enemy fleet were divided in two parts. One fleet that was actively fighting with the main fleet of Victor and the other was Tony who they were actively trying to kill. What is he doing? Dividing. Rogue asked. Seems like it. They want to create a divide and maybe surround the enemy in the hopes of killing them. Charles said as he sat on his chair. Chapter 568, The Strategy, 3. The enemy commander must be really dumb or was too confident that he was going to win that they didn't care even after their fleet got divided. Half an hour of fighting had led to many destruction all around and both sides had lost almost an equal number of warships. But now this is going to change. The troops were visibly divided now. And now it was time for change in battle formation. Victor ordered half of his fleet to follow Tony and the other half to concentrate on the remaining. But now in a very different formation. They had been using the normal mode of attack with no proper formation. Just spacious enough not to affect the other spaceships if there is destruction in one. Nobody wants one spaceship above another when one goes down. This wasn't Star Wars. Now the new formation that Victor was aiming at was something that needed to be handled swiftly and that too without giving the enemy a chance to retaliate when the new formation would be formed. And for this they had the perfect weapon. The use of Phantom Zone. I just remembered that Phantom Zone is altogether a realm in DC and not in Marvel. I am relieved that nobody pointed it out, laughing face. The spaceships would enter the Phantom Zone and then come out in a totally different location, that is surrounding the enemies and that too from all directions. This would constrict the use of weapons by the enemies. The enemy warships would have to recalibrate their weapons pointing at them and that would take some time. That small window would be enough to cause major damage to the enemies. Moreover, the warships would surround them and they won't be able to leave so easily. According to the calculation of GAIA, there would be a 80% loss of their spaceships but there is almost a 90% chance of winning the war. With the assumption that they wouldn't have any major weapons that could wipe out everything. We would be exposed if we do this. GAIA mentioned that their spaceships had already started entering the Phantom Zone. We will be. But we need to end this, I don't want to see reinforcements. Victor said as he saw the last spaceship of theirs vanishing. The people of Earth seeing this shuddered. Most of the people thought that they were being abandoned. The fight had been going on for quite some time and there has been loss on both the sides so many thought that this was over for the side that was defending and they had given up. After all they didn't even know the other party nor the good side had communicated with them before. None would defend a stranger who had no connection with. But people with sharp eyes could see that even if the spaceships have left, the single man in armor is still flying around and he still hasn't left with the other spaceships. This meant there was more to the plot than meets the eye. And after a few minutes they got the answer of where they had vanished. The spaceships had emerged from small portals and surrounded the fleet that was divided into two. The spaceships had surrounded them from all angles thus making the enemy stuck to their spot without any ounce of space from where they could escape. Without even giving a second to think of what was going on, Victor controlled the spaceships to open fire. And this time using all the guns they had. Even the main warship which had emerged had started shooting. The main warship had never taken a shot from both the sides as if there was an understanding between the two. But now that understanding has broken. The enemies looked stunned as they were not ready for such kind of retaliation out of nowhere. Both of the divided fleet were now under attack. The fleet which had Tony was suffering more as Tony seemed like he had made a life goal of going through multiple spaceships dismantling everything from the inside. But the basic law remained. No matter how many shots he had been bombarded with. Tony is invincible as none of the shots did anything to him. The fake scratches he had shown were all good now. The army of Annihilus has been fooled. By the time the enemies changed the direction of their cannons, it was already too late. A small difference of 2 to 3 minutes proved fatal for them as both of the fleet lost more than 70% of their spaceships. Their shields proved useless for the medium-sized spaceships. And only the main warship held its shield intact. But it too was showing cracks, as Victor was using everything to break the shield and just killed a whole bunch of them. Chapter 569, The Last Warship. But it was not all fine and dandy. The remaining fleet were finally able to change the directions of the cannon and were able to retaliate. It had to be mentioned that not all of cannons of there were hardwired to their spaceships. Some could revolve and change directions easily so Victor's side too suffered and lost some of their spaceships. But it wasn't major as the enemies. That small window was enough to inflict huge damage on their ships. The people of Earth cheered as they received this footage. For a moment billions of people of Earth gasped as they saw the spaceships vanishing but now seeing all of their saviors coming out of portals to save them. This was straight out of a science fiction movie where the protectors used their covert move to one-up on the bad guys. The battle was going to end soon. Both of the sides were using their full power on each other. The enemies were trying to leave but it was of no avail. Tony's side looked more devastating as they seemed like they had gone crazy. The surrounding spaceships were already a menace and Tony had just finished 2 medium-sized spaceships. And in another 1 minute all of the spaceships on Tony's side were dead. Tony really didn't pull his punches as he went through multiple spaceships. The man in red suit. That would be a legend in their world for a long time. A man in armor destroyed huge spaceships with his suit alone. This was better than science fiction. This was real life. After destroying everything, Tony and the remaining spaceships flew away to help Victor in killing the rest of the fleet. The main warship and few medium-sized were still holding on and this was proving hard for Victor and his fleet to break. Tony, do you want to go inside the main warship? Proving too hard for you. Their shield cracks heal themselves up after being hit. It is annoying. Victor said. All right, I will go in. And try to break from the inside. But if there is a hint of Annihilus inside the warship, I will come out. I don't want to see their version of power cosmic. Tony said. If Annihilus was inside the warship, don't you think he would have come out by now? GAIA interjected in the middle. Point. Tony had already decided to go for the main warship. He was just having fun with Victor. A present like Tony would never back down from gaining glory. He would be able to easily brag of how he had taken half of the fleet with his suit alone. With no help from other spaceships. This was a feat of achievement. Tony flew away and went straight towards the main warship without even thinking the shield will be able to stop him. And he was right. The shield wasn't able to stop him at all. The invisible shield separated itself for Tony. The main warship who was concentrating on the Victor's ship now had to change their priorities. The tiny men had proven to be their outright nemesis. He alone had caused such havoc their whole army had never faced ever in their life. In all of their life of conquering the negative zone, the bugs had never seen such power from a single person. Tony went and directly destroyed the hull with his thrusters and went straight in. As expected, he was greeted by bugs who had their armor retrofitted so that they wouldn't get sucked away due to air pressure outside of the hull. The moment Tony stepped on the bridge inside, he was welcomed by shots from the bugs with their weapons. One guy even came up with a huge machine plasma guns while shouting and shooting at him. It seemed like Tony had really irritated them. Gentlemen. Do I have to repeat myself? These weapons will do nothing to me. Seeing that guns were of no help, a bug from behind came up with a huge hammer from behind to crush Tony. Tony didn't even look behind. And as expected, the hammer after coming near the suit of Tony got reflected back with the same force. There was no surprise here. Tony got bored and used his lasers to kill all the people around while revolving his hands around. Now his armors can provide more energy to laser guns. It was more efficient and better. Tony, after killing, started walking on the bridge. As he was walking down the bridge, many bugs came and tried to assault him with both guns and melee weapons, but they were to die in disappointments as none could even touch his suit. He was like a god of death walking down the aisle for them, killing everything and everyone on its wake. Chapter 570, The Cringiest Line. By the time Tony reached the command center of the main warship while killing everyone on his way, all the other spaceships were either destroyed or they weren't functional anymore. But all of the exchange was hard on the side of Victor too. They had lost all medium-sized spaceships except for one. 20 small-sized and the main warship from where Victor commanded. They had won the war for sure, but at a price. This was the price they had to pay in order to take the enemy out fast and brutally. It was fortunate that the ships could be used without any personnel, or else Victor would have been under court-martial for sure. But nobody cared here. Money was never a problem for them. Tony, are you there? Yeah. I am here. Whole lot of bugs, I gotta say. Do we need to catch the main guy? It would be better if we do that. Will be easier for us to get some information, provided it's not Annihilus. If it's him, then run. He isn't here. I am sure of that. Tony replied with total conviction and confidence. And he was right. Annihilus didn't actually come with this army to the X-Men universe. He did send off his trusted subordinates for taking over the world and killing whatever they could get their hands on. But it turned out it was never easy. On their medium-sized warships and the main warship, they had the Queen Mother bugs who could work perfectly once they conquered their world. The Queen Mother bugs would need nutrients to give birth to new bugs and then turn the new bugs with their own army. That was how the negative zone was transformed by Annihilus. Robbing people of their soul and then turning them into his own personal army. Basically, another version of Darkseid when it came to using the army. But this time, he would be very much disappointed. Almost all of his Cent army was dead, and even all the Queen Mothers were dead. Tony came across them when he was crossing the bridge. He just killed them with his small missiles, as he thought using thrusters would soil his armor with their blood and pus. He didn't want that. Tony finally reached the command center only to be welcomed by a single man sitting on the captain's chair looking at him. The person on the chair looked more buff than the other bugs and even had a huge greatsword on his side to which he was holding the hilt. He would have looked really cool with that pose if he wasn't a bug with all the tentacles coming out of his mouth and his folded wings behind his back. Guessing you aren't any halloos. And at $% hashtag. Sigh. I told you I don't speak bug language. Human, we are noble beings. Don't compare us with those of the insects you have in your world. Finally an understandable voice came from the mouth of the bug. Tony was dumbfounded hearing this. He never expected that the bug could actually speak their language. All this time he was thinking that these people have never learnt their language. But it seemed that he was wrong. So you do speak of our language. Congratulations on learning a higher level of communication. More than your tiny brain could comprehend. Tony didn't give up the chance of mocking them, as expected. The captain stiffened up a bit hearing the mockery. It was true that their species have very low IQ and it was very hard for their species to be as knowledgeable as the humans of other species of the material universe. Whatever technology they had was because of the older civilizations that they annihilated and of course use of antimatter power cosmic. It is true that you have bested us and we didn't expect that you had that much firepower. What is your name before you kill me? Now it was Tony's time to be surprised. He expected a fight from the last enemy but it seemed like he knew that he wouldn't win even if he tried. You are surrendering. I am not surrendering, human. I know that even if I manage to go back, I will be executed for doing my job poorly. It's better to die under the sword of the enemy than under the shame that I had abandoned my army. I know that I can't kill you. That armor of yours must be some kind of special metal that can stop any kind of energy. Isn't it? Damn. Seems like his brain size is bigger than the normal bugs to even figure that out when all his subordinates just die under my hand. Tony Stark is my name, and killing you is my game. Shit. That's the cringiest line I have ever come up with. GAIA, you have never heard about this and delete my recording. Chapter 571, History. / sorry, bad joke to pull on Tony. I know Tony would never say that, */. Though Tony said that he didn't want to kill the captain. They needed answers. And John's omnipotence fails when he comes to the negative zone and in addition Annihilus has power cosmic with him. So they needed to interrogate a high-level person. And this captain would be the perfect volunteer. Tony used his thrusters to hit at the face of the captain. The captain, though, was ready for death, he wasn't going to give his life up without fighting. This would be shameful, so he used his sword to stop the force of Tony's thrusters but the thrusters were powerful enough to throw him off the captain's seat and hit the wall behind him. The captain got up wobbly after being hit and Tony allowed him that courtesy. I thought you won't defend. Tony said as he looked at him while pointing his thrusters, ready to hit him again. You are nothing without that armor, the captain said trying to rile Tony up. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill this person. If he wins, at least he might have the power to negotiate. There is a very small chance of it but he would definitely like to try. That's a very lame way to instigate someone. I made this armor myself. Well, I did have help but I made the greatest contribution in it. So my armor is my knowledge. And using such a low-handed method to get a jump on me is nothing like I expected. So now, go to sleep. Tony said as he used both of his thrusters at the head of the captain. He wanted him unconscious and this was the most suitable method to do that. The next moment he shot at him. The captain wanted to dodge. He dodged the first one, only to be hit by the other thruster. And before he knew what had happened he blacked out. Victor, ring the bells. Tell them we won. We are not in Alexander's age for your information. But we did win due to his strategy. Got to hand him that. After going back you can go to North Macedonia or wherever his birthplace was to pay your respects. That would be enough. Right. I incapacitated the captain. What do you want to do now? Tony asked. Don't we have a telepath here? They said they will help us in the war. We can take his help and also take away Barry and Pietro. Don't want to contact John for it. He has been actively searching for Null and Annihilus. I think we can handle this on our own. From the captain's head we can get information about one of them at least. Fine. We might face resistance from the people of this world. Tony said. GAIA can take care of it. We have saved them when we didn't need to. They should be grateful. We as humans often fear what we don't understand. Both became silent when they said that. In the meantime, Victor's spaceship docked at the enemy spaceship. They wanted to handle the body of Captain very delicately. He was made of antimatter properties. They didn't have enough knowledge of it if anything went wrong. But Tony had made a point that he would gain enough knowledge of it in the next few days to fight against Annihilus. GAIA was already scanning everything to get the proper data. Victor reached the main deck after being docked to take away the unconscious body on a floating med pod. After half an hour of checking everything and even sedating the captain with a sedative they found on the med bay of the ship they left. Destroy the ship. This world of theirs is dangerous enough. They don't deserve more incentives. Tony said, which Victor too nodded. A world which discriminates against an entire race and vows to kill them deserves nothing. Then taking their main warship Victor and Tony flew to Earth. They needed to finish the last job that they had decided to do. They were sure that the members of the Avengers wouldn't like that their plan deviated a lot from what they had decided, but they didn't care. Some people of Earth were rejoicing on the fact that their supporters won, but many people when they saw that their main warship was coming to Earth shuddered in fear. Most of them weren't even sure if the ones who stopped them were even friendly in the first place. It was known to everybody that their saviors stopped the bug-like creatures from invading. But they weren't sure if their saviors were not invaders. The person in the red suit looked like a human being in armor. But humans are not always known to be good people and many have nefarious intentions. History has always taught them that. Chapter 572, Make America Great Again. They are trying to connect to us again. Do you want to reply or reject them like last time? GAIA asked as she showed herself as a hologram on the side. Connect them. After Tony said that, on the huge screen on the side there was a person sitting on a chair behind a desk. The chair, the desk and surroundings were easily recognizable as it was the White House. In the last 1 hour many countries had tried to connect them via their space agency. This time USA was the first to try connecting them again via NASA. Greeting fellow people. The President of the United States said in the most possible calm manner at the moment. At first he was rejoiced when he saw Tony's face. Though he had armor on his full body, it was easily discernible that he was a human, or at least he was related to human beings. But seeing Victor who looked half human half machine he wasn't sure anymore. He wanted to say human when he greeted them but he chose not to do that as it might insult them the wrong way. Years of movies have taught humans that aliens might not look into them with good eyes. Mr. President, we are humans to begin with. You don't need to see us from the lenses of us being aliens. Victor replied and that too in a very cold tone. He had heard of how mutants were treated in their world. And he wasn't a big fan of it. Sorry. We didn't know. Pardon me for having misgivings. It's nothing. We are just passing by. We will be on our way after we pick up our people from your planet and we will be on our way. This was a huge revelation for them. From the words of the bearded guy it was apparent that they had their friends on their planet. But that was not the main part. It was the fact that these people were not from their planet. Though they were humans. This was a whole new revelation for them. But then they remembered the words of another person who spoke on their minds. About a new world he had for mutants. Remembering all this he shuddered. He finally got an idea of what kind of people they were and where they came from. So. The White House would like to invite you for a celebration ceremony and thank you for saving the lives of humans. No need for such formalities. We will be landing on the School of Mutants and after doing our part we will leave. No need for such a headache for us. We thank you for the hospitality. No, we thank you for saving all of our lives. We will be eternally grateful for what you have done. It's nothing. As long as you don't look into our matters and give us problems, we won't interfere in your politics and other such useless things. Just don't cross us the wrong way. Goodbye, Mr. President. Victor cut the call after saying. This call was made to sense their ambitions and if they had any thought of conquering their planet. Both Tony and Victor gave damn care about this. This planet had nothing of significance which would be useful to them. Only thing they cared about here were the mutants. The president on the other side was a little shaken along with the officials who were listening to the conversation. They thought the other people would be happy to accept their invitation. But it seemed like they never cared. The president felt angered seeing how a fellow human didn't even care to give him the courtesy and just cut his call right in the middle. Nobody ever had the audacity to do this, but then he remembered that their world was no more at the top of the food chain. He was sure that if he did something bad then the person who caused havoc for a few days would have come back to haunt them and kill more people. This conversation never happened. I don't think other countries will get to talk with him. At least we know who these people are. Since they will land in our country we can use this to our own advantage and dominate other countries. This will help the country more. Don't hide their entrance to our airspace. But do hide about their landing on the school. The president said as he wanted their entrance to their own advantage. Since he couldn't do anything to the people who were arriving, the least he could do was boost his political career and make the country great again. No. He wasn't Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the warship had finally entered the airspace of the Earth and was about to land near the school. Chapter 573, Revelation. As the warship landed near the school, Storm went and made a mist surrounding the whole school. The mist was so thick that people weren't able to look at their own hands. She did that to hide their spaceship. Though the spaceship had a cloaking system, the X-Men didn't want to take any risks in exposing themselves. It was not that they were scared about the normal people now, it was just that they didn't want more media attention. In the last few days they had got that enough. The mutants already knew that they would arrive from Barry as they had already contacted him. Barry and Pietro were already back at the school after taking care of the stray spaceships that had landed on Earth. Though jet fighters of the respective countries were sent to take care of them, who could be as fast Barry and Pietro? Seems like you both had fun. We finally ran so much, I gulped down 12 pizzas, but still feel hungry. Pietro said with excitement. I have no idea of how many times I have run across the whole planet. But it was fun. Never had this much excitement since the turtle. Glad that you both did. Professor, we might need your help in the next case. Victor, as he saw from the corner of his eye the professor approaching in his wheelchair. Sure. What do you need? We have the captain of their ship inside. We would like you to look into his mind. Tony said. You want it now? Isn't it right to do this with your whole team nearby? John and the team are busy in various other places. We would do things fast and get it over with. All right. Bring him to the main hall. We will all look into this together. Charles said. We will be opening the portals today and you should tell all the mutants to get ready for moving to our universe. Victor reminded them. They are ready to move. Many of them have reached the major cities. And those who haven't, they are on their way. The emergence of alien spaceships had made it easy to convince them. They would rather trust someone who had helped them over the one they had no idea about. They just don't know that we are the same people. The sedated body of the alien was taken inside. By that time all the other X-Men were back and they were all curious about what was the story of these bugs. Though Miss Chavez had spoken of their story, they wanted to see the other side. A dimension which was based on antimatter. They were still not over the fact that there was a multiverse out there and now there was a separate dimension. This in itself was mind-blowing. After the body was laid down, Charles went to the head side of the body and levitated his hands over the head of the captain. And after a few minutes of closing his eyes and looking deep inside his mind he put his head up. And everybody looking at Charles could easily see that Charles had sweat on his shiny forehead. It was glistening in the light which his bald head didn't have a few seconds ago. Annie-Haluse is dead. There was a total silence in the room when Charles announced that. They couldn't even process what just Charles said. This was unprecedented and something that none of them expected to hear. What the hell is going on? Null came and killed him. Or it will be better to say he came used the sword in him. His generals were present when this happened. You have spoken of Null before. Yes. About his sword. I think this is the same person. He looks more terrifying than I imagined. Charles had a grave face when he said that. Only he saw how Null looks like in the bugs that he had seen before as they rampaged around looked like an innocent baby. Null was at least 10 feet tall with long legs and hands. He looked bony and pale, like he was some kind of zombie that just had woken up from the grave. He was skinny to the extreme with only skin could be seen plastered to his bones. His face looked hollow with hollow cheeks and black hollowed eyes. His teeth could be seen protruding out from his lips and all of his teeth were extremely sharp and pointed. He was what children sees in Nightmare. He had all the perks to give Grinch a run for his money. And the way he made Annie-Haluse his slave was more brutal. He stabbed with his huge black sword right through his chest. He was pretty sure that with that attack Annie-Haluse should be dead. But miraculously he woke up like a zombie. He looked like the same, only difference were his eyes. His eyes had a swirling irises. Chapter 574, No More Mutants. This was probably the most horrific thing he had ever seen. Even Jean's Phoenix Force powers were not as horrific as this one. He has no idea of what his powers are but the sheer presence of him was enough to drop the temperature of the room to below the freezing point. We need to get out of here. We aren't safe. If it is Null, the outcome is already the worst. Tony said with a grave face. He thought they would win a huge one after this battle but it seemed like the real battle hadn't even started. I will break the talisman in the next 3 hours and urge the other mutants to travel to the cities fast. Charles said as he too understood that their world wasn't exactly safe. This time John sent them back up because he had his mind separated in looking for Annie-Haluse. But now he is dead. All he needed to do was concentrate on Null for now. Annie-Haluse didn't matter anymore. His army would be a headache but at least John wouldn't have to go and search for him. Barry, are all things taken care of? Victor asked. they needed to finish everything here fast before they left. All done. All we need to do now is leave. Barry, who always jokes, could understand the gravity of the situation. Surprisingly, the US military or the president didn't show up to the school to meet Tony and Victor. Probably because they were too scared of them. At first the mutants themselves were a threat. Especially now when the mutants of the Brotherhood were present at the school. Though the current president didn't have blood of the mutants in his hands, he was still guilty of having knowledge of the various problems with the Sentinel program, and thus he too would be held guilty. He didn't want to die just because he was extremely curious of the alien humans. Charles had gone to Cerebro to spread awareness of the grave situation that they were in and that they needed to move fast. Not that they weren't already doing so. In this way the next 3 hours went by without any kind of weird incident or an attack from the negative zone. They thought Null would send his army of bugs and maybe symbiotes. But miraculously, nobody came. And even the wormhole that was created on Mars closed in on itself. Did Null have a change of heart or something? Victor said after seeing that the wormhole just closed. What is he thinking? Opening a wormhole right over Earth. Maybe he will just give up and concentrate on 616 now. He has a huge army. Almost double of what we were supposed to control. If he goes on sending troops here, it might be a loss for his assault over 616. Those words came from Professor X. Victor, Tony, Barry, and Pietro were all looking at Professor with a weird look. Got to hand it to you, Professor. Without even going to 616 you came to this conclusion, and from the looks of it, it seems that you are probably correct. Charles felt a little shy hearing such praise from Victor. He had heard a lot about 616 when Null was discussed last time. He could understand that 616 was very important in all of their multiverse, and all these years of them living under the threat of humans made many of them being half detectives. If it's only 616 then it's not a problem. I am happy to tackle him in one universe instead of fighting him on different fronts. We won't even know what would be going on in a different universe while fighting each other. Tony said. Leave that thought for now. Professor, I think you should open the portals now. It's time. Charles nodded his head and broke the talisman with hand after bringing it out. His hands were shaking when he broke it. Breaking of this talisman meant that they were officially no longer citizens of Earth but of a moon. A new place where there would be more dangers but there would be freedom. Those who are deprived know what is the price of freedom. He was excited but a little apprehensive too. The first enemy in itself was a huge one that they were going to face. Though the Avengers never asked for their help, but since they were in another world and living free of cost, the least they could do was provide the rent money. As the talisman broke, huge portals started opening in famous places in all major cities. The mutants were already given directions on where to be present. When John came last time, he had already marked the places where the portals needed to be opened. The mutants in almost all of the places were ready with all of their luggage and belongings to go to the other side. The aliens had given all of them a scare, and they didn't want to see Earth being the battlefield of an intergalactic war. Chapter 575, Tony calling the Avengers. Chaos ensued as the mutants flocked around the portals for their departure. The normal people wanted to blend in with the mutants, but when the first person who didn't have a X gene tried crossing in, they were thrown out from the portal. The person who tried that ended up having broken ribs and one arm bone. The other people were surprised to see this. There was confusion in this. When the mutants walked in there was no such reaction, but suddenly out of nowhere one person was flung away. Then they remembered what that person had said in their head. A non-mutant would never be able to pass the portal. Those words stood true even when he made these portals. This was a level of technology that they had never seen. A person getting screened right to their genes without them even knowing. The mutants were more excited seeing all of this. Whatever that man had said turned out to be true. The mutants hurried towards the portal while the normal humans who wanted to sneak it slowly backed off. But all of this didn't down the enthusiasm of the people around. This was happening on almost all of the portals around the globe. Some tried sneaking in, were thrown out, and one person even died while he tried to sneak in. That person had said that the people who infringe on the portals might face death. It seemed like he wasn't joking. The deaths of the politicians wasn't enough for these people to awaken them, and some always wanted to challenge the bottom line of the other party. Due to this, many of the mutants faced harassment from the public. It was because of the presence of police that these people were stopped, and of course because X-Men and the Avengers went to oversee the transfer of people. Those who were seen trying to instigate problems were immediately brought down. After the initial problems faced by the mutants, the later transitions were rather smooth, and all of this went on for a few hours before almost 95% of the mutants of the world with their parents and close relatives had moved through the portal. It was not supposed to have such a high percentage of mutants, but the invasion changed the minds of many people. Those who were left were attached to their home, and the others were still very far. As the mutants crossed the portal and came to the new world, they were dumbfounded. Many had expected a good place for them, though some didn't have the hopes very high, but all of them had a bit of expectations. The expectation of seeing heaven. But when they looked at it, they got to know that this place had crossed their expectations by a long margin. The ball of expectations was hit right off the park. From where they arrived they saw rows of houses built and more houses that were being built. The construction workers were going on their way to build, and many of them had cute or weird animals alongside them who were surprisingly helping them with the work. From the sky they could see a moon far away, and then there was a larger moon. This isn't a moon. We are on a moon, and that is the main planet. Someone said out loud. That realization dawned on them after that man said it. That's right. They were in a moon, and this moon looked like that of Earth from here, but the main planet looked so big, the sky was half illuminated by its size. They never expected that they would go to a different planet altogether. Many expected such things to happen when the invasion occurred, but this was still out of their expectations. Such scenes were happening all over the moon as different batches of people were connected to different places on the moon. In that way they would be distributed all over. Umbrella was helping them in settling and even would make 1 or 2 cities for them. Their numbers were in the few millions, so the population was not so thin. Meanwhile Charles, Eric, the higher-ranking X-Men and Brotherhood have arrived at the Hall of Justice along with Barry and others. Charles and X-Men had a hard time saying goodbye to the school that had raised them for quite a long time. They were a little emotional like any normal person would, but it was time to change for a better and safer place. Avengers, we have a situation. It was Tony who spoke those words after arriving with everyone at the Hall of Justice. Normally, it was either Wayne or John who called them, but the tables have turned this time. Tony had arrived with news and they needed to plan out. Chapter 576, Anti-Venom. Getting called by Tony. That's a first time. Yeah. Never thought the most irresponsible guy would get the chance to bring us all together. The X-Men were dumbfounded hearing such words coming out from all the members of the Avengers. It meant that all the members of the Avengers were in a very close circle, and it seemed like they all were very close friends. Though the X-Men were friends too, but most of the time the opinions differed by a lot. Like Logan's view of world was completely different to others, and there was always a sexual tension between him and Jean. And his rivalry with Scott, but here it seemed like everybody was on board with each other. John too had appeared at the hall. He had been at his home using his magic to look forward in time for Null. But his magic failed. He tried this with Alien X2. Using magic and godlike powers to peer into time. But all was for naught. It was as if somebody was blocking its way, and this was frustrating for him. He had opened portals a few hours ago, so he had a general idea that whatever had happened from the locations of many mutants in their world, and seeing that Tony had returned with only the main warship and some battered warships. It meant the fight was fierce. Looking at you seems like you are perfectly all right. Why the call? We have a situation. Victor spoke up this time in a serious manner. He could see that all the people present were not in a very serious mood, and most of them were being lazy. Probably because they had almost all wars till now, and now there was a bit of complacency. They had destroyed Black Winter. A multiversal devourer. That in the resume was enough for them to not take many enemies seriously. Go on. Annihilus is dead. There was a pin-drop silence when Tony said that. Even John had his eyes wide open when Tony broke that news in the room. Then he used his omniscience to look at the minds of Tony and X-Men for a second, and that was enough for him to know what had happened in their universe. Tell us everything. Steve said as he looked at all of the X-Men. The story of what had happened was reiterated while John just closed his eyes and searched for a bug army at 616. His cosmic awareness was still not able to find them. He needed to go to 616 to see what was exactly going on, but he wasn't sure if his alien X omnipotence would be effective in their universe in finding Null and his planet. At least we have one enemy now. No more searching for both. It will be more dangerous now with their army together. He might use the bugs as hosts for symbiotes. Barry said as he remembered that the bugs under Annihilus were made of antimatter. Symbiotes can mutate along with the host. John said that. This was another piece of information that blew the mind of others present in the room. They always thought symbiotes won't grow with the host, but John saying that has wiped the playing field. John said that because he remembered the story of anti-venom which Eddie obtained when he was suffering from cancer, and the doctor cured him using light force. Probably Enigma Force, didn't read much of anti-venom. He was important during the Axis storyline when the morality of the heroes changed, the storyline that gave us Superior Iron Man. Of course, due to his intervention, Venom never had the chance of becoming anti-venom, but it could never be overlooked that the symbiote changes according to the hosts, so John needed to mention that. What changes can we expect? The changes which will render all our plans of using sound and fire useless and fight them on equal standards. Ah, fuck this shit. One of them really couldn't hold it together. This was not what they expected. Most of them were in a vacation mode, seeing that sound and fire would be easily operational during the war, but now all their advantages seemed like going down the drain. Is your prediction 100% right? Diana asked as she felt all John was doing was speculating. Nope. It could be entirely different. It can go both ways. It can regress, but the mutation can be more terrifying than I am speculating. So we need to expect the worst. Yep. The X-Men and the Brotherhood just sat there silently as half of them had no idea of what they were talking about, but from the looks of it the enemy that they were facing wasn't an easy one. Charles, Eric, we might need your help in this. I will help you to reform your bodies and make you more battle-worthy. Ryan, take them to the labs and give them the dragon serum. We will need all the mutants to have a makeover in order to face Null. Read 235 more chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 577, New Suits for All. John got up and brought out a hard drive with a sleight of hand. This hard drive was the latest technology he had acquired after spending a small amount of fan values. He needed to upgrade the X-Men, and this hard drive will prove some enhancements to them. This hard drive contained all the knowledge from the world of Cyberpunk 2077. Though he didn't play much of the game, he had enough knowledge to know that there was a ton of cybernetic enhancements for human bodies in that. The technology there was immensely powerful and could even make a normal person a superhero. John had never introduced this technology to the world because he felt that it would be dangerous. The criminals will easily be able to know much of it from some parts and make it more dangerous for the normal people out there. Earth was not ready for cybernetic enhancements yet. The laws weren't advanced and capable enough to handle that. And the Avengers now had too much on their plate to care about this small thing. Take this hard drive. Use the technology on Charles so that he can walk again and give all of them a proper suit. Ryan took the hard drive from him, but from the looks of it, there must be something good to even make a person who has paralysis to walk again. Though MedPod could do it, Ryan felt that whatever was in that drive would be much better than their current technology. Can you all follow me? I will take you to the lab for proper measurements and make sure you all have good equipment to boost your power. Ryan said as he walked to the lab of the hall. All the mutants obediently followed him. Most of them were excited, thinking that they could be as cool as the Avengers here. They had seen their suits here on various posters on Huberville. Their suits seemed off-color in front of them. And they hoped they would get a good suit. Now that they have the chance, none wanted to miss their hands on them. Even Eric was excited about this whole venture, though he never showed it on his face. After the mutants left, Steve said, "We will leave too, except for the people who are actively working on suits for us in the upcoming war. It seems we will have to do more preparations for this war than we did last time. Last time we had a single enemy. This time it's an army. We will need all kinds of help we can gather. Captain, you will be without unipower once you get there." John reminded Steve of the limitations Captain will face once he gets there. The Captain Universe powers had always been a single universe-centric. It was for this reason during the Spider-Verse menace, the Cosmic Spider-Man was not able to help in bringing down the Inheritors. Steve, hearing this, shook his head. "Before I was Captain Universe, I was still Captain America. I think that is enough." "All right. Those who have their suit ready should go and pack." Venom said that he would arrive in a few days. It seems like there might be a change in timeline after what we just saw. It might be just a diversion. We will have to prepare for all scenarios. Pack your bags, people. After the discussion was done, all went back to their place. They needed to make enough preparations. John needed to be careful in his universe too. He wasn't even sure if Null would attack the 616 universe. He had attacked a universe which had no significance whatsoever. America Chavez was someone Null shouldn't have cared about, but he still sent a bug army to attack her. It made no sense. So he had to keep an eye on all of the multiverse and search for him. He had no idea what his next move was. For this war he needed his own suit to be tight fit too. He could destroy the symbiotes which might come close to him, but the fight against Null might turn ugly, and he needed to be sure that there were no distractions. Meanwhile, the X-Men were having the time of their life. When GAIA got her hands on the cybernetic enhancements, she understood what John wanted to do with it. She had to make something for Professor X so that he could walk with no problem while retaining his powers. This would be an easy job for her, and also she needed to enhance his powers and the powers of everyone if possible. Of course, Ryan and other scientists present in the lab would help them. "Professor, this is the suit and enhancements we would like to give to you. Are you all right with the schematics?" Ryan asked as he showed a hologram picture of a man which had a spherical device on his head which had a marking of X in front of it. A/N, IKIC. Read 235 chapters ahead on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 578, Enhanced Powers. This suit looked like the one Professor would wear in the future at the 8th iteration of the universe. This was iconic because the suit would allow him to use his powers to the maximum. John specifically asked GAIA to make such a suit for Professor X. A telepath would be a huge asset for them in the field, especially if the telepath could function well, unlike the current one on 616. Of course, others would get enhancements of some degree with the help of cybernetic enhancements possible for all of them. "Can I walk again? Will it not stop my powers?" Professor asked. It was the medication he once took due to depression. He could walk again after the bullet rendered him under paralysis after a bullet hit his spine, but he could undo that if he stopped using his powers. X-Men days of the future past. No, we have gone through your whole physiology and the other mutants. You will be able to walk again after we make some adjustments in your spine. And of course at first you will have to take this serum. This serum will make you young and energetic again. A doctor who had a tab in his hand said after he looked at the data of all the mutants. What? Make us young again? Did you all find the fountain of youth or something? Hank asked in a dumbfounded manner, hearing the claim of the doctor. Like him, all the others were taken aback by such claims. You will get used to all of this. Just sit back and see us work our magic. Ryan said as he gave a shot of the dragon serum on the two old men. And like a miraculous work of God, they both were changing fast, visible to the naked eye. The wrinkles on their faces were gone and were replaced with a young-looking skin on their face and even on their bodies. Everybody could easily see that these two were de-aging, and it was happening fast. Before they could even say a word of exclamation of the process, both of them were already turned young. Young like during the Cold War, young, X-Men First Class. What the hell? Even death is being cheated. This is astonishing. I thought I had seen enough medical technology here when I came last time. It seems I have underestimated them. There were surprised faces on all of them, even Eric and Charles, as they looked at themselves in the mirror. They really were young now and looked like they could another 50 years easily without breaking a sweat. This was more than what they had expected. This world was too advanced that they had expected. Your spine problem would be operated after 3 hours, till then you can go and look around the lab. There is a separate division of the ranch too. You can catch Pokemons if you feel like it. The mutants were excited to know this. The last time they were here, they were excited to know that they could use Pokemons for their own battles and have them as pets. They couldn't wait for it, and soon the lab was empty after the lab assistants got the measurements of all of the mutants and got the data of their powers. A suit made of vibranium would be given to all of them, and they would be calibrated according to the needs of each mutant. This was an intricate process and would take time, so it took the scientist almost 24 hours to come up with appropriate suits and equipment for each one of them. Cyclops, your googles wouldn't need your finger to activate. They can be activated by just your thoughts. And the equipment will even allow you to concentrate your eye laser into a single point inside of a spread out like a line. All the other properties of vibranium are in that suit. Rogue, your powers are more touch-related, so we made the suit in such a way that your skin will be exposed to the air when you want and it can close whenever you want. This too can be controlled by your thoughts. Jean, your powers are related to telekinesis. We don't want to jumble your brain, so we just gave you a normal vibranium suit. Logan, your claws will be endowed with vibranium too after you use your adamantium claws. We will need to have more samples of the unique metal you have in your universe. Your claws will be more dangerous now. Use it only on your enemies. Due to vibranium particles, it will tend to rip off the inner circuits of your enemies. If you know what I mean. Eric, you have a unique power over magnetic fields, and vibranium too works on the same theory, albeit it ended up growing in a different direction. Your suit will allow your power to magnify at least to 10 times your present power. Enjoy it. Read 235 more chapters on myp@trian.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 579, Contingencies. Charles's operation took some time as it was a high-risk operation, and since it was the first time a body would be inserted with cybernetics, the doctors needed to be totally sure of what they were doing. They didn't want his brain circuits to be fried just because they messed up a nerve at the spinal cord. Though the med pod would help them in this surgery, they didn't want any accidents. After an hour of surgery, the doctors declared that the operation was successful and he would be able to walk after 2 or 3 hours. The rate of healing was increased due to the use of various potions made from the dragon corpse by the Witcher. Normally, he would have given a normal time to rest, which was 2 weeks or so, but they didn't have so much time. Null was coming and 2 weeks was too long. So in those 24 hours everybody was ready with all their new suits. Everybody looked young now. Even Logan was injected with the serum as to make his healing factor better and more powerful. Everybody's powers were enhanced in one way or the other. It was time for action. The next day, all had gathered at the Hall of Justice, including the X-Men. They all came in all their suits and luggage to go through to another universe. Since all of us are ready, it's time to leave. All have been briefed about the upcoming universe. The local superheroes may not be friendly as we have a history. Don't interact much with them unless it is absolutely required. Don't take this war lightly, this will be huge. For some people here it might be a first. Just trust your instincts. Jean, I advise you not to look deep into the mind of Null. Charles's power is enhanced, so he will be fine, but you might suffer. This is upon the fact that in one comic, Charles was able to stop Scott, who was fully powered by Phoenix Force, and he stopped Scott right on his tracks like it was nothing. And that Charles didn't even need an enhancer for doing this. The others you can go wild and kill. Don't become a host of the symbiotes. I would hate to fight any one of you. Nobody is safe here. Except for John maybe, as he has the Phoenix Force. The others not so much. They all had solemn looks on their faces as John and Steve reiterated what they were going to face in this war. While all this going on, Rogue had raised her hand. Rogue. What if Null attacks this universe? Is the shield strong enough to defend this Earth while all the Avengers are gone? We are not the only ones protecting this planet. There are other hidden armies doing the same thing. Steve replied with a smile. And this was true. The ninjas were already notified to be on high alert. John wasn't sure of the plan of Null, so it was better that they had contingencies. He even ordered the Seriidii to look after Earth while they were gone. Both of the teams and the Pokemon would be powerful enough to handle this. The Guardians were tasked to always keep an eye on the universe via Green Lanterns. When Null first attacked Earth, he had already wreaked havoc in all of the universe. And Eddie had to rescue everything in the universe. It was so exhausting that he had turned old in a matter of days. Do we have other teams here? Where? They are hidden and protecting the world as we speak. The Avengers are just the forefront of our whole defense system. We are much more than that. Steve replied with a mysterious smile. The X-Men were still not up to date with the presence of other powerful beings here. They had already seen the Pokemon, but that was it. They don't know the whole reason for their emergence. The presence of ninjas were still hidden and wiped out from the internet here. Many people have seen the ninjas operating, but they could never prove it. SHIELD and GAIA made sure of it. Charles, are you alright with the new head equipment? Charles, who was wearing the new helmet and was standing straight, had a smile. He had never felt so much power before. Though the helmet didn't have eyes, he could still feel everything around. Before it was just the people he could feel with his telepathy, but now he didn't have to. The helmet allowed him to sense any living and non-living thing around. This was a huge jump. It was for this reason, it didn't have eye holes. I am perfectly fine. This is amazing. The technology here is way ahead than I ever thought it could reach. Good. Tony and Arthur. Be here and make more robots while we will be on our way in advance. This talisman is here to both of you to break if the situation goes wrong here, or just call the backups. We will call you as soon as the war starts. Read 235 more chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightedhost. Chapter 580, His Children. John opened the portal with his magic. They would be traveling again to the place where most of them didn't like. But there was nothing they could do. The fate of the multiverse was at stake again, like always. John felt that after this he would just take rest and live his life out. Null was the last major enemy he would have to face, as from the comics he knew that there could be no more villains. He was tired taking care of everything. All the other villains on the multiverse could be easily handled by the respective heroes. He was pretty sure that even the heroes of his world would be exhausted by these constant threats. Tony, look after everything and don't go crazy. Hey. I am the most level-headed guy here. And as they were ready to go to the other universe, suddenly a voice came out of nowhere. The voice was slow and chilly and just came from the door. Dad, take us with you. Huh. What the? All the mutants were taken aback seeing 10 aliens coming inside the hall. They had a weird cloak around their head and body, and the moment they entered, the temperature of the surroundings went down considerably. This is so cool. Iceman, a mutant from X-Men movies, couldn't help but mumble under his breath. He was loving their presence, and he could feel that the aliens that had appeared were of cold nature, and he was excited by the thought of that. Dad. Who is the dad here? Neo, what are you doing here? John saw that it was his children who had shown up. His children had grown up and they had been working in different sectors, but most of them had a huge fascination for what their father did, so they too took the mantle of being a superhero. And since their powers were pretty great, they all were easily trained by the ninjas of SHIELD, and they even went to the world of Naruto to know how to be a proper spy and know team coordination. John was proud to see what his children had become. Though few of them had turned into the administrative sector, as some joined SHIELD in good administrative positions too. But it couldn't be denied that all of his children were in the human protection sector. This in itself was a huge thing for John. He couldn't have wished for more from his children. Dad, take us with you to 616. We want to join you in this war. This will be dangerous. We have been training for quite a long time. We want to see the real battlefield. John was in a hard situation now. Though he liked that his children too wanted to be superheroes, but the situation here wasn't the same. Null wasn't an easy enemy. He could now finally understand why Eddie refused to let his son Dylan out and be a superhero. Situations like this are what a father dreads when his son or daughter becomes a superhero. But if he denied their inclusion at this, he would just sound as a hypocrite in front of Eddie, to whom he had lectured a few days ago. Sigh. You can join, but not in the front lines. You will be responsible in saving people only. No frontal fights. Especially not against Null. You see him, you fly away. No questions asked. He is a god of darkness and we still don't have the god of light with us. Got it, Dad. Thank you for allowing us. I will be flogged at home when your mother sees a single scratch on your body, if she comes to know. Nobody will know. All of his 10 children, in order to intimidate the people present, lowered the temperature by a lot. This was a warning for all of the people present that their inclusion must be kept secret. For the first time they would participate in a war and they wanted it to be perfect. John had his pal in his forehead seeing this weird behavior of his children. Shouldn't have made them read those Chinese novels. I have failed in bringing them up the right way. All right, kids. Stop with the intimidation. We need to leave. All of the 10 children were excited, and seeing that they were given permission they just flew into the portal, fearing John might say no later. The Avengers just smiled seeing this. Like John, many of the people here had trained some of John's children in combat, especially the Wolf School. Only the mutants couldn't make head or tail of what just happened. At first they were surprised that John had aliens as his children, and from the looks of it these aliens were super powerful. You adopted them? Logan couldn't help but ask John. No. They are my legitimate children. It is a little complicated. I will explain later. Let's go in. The mutants couldn't understand John's words but didn't ask more. They all went in with John being the last. Read 235 chapters ahead on patreon.com/thelightedhost. Chapter 581, The First Line of Defense. When all of the members appeared again they saw that they were standing on the rooftop of a building. They were in the city of New York, and it was apparent from the tall skyscrapers around and their distinct structures. New York. Yes. The Avengers Tower of this universe. GAIA, call all of the people on our team to come here. Victor answered the mutants who were curious about the new world. In just a matter of days they had gone from living in their homes to traveling to 2 universes. This was a huge leap for most. Even Charles himself was in a little daze with what was going on. Is there no ring here like your world? Rogue asked as she was searching for a high level of technology like their world had around, and even the Pokemons flying, but she saw none. Our world is unique. There are weird versions of multiverse out there and none of them will be like ours. John said, and he had a hint of pride when he said that. Many of the universes were the same, but their universe had changed because the Avengers had all added so many elements, and he himself was the architect in making their universe better in every way possible. Their Earth had taken massive leaps in better living. As they were discussing that, just like last time, the door to the staircase was opened and a person with an iconic beard stepped out. But unlike last time, he was sober now and looked perfectly fine. This was Tony Stark. Or rather 616 Tony. Is he Tony? Eric whispered. John nodded his head. I have been waiting for you all assholes. What took you so long? John was a little surprised by Tony's words. His attitude seemed too good to be true. After what they had done to their universe, he was sure that the Avengers hated them. Like him, even others of the Avengers members were surprised to see such weird words from Tony. And before they could point it out, Banner of their world had come out wearing a lab coat. Banner. What is going on? You are here early. Come in. We can talk about the matters later. Banner said. All the Avengers were confused, but they didn't ask more. The mutants were just curious about this version of Tony Stark. They had seen their version and both of them looked the same, walked the same, and from the voice they could infer that they talked the same too. All the people went to the huge hall of the Avengers Tower. 616 Tony was looking at them in curious eyes. This time there were aliens and mutants too. The last time they came, the Avengers didn't have mutants, and from what he remembered their universe didn't have mutants. At least that's what John said. Banner, what is going on? We have ended up in a truce with them till the problem of Null ends. Eddie has explained the fearfulness of him and the Avengers have accepted our help. So after Null ends we will be enemies again. That's right. Eternal enemies. 616 Tony said while looking at them in an all-serious face. But everybody who knew Tony long enough could figure out that he wasn't serious about being enemies later. His attitude showed that he has changed his views of them. Why this change of heart from your time? John couldn't help but ask. Wayne convinced us. He is one hell of a guy. Your universe is lucky to have him. 616 Tony said with a hint of jealousy. It seemed like just like their universe, Wayne was able to charm his way inside the enemy lines when required. John expected this to happen, but didn't expect he would be able to do it this fast. Batman was always unique. Where is he? He is in space arranging the first line of defense. They will be back soon. John closed his eyes for a second to see where Wayne was. He saw Wayne and Clark in space arranging the broken spaceship in a specific way around the orbit. They had a light suit around them to let them breathe and do their work. Both of them didn't need any help as their power was enough to let them fly in space without any extra help. Spaceships from the Kree War to be used as bombs. 616, Tony nodded his head. He didn't even ask why John suddenly mentioned it. They didn't even speak of it to him, but by now he has gotten used to John's omniscience. Where are others? Krakoa. Convincing the mutants. Eddie was not able to convince them as they didn't believe him, so the others had to go and tell them about the threat and your involvement. I think we will have to pay a visit to your counterparts. The X-Men and Brotherhood nodded their heads and they were excited to see the other version of themselves. Read 235 more chapters on myp@patreon.com/thelightedhost. Chapter 582, X-Men. Before anybody could even realize what had happened, the mutants and John had disappeared from the room. The people present in the room weren't surprised by that. They had seen John doing that before when he came last time. He really does vanish whenever he wishes to. Doesn't he? 616 Tony couldn't help but ask Banner. Oh. You have no idea. When the mutants and John appeared again, they were at an island. The mutants were not accustomed to sudden change of scenery. They have gone through portals but they have never been teleported without their consent. Some expected to throw up after this change but surprisingly none did. Do tell us next time when you want to teleport us. John paid no attention to the words as he started walking towards a huge structure that looked more or less like a palace. This is Krakoa, or Genosha. The home of mutants. An exclusive country just for mutants. Last time there were sentinels guarding this island. But not this time. The humans of Earth have totally stopped giving problems to the mutants. And every government was treating them as normal as possible. The governments didn't give them any privileges nor did they discriminate. They could not change the perspective of all the people, but the least they could do was treat them as normal human beings and consider Krakoa as a country with all the rights and even a seat at the United Nations. All of this was due to the threat of John. What he said and did last time had infused fear upon them, and nobody dared to cross the lines of their country. There was peace. And all of the mutants lived together now. John and others were already at the gate when Charles said, "This island is alive." Yes, remnants of the old gods during the break of the second multiverse. There were question marks over the heads of the mutant kind. Most of the answers that John gave were always so complicated that they didn't even know what his words meant. John could see their confusion, so he said, "You will be up to date with the things around us in the multiverse that we are living in." The gate opened by itself and all walked in. After going upstairs they reached a round table hall where Charles and Magneto were sitting while the group of John's Avengers were sitting on either side talking about Null. "We have been expecting you." There were mutants on both sides and all of them looked at each other. Especially Charles and Magneto on both sides. "You can walk." 616 Charles couldn't help but sigh when he saw his counterpart look totally different than what he was. He could already feel that Charles was more powerful than him. Probably due to the helmet that he was wearing. Even 616 Eric could feel that his counterpart looked younger and more powerful. "So these are the people who came from another universe to yours. They are lucky. Maybe we should have taken the chance to go to your universe and live." 616 Eric laughed when he said that. He really envied his counterparts. He had a general idea now of their world, thanks to John's Avengers with whom he had been talking. The mutants of Krakoa already knew of what was going on as they had been narrated of the story, and the more they knew, the more they felt like they had lost a perfect chance for resettlement. "I heard that the X-Men aren't ready to help in this war." John went straight to the topic. He didn't want to go to the topic in a roundabout manner. He actually didn't like it when he heard that the X-Men declined the request of Eddie. He specifically asked him to say his name. There was complete silence when John opened his mouth. "John, they had agreed to help us but they just didn't want to admit it to Eddie and the other Avengers." Gerald spoke up and replied to the question of John. "Why the secrecy?" John was confused now. He came because he heard that X-Men asked for John and refused to help. "We refused because of our rivalry between us and them. We didn't want to give them the satisfaction of us responding to them. We know what is at stake here, and we can see the bigger picture. But I refuse to help them in a straightforward manner." Eric said. He was the one who said no to Eddie. When Eddie spoke of John's name, he already knew that the mutants would have to help. But he wanted the mutants to keep the cards from showing to the world. He didn't trust the Avengers yet and he thought that they still had political connections. "So you still don't trust them?" "Well, I guess that was expected. Do you have any plans?" Read 265 chapters ahead on myp@patreon.com/thelightedhost. Chapter 583, Keeping the Differences Aside. Wayne came a day ago. He gave us his plans of handling the first line of defense. I had helped in accumulating the broken spaceships from the Kree War in an orderly fashion. No wonder Bruce and Clark are arranging bombs there. John said as he was now sure why the spaceships were all accumulated in one place. Eric must have helped them. I hope during the war you trust everyone and fight. This war won't be easy. Null has another kind of force with him and this would be more dangerous. John then proceeded to tell about the way Null had killed Annihilus and he might come with an army of bugs which would be more powerful than the normal symbiotes. This made the situation more grave and tense. Call all the spying mutants on the globe back. This won't be easy. Charles said as he ordered the mutant standing nearby to relay his instructions. Like all countries, the mutants too had spies all over the world to keep an eye for everything. I am sure both of you have a lot to speak about so I will not impede you further. Charles, these people are new so they have very less idea of the multiverse. Educate them of how the universe works and the different rankings of power here. John said to 616, Charles. This was true, as the new mutants were really very ignorant and they would need time to understand the general process around. John then vanished from his place and now he was in space. Floating. From a little far he could see two human beings with masks hopping from one debris to another. Both of them had a bag on their back. The bags looked heavy, even though there was almost no gravity here. As expected they were Clark and Wayne. Bruce stopped jumping around the moment he saw John. John had appeared a few days earlier than the supposed deadline, signifying that something had happened. Though everybody got the notification of Cyborg of John and his team coming to this universe, they didn't show up. The calling wasn't urgent and they needed to finish the work they have been doing. What happened? Bruce asked. Clark too had joined them as he too saw John when he had arrived. John again had to re-narrate the problem of Null having a bigger army. So from a normal host seeking a symbiote army we have an army which doesn't need an army and is more powerful. Seems like it. How strong are these anti-symbiote? They don't have weaknesses. That's all I can infer from here and from other universes. John said as he remembered the problem of anti-venom. So all we did in blowing his army up was for naught. Clark looked irritated, seeing all his work would probably go to garbage disposal. Explosions will still be helpful in this. The bombs were made of both inflammable substance and shrapnel. The spaceship parts will also help these bugs being inserted with matter. This will not be totally useless. Bruce said. He was thankful that there was matter here. He wasn't sure how strong their resistance to matter here, but with so many bombs he was sure that many of bugs would die. Give me the bombs. I will distribute them. John said as he forwarded his hand. Clark and Bruce gave them their backpacks. John took it in his hand and just waved at it. In a moment's notice, the remaining bombs were scattered and they were placed in all of the other spaceships. Their work was done in a second. Let's go back. And with that they vanished only to appear at the Avengers Tower. But this time, it was different. Last time, only Tony was here but now everybody had arrived at the tower. Everyone who belonged to the Avengers. Sentry, Spider-Man, Ms. Marvel, Daredevil, Luke Cage, Namor and many other famous superheroes. The whole floor looked crowded with so many superheroes. He saw that even his own team was back and some of them were talking with other members. He was really surprised by how his team was able to so easily mix with the 616 Avengers. No matter what, the things which he did was kind of unforgivable in many respects. As John looked at all of them a voice said from behind. Surprised how they look so easygoing with your team. It was Fury. He had already seen John's arrival with Clark and Wayne. John turned around and looked at him with curious eyes. He didn't speak but John's mannerisms relayed that he wanted to know the reason. After you helped us in uncovering the truth of Secret Invasion, we realized how broken of a team we are. We were almost in shambles after that. In that moment we realized what it is to be needed to trust each other. To rely on each other. To know each other. And above all, work for the greater good. Your team had all of this, but we didn't. So the Avengers thought of changing this. Read 235 more chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 584, Fear. But I don't think the general public likes us very much. What did the council say? Council doesn't even know that you are here. The government has stopped meddling in all of our affairs now. There is an influence of them but they don't push their agenda anymore as fiercely as before. Shutting off the sun has awakened the fear of God in many of them. Some of them reach high positions mostly because they can intimidate people well and are cruel. You have done the same thing but on a larger scale. Taking away the powers and saying such terrifying stuff has made them step back a bit. Glad that they have some sense in them, or else I wouldn't mind infusing more fear onto them. Fury got chills in his spines when he heard that. He actually didn't say another reason for why the Avengers were friendly now. It was fear. Fear of John and their team had made them think twice of every decision. Even Captain America, who normally speaks of fearlessness, didn't speak out when it was decided that the John's Avengers would not be treated with hostility. Sure, they had Sentry and other super beings, but on the other side they had someone who had full control over Phoenix Force, one of the primary gods. One uncontrolled gene was more than enough for them. They didn't want more problems from a potential ally. Especially now, when Null was coming. They would need all the help they need. Avengers of both teams. I have some grievous news for all of you. John, out of nowhere, spoke out. His voice was not so loud, but it magically resonated in the ears of everybody clearly. John proceeded to tell of the bigger problem at hand, and the enemy had the negative zone under their hands. This was new information and not all of the Avengers were up to date with it. Heck! Even some of them had no idea what negative zone was, and Reed had to come and explain what it was, as he was the first person to go to their dimension and come back alive. So we have a bigger headache. Eddie came with a glass of red wine in his hand after John and others made all of the people be up to date with all the problems they were going to face. Yep. As they were talking, Venom came out by itself and said, there must be something for him to ally himself to another army. Do you think there is something else going on? I connected to the Hive passively for a few seconds to look into his plan, and I can already see his aftermath and destruction he has been causing around while arriving here. Clintar has amassed a huge army of symbiotes. From almost all generations. The ones like me are hiding and they don't dare to come out and connect themselves to the Hive. Null has too much pride to ally himself with anybody. So what are you trying to say? Wayne joined in when he saw Eddie talking with John. I am saying that he must be fearing something, as he had allied himself to others. He didn't ally himself, he took over the negative zone. John corrected Venom. Same thing. Null will still never use others as hosts and try to gain greater power to take over other things. There must be something for him to wake up this fast and try to take over everything in a hurried manner. So you feel he has other fears and is running from something? Why would the God of Darkness have fear? He has Celestials under him. No idea, but I think you all should be ready to see his desperate nature. He has been in prison for quite a long time. He won't take this incursion lightly. Especially on the planet who proved to be his doom. I will face him head on. The people of this Earth don't deserve to see an ugly war. Fury, does this Earth have bunkers? Wayne asked while turning to Fury. After the Shi'Kree War, we have designed bunkers in all major cities. Do you want us to evacuate New York? Yes. Do it. We only have 2 days, if my estimation is correct. It was Venom who replied to the words of Fury. Yesterday he connected to Hive for a few seconds to see the situation. It was dangerous, but he still did it as he needed to see the situation. Connecting to Hive might mean under the control of Null, so he needed to get out of it fast. Fury looked at other Avengers for approval. Seeing that all the major players nodded their heads at it, said, the Council will not be happy about this. Read 235 more chapters on my p@trian.com/thelitagehost. Quillbot extension portal /Quillbot extension portal. Chapter 585, He is Coming. Fury went away to talk with the Council while the Avengers were deciding of how to attack Null and his army. They have 2 problems. Firstly, the Bug Army, and secondly, the Symbiote Army. John would be fine in this, but there would be millions of them out there. For sure he would use his full power, but that won't be enough because at the end Null is still a god. His equal. Though he has the Alien X with Phoenix Force, but the reality-changing powers be ineffective against Null, so all he could do was to weaken his army. His army wasn't unlimited. There is a point of exhaustion for it, and honestly, he didn't want to kill the whole symbiote army. He wanted to control them. Control every symbiote and make sure that all of them were on the right path, just like before. The Hive would need a master always, and he could be that easily. Instead of handing this over to Eddie, he wanted to take this mantle himself. This would help him keep an eye on the major universes out there. And only destroying Null would he be able to sit in his position. So Null was always the main target and the primary person of interest. Of course the army of bugs could not be overlooked. They needed to die or be sent back to the negative zone. Fury had informed the Council that the Avengers were asking for public evacuation. Of course they were not so happy about this, but Fury patiently explained them the problem they were facing, which would make the Krishia war look like a small toddler in front of it. The Council understood the gravity of the situation and asked for emergency on the city. Why do we have to fight in the city? A Council member asked. We can do it on an open field for sure, but he would come for new hosts. And New York is one of the most densely packed cities in the world, and it has its defenders. Null, being a god, would love to trample on the superheroes while showing them how he was controlling the citizens. So you want the people to be bait while they are trapped in the bunkers? Fury didn't reply to this, but silence meant that the Council had guessed it right. If people dies, it will be on your shoulders, Director. Be ready with a resignation letter if that happens, the Council member said for the last time before switching off the video conference. What an asshole. I will resign anyway after this war. Sky can take over this mess and I will just retire. Fury mumbled, seeing the arrogant expressions of them. Sky, the Quake, was his successor, as he had been grooming her for quite a long time. The most apt person was probably Captain America, but he was too morally straight to take up such an easy job. Sky had seen both the sides of the morals, and like Mariah Hill, she was perfect for the job. As these thoughts were going on and plans were being hatched at the hall on how to counterattack, there was sudden announcement at the hall. It was the Friday, the AI of 616 Tony, who spoke. She said, "Sir, there is a person claiming to know the people here and knocking on the door to meet everyone here. There are many such people with wants to meet us, why bother with the notification? But sir, he appeared at the main door out of nowhere. He never passed the security check." This raised the eyebrows of Tony. "Open the video." And as he said that, a transparent screen appeared. There was a man with a disheveled face and mustache. He wore a pure white suit and pants and had a black overcoat around him. The whole dress of his looked like he was a person from an old age. Like the age of the World War II. He had a long black hair till his shoulder. The face was a handsome and manly one. His eyes looked like he had seen some serious shit in his lifetime. As the camera zoomed in on him, the man looked back at the camera. All the people present in the room felt like he could see each one of them. This was a weird feeling for many, but their instincts were saying that this guy is dangerous. Is this Null? No. Venom replied, as everybody were seeing this image who were present at the hall. Is he who I think he is? Gerald was the first one to break the silence when everybody was looking at the image. Seems like it, but how is this possible? Isn't he just a sword? Read 235 chapters ahead on myp@trian.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 586, one of the most powerful villains. Do you know him? One of the 616 Avengers asked. No. We are not supposed to know him. Rather, he is not even supposed to exist. John, what is going on? Wayne turned his head and looked at him. All of the 616 Avengers were confused by this new person, but it seemed like John knew about this guy, but apparently his team members didn't. Why are you all looking at me like this? I don't even know him. John denied without even flinching. He didn't even take a second to lie. It was a lie because he did know the person. After all, it was him who brought him. He was Yawatch. Please read the wiki for knowing his powers. If I start explaining him, I will have to say the whole blood arc from Bleach. I will just let him demonstrate his powers over the course of many chapters. The man was like an actual god. And for this Null, he had decided to summon him. He had wasted 20 billion fan values on him. But it was worth it. With all the powers of his, he would be a huge asset in the fight. You really don't know why Zangetsu is here in live form? Do you want to call Ichigo? Clark asked. Let him come in. If he is a problem, we will deal with it. Since he knocked at the door, it might mean he comes in peace. Friday, open the door. The video showed the door slowly opening and him walking side. His cloak was waving as he entered. He really looked like a badass from the images. He looks cool. More cool than motherfucking Steve. Not gonna lie. Deadpool couldn't help but chime in. After a minute of waiting, he was finally at the hall. All looked at him curiously, while many were secretly ready to take action if this person wasn't friendly. As John's Avenger said that they too had no idea, many had their weapons ready. The man walked in like he was the boss of the entire room and didn't even glance at the people around. He went straight to the bar and said to the robot bartender, "Can I get some wine?" "Anything will do." Clark slowly levitated towards him and landed just near him. "Care to share a drink?" Clark needed to break the tension in the room. There was a complete and awkward silence in the room. "Why not?" Clark pointed to Provide 2 with his fingers. "Who are you?" It was Hyperion who asked that. He slowly approached Yawatch from the other side. "I am Iwak, the first Quincy and their king." There are other descriptions for him, but you can look into Wiki if you want that. Spoiler alert. I will only speak of the powers, not of his story. So you are a human being or what? I can't sense the power of normal human beings on you. It's like you are made of energy. It's complicated. Even if I explain you, but that's not what you want to hear. Is it? You are asking what I know of everyone here and if I am an enemy or a friend. Iwak said. All looked at him with glaring eyes. They all wanted to know the answer. Even John was curious of how Iwak will answer this. Though he was under control and was not supposed to speak of the Blood War, he would like to see how he would weave a story that fit everybody. Especially now when half of the people here didn't even know his origins. I came to this universe mistakenly as I was cast out by my father. This universe is the first universe I came across, and from my powers I could already foresee that a huge war is coming. I just lost my home, I don't want another place which seemed good to be destroyed by someone who has very high ambitions. Once upon a time, I had high ambitions too, but the years crushed out all of this and now I am just a traveler. Is that explanation enough? 4C. You can see the future. Yes. I can see the future, see the past and change it according to my needs. Just like the two ladies here. Though I can do it on a much grander scale. Ewok said while pointing out to the Wandas in the room. This point was enough to explain that the person here was serious. None of the people have ever spoken of the fact that Wanda has huge reality-bending powers to anyone outside. The real person behind House of M was always under secret, but this man pointed it out easily while sipping wine. Why do you look like Zangetsu? It was John who asked as he needed to play his part. Chapter 587, already. His mother was a Quincy. So it might relate to that. Though I think his real Zanpakuto is someone else. It has nothing to do with me. Or maybe he being the first Quincy who is a Shinigami might have played in its manifestation. All were silent after this explanation. Time out. Time out. Can anyone explain to me what is going on and who the hell is he? Quincy. Shinigami. What does that even mean? She-Hulk spoke out. None of the 616 Avengers had any idea of who he was and where he came from. Surprisingly, it was Tony who came forward to explain what Shinigami and Quincy were in their origin. And also the fact that Mephisto was dead. It was you who killed him. Johnny Blaze came up and asked. He was the Ghost Rider, though his power never came from Mephisto originally, he had great connections with him. Watch both of the movies to understand a part of his power. No, there were many people involved in this. I wasn't the only one. Now the Soul Society has taken over its place and Lucifer too. Not the Lucifer of this multiverse. But from another multiverse. John explained the death of Mephisto as concisely as possible. Then I will have to thank these Shinigamis. Me and the other riders from the multiverse have been searching for someone to thank. Johnny said. Tony continued to explain their history and power. Though he didn't mention having Aizen in their prison. The 616 Avengers now had a general idea of who Quincy was and who the Shinigami were. What are your powers actually? Wayne asked. Like him, everybody was curious. I can deal huge damage, have the power to grant others powers and have control over time. It was for this reason I know many of you here. I have seen the future of how you fight that being you call null. I am not a lifesaver, but if the people are just in control and there is total darkness it will be boring. I know what the Shinigamis might have hinted of us being the bad guy and we having an ancient war with them, but I am too tired now. Don't want any war. Too much blood has been spilled. John's Avengers were skeptical of him as this was a guy who came out of nowhere and claimed that he was a good guy. But they didn't shoo him away. His knowledge of Null was proof that he knew what was going on. It was a top-secret matter and it was impossible to hack into the servers of Tony Stark. So for now they accepted him, but he won't be the part of the main team, nor would they include him in the plans. He would be sent as cannon fodder. John, who was listening to their discussion, just smiled. In front of him, it might be his own team that would prove as cannon fodder if it ever comes down the line. But he didn't say anything against him. Him adding Ewok wasn't in his plans. But after seeing the craze of Null, he needed failsafe and Yawatch could be that easily. He wasn't sure if he would get help from the Enigma Force and he didn't want to leave his fate to other abstract beings. They needed all the guns to defeat Null. And Ewok was a strong one. If he added any known villains in the team, none of the Avengers would have accepted, but Ewok was a person who was never shown in anime. Only in manga. And John never dealt with the topic of manga. This gave him an edge. And Ewok was the loophole he would be able to easily use. No one would point fingers at him and he had already said that he had no idea of who he was. Acting and lying all these years had paid off, and none of them suspected. They didn't trust Yawatch and that was fine. He doubted that his powers ever needed a plan to work upon. He himself was an army and he could manipulate people, however he felt like it. The plan is in motion. The people have arrived. I can already see the destruction he is causing in his path while coming here. But we need to battle him here. Only here it would be possible to stop and kill him. Hope everything goes to plan, or the world would just plunge into darkness. John sighed as he walked away. He needed a mental rest from all the running around. He had been using his powers continuously in these few days and all the noise that comes with it could easily overwhelm people. He would shut it out, till Null arrived. Read 230 more chapters on myp@trio.com/thelightedhost. Chapter 588, He is Here. John asked Tony for a room to rest. He needed to close his eyes for some time. As John left the room, there was another topic of discussion among all the Avengers, which included both of the teams. Why is it that John is always involved when a new person emerges from other universes for almost no reason? Does his existence smell very good to other powered people? I don't know. But it has always been the case. Most of the time, he has a story for it, but this Yawatch has no story. Nothing. It's as if he is losing his powers. Oh, come on. This guy is the only one who has no explanation. Does he really have no explanation, or is he hiding the story of this guy from us? Does it matter? He is helping us, and though we can't gauge the power of this new guy, any addition to the roster is a welcome one. Besides, he did appear out of nowhere. So we are going to trust this new guy? Of course no. Just a simple acknowledgement is fine for us. We do need to ask John after this war if his powers attract people from other universes. His dreams. His different powers. It might have another kind of origin than we know. Or maybe John himself doesn't know. I hope in the end it doesn't turn on us. We have always been good guys. It might just blow up in our face one day, so we need to talk it out with him. Alright, let's win the war first. Null will not be easy, I will say it again. In this way, a day went by. Null was supposed to appear in a day or two and all were tense. In order to get rid of the tense atmosphere, the Avengers flew away to handle the people of New York. Not that it would matter. Venom has an idea of how powerful the Hive was, but only John knew that his arrival will just plunge the whole planet into darkness. This hiding was for naught. But he didn't want to call it out. Saying this will only increase the panic of the people, including the Avengers. All he could do was stop with all his power. After John woke up, he used his cosmic consciousness to search for a person who must be in this universe roaming around the cosmos with freedom. He had contacted him once to give him a task. This task was important. It was Norrin Rad. The Silver Surfer. Norrin, did you find what I asked you for? Of course no. You are asking me to find a needle in a haystack. Let me rephrase that, you are asking me to find a bacteria in a universe scale. I know what task I have asked of you. But this is important. The scale of the universe depends on it. I know. I have seen what he has been doing to the universe. Even had a face-to-face confrontation with him. Had to run. You were not kidding when you said he is a god. John raised his eyebrows when Norrin said that. Norrin, after the war with Black Winter, came back to his universe and wanted to travel around for his mental peace and be as a protector like the Green Lanterns. In comics, Null did mention of him meeting Norrin, but John never paid much attention to it, as at the end he wasn't the main hero. Don't annoy him. You just need to find that thing, before we run out of time. You did say that the thing will come looking for me. So why am I searching for it? I have changed the course of the universe by inserting myself, so I don't want to regret later. Fine. I will continue searching for this. Hope you are right. John had given him a task. A weapon to search for in the universe which would help him immensely in this war. If he or any of their members could get a hold of the weapon, they would for sure win the war. All John could do now was wait for it. Meanwhile, all of the Avengers were busy relocating people and helping. Both of the teams came forward for it. The people had little fear seeing new faces as they remembered the last time these new faces had appeared, the sun went out. John's Avengers could feel their fear, but they still helped them, asking for nothing in return. Only kindness could triumph over all kinds of negative emotions. Of course some actions could never be forgiven, but they didn't care. Everyone helped the way they could. In this way one more day went by, when the sirens of the satellites rang loudly in all space stations, space agencies, and especially in the Avengers Tower. The siren meant only one thing. Null was here. Expect 4 more chapters on the weekend if the Power Stones exceeds 1,000. Chapter 589, Fight in Space. The sirens were blaring loudly in all major official government buildings, or at least on the buildings that had them. It was installed due to emergencies. And from what the space agencies had circulated, it was the emergency of their life. When the World Council got to see the images and videos, they thought it was some kind of prank, but after repeated checks, they understood that it was not a prank and what they were seeing was real. They just couldn't believe their eyes of what they were seeing. Damn that Fury. He said it would be a war. This isn't war, this is genocide. That is what it is going to be if that thing reaches Earth. Call Fury. He better say that we have some defense in position, or else he will be fired. We need to be alive later to fire him. From the looks of it, even the greatest superheroes we have in our arsenal will not be enough. As these kinds of discussions were being held in secret in many places all over the globe, the Avengers were having another kind of discussion. What the hell is this? I thought it would just be a planet worth of symbiotes. But this is a galaxy worth of symbiotes. John, did you know this? He shook his head. From the destruction caused around, he did sense that Null had a huge army, but what they saw was ridiculous. The army of symbiotes didn't look like a symbiote at all. It looked like a pitch-black mass of water substance was following Null as he was approaching Earth from outside the solar system. The black substance was so huge that the solar system looked like a baby in front of him. Even John, who read the comics, was visibly shaken. In the comics, when Null arrived, he covered the Earth from all possible angles with darkness, or in his case, symbiotes. Imagine pure symbiotes in the stratosphere covering the Earth, allowing no light to pass by. He was called the god of darkness for a reason. He hated light. So he would never allow any ounce of light falling in his kingdom. But now when John looked at his army, he thought the comics didn't do any justice. This was terrible. John could easily see that among his black symbiotes there were bug-like creatures flying behind him, following him. These humanoid beings looked white in color with various black patterns on their bodies. These for sure were the antimatter symbiote bugs that he had collected during his invasion of the negative zone. These bugs would be more tricky as they didn't have any weakness. Both sound and fire would be useless in front of these bugs. Just the sheer number of symbiotes was overwhelming, and now these bugs. Will they even win the war? This is much more than I expected, to be honest. Almost made me feel nostalgic. Thor said as he remembered Black Winter. I think we will have to bring Tony now and release the weapons that we have been building for some time. Clark was reminded of their other weapons. True. It's time. Wayne chimed in. John also nodded his head. They didn't have time to be at all with the majesty of the enemy. They needed to start fight right here and now. Every second was precious. John opened 2 portals. One was for Krakoa. One was for his original universe. They needed all hands on deck. As John opened the portals, it took a minute or so for people to emerge from them. First were the team of X-Men. Or rather X-Men's. Both of the universe's X-Men were in Krakoa, and now it was time to call them back. The 616 Avengers looked a little ashamed when they saw their old friends. Many things had happened in the past years. And now here they were again. But it was not the time to lament on the past. This was probably the greatest war they had faced in their lifetime since the Beyonder case, not the same Beyonder of Secret War 2. Their whole existence was in jeopardy now, and they needed all the help they could get. After the X-Men emerged, few more people emerged from the other portals. The remaining members of the Avengers. Tony, Arthur. Tony, are the machines ready? Still in production, and from the looks of it, I think whatever we made isn't enough. I will advise that we should open the portals after intervals of time so that we can continue the influx of new drones and androids. Right, I will do that. John also accepted the advice. We need to stop as much as we can before he reaches Earth. Deal as much damage. Those who can fight in space raise their hands. We will leave now. Clark said in a loud voice. Chapter 590, Fight in Space, 2. Many had held their hands high. Tony from both Avengers, Vision, Hyperion, Sentry, Ms. Marvel, and many other heroes who always operated on universe scale. But among them was one guy they didn't expect. Yawatch. Most of them were now up to date of what Quincy and Shinigami were. John's Avengers had explained to them what those 2 factions meant. So they were surprised that this guy would volunteer in the front. He had spoken of his powers, but most of them didn't believe him, nor they cared. Forget about the 616 Avengers, even John's team members didn't trust a word of him. And they had noticed that even John didn't give much importance to him, so almost all of them isolated him, and he too seemed like he didn't mind. Though he did speak of Null saying that he came from the future, in the back of their minds most of them were thinking that his powers was only related to seeing the future and nothing more. And maybe some Quincy-type powers like Yuryu. Are you sure you can handle the ones who are coming? I will be fine. I also want to see the space as you all have talked about. All right. Just don't be a hindrance to us. Yawatch just smiled at this comment and didn't argue on this snide comment by 616 Tony. If powers were to be gauged in this first confrontation in space, then 616 Tony would probably be the weakest. I will be opening the portal from here to a location near Pluto. We will start our fight there. Let's assume that we will not be able to stop him, but what we can do is slow the advancement till he reaches Earth. That's the best we can do. And if we are able to defeat him in space, then that is well and good, but I don't think we will be able to. Remember, don't let the symbiotes touch you and be a host. It will be very hard for you all to be brought back from the Codex. And be very wary of his sword. It is one of the most deadliest weapons on the multiverse. There was a silence in the room when John reminded them that there was something more terrible than the number of the symbiotes. The All-Black. They had seen its power when Thor had to face and when he narrated his story to them. This really was one of the most powerful weapons out there. And they needed to tread carefully. John waved his hand and soon the portal opened. All right, we have a plan. 2 teams. 1 shot. If we lose this, we will lose everything. Nobody will be the same if we get sucked away. We will lose a part of ourselves. You know your teams. You know your missions. This is the fight of our lives, and we are gonna win. Whatever it takes. Good luck. 616 Steve as usual gave the last motivation for all of them. John hearing this couldn't help but remember the words of his during the time travel. Their Steve too said almost the same thing. It really was the fight of their lives. After Steve said that, the team which was ready to fight in space went through it. 2 Doctor Strange, both are God Strange as during the Null Arc he too was given the power from the World Tree. 2 Vision. 2 Tony Stark. Ms. Marvel. Hyperion. Sentry. Yawatch. Hal Jordan. Natasha Romanoff, Blue Lantern. John Jameson. Clark Kent. Bruce Wayne. Siri, she was taken as her space power would be helpful in dealing the damage. Starfire. Raven. Basically almost all the big guns were taken to space to fight against Null. As they passed through the portal, they were in space. They could feel the soft rays of sun hitting them from the back. The sun was too far away now. The heat of the sun could hardly be felt. And on the other side they saw a huge goo-like structure flying towards them. Its size was almost the size of Black Winter. It felt like they were confronting Black Winter again. Having PTSD. Are we? John said to make the environment little more friendly. Another cloudy villain. I hate such kinds of villains. Natasha said. Moving the galaxy sometimes made her come across many weird people. So she had a general idea of the aliens. Null was approaching them at a fast speed with his army. Soon he was a few kilometers away. The Avengers have still not fired. John wanted to talk with him before it starts. Null. Ruler of the Abyss and Symbiote of Darkness. Welcome to Earth, 616. Null squinted his eyes when this new guy called him a Symbiote of Darkness, not God of Darkness. Only he knew that he was never the actual God. It was darkness who gave him this power. Read 230 more chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost and expect 4 more chapters on the weekend if there are more than 1,000 power stones. Chapter 591, Light. There have always been 2 forces in the universe at war. Darkness and light. Yeah, I know it sounds like a Chinese novel, but that is what is in the comics. Or at least roughly to the same extent. Darkness prevailed for a long time and soon manifested itself on the body of Null working as a symbiote. Guiding him, giving him power. But all of this changed when the Celestials came and took over his kingdom. They waged war on him and everything he held dear to was stripped away. Later he made the All Black, but that was still not enough to defeat the Celestials. And when he thought he would conquer the world slowly, he was beaten down again, and this time, it was his archenemy. The Light. When darkness ruled when light was in its infancy, the invasion of Celestials just made the growing process of light faster. The symbiotes had always been under Null's rule, but once they were touched by light, his plans went to shit. His dear symbiotes revolted against him and later imprisoned him, in his own place. The influence of darkness also went down and all he could do was bide his time and grow stronger. Darkness could never be eradicated totally. This was the law. The same law applied to light too. But Null wanted to change it, and bring the multiverse back to the Abyss. His kingdom. Now he was here. To take everything back. The place where it all started, Thor was the first to defeat Grendel, one of the first symbiote dragons. Grendel's defeat started the process of infusing light into the symbiotes. It was on Earth 616 where it all started. You seem to know a lot. Were you the one who was trying to sneak up on me all this time after I was awake? Null spoke in a very metallic tone. His figure looked exactly like the comics. At least 8 feet in height. Made of nothing but bones and skin attached to it. He didn't seem like there was blood in his veins. His eyes had pitch black color with occasional red hues on them. His face, like his body, didn't have muscle and had sharp teeth, like the piranhas. All in all, a typical zombie villain. Behind him was a long sword. I did. At least I tried to. But it seems darkness didn't allow me. I smell the same breath as those filthy beings. I will take immense pleasure in making you one of my symbiote hosts. Oh. With what? 2 of the symbiote celestials that you have been hiding. You should have remained asleep at Clintar. Sleep is the best thing ever. Why wake up? John taunted him. He had no fear. Sure, Null was powerful, but it never meant that John was a weakling. Null, for the first time, had a look of surprise. Him having the Celestials was a trump card, a card he could pull if light ever showed up. But now this person seemed like he knew everything. Out of anger, Null without saying another word made a swiping motion at John. Using the All Black. A jet black ray traveled through the distance and approached John. The others seeing this were ready to take action to stop the attack from reaching them, but John made the motion with his hand to not interfere. He had a perfect way to stop this. The black ray after approaching John and his team suddenly vanished. It was as if all the attacks never existed in the first place. The other members of 616 Avengers were skeptical about Null's attack first. They were ready to stop it, but seeing that none of their companions took action, they stopped. They wanted to see how the enigmatic John Jameson would react. And they were not disappointed. The attack itself vanished. Null was surprised too by this. Not because the attack was stopped. He already knew what would happen. This attack was just a probing attack. He was surprised by the way the attack had vanished. The power of time. He looked at the person who did it. Yawatch. Null looked at Yawatch for the first time in his entire life and felt a little cold. It was as if he was looking at the abyss again. And this abyss was inside a person. You can control time. Null spoke. Yawatch just looked at him and didn't reply. Instead he extended his hand. And the next moment, a huge shining bright sword was in his hand. This sword looked like it was made of light itself. The light was too white, looked too pure, too bright. The sword looked like it was illuminating in this place and giving light everywhere. This isn't light. What are you? Null spoke in a more serious tone now. Though the sword was not made of the same light he had always known. This light seemed cruel and menacing to him. It was as if this light could obliterate souls. Or in this case, their connections to the Codex. Chapter 592, Announcement. So it's been some time since I uploaded any chapters here. The reason for such a long hiatus is because the story is at its end in my Patreon with maybe 6 or 7 chapters worth of content left. And that final stretch is what being a problem for me. Somehow, I am not able to find the motivation to finish that fight. Everything had been revealed and there is nothing left to say more in the novel. So here I am, hoping to find someone who could finish writing the last few chapters for me. If someone wants to write the last fight for me, I would be happy to share all the remaining chapters to the one who can write. Of course, if I am not able to find someone, you all will have to wait a little more because right now I have too much on my plate and I don't get enough time. Thank you. Chapter 593, Light, 2. Yawatch swung his sword, just like Null did, and this time it was a jet ray of white light traveling towards him, with more intensity than what Null did. As the ray traveled, the symbiotes which were wriggling behind him came forward to stop the incoming ray. It didn't come as a surprise that these symbiotes weren't able to stop the attack of Yawatch. What really surprised him was that the symbiotes were not able to feed any information back to the Codex. Normally, be it with host or without any host, there would always be a feedback to the hive, the main Codex. But here it was none. He became serious seeing this. This has never happened before, even when he fought against the Celestials, it never happened. Darkness had always helped him. Until now. Darkness could play no role here. You think you have one? With just one puny guy. I will show you what darkness truly is. Null became flustered seeing this as he was finally able to stop the attack with his hand. He looked menacing as he said that with gritted teeth. All the symbiotes that were behind him slowly made a spherical approach to them as they surrounded the Avengers from all sides. Great, now we have pissed him off. 616 Tony said. We will be fine. We expected this to happen. Didn't we? Tony said. John seeing this too got serious. He needed to use all his power. The vault had finally opened from behind. And it looked massive. John for the first time was going to use his vault for a fight. As weapons started coming out, the size of it looked so huge that it could easily cover an entire planet in diameter. But in front of the huge galactic-sized symbiotes it still looked small. But it was fine for John. He wasn't going to use the vault to kill the symbiotes. He was going to use the vaults to kill the bugs. For symbiotes he was going to use another thing. Phoenix, you ready? Thought you would never ask. Stop with your movie lines. It's your movies. Not my fault. John transformed himself into a phoenix. The phoenix of Marco, and after he did that, the color of his phoenix body changed from aqua blue to orange. John didn't want to use Alien X. Not yet. There is a time limit for Alien X. He didn't want to exhaust his trump card yet. This would be after Light comes to the battlefield for which Norrin was searching. Yes, John had sent Norrin in search of Light. In the comics it happened the same way. Light Force or the Enigma Force was the nemesis of darkness. This was what powered Captain Universe. Yes, it's very confusing for me too. Enigma Force belonged to Eternity and suddenly they changed the name, but that was what comics said. So until Norrin was here, they needed to stop him as much as possible in fighting him without Alien X. The other 616 Avengers were taken aback seeing such numbers and seeing John transforming into a burning bird. Phoenix Force could never change a person in that way. For sure when one becomes a host, there would be fire coming out of their skin. But never transforming into a bird. This was totally new. What is he actually? At first he was being made of stars. Now a bird. Forget about the surrounding 616 Avengers, even the people of Earth who were watching the live telecast were surprised by this change. He can use the Phoenix Force in the best way possible. How does he do that? Jean mumbled. After a momentary pause of exclamation from everyone, including Null, they finally started taking action. John waved his wings at the symbiotes that were coming from all sides. A force of fire blast traveled in all directions as he did that. Batman and Superman used their heat vision on the incoming symbiotes. They knew that they could never let any symbiote touch them, so they had to be very careful. At times like these they missed Darkseid. That bitch had Omega Vision which could easily change its directions while killing everything in its wake. Both Tony were busy using their thrusters in every direction. The plus point of this heat vision and thrusters was that it could easily burn the symbiotes. Though it wasn't effective in front of bugs, the black symbiotes suffered. Vision was actually the most safe here as both of them were androids and the symbiotes couldn't take over him, though the dragon symbiotes were powerful enough to face both of them in strength-wise. Hal and Natasha were using their rings while Siri looked like she was in a sword class as he waved her sword. At whatever direction she used, the space would tear apart and the symbiotes would be sucked away in the space cracks. Read 200 plus chapters on myp@trian.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 594, Aliens. Have you ever seen an ant fight an elephant? No. Because that is ridiculous, to say the least. A person will not even see the ant, much less the fight, as an elephant could easily crush it. But, all of these comparisons were actually happening right now. And the people of Earth 616 were witnesses to it. Only in this case were the people of Earth able to watch the ants as they fought valiantly. John was using the Bird X aliens form to fight against the main Null while others were actively surrounding him, making sure the dragon symbiotes, the bugs, and other small symbiotes that were wriggling around did not get close to him. This looked extremely enigmatic as the human beings fought with extreme speed and vigor to stop the symbiotes. But the one to actually steal the show was John. His human form was giving off sparks of fire from his body. He had a sword in his hand. The famous EA. The sword Gilgamesh was known for. He rarely uses the sword, and only in special cases does he bring it out. Today was one of those days. He swiped the weird-looking sword at Null. And Null could sense the power of the sword and this weird being that had 4 arms coming out of his body. And on each of the hands were 3 different powerful swords. The people looking at it were dumbfounded. First, this person changed into a bird. And then he turned into a 4-armed, muscular guy, and now on each arm was a sword. And the main sword was more ridiculous than the rest. Was that even a sword? But nobody could deny the power of the sword as he took the first swipe at Null, as Null had to use his all-black to stop the onslaught that his move against his enemy was going to bring. He was sure that if he didn't stop this power, then the symbiotes behind him would have to deal massive damage. And so he went to make the first move. And with the help of All Black, he was able to stop it. But he had made a grave miscalculation. He forgot that this being had 4 arms and that there were 3 other swords in his arms. John used his Soul Sagna, the one with huge fire magic, to make a stabbing motion toward Null at his abdomen from one of his arms below. And this surprise attack was successful, as this move of his was enough to create a stab at the body of Null. And if that was not enough, John made sure to use fire magic on the inside of Null's body. There was a loud explosion between John and Null as this happened. John anticipated this attack as he flew back. While Null, who didn't care for the first sword below, was thrown a few meters away. The people of Earth who watched the whole broadcast cheered as this happened. Not many people had access to the visuals, but those who did knew how terrifying the enemy was. Just the sheer size of it blew their brains. The people who were fighting alongside him also had a smile on their faces. Honestly, even they had huge apprehension when Null appeared. It reminded them of Black Winter. The huge force that almost proved to be their doom while others in the group were more serious, as until now they had never faced such a terrifying being. Sure, they had faced Galactus, but there was always a way to stop him. The dealings of the gods and their problems always remained on different levels. Plus, they always had the option of using the ultimate nullifier. When Reed gave the weapon to Galactus, he always left measures so that he could get access to it again in case Galactus chose to come back to renege on his promise. But this was different. Galactus was only responsible for eating planets, while this being was hellbent on destruction. Now most of the members of the 616 Avengers were counting their stars that they had help from another universe. Or else, it would have been a totally different story. Null, who was pushed back, stopped in his tracks. The fire magic died out as his face was again visible. There was a visible burn mark on his skin. And a huge stab wound. You have surprised me, human. I never thought you would have a technology or a thing that could allow you to change your DNA. That watch of yours seems otherworldly. Yeah. It is called Omnityrix. A very knowledgeable alien made it. John said. Oh. So I think I will have to look for him after I kill you. Sure. You will have to leave this multiverse. Oh, leave this multiverse. Null mumbled the last sentence. John had no idea that those words of his would terrorize Null a bit. Read 200 plus chapters on my p@trian.com/theligheadhost. Chapter 595, The Wall. Do you come from the other side of the wall? Null asked solemnly after a period of silence. He had a sense of dread in his voice. The dread that only he knew. Huh. John didn't expect such a reaction. When he first mentioned outside the multiverse, he just threw it out with no proper thought. Because for him, there was no other multiverse. This was just random bullshit which he had woven for quite a long time. He had been lying about this all his life. He felt bad, thinking all the systems of the protagonists he read before didn't have to lie so blatantly as he had to. It was like his system was forcing him to lie. Spread lies all over the globe about himself. But there was nothing he could do. But that was it. It was just bullshit stories to boost the sales of both comics. He wasn't sure of why he was in a Marvel world that should have just existed in comics and movies. But then again, the stories of comics have come to life here. So what was stopping the stories or DC and other words being real? But here came the paradox. If the stories of DC and all others were real, then how could John have such control over his summons? And if they really came from another universe, wouldn't their own world be ruined, and in a more drastic way? John had seen what ruin can come to a world where there were no heroes. Marvel was relatively an easy world compared to DC. If Batman someday decided to sleep one night in Gotham, then Joker would just cause havoc around. So if his summons were real, then weren't there multiverse and doom? Assuming that his summons were real, of course. This thought scared John a bit. If this was true, then he was the sinner of various multiverses out there. All these thoughts were rapidly revolving his mind, and his thought power, enhanced by being Gilgamesh, was turning in full speed. All this thought came to John in a matter of seconds after Null asked that question. This is terrible. If there really is a multiverse out there, then I will have to look into it. I will have to ask Oblivion. Only he can answer. For now, I will have to end this. John thought. Maybe, maybe not. John replied cryptically to Null, not releasing any information. Now, John needed to understand what Null meant by other multiverses and milk as much information before he approached Oblivion. How did you cross the wall? Null asked now, in an excited tone. He had his eyes shining when he asked that, as if he could find salvation. Wall. What wall? John involuntarily asked Null, as he had no idea of what he was asking. Wall. The wall. The wall that surrounds the multiverse of ours. Don't you even know what that is called? Null asked. The amount of talking that Null was doing was something he had ever done before. Not even when he had his own kingdom. Yet here he was, talking to his enemy. Why? Because he wanted answers too. But John was confused. There was never a mention of wall or whatever that was covering the multiverse. The universe itself was unquantifiable, and it was ever expanding. There was never a wall in Marvel. Never. So what was this Null speaking about? I have no idea what you are talking about. Null squinted his eyes as John replied. His demeanor changed instantly like before. Cold and dark. Null knew that he needed to beat this guy out to get answers. His conquest of Earth was just for old revenge, but now it had become something else. His enemies wouldn't let him have answers, so he would have to beat it out. So you won't say it willingly. Good. So be it. Now just be obliterated. Null said as he again swung his sword. John could see the wrath in his eyes when he did that. It was as if he was fueled by more fire. And this time it was not only for revenge and conquest, it was for answers. Or rather an obsession. And this guy would do everything for this. This fight just got more serious than it ever was. A demented and obsessed being was always been a problematic one. The tons of Chinese novels had taught him that, and here there was another one. Read 220 plus chapters on my p@trian.com/thelightedhost. Chapter 596, The Grand Fight, 1. And so the fight ensued, between someone who was obsessed with finding the answer and someone who had no idea what it was. John and Null clashed again. And this time with more intensity. The last time, Null was thrown back by a surprise attack, but not anymore. As John tried to use the same move again, thinking he had 3 more swords to stab him, he saw All Black wriggling like a live sword and a black, sharp-pointed object coming out of its own volition to stop the sneak attack on its master. After all Black was a symbiote, the first symbiote. Thus, the fight now had more twists and turns as John, in the form of 4 arms, fought with 4 swords in his hands while Null had his live sword to stop the 4 swords of John. All Black was so powerful that it even broke 2 swords from John's both. Not that it mattered, as it could easily be remade from his vault. But it was still horrifying to think that the All Black had that much power. The fight went on, as various parties were doing their jobs. But even then it could be easily seen that the symbiotes were proving to be very hard for them to stop as they were trying to approach John, who was fighting against Null. The galactic size of the horde of symbiotes proved too difficult for a small number of people in the end. And on top of it all, the symbiotes were now traveling to Earth at a good pace. As they reached Pluto, the symbiotes covered the whole planet with themselves, making the whole black in color. It was horrifying to see in the comics too. It happened the same, but seeing it in reality was a totally different matter. The planet looked like it was made of something black, and if one paid good attention to it, they could see that the black color was moving. It took only a few minutes to cover the cold planet, and its cold temperature didn't even faze the symbiotes. This was the power of millions of symbiotes that could easily destroy a galaxy. The symbiotes marched forward as they tried their best to stop and kill as many as possible before they could reach Earth. John and Null fought at extreme speed, and for the first time it was known that Null was even good at sword fighting. It was fortunate that John had learned sword fighting from Gil, otherwise, it would have been utterly painful for him. He could heal for sure, but he liked pain. John, they will be reaching Earth soon. That communication came over to John as he fought. It didn't even take an hour for the symbiotes to reach Earth after decimating the other planets in the solar system just because they were in the way. Of course the symbiotes left Jupiter and other very hot planets as they were not fans of heat, but the bugs who had anti-symbiote armor were a whole different story. They didn't fear anything and just destroyed everything, even things that were of no use to them. All of this happened because Null wanted answers, and he had gone a little over the top. I understand. Use the broken spaceships to light up these bastards, John said by using telepathy on the minds of the Avengers who were in New York. Oh, that is for sure. As this was happening at the edges of the solar system, the Avengers were having a tough time even trying to imagine how these symbiotes and bugs were decimating everything. This was utter destruction. After the war, we will still lose. He has tilted the balance of the system, and our Earth would just descend into destruction soon no matter what. Beast said. Don't worry about that, John will change the reality to make it just like before. All we need to do is stop this Null. Diana said this nonchalantly, as all of the Avengers knew he had reality-bending powers. He really can do everything he wishes. It is ridiculous. One of the 616 Avengers mumbled. The others didn't pay much attention, and most of them were relieved to hear that. Not everything. This knife is too terrifying. Are the spaceships ready? How much more time do we have, Victor? Steve asked. The first impact will be in 5 minutes. I will advise each of you to take up battle locations and not be far from each other. If one is devoured by a symbiote, there will be a special signal. The other nearest person should do anything possible to blast the symbiote away by using the tools provided. One lost member would mean one extra enemy. The other person would not be dead, but he would be like a zombie, hunting us. Read 220+ chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 597, The Grand Fight, 2. Tell me, how did you cross the wall? Null asked as they both clashed again and again with their sword in hand. Each impact was so strong that it would create a shockwave around. This would have been really great to watch if there was an audience around. I don't even know what the wall is and who told you that I came from another multiverse. John had to reply that, though he was confused about the wall and what Null meant, he didn't need to care anymore. All he needed to do was kill him. As they fought against each other, the others continued in the background, fighting as many symbiotes as possible. Truth to be told, they would have already been on the losing side with many of them becoming the host of symbiotes, if it was not for Yawatch. Yawatch miraculously was always able to come to location if a team member was in jeopardy, the power of Almighty, and would be able to save the person by burning the symbiote with his reishi manipulation. It was as if he was able to see the future on who would fall. This was a huge boon for the team. And this was why John had brought Yawatch. He could always see the future, though John could see that too, but since he would be occupied with his confrontation against Null, he needed a safe option. Yawatch was the only one. His powers were leaning towards light and soul manipulation, so of course he would be a huge nemesis in this war and he was working exactly like it was supposed to. You will not be able to save them even with this guy who is good at soul attacks. I have billions of symbiotes under me. Tell me, how did you get out of the wall? As John was indulging in his own thoughts of Yawatch helping the team, Null had to pour a bucket of water on his thoughts. Dude, are you serious? I told you I have no idea and still you are continuing with this. I am from this multiverse. And I got the watch from a friend. That was a lie. John couldn't help but lie at this point once more. He needed answers too, but he was sure this guy was too obsessed to answer him properly. Lie. I can see you lying through your teeth. Fine. Since you will not speak about it, I will force you. My children, decimate their planet. The symbiotes that were very close to Earth doubled their speed. And now in seconds they would almost reach the stratosphere of Earth. John could already feel it. Avengers, fall back. And the next moment as Null took a swipe on him, he vanished and along with him all the members of the Avengers in the universe who were fighting. Null roared seeing that they just pulled out a vanishing trick but there was nothing he could do to stop it, but at the end he had a smile on his face. Fine. I will consume you and then read your memories from the Codex. I will strip Phoenix Force from you. I have been in prison for such a long time, do you think I have not thought about the weakness of All Black? In the meantime, John and others were back at the headquarters with a solemn face. He has become more dangerous than I thought he would be. John said as he was very confused by the words of Null, but it was not the time to think. He would be here in 30 seconds tops. Blast them when they cross the spaceships. Tony nodded his head. Wanda, can you make huge fireballs and throw at the symbiotes from afar? I can try. Good. We will do that. He has too huge of an army to kill in normal standards. Since he has a galactic-size army, I will throw planets at him. Both Wanda and John flew towards the stratosphere to get a good view of how huge the sizes should be while throwing. Of course, Wanda had a breathing vibranium suit, which Tony brought for all. All the suits were airtight and had the vibrational property, so it was best for facing Null and his symbiotes. In a second they reached the stratosphere with the help of teleportation. When they reached there, they could see the huge horde of wriggling symbiotes. It was massive and it had already stopped the sun rays from coming to Earth. It was terrifying to say the least. Wanda makes as many huge fireballs as possible. I will do that too. Wanda nodded. And the next moment, Null saw something that almost gave him a scare. 20 to 30 fireballs appeared suddenly out of nowhere over the symbiotes. The number wasn't the problem, their size was. Each of them was the size of planet Earth as they were falling on the symbiotes from all sides. Read 224 more chapters on myp@trian.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 598, The Grand Fight, 3. Sadly enough nobody was there to see it as there were no cameras and whatever telescopes and satellites they had were already destroyed, even the far ones which were orbiting other planets were destroyed. But this didn't matter to John. As he was not here for show unlike most of his fights, he was here to kill Null and put an end before he went for eternal rest. He was tired and this would be his last fight. The huge fireballs fell on millions of symbiotes burning everything in its wake. As planetary-sized fireballs reached the end of the symbiote horde, they would burst out, killing some more around. This was a massacre. John wanted to kill as many as possible while keeping in mind that the main enemy was Null. Killing more symbiotes wouldn't be helpful as he needed them for his future plans. Null had a grave face looking at all of this. Those huge attacks really did hurt him as it wiped away at least 20% of his army of symbiotes. Before they reached Earth, he had already lost 10%. This was a huge loss. In all of his conquest, this never happened and he at most lost 5% of his army. Null didn't utter a single word and let the symbiotes enter Earth. But then he was welcomed in one of the most grandest ways possible. A huge explosion that rang out all over the perimeter of the Earth's stratosphere. The explosion was so massive that all of the people who were residing on Earth saw the sky light up in orange color. The people were dumbfounded seeing all of this. All over the years they had seen many weird things happening to Earth but never in such a massive way. The sky seemed like it was lit on fire. And Null too didn't expect that these people had another kind of weapon apart from those huge fireballs. This too wiped away more than 10% of his symbiote army. He had lost little less than half of his army before he even stepped his foot on the planet. This was an insult. Insult to his greatness. Release the Celestials. Null commanded. And out of nowhere after the explosion settled down, 3 massive Celestials started free-falling on Earth. As they were falling in a straight manner, their feet caught fire due to gravitational pull, and these Celestials who were at least 200 meters seemed like a huge meteor falling on Earth. Wow, so he has released his top dogs. That is cool. Now who will confront these dead gods? John said with a smirk and relief. Relief because Celestials were his strongest army and him using this means he had become a little desperate. The more desperate he becomes, the more mistakes he will make. And that is all he needed. I will take the left one with Bruce. Both Hulk can take one as they have the middle one. John can take the remaining one with Zangetsu. Clark said as he was already planning on how to confront them. I am not Zangetsu but Yawatch. Whatever you say, Sword. But we need to leave. Others handle the symbiotes. Remember never to be under their control. If you are, the side person should always. Never confront them alone. Godspeed, people. And so they flew and ran out of the headquarters. Sentry accompanied both of the Hulk as he felt the Hulk would require his help. Sentry is a superhero and probably one of the strongest one in Marvel. He has the power of 1,000 burning suns inside his body. He was a drug addict who got shot with the serum. He has another personality which is evil and can be seen coming out at times. In the actual fight, Sentry was the first hero to confront Null in the comics, only to die in a few seconds by his sword. So, if the people are thinking I am hyping Null for no reason, this should be enough to establish the fact of how powerful Null is. John flew to the Celestial on the right side to stop his free fall. This free falling itself will create a crater and kill people underground who were in bunkers. They couldn't let this happen. John, Yawatch, and Hyperion, Marvel's Superman. I know almost nothing of him as I haven't researched him. All I know is that he all powers of Superman, joined in this. Hyperion joined his team voluntarily as he thought they needed help. And so the quest began to stop the Celestials from causing destruction. Robin, did you find the guy I asked you to search for? John suddenly said over communication. Of course. I am a Wayne and these kinds of things are very easy for me. Robin said over the comms. Good. Make the guy ready, we would need him in this war until we get outside help. On it. Read 220 plus more chapters on myp@trian.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 599, The Grand Fight, 4. John had a special backup mission for Robin which might prove to be helpful when the need arises. This fight with the symbiotes would be a hard one and he needed to keep two people alive at any cost. Eddie Brock and his son Dylan, and Robin was given the task to secure one of it. They were the key to winning this war. He wasn't sure who the Enigma Force would choose to be the next host in this war, but till it arrived he needed both of them to be alive. And John would do everything possible. He was thinking all of this as they flew to stop the Celestial. Who are you searching for? Sentry couldn't help but ask John as he could easily hear John's words. Our backup piece. John said while keeping a mysterious face. Oh. Sentry didn't ask more. Though the 616 Avengers still held a small grudge against John, they trusted him. This guy crossed the universe just to help them. Sure, it was because of the threat o' Null, but at least he didn't back down when the fate of the universe was at stake and bought the big guns. As they flew to stop the Celestial, they saw many white-colored bugs flying towards them. John didn't even spare a second glance at them as he opened his vault and threw spears at them. Even Yawatch did the same thing. He used spears made of white reishi to kill whoever came on the way. One had to admit that Yawatch's attacks were more efficient because they attacked the souls. And nobody could evade it. Null could evade his attacks just because he had the sword, or else Null would have been dead by now. Sentry, who wanted to show his power, shook his head as he saw how efficiently both of them were killing the bugs. Soon they reached the location where they could see the Celestial falling. How should we stop the descent? Sentry asked. By using time. John said, and the next moment he chose an alien which would be the best one to work on. A chronosapien. An alien which can control time the best. And in order to have the least damage from these beings, he needed to have the best control of time. They already had the big guns, and all they needed was ample time, and the alien form would be god enough. Though he wasn't sure if his time stop would be applicable on Null and he needed to test it later. As John changed into a small 4-foot mechanical being with a huge torso and having a headkey on his head. The weird mechanical being looked nothing like someone who had almost nigh control of time. The transformation made the jaws of Sentry almost drop, and Yawatch too had a weird face seeing this look of John. Phoenix, help me fly. And from behind, a blue-colored fire wings emerged from his back. This allowed him to fly. Yawatch and Sentry, I will stop time for a few seconds and you both will have to use your strongest attacks to kill the Celestial. This alien form has very little stamina, so I won't be able to stop time for a long time. This is your chance. John said in a very mechanical voice. What the hell is this? Sentry almost screamed out. A chronosapien, an alien form which has control over time. Control time. That is a broken power. Anyway, so I and this guy will have to do the work. Fine. Yes. This alien form doesn't have much raw power, but has immense control of time. Soon they reached the falling Celestial, and from John's torso an transparent wave flew out. The Celestial was now just 1 kilometer from the surface of the Earth, so they had to move quick to stop it or else it would be too late. This wave covered the Celestial. The wave was green in color, just like the one Ben 10 used when he used time to stop or slow down or reverse time. But as time stopped, surprisingly Yawatch and Sentry were able to move freely. Go, finish it. I will not be able to stop time for a longer period, and I am not sure if Null will sense it. So do it. Both nodded their heads and flew straight to the head of the Celestial. The Celestial was black in color, thanks to the symbiote, and had 6 glowing eyes. Normally the glow was supposedly orange in color, but this time it was red. The head was the most vulnerable part of a Celestial. If they could decapitate the head, a Celestial would be dead. Yacht held a huge bright sword, while Sentry had both of his hands glowing. Yacht took a swing at the neck of the Celestial while Sentry roared as he used a major part of his energy and blasted at the head of the Celestial. The blast looked like the one Goku uses. This was one of the most powerful attacks that Sentry had in its arsenal, with at least 10 suns of power in it, concentrated in its raw form. Both of the attacks landed at the same time. Read 220 plus more chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 600, The Grand Fight, 5. In a very rare case such a high-powered being is faced by someone up close, they would probably be dead before the attack could even land. Just the fear alone would be enough. But here we were talking about a Celestial where they were supposedly the creators of the universe, so they couldn't bet on the effectiveness of the attack. As the attack landed, there was a huge explosion right at the face with a mixture of orange and white color in it. It also had black particles mixed in it too, signifying the symbiote particles. And if that was not enough, the three of them could hear the scream of the symbiote as it felt the heat of the attack of Sentry and Yawatch. John had already changed himself to his original form after using the Chronosapien. He felt vulnerable using that alien. It was powerful for sure, but there were too many weaknesses and almost no stamina. After the explosion receded, they all had a smile on their faces. The attack was successful. Both of their attacks hit right at their marks. Yawatch's attack was able to separate more than 80% of the neck from its body, and more than half of the face of the Celestial was gone. There were huge burnt marks on the remaining part of the head. It looked gruesome as the part of the head was gone. There was no such thing as a brain inside the head, and there was only a hollow part where the brain should have been. And of course the soul and the source of energy. As opposed to the source of energy in the heart of Celestial, they have the source of energy on their head. And for this reason all of the members of the Avengers were directed to go for the head. The Celestial didn't see what hit it, as John had stopped the team before it could see them. But this didn't stop the Celestial from hitting Earth, so they knew that they had to stop the fall and make a crater. And Sentry was up for the job, though John could do it too. He allowed Sentry to play that part as he flew to the foot of the Celestial as he used both of his hands to stop it. Sentry was powerful enough to stop the whole body of a Celestial with his hands alone. The power of 1,000 suns played his part, and he was easily able to stop the Celestial right in its tracks. But it was a close call. When he stopped the Celestial, his feet had just touched the ground, and a little more delay would have surely created a break on the land. It was fortunate that they were able to stop him right in time. But others were not so much. Bruce and Clark took the most raw route possible. Wayne went under the Celestial to stop the speed of the falling Celestial, while Superman went to blow the head off the neck of the Celestial with his hands alone. And this took time. Unlike John and his team, Wayne and Clark had to take a lot of time to bring the Celestial down. The Celestial landed on Earth with a normal speed enough not to make a crater-like situation, while Clark was throwing punches at the head of the Celestial. Of course the Celestial retaliated by using his own hands and even moving his legs on the free fall, but Superman being agile and fast, his hands could do nothing. Though the Celestial now had enhanced strength by using the symbiote, their main power, which was related to heat, got the big L. A symbiote would never allow this to take place, so their greatest weapon was out of the picture in the start itself. No wonder Venom was able to kill a Celestial with just a swing of his new axe. Thus as the Celestial was trying to stop Clark and at the end Bruce after he landed with his hands, the symbiote-bound Celestial was on the journey of disappointment, because no matter what he did he was getting hit in the face. And with every passing hit, it was a huge dent at the face, with cracks appearing at the face of the Celestial. And after a minute of recurring punches and kicks at the face broke down. The symbiote tried to bond with either Bruce or Clark, but it too was disappointed as the suit was a perfect anti-symbiote. As the head of the Celestial was broken into shambles, the standing huge god once fell down slowly. Phew. That was time-consuming. Clark said. We have lost the sun. We should not be injured in this war, or else it would be problematic for both of us. Wayne said as he looked up. There was really no sun, as the remaining symbiotes were enough now to cover the whole Earth, as they had genuinely entered the Earth's atmosphere. The real fight had just begun. Read 220 plus more chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 601, The Grand Fight, 6. The third and the last Celestial was a messy one. Hyperion was only able to stop the fast descent of the Celestial using his strength. And since both of the Hulk couldn't fly, all they could do was wait for the Celestial to appear. And after he landed, the real work began. Both of the Hulk had to jump on the shoulder of Celestial to land a punch, and since they couldn't maneuver like others did when they fought a Celestial, it was quite a lengthy fight. It was fortunate that Hyperion had joined them on this, or else it would have been a disaster. Though the punches of Hulk were quite effective, as both of them were in the most rage mode, they could only land a few before they were swatted down like a bitch by the hands of the Celestial. Hey, watch out for the hands. Hulk don't like big monsters. Saying this, the 616 Hulk, which was in control, jumped high on the shoulders of the Celestial. To beat him up again while Professor Hulk, yes, that is the name of the MCU Hulk in comics, could only shake his head and join his twin while jumping on the shoulder. Both of you need to watch out for his hand. I will help you with whatever I can. Hyperion shouted as he was levitating and throwing punches at the back of his head while escaping his wild moving hands. And thus the long struggle began, the struggle to bring the Celestial down. It had to be mentioned that the fight was happening in New York. Surely there were no people around to cause their death, but it was happening on public property, so the damage was very high. The buildings, the streets, the homes, everything was being destroyed on its path as Celestial was trying to move and trying to kill the annoying flies around him. It wasn't easy for both of the Hulk as they were beaten down on the ground twice while trying to bring the Celestial down. 616 Hulk, in order to stop the Celestial from moving, used his body to slam at the knee of the Celestial. Professor Hulk understood what he was trying to do and also used the same tactic and kicked at the same knee. Both of their attacks proved too much for the Celestial and it instantly broke the kneecap of it, if at all he had a kneecap like the human beings. All in all, the knee of the Celestial broke in his leg and he was brought down to the knees. This proved to be a huge nail in his coffin, as now the Celestial wouldn't be able to swat down Hulks that easily. The Hulks were not jumping around like the fourth gear Luffy and hitting at the face and the back of the head whenever they got the chance. And Hyperion used his eye laser to kill the eyes of the Celestial, in which he was successful in doing so. And after much time, were they able to burst the head of the Celestial after repeated punches and kicks. The head of the Celestial blew up in a huge explosion as Hyperion used his eyes to put an end to the Celestial. The symbiote attached to it was even trying to run away, but Hyperion made sure that none of this happened while Professor Hulk used vibration from his suit to trap the symbiote. Finally, this team took the longest time in bringing the Celestial down, but at the end they were successful. Never thought a Celestial would be this annoying. It looked easy when John chopped off the head of the dead Celestial. Professor Hulk thought. You all are late. Out of nowhere they heard the voice of John from high up, only to see 3 people levitating down. Hulk doesn't like big monsters. 616 Hulk said in a loud and monstrous voice. You don't like anything that is bigger than you. Professor Hulk had to mention that. In the meantime, the other Celestial team showed up as they had cleared the other one in the second fastest time possible. So we are the last party. That is discouraging. Hyperion said in a mock sad tone. No time to celebrate. Look up. When they looked up, it seemed like there was utter doomsday around. The whole sky was filled in black color which was coming down like a blanket from all the sides. It was as if darkness was coming to swallow the earth and gobble it down. No matter what one says, darkness was always ordained as a bringer of evil, and in the back of their head they all thought the same way. And today was no other day. The darkness now was trying to swallow them up, and they were the last defenders. The US military sent their customary fighter jets to poke a hole at this darkness, but only to be swallowed by it. Read 220+ chapters on myp@trian.com/theligheadghost. Chapter 602, The Grand Fight, 7. Why are they meddling in these affairs? Don't they know that it is useless even if we send the whole population of Earth against them? Some people just don't trust us and they think their weapons would be effective against all of these. Tony said. It's your weapon at the end, Tony. You are disgracing your own self. Reed said. Hey, I have not given all of my weapon technology to them. Whatever they are, at best, they are at subpar. By this time, almost all of the Avengers had gathered at the place where Hulk had destroyed everything around and with the destroyed head of the Celestial. The Celestial body was so massive that it had destroyed the building around by falling over them. 616 Tony had a glint in his eyes when he was seeing the dead bodies of the Celestial. John could already imagine a future where Tony would assimilate the body of a Celestial to make himself an armor and be very strong. But it didn't matter to him now. The recent comics in Marvel of Thor vs. Hulk, they have given a Celestial armor to Tony. So how do we face them? Same plan as discussed before. Barry and Pietro, you need to be careful. He won't be able to catch both of you, but you both have enough power to decimate his opponents. The strongest of us will try to stop and distract him while both cause havoc. Lightning has always been a problem for them since the first purge of Thor. So run wild while using the Speed Force. John reminded them. Tony, do you want to say something? Clark saw that Tony had a very happy look in his eyes the moment he had arrived here, and as if he had been hiding a huge plan for himself. Well, all the vibranium armor I have given is imbued with anti-kinetic technology, so it will be very helpful for all of us, and I have even brought many anti-kinetic small devices that could be activated for each and every one of you. But when I was making the robots, I brought out one of the things which we have almost not used in a very long time. Oh. What is it? Hal was intrigued by the words of Tony like everyone else, and they needed to know what Tony was thinking. The Allspark. Tony said with a cheeky smile. The words of Tony brought out memories for all of them. They had not used the Allspark in such a long time. But now, in this war, it would work perfectly, as there were many vehicles and ships around. If they could use this technology on all the devices on the city, they would have a huge army free of cost and it would be very easy for them to battle these small symbiotes. This was a brilliant idea. The eyes of the Avengers shined while the 616 Avengers were rather confused as they had no idea of what they were talking about. Go to Baxter Building, home of Fantastic Four, and build a transmitting device as fast as possible so you can awaken all of the portable devices here. Clark said. Aye, Captain. Reed, I will ask for help in this regard as only you can help here. The others will be needed at the battlefield and make sure the symbiotes don't reach the Baxter Building. Null won't take any threat lightly now as we destroyed his main weapon in a matter of minutes. He will now use a war of attrition against us since he understands he can't take us head on. Not that I am demotivating, but do we have an end plan against him? Logan asked as everybody was getting ready to carry out their plans. This question was revolving at the heads of many but none asked. They all were betting on John and his Alien X. We do have an end plan. I am waiting for a weapon to arrive on Earth. John said slowly. Weapon. From your universe. 616 Professor X asked with his eyebrows raised. No. A weapon that belonged to this universe itself. John said. What is that? Light Force. Light Force. What is that? Star Wars. 616 Tony asked as the Star Wars was also famous in their world. The talk of Force would always veer their attention to the movies. No. Actually, you all have seen the use of the Light Force. You just don't know it and have named it differently. What is it? Enigma Force. Yes, the same power that is given to Captain Universe. Captain Universe. But is Enigma Force effective against this null? Susan asked. You will see. John said while giving a mysterious smile. When will the weapon arrive? I have asked Silver Surfer to search for it. It is also supposed to be searching for us. Darkness has always been the nemesis of light, so it has to join the battle to help us. I am betting on its emergence. Read 220 chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 603, The Grand Fight, 8. What if we don't get to be chosen by the Enigma Force like it does to Captain Universe? Reed asked. Then pray that we have enough power to defeat Null and my most powerful form of alien is enough. John said. Why can't you start with that now instead of waiting for him? You have the Phoenix Force too, you know. I can't maintain the Alien X form for a long time. I want to keep it as a last resort. Plus it is not like we have only this weapon, we have another hidden weapon too. John said as he gave a side glance at Eddie who was in Venom form. All looked at Eddie when John looked at him. No. I told you, my son is out of the picture. He will never come into the picture no matter what. Eddie almost roared when he said that. All sighed at this point. Almost everybody knew that it was his son that had powers to separate a symbiote from its host, without harming the host. That in itself is a huge thing. He was a weapon made by the Hive just for this situation, as the Hive knew that they wouldn't be able to stall Null for a long time more, now more so as he was really out of the cage. Alright, that is the third plan we have. We will use it only when we have no other options. Reed said as he needed to calm Eddie down. Venom was the closest they had to an enemy, so they needed him well. But only John knew that Eddie would be the host of Light Force, so he was more important than his child. His child at best was a distraction. Nothing more. You all better pray that the other two plans work because I am not ready to give up my child. He is the last thing I have. Deal. Alright, Avengers, move out. Steve shouted. They all flew or ran away to all the directions to confront all the symbiotes around. Every small team was based on a combination of 616 Avengers and John's Avengers. This was done so that they wouldn't fall prey to the symbiotes. Of course, Tony and Reed went to Baxter Building to send the energy of the Allspark around the city. It had to be mentioned that on top of Avengers, the robots were also sent to their aid in this war. John had asked for this, so they were made specifically for this. After Ultron, Tony totally stopped dabbling on robots. But for this specific war they needed the help of electronics since they had no soul. The symbiotes at best could stop or kill them, but never use them. Yes, I know there was a symbiote named Scorn which could make weapons from the host body, but here there was no host body, only a robot. Scorn was a symbiote which got attached to a host who had a prosthetic leg. Later the symbiote could copy weapons after seeing them as the prosthetic allowed. The Avengers of both of the teams were now running around and killing whatever symbiotes they could put their eyes on. The symbiotes had already covered every portion of the ground, the trees, the buildings, the streets, everything. Everywhere the Avengers walked, it was dark and gloomy. They could see the head popping out from everywhere. It was like a walking nightmare. John used Heat Blast Alien and used it with his Phoenix's fruit. This was a new combination that John had never used, nor he had seen the combination himself. As he transformed into a magnifier kind of humanoid, and then changed himself into a bird. The bird was what caught the eyes of the Avengers around. The bird had blue wings with reddish flames all over it. But the body of the bird was the most odd thing. The body looked like it was made of broken magma rocks, and the rocks were red-colored with a hint of blue flowing along the lines of the broken pieces. It was definitely odd, but it could never be said that it wasn't beautiful. This was an art and perfect blend of different kinds of fire that existed. A blue fire, a normal fire, and a magma fire. This was a perfect combination and creativity using all of the fires that John had command over. "I gotta say you look cool." Phoenix had come out to see how this new look was. She had a small envy in her eyes. "Thank you. Now it's time for work." John, and this time he used a method he had never used before. He breathed fire from his mouth and rained it in all of the land that he was passing by. John always wanted to breathe fire, but he never got the chance, as this move could only be used on an enemy which is distributed all over. Read 210+ chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 604, The Grand Fight, 9. John flew around breathing fire while the others were running or flying in all directions and making sure that nobody in the team were getting infected by a symbiote. One tried to take over 616 Captain America, only to be beaten down badly by the other Steve and Diana. Steve and Diana had been working together in this war, and since 616 Steve wanted to see what was so special about the woman that his counterpart had chosen as a partner, so out of curiosity, he too joined. And for the first time he felt an inferiority complex. His counterpart looked like he had all the things he could ask for in life. A good partner, someone who had lived through ages, and someone who could understand him perfectly. This life was envious. But it was something that he could never get. After Null's problem, he would have to be the de facto leader, since Fury would resign after this and Quake would take over. But he and Maria Hill would have to help the new leader a lot, so they would have responsibilities. It felt like his responsibilities would never end. John was right. The problems would never end if they don't grasp the root of it and kill it. It was for this reason that the other Avengers team was so successful in whatever they did. They needed to implement the same theory here. But the problem was that here nobody trusted each other totally. There was a whole lot of history in each of the Avengers, and they couldn't just mingle with each other like best friends. In fact, some of them had been enemies for a long time. Red Hulk and Hulk, Red Hulk being Ross, yes, the same Ross from movies, and he joined Avengers and in fact helped Hulk in his search for One Below All. So there were always problems. As 616 Steve was thinking all of this and fighting with the symbiotes, the other two were continuing to killing at the same rate, Diana being the more active and able to bring down more symbiotes. Her lasso of truth was even able to free some of the symbiotes from the control of Hive for some time. But it was only momentarily, as their consciousness went back to the Codex, so all of the work went for. Such things were happening in all of the small teams that they had made. John's team made sure that nobody fell under the control of symbiotes. This was one hell of a scene to watch if there were any cameras. But sadly there was none, and nobody in the right mood would do it. Of course it was different for the robots, as they saw everything and were being controlled by GAIA. Since the superheroes were busy, the control of robots was given to GAIA, which Victor brought over as they knew they would need her help. The robot sentries were flying all around and raining hell on the symbiotes wherever GAIA ordered them to, reinforcing the teams and giving aerial support. Men and machines worked together in this. But it was not all flowers and good vibes on the battlefield. The situation was dire, and though they were able to bring down enemies at a very fast rate, all in all, this was a drop in the ocean. The whole Earth was gone, and if they didn't bring this war to an end fast, the people who had become host to the symbiotes would soon reach the city and it would turn ugly very fast. Here they were able to kill indiscriminately, but once people show up, it won't be the case. So though they were very effective in killing, it was nothing in the grand scheme. And maybe this was the reason that Null hadn't shown up. He could feel that he might not win against all of the Avengers if he faced them alone, so all he could do was hide and wait for the Avengers to just exhaust themselves. And this was working. John was trying to use his omnipotence on his location, but he was enshrouded in darkness and it was very hard for him to find this guy. And this frustrated John too. "Norrin, where are you? Did you find it?" "No. But I got called by it. I am on the way to receive it," Norrin said over comms. This was a relief for John, as he feared that light hadn't grown up well till now and they would never receive its help. Only light could purify the darkness and help John take control of the Hive. This was the ultimate goal. In the meantime, in Baxter Building there was another story. This thing is amazing. It can bring any electronic device to life. No wonder you had a smile on your cheeky face. What can I say, we have all the good toys. Read 210+ chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 605, The Grand Fight, 10. This is amazing. Reed was acting like an exhilarated kid in his seat as he was seeing the results. This device, which could fit on both of the arms while carrying, was something that could be used as a major weapon. But the main part was that this thing could bring things to life which he never thought was possible. Scientifically speaking, such things went against the laws of nature and made beings which defied every norm. At any other time, he would have loved to dive down deep into the workings of these robot things that had just come to life. But now they need to send this special energy to all the electronic devices and things present in the city. This would help them immensely in the war. Both Tony and Reed went into work, and since Tony had worked on it before, he was the lead in this while Reed just operated as an assistant while inputting whatever possible with his intellect. Reed had always been the main lead. This was the first time for him working as an assistant. After half an hour of work they were able to make a device that would be able to distribute the energy in all of the city. But for the jump start they needed a huge power of electricity. Tony instantly called Pietro. "Oi, small flash. Come and help us instead of running around and eating pizza. Hey. I just saw some good pizza at a store. Wanted to see the difference in the pizzas of both the universe. The New York pizza of this universe isn't as good as our world," Pietro said over the communication. "Stop talking and come to the Baxter building. We need your speed force." In a second, Pietro was standing at the laboratory, but his stop didn't stop the flying papers around and of course the small lightning spark. Reed was also curious about this so-called speed force which the speedsters of their world were able to use. These new Avengers had so many great types of powers that it was amazing to say the least. "We need you to jumpstart this device with your speed force," Tony said as he was unfazed by his. All of the members of the Avengers were now used to the appearance of Pietro and Barry. "You want me to do the thing which Barry did to Wade Clark? Won't it be better to give it to Barry or even John? John has the power of Shazam." "True, but both of them are more efficient in their killing, while you are a toddler. Get on with it, kid." Tony mocked Pietro without hesitation. "That hurts, man. I have been working for the team the same length as others," Pietro said with sadness with a hint of wetness in his eyes. Of course it was a false one and one could see right through it. "If you want to be a hero, jumpstart this device. Now run. I need to join the fun too," Tony said now in a serious tone. Every second they lost was precious. The device looked like a cylindrical rods inserted in a liquid-like chamber inside. He didn't know what it was, but he could understand that this thing could help in the ongoing war, so after all the mock arguments, he became serious as this was his chance to become a hero. Pietro never spoke it out loud, but he always felt inferior to his sister, who was the center of many things in the world. Even in Earth 616 she was a big deal as she had done so many things, even changed the reality. She was feared in this world. But him being the brother was kind of useless. Having only the power of running around. Sure, he could change timelines like Barry could using the speed force, but he would never do it. All this power was for nothing. But here he got the chance, and he could have a huge impact in the war, and he didn't want to let the chance just slip away. Though he complained about him being chosen, but in the depth of his heart he was grateful that Tony thought of him when it came to this minute problem. Pietro ran a few miles away and made sure after there was enough distance for him to build the electricity around him. And even made sure that after touching the cylinder with his finger there would be enough space for him to slow down instead of facing a wall, like Barry did. "You can do this. You can do this just like your good brother Barry did. He has even broken the timelines. You can definitely do this tiny thing," Pietro said to himself before he made a run. And after calming his mind, he made a run for it. Read 210 plus chapters on mypatreon.com/thelightagehost. Chapter 606, The Grand Fight, 11. Pietro ran like crazy and made sure that he would touch the cylindrical tube to give it a boost. And the whole process went smoothly and the machine was charged instantly. And in the next moment the cylinder-type machine spread a pulse all over the city. The pulse that spread was visible and all of the people who were fighting in this war felt it. Even the people who were flying and fighting felt the pulse. What came next became a nightmare for the symbiotes. From laptops to cars, from a small electronic watch to big buses and trains. Nothing was silent anymore. Hell, even fire trucks came to life with their staircases used as two rods as tools for fighting. This was something the enemy never expected. Tony and Reed were watching all of this as GAIA had sent the visuals over. Now they have an extra army which will fight for them. Null, you have given me sleepless nights for 2 weeks now. It's time for you to experience the same feeling before you leave this mortal world. Reed had a weird look on his face when Tony said those words. Are you reading too many novels recently? Tony was caught red-handed by those words. Truth to be told, he had been reading them. Thanks to John's children, he came over them when he took care of the children for a few days. And from there he became interested in the fantasy novel genre and couldn't get enough of it. Maybe, Tony said while not even looking at Reed. He felt proud that he had been reading novels. Whatever. Let's go. Everybody is on the battlefield. Reed said as he jumped from the terrace to join them while cushioning his fall with the help of his hands, just like Spider-Man. Reed wasn't exactly an able fighter like others, but he has his own merits and he wasn't completely useless. While Tony just flew away. All this time, he had not been in the war and he felt suffocated, now he could go full crazy. All of the Avengers cheered as they saw thousands and thousands of cars and buses joining the war with their huge and small bodies. It was one sight to behold. Though the new people couldn't fly, there were no symbiotes which were flying, except for the dragons and the white bugs. They were handled by the other flying members of the Avengers. Where is Null? Has anyone seen him? John asked over comms. No. He is hiding, came the reply from most of the people. Norrin, tell me you have got the light. John asked now, using his omnipotence. Yeah, I am on the way. How much more time? Give or take 5 Earth minutes. Cool. Guys, hold on for more than 5 minutes. Help is arriving. John said over his comms to everyone. Good. 5 minutes, people. Destroy as many as you can. We have new helpers. Make sure you don't embarrass them. 616 Steve said as he gave a motivating speech to all. All just smiled while they were on rampage. There was destruction all around, but the main thing was that it looked ugly. Everything covered in black soot looked horrifying for most people. Especially, Tiff the black soot looked like it was living. John while fighting saw Venom fighting some bugs. He looked different now. After killing a dragon he had wings in his back and he could easily fly. This was new for him too. But he was using this for the best of his ability. It was weird that Null hadn't yet come for Venom or Dylan. Both of them were supposed to be the greatest threats for Null, but he still hadn't showed up. John flew over to Venom's side while helping him kill other bugs around. Eddie was followed by a team of Raven and Starfire. Has Null tried to contact you? John asked as he flew over. He did when I killed one of his Grendels, the dragon symbiote. Telling me to give up. Eddie said. I showed him my middle finger. John laughed when Eddie being the typical Eddie, in all cases he was very much of a ruffian. Only in the case of his son was he very gentlemanlike. Due to this even Venom was influenced. All right. Continue. John said as he flew away. He called Robin this time. Robin, is everything all right in the bunker? John asked. Of course, what else would it be? Even your children are here playing games while keeping an eye on every camera of the bunker corridors. None of the symbiotes found us yet. Okay. John said. He did leave some of his children to the care of Dylan and Robin. These children were not the ones who were great in fighting. So it was better they were given in guard. Only a few who were trained by the Avengers were allowed to enter the war and fight for them. Read 210+ chapters ahead on myp@trian.com/thelightedgehost.